5:9. On the set feasts, compare 1 Chronicles 23. 31, note. But who is able to build him an house, seeing the heaven and the heaven of heavens cannot contain him? Who am I then, that I should build him an house, save only to burn incense before him? Hebrew retaineth strength. 6. Is able, literally retaineth strength, 1 Chronicles 29. 14. Cannot contain him, verses 4-6 are carefully framed to guard against the careless imagination that the temple is God's dwelling. To the chronicler it is only the spot where worship is offered. Compare 6. 2:18. Now therefore send me a man cunning to work in gold, and in silver, and in brass, and in iron, and in purple, and crimson, and blue, and that can skill to grave all manner of gravings. To be with the cunning men that are with me in Judah and in Jerusalem, whom David my father did provide. 7. Can skill to grave, literally knoweth how to grave. To grave is to carve, compare 1 Kings 6. 29. My father did provide, see 1 Chronicles 22. 15. Send me also cedar trees, fir trees, and algum trees, out of Lebanon, for I know that thy servants can skill to cut timber in Lebanon. And, behold, my servants shall be with thy servants, even to prepare me timber in abundance, for the house which I am about to build shall be wonderful great. Or, cypress. In 1 Kings XXII, almug trees. 8. Cedar trees, see 1 Chronicles 22. 4. Fir trees, margin, cypress trees, which however are not now indigenous on Lebanon. Algum trees, called almug trees in 1 Kings XXI, 12 and they're described as coming from Ophir. According to 1 Kings VIII, Solomon asked for cedar and fir only, so that the mention of algum trees here is probably incorrect. Algum is perhaps sandalwood. Superscript 1 And, behold, I will give to thy servants, the hewers that cut timber, 20,000 measures of beaten wheat, and 20,000 measures of barley, and 20,000 baths of wine, and 20,000 baths of oil. Hebrew cores. 10. Measures, Hebrew cores. A cor was the same as a homer equals about 11 bushels. Beaten wheat, 1 Kings v:11, wheat for food. The text is doubtful, and the phrase beaten wheat occurs nowhere else and is uncertain in meaning. Of barley, the barley and wine are not mentioned in 1 Kings v:11, their wheat and oil only are mentioned. 20,000 baths of oil, in 1 Kings v:11, Hebrew, 20 cores of pure oil. In liquid measure the bath equals about 8 1/4 gallons. As 10 baths went to a cor, the amount stated in Chronicles is 100 times as much as the amount given in 1 Kings. 11:16, 10:15, Hebrew, compare 1 Kings v:7-9. Huram's answer to Solomon. Like the preceding verses 3:10, these verses show considerable variations from the parallel in Kings. Superscript 1 Then Huram the king of Tyre answered in writing, which he sent to Solomon, because the Lord loveth his people, he hath made thee king over them. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 Huram said moreover, Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, that made heaven and earth, who hath given to David the king a wise son, endued with discretion and understanding, that should build an house for the Lord, and an house for his kingdom. 12. The sequence is greatly improved if this verse is read before verse 11. Probably the transposition should be made. God of Israel, the chronicler feels no incongruity in making Huram use the language of a worshipper of Jehovah. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 And now I have sent a cunning man, endued with understanding, of Huram my father's. Or, even Huram my father see chapter 4. 16. 13. I have sent, according to 1 Kings 7. 13 Solomon himself sent and fetched Hiram the artificer. Of Huram my father's, render either literally as margin, even Huram my father, or better, even Huram my trusted counselor. Huram the king calls Huram the artificer my father as a title of honor. Compare 4. 16. Superscript 1 The son of a woman of the daughters of Dan, and his father was a man of Tyre, skillful to work in gold, and in silver, in brass, in iron, in stone, and in timber, in purple, in blue, and in fine linen, and in crimson. Also to grave any manner of graving, and to devise any device, that there may be a place appointed unto him with thy cunning men, and with the cunning men of my lord David thy father. Superscript 1 Now therefore the wheat and the barley, the oil and the wine, which my lord hath spoken of, let him send unto his servants. 14. Of Dan, in 1 Kings 7. 14. Of Naphtali. The reading of Chronicles may have arisen from Exodus 31. 6. Oholiab one of the artificers of the tabernacle was of the tribe of Dan. Superscript 1 And we will cut wood out of Lebanon, as much as thou shalt need, and we will bring it to thee in floats by sea to Joppa, and thou shalt carry it up to Jerusalem. Hebrew Japho. 16. Joppa, Hebrew Japho, modern Jaffa, Jaffa. 17, 18, 16, 17, Hebrew, compare verse 2 above. Bearers and hewers. Superscript 1 And Solomon numbered all the strangers that were in the land of Israel, after the numbering wherewith David his father had numbered them, and they were found 150,000 and 3,600. 17. David his father, see 1 Chronicles 22. 2. Superscript 1 And he set 70,000 of them to bear burdens, and 80,000 that were hewers in the mountains, and 3,600 overseers to set the people a work. 18. As the separate numbers given in this verse equal the total, 150,000, given in verse 17, evidently the chronicler thought that all the aliens in the land were forced to take part in the work. 3,600 overseers, in 1 Kings v. 16, 3,300. 3 in Hebrew, which may be represented in English by the letters SLS, is easily corrupted into 6, equals SS in English letters. Compare also 8. 10, equals 1 Kings 9. 23. A work, i.e. on work, to work. Chapter 3. 1, 2. The temple begun. Verse 1 has no parallel in Kings, for verse 2 compare 1 Kings 6. 1. Superscript 1 Then Solomon began to build the house of the Lord at Jerusalem in Mount Moriah, where the Lord appeared unto David his father, which he made ready in the place that David had appointed, in the threshing floor of Ornan the Jebusite. The Septuagint and Vulgate have, in the place which David had prepared, in the threshing floor and Hebrew in the place of David. In 2 Samuel 24. 16, and Araunah. 1, in Mount Moriah, Genesis 22. 2. Which he made ready in the place that David had appointed, read rather, as margin, in the place which David had prepared, so LXX. Ornan the Jebusite, see 1 Chronicles 21. 15 ff. Superscript 2 And he began to build in the 2nd day of the 2nd month, in the 4th year of his reign. 2. In the 2nd day, the words are absent from 1 Kings and should probably be omitted here. The year according to 1 Kings was the 480th after the Exodus. 3, equals 1 Kings 6. 2. The measurements of the temple. Superscript 3 Now these are the foundations which Solomon laid for the building of the house of God. The length by cubits after the first measure was 60 cubits, and the breadth 20 cubits. Or, these are the things wherein Solomon was instructed for and 3. These are the foundations, i.e. the measurements which follow state the ground plan of the temple. Cubits after the first measure, the cubit was the length of the forearm from the elbow to the extremity of the middle finger, about 17.5 inches. A difficult verse in Ezekiel, XL. 5, seems to have given rise to the idea that in early times the cubit was a somewhat longer measure, and that may be what the chronicler intended by the present phrase, cubits after the first, or former, measure. Exact measurements on the site of the temple have now demonstrated that about 17.5 inches was at all times the standard length of the cubit, see Palestine Exploration Fund Statement October, 1915, pages 186f. 4 equals 1 Kings 6. 3. The porch. And the porch that was before the house, the length of it, according to the breadth of the house, was 20 cubits, and the height 120, and he overlaid it within with pure gold. 4. And the porch that was before the house, the Hebrew text is corrupt, but the sense of the original reading has probably been correctly guessed by the Revised Version. The height 120, so also LXX. As the temple was only 30 cubits in height, this building was rather a tower than a porch. In 1 Kings nothing is said about height. Most probably the true reading was 20, not 120. The 100 being a marginal gloss added by someone who was thinking of Herod's temple, of which the porch was 100 cubits in height. 5-7, compare 1 Kings 6. 15, 21, 29, 30. The temple. And the greater house he sealed with fir tree, which he overlaid with fine gold, and wrought thereon palm trees and chains. Or, cypress. 5. The greater house, i.e. the holy place. It was 40 cubits long, 1 Kings 6. 17, whereas the shrine was 20, 1 Kings 6. 16, 20. He sealed, i.e. lined or boarded. The same Hebrew word is translated overlaid in this same verse. Wrought thereon, perhaps in the form of reliefs. Palm trees and chains, the chains perhaps connected one palm tree with another. In 1 Kings 6. 29, cherubim and palm trees and open flowers. And he garnished the house with precious stones for beauty, and the gold was gold of Parvaim. 6. Precious stones, not mentioned in the parallel account, but according to 1 Kings v. 17 costly stones, the same expression in Hebrew, were used for the foundations of the house, their costliness being due presumably to their immense size. Here, however, the phrase, for beauty, suggests that the chronicler is thinking of rare and precious stones to be set in the walls, an exaggeration not out of keeping with the references to pure gold, in verses 4, 7, etc. Parvaim, apparently the name of a place, but nothing certain is known about it. He overlaid also the house, the beams, the thresholds, and the walls thereof, and the doors thereof, with gold, and graved cherubim on the walls. 7. Cherubim, the cherubim, plural of cherub, were the Hebrew adaptation of the winged bulls which are so striking a figure in Babylonian and Assyrian art. Nothing, however, can be ascertained as to the exact form in which they were depicted in the temple. In the Old Testament they appear as guardians of sacred things, Genesis 3. 24, Ezekiel 28, and as sustainers of the deity, e.g. Psalms 80. 1. Thou that sittest upon the cherubim, compare Psalms 18. 10. The figures were therefore emblematic of the presence of Jehovah. The graving of the cherubim was not felt to be a breach of the second commandment, for they were not put up to, bow down to, or to serve. 8, 9, compare 1 Kings 6. 16:20. The Holy of Holies. And he made the most holy house. The length thereof, according to the breadth of the house, was 20 cubits, and the breadth thereof 20 cubits, and he overlaid it with fine gold, amounting to 600 talents. And the weight of the nails was 50 shekels of gold. And he overlaid the upper chambers with gold. 8. The most holy house, called the oracle in 1 Kings 6. 16, 19, etc., Hebrew debir, which means rather the hinder part. The Lord dwells in the inmost recess of the house. Amounting to 600 talents, this detail is not found elsewhere. The weight of gold would be over 64,000 pounds, or, on a less probable reckoning, 27,000 pounds. Incredible quantities in either case, but in keeping with the vast amounts stated in 1 Chronicles 29. 4. 10:13, compare 1 Kings 6. 23-28. The cherubim. Superscript 1. And in the most holy house he made 2 cherubim of image work. And they overlaid them with gold. Superscript 1 Superscript 1 And the wings of the cherubim were 20 cubits long, the wing of the one cherub was 5 cubits, reaching to the wall of the house. And the other wing was likewise 5 cubits, reaching to the wing of the other cherub. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 And the wing of the other cherub was 5 cubits, reaching to the wall of the house, and the other wing was 5 cubits also, joining to the wing of the other cherub. 10. Of image work. And they overlaid. The phrase, of image work, is meaningless. Following the LXX. Rho eta omicron nu kappa xylando omega nu kappa alpha chi sigma omega sigma epsilon nu, render woodwork, and he overlaid. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 The wings of these cherubim spread themselves forth 20 cubits, and they stood on their feet, and their faces were toward the house. Or, inward. 13, 20 cubits, extending across the width of the whole house. On their feet, not couchant nor rampant, but standing, as the winged bulls of Assyria stand. Toward the house, as though to protect the holiest place from violation by anyone advancing through the house. 14, compare Exodus 26. 31, 32. The veil. Superscript 1 And he made the veil of blue, and purple, and crimson, and fine linen, and wrought cherubim thereon. No veil for Solomon's temple is mentioned in 1 Kings, but 1 Kings 6. 31, 32, doors of olive wood with cherubim carved upon them stood at the entrance of the Holy of Holies. The description of the veil seems to have been borrowed by the chronicler from the account of the tabernacle given in Exodus 15:17, compare 1 Kings 7. 15:22. The pillars Jachin and Boaz. Superscript 1 Also he made before the house 2 pillars of 30 and 5 cubits high, and the chapiter that was on the top of each of them was 5 cubits. 15. Before the house 2 pillars, compare 1 Kings 7. 21, he set up the pillars at the porch of the temple, and Jeremiah Lee. 17, translate, the pillars, that belonged to the house. These pillars were immediately in front of the porch, but, it seems, detached from it. They were cast in brass, 4. 11:17, were hollow, Jeremiah Lee. 21, and were crowned with chapiters, capitals, in shape like bowls, 1 Kings 7. 41. A pair of lofty frontal pillars, detached from the main building, was a not uncommon feature of temples in Western Asia and Egypt, e.g. at the Temple of Hercules, Melkart, at Tyre, Herodotus 2. 44. The Temple of Paphos in Cyprus, C.W. R. Smith, Religion of the Semites Superscript 2, page 488, at Karnak in Egypt, compare Perot and Chippies, Egyptian Art 2. 170. In Solomon's temple these twin columns may have been conventional imitations of the prevailing type of temple building, but it is rather to be supposed that there also they were considered to be symbolic of the presence of God. And were developments of the ancient stone pillars, Maboth, which were a constant feature at Semitic shrines and had originally been regarded as the abode of the deity. 30 and 5 cubits high, 35 is also given in the LXX. Of Jeremiah Lee. 21, but is almost certainly an error. Read 18, as in 1 Kings 7. 15, Jeremiah Lee. 21, Hebrew. Superscript 1 And he made chains in the oracle, and put them on the tops of the pillars, and he made 100 pomegranates, and put them on the chains. 16, he made chains in the oracle, the words, in the oracle, though found in LXX. Are a gloss introduced from 1 Kings 6. 21, chains, before the oracle, or, more probably, a corruption of a word meaning, like a necklace. The chronicler is here speaking of the outside of the temple, having already described the oracle, i.e. the Holy of Holies, in verses 8-14. The Hebrew word debir was translated oracle because it was supposed to be derived from a word meaning, to speak. It means, however, simply, the hindermost part of the house, compare 4. 20, v. 7, 9. Superscript 1 And he set up the pillars before the temple, one on the right hand, and the other on the left, and called the name of that on the right hand Jachin, and the name of that on the left Boaz. That is, he shall establish. That is, perhaps, in it is strength. 17, Jachin. Boaz, margin translates the two words, Jachin, he shall establish, Boaz perhaps, in it is strength. LXX gives kappa alpha tau rho theta omega sigma iota, setting up, and sigma chi, strength. The meaning of Boaz is uncertain. It may be only a pious correction of an original Baal. For the avoidance of the word Baal, see the notes on 17. 3, 1 Chronicles 8. 33. And for further comments on Jachin and Boaz, see Encyclopaedia Biblia 2. 304, and Barnes in Journal of Theological Studies, v. 447 ff. Chapter 4. 1. The altar of brass. Superscript 1. Moreover he made an altar of brass, 20 cubits the length thereof, and 20 cubits the breadth thereof, and 10 cubits the height thereof. 1. An altar of brass, 20 cubits, the brazen altar is referred to in 1 Kings 8. 64, 2 Kings 16. 14 ff, but it is, strangely, not mentioned among the furnishings of the temple described in the present text of 1 Kings 7. It is impossible therefore to say whether the chronicler derives the measurements he here gives from a text of Kings which did contain a description of the brazen altar, or from the altar of the temple of his own period. The latter is more probable. Some scholars consider it possible that at first Solomon's temple contained no artificial altar. The sacrifices being offered on the great natural rock which is now covered by the famous building popularly known as the Mosque of Omar, properly, the Dome of the Rock. The great altar was probably a flat oblong expanse, the highest of a series of terraces, of which the base measurement is given by the chronicler. Compare the description of Ezekiel's altar, Ezekiel 43. 13 ff. 2:5 equals 1 Kings 7. 23-26. The molten sea. Superscript 2. Also he made the molten sea of 10 cubits from brim to brim, round in compass, and the height thereof was 5 cubits, and a line of 30 cubits compassed it round about. 2. He made the molten sea, render, he made the sea of molten metal. The sea, or great laver, was a well-known feature in temples, compare Revelation 4. 6, and, originally at least, is likely to have had religious significance, as a symbol of Jehovah's power over the seas and the rain, or over the primeval deep upon which his might was exercised in the creation of the world, Genesis I. Psalms 24. 2, for the chronicler's view of its purpose, see verse 6. 10 cubits from brim to brim. And a line of 30 cubits compassed it. The mathematical inaccuracy in the measurements here given, 10 in diameter, 30 in circumference, has often been pointed out. But the literal Hebrew is 10 with the cubit, and 30 with the cubit, and f. C. Burkitt in a communication to the Cambridge Review for May 13, 1914 offers an interesting vindication of the phrase. He writes, "What the verse says about the circumference of the sea is that they stretched a string round it, and when they laid the string out flat they had to go 30 times with the cubit, i.e. a man had to put his elbow down 30 times before he got to the end. The distance from the point of the elbow to the tip of the longest finger is 1 cubit. No doubt the last time he put his elbow down the string came short, in other words, the sea was 9 nanobitic across and 29 nanobitic round. As a matter of fact, if a circle be 9 feet 6 inches across, it is just over 29 feet 10 inches round. Such a circle I think would be described in Hebrew as 10 with the foot rule across and 30 with the foot rule in circumference. A line of 30 cubits compassed it, i.e. it was 30 cubits in circumference. Superscript 3 and under it was the similitude of oxen, which did compass it roundabout, for 10 cubits, compassing the sea roundabout. The oxen were in 2 rows, cast when it was cast. In 1 Kings 7. 24, nops. Or, 10 in a cubit. 3. Under it was the similitude of oxen. This reading has the support of the LXX, but can hardly be correct. Read, compare 1 Kings 7. 24. Under it there were knops being embossed ornaments, imitating probably the fruit or the flowers of the gourd. For 10 cubits, obviously an error, for the knops encircle the sea, and its circumference was 30 not 10 cubits. The rendering of the margin, 10 in a cubit, gives good sense, but is not a fair translation. Whatever the mistake in the Hebrew may be, it appears in 1 Kings 7. 24 also. The oxen were in 2 rows, cast when it was cast, correct the reading as before and render, the knops were in 2 rows, cast when it was cast. It is mentioned as a triumph of the founder's art that the laver was cast complete, with its ornaments, from the first. It stood upon 12 oxen, 3 looking toward the north, and 3 looking toward the west, and 3 looking toward the south, and 3 looking toward the east, and the sea was set upon them above, and all their hinder parts were inward. 4. 3, and 3, and 3, and 3, thus the base stood foursquare, satisfying the Hebrew idea of completeness, compare Revelation 21. 12:16. And it was an handbreadth thick. And the brim thereof was wrought like the brim of a cup, like the flower of a lily, it received and held 3,000 baths. 5. 3,000 baths, in 1 Kings 7. 26, 2,000 baths. Whether the textual corruption is to be attributed to 1 Kings or to Chronicles cannot be determined, and further even 2,000 baths is an amount exceeding the capacity of a vessel with the measurements given for the sea above. The bath was a measure for liquids equal to about 8 1/4 gallons. 6. Compare verse 14 and 1 Kings 7. 38, 39. The lavers. He made also 10 lavers, and put 5 on the right hand, and 5 on the left, to wash in them. Such things as belonged to the burnt offering they washed in them, but the sea was for the priests to wash in. 6. The sea was for the priests to wash in. See, however, the note on verse 2 above regarding its probable significance in early times. For this, the chronicler's view of its purpose, as also that of the lavers, compare Exodus XXX. 18:21. The sea in particular would be singularly awkward as a vessel for cleansing purposes, unless all that is meant is that it was used as the receptacle from which water for purification was drawn. 7 equals 1 Kings 7. 49. The golden candlesticks. And he made the 10 candlesticks of gold according to the ordinance concerning them, and he set them in the temple, 5 on the right hand, and 5 on the left. 7. 10 candlesticks, rather, the 10 lampstands. Allusion to 10 lampstands or candlesticks is found elsewhere only in 1 Kings 7. 49, a late passage. In view of the frequent references to 1 candlestick with 7 lamps, compare Zechariah 4, Exodus 25. 31 ff. The question arises whether the 10 ever had historical reality, or were simply a fiction of tradition. The reference to candlesticks of gold and of silver in 1 Chronicles 28. 15 does not help us, for it depends on the same evidence, sound or unsound, which the chronicler had for the present passage. Some scholars feel that there must be some ground for the statement, but no positive conclusion is yet possible. According to the ordinance, compare Exodus 25. 31-37, XL. 4. In the temple, in 1 Kings 7. 49 more precisely, before the oracle, i.e. before the Holy of Holies. 8. The tables and basins. He made also 10 tables, and placed them in the temple, 5 on the right side, and 5 on the left. And he made 100 basins of gold. 8. 10 tables, in verse 19, the tables, plural, whereon was the showbread, are mentioned, compare 1 Chronicles 28. 16, but the parallel passage, 1 Kings 7. 48, has, the table, singular, and elsewhere both in Chronicles and in the rest of the Old Testament 1 table only is assigned to the showbread, 2 Chronicles 13. 11, 29. 18. Probably therefore the 10 tables here mentioned were not for the showbread, although the chronicler may have thought so. The same uncertainty attaches to this tradition of 10 tables as to that of the 10 candlesticks, see previous note. And it is held by some that these tables were for the support of the candlesticks. Basins, these were used for dashing the blood of the sacrifices against the altar. 9, 10. The 2 courts. Furthermore he made the court of the priests, and the great court, and doors for the court, and overlaid the doors of them with brass. 9. The court of the priests, and the great court, the phrases reflect the conditions of the Second Temple with which the chronicler was familiar, when the inner court was confined to the use of the priests, the outer one being for the people. Solomon's temple, strictly speaking, had only one court, for in the other court stood Solomon's house, 1 Kings 7. 8. This other court seems to be called the middle court, 2 Kings XX. 4. Margin, and the upper court, Jeremiah 36. 10. The great court, 1 Kings 7. 12. Was perhaps a third court containing not only the king's house, but all the royal buildings as well. The Hebrew word for court in all the above passages is a with makron, but here the court, a with makron, of the priests is distinguished from a court called the great court, Hebrew, great Azara. Perhaps the chronicler wishes to make the same distinction when he says that Solomon's great prayer was offered, 6. 13, in the court, Hebrew, Azara. Compare XX. 5, note. Superscript 1 And he set the sea on the right side of the house eastward, toward the south. 10. The sea, see verses 2-5. Its position is stated in accordance with 1 Kings 7. 39. 11:18 equals 1 Kings 7. 40:47. The works of Huram. This section is taken from the parallel passage of 1 Kings. The variations are few. Superscript 1 and Huram made the pots, and the shovels, and the basins. So Huram made an end of doing the work that he wrought for King Solomon in the house of God. 11. Huram, for the form of the name see note on 2. 3. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 The 2 pillars, and the bowls, and the 2 chapiters which were on the top of the pillars, and the 2 networks to cover the 2 bowls of the chapiters that were on the top of the pillars. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 And the 400 pomegranates for the 2 networks, 2 rows of pomegranates for each network, to cover the 2 bowls of the chapiters that were upon the pillars. Hebrew upon the face of the pillars. 12. 2 pillars, C3. 15:17. The bowls, i.e. the bowl-shaped part of the capital of a pillar. The chapiters, in modern English, capitals. Superscript 1 He made also the bases, and the lavers made he upon the bases, superscript 1:1c, and the 12 oxen under it. 14. He made also the bases, and the lavers made he upon the bases, a simple correction of the Hebrew text gives, and the 10 bases and the 10 lavers on the bases, as in 1 Kings 7. 43. Superscript 1 The pots also, and the shovels, and the flesh hooks, and all the vessels thereof, did Huram his father make for King Solomon for the house of the Lord of bright brass. 16. The flesh hooks, Hebrew Mizlagoth. In verse 11 and 1 Kings 7. 45. The parallel passages, the basins, Hebrew Mizrath. Huram his father, see note on 2. 13. Superscript 1 In the plain of Jordan did the king cast them, in the clay ground between Succos and Zereda. 17. In the clay ground, G. A. Smith, Historical Geography, page 488, speaks of traces of old brick fields found by Sir C. Warren in the Jordan Valley. It is possible, however, that the Hebrew is defective and that the true reading is at the ford of Adamah, but on the whole it is best to keep the reading in the text, see Barnes on 1 Kings 7. 46. Succos is probably Tel Der Allah, east of Jordan, about 1 mile north of the Jabbok. Zereda, 1 Kings 11. 26, but in 1 Kings 7. 46, Revised Version, Zarathan, compare Joshua 3. 6, Revised Version. Its site is not known, beyond the obvious inference that it was near the Jordan and not very far from Succos. Joshua 3. 16 states that it was near Adam, the modern El Damieh. Superscript 1. Thus Solomon made all these vessels in great abundance, for the weight of the brass could not be found out. Or, was not searched out. 18. Thus Solomon made all these vessels in great abundance, in 1 Kings 7. 47. And Solomon left all the vessels unweighed, because they were exceeding many. 19 v. 1 equals 1 Kings 7. 48-51. The vessels of gold. The completion of the work. Superscript 1. And Solomon made all the vessels that were in the house of God, the golden altar also, and the tables whereon was the showbread. 19. The golden altar, this was the altar of incense, compare 1 Maccabees I, 21 ff, which according to Exodus XXX. 1 ff stood within the tabernacle and was made of acacia wood, compare however, Exodus 39. 38. Both passages in Exodus are of late, post-exilic, date, and as no mention of this altar is made by Ezekiel, it was probably a feature not of the first but of the second temple. The tables whereon was the showbread, in 1 Kings 7. 48, parallel passage, the table, singular, a reading probably to be accepted here also, compare note on verse 8. Superscript 2. And the candlesticks with their lamps, that they should burn according to the ordinance before the oracle, of pure gold. 20. The oracle, see note on 3. 16. Superscript 2. Superscript 1. And the flowers, and the lamps, and the tongs, of gold, and that perfect gold. 21. The flowers, these were ornaments on the golden candlesticks, compare Exodus 37. 19. Superscript 2. Superscript 2. And the snuffers, and the basins, and the spoons, and the fire pans, of pure gold, and as for the entry of the house, the inner doors thereof for the most holy place, and the doors of the house, to wit, of the temple, were of gold. 22. The fire pans, in which fire was carried to and from the altar. The doors of the house, to wit, of the temple, the greater house or temple is here distinguished from the most holy place or shrine. Compare 3. 5, 8. Were of gold, according to the more probable reading of 1 Kings 7. 50. The hinges were of gold, the doors themselves were of olive wood overlaid with gold, 1 Kings 6. 31, 32. Superscript 1. Thus all the work that Solomon wrought for the house of the Lord was finished. And Solomon brought in the things that David his father had dedicated. Even the silver, and the gold, and all the vessels, and put them in the treasuries of the house of God. Chapter 5, 1. All the vessels, the word may be taken to include weapons, spoils of war, compare 2 Samuel 8. 7 ff, 1 Chronicles 18. 11. v. 2 8. 10. The dedication of the temple. Chapter 5. 2:10 equals 1 Kings 8. 1:9. The ark brought into the sanctuary. This section is taken almost verbatim from 1 Kings. Superscript 2. Then Solomon assembled the elders of Israel, and all the heads of the tribes, the princes of the fathers' houses of the children of Israel, unto Jerusalem, to bring up the ark of the covenant of the Lord out of the city of David, which is Zion. 2. Then Solomon assembled, the same verb in the Hebrew as in 1 Chronicles 15. 3. See note there, and in 1 Chronicles 28. 1. The city of David, see 1 Chronicles 11. 5. Note on the stronghold of Zion. Superscript 3. And all the men of Israel assembled themselves unto the king at the feast, which was in the 7th month. 3. The feast, i.e. the Feast of Tabernacles, i.e. after the fruit harvest. In the 7th month, in 1 Kings the name of the month is given as Ethanim, but this word was perhaps obsolete when the chronicler wrote, at any rate we know that in post-biblical times the seventh month was regularly called Tisri. And all the elders of Israel came, and the Levites took up the ark. 4. The Levites took up the ark. According to 1 Kings the priests performed this duty. In the days of David and Solomon all Levites were possible priests, Levi being the name of the priestly clan and not of a lower order of priests. At a later period the Levites were regarded as a class subordinate to the priests, having duties distinct from those of the priests, e.g. the task of bearing the tabernacle and all its furniture, see Numbers I, 50, etc. The chronicler, believing that this distinction had been in force from the time of Moses onwards, corrects the text of Kings by changing priests into Levites, compare 1 Chronicles 15. 2, 12, 13. See the special note on 1 Chronicles 6, pp. 51f. And they brought up the ark, and the tent of meeting, and all the holy vessels that were in the tent, these did the priests the Levites bring up. And King Solomon and all the congregation of Israel, that were assembled unto him, were before the ark, sacrificing sheep and oxen, that could not be told nor numbered for multitude. 5. The tent of meeting, i.e. the Mosaic tabernacle, which the chronicler believed to have been in existence in the time of David and Solomon, and to have been at Gibeon, I, 3f. The parallel statement in Kings comes not from the early sources but from the hand of a late reviser. The priests the Levites, here the older phrase, which does not indicate a distinction between priests and Levites, has been allowed to stand, perhaps, because certain utensils might well have been borne by the priests, so Curtis. Or possibly through slight carelessness on the chronicler's part. The parallel in Kings has the priests and the Levites. And the priests brought in the ark of the covenant of the Lord unto its place, into the oracle of the house, to the most holy place, even under the wings of the cherubim. For the cherubim spread forth their wings over the place of the ark, and the cherubim covered the ark and the staves thereof above. 7. The priests brought in the ark. Only the priests might lawfully place the ark within the Holy of Holies, compare Numbers 4. 5 ff. The chronicler therefore had no cause for changing priests into Levites here. Into the oracle, c. 3. 16, note. And the staves were so long that the ends of the staves were seen from the ark before the oracle, but they were not seen without, and there it is, unto this day. Or, they drew out the staves, so that end. 9, from the ark, read, with LXX. And 1 Kings 8. 8, from the holy place. One standing in the holy place and looking towards the Holy of Holies could see the heads of the staves. And there it is, unto this day. These words are taken over with the loss of one letter, which here makes the difference between singular and plural, from 1 Kings 8. 8. But they are out of place in Chronicles, for when the chronicler wrote the ark had long ago disappeared. The vessels which were brought back from the Babylonian captivity are specified in Ezra I. 9, 10, but the ark of the covenant is not reckoned among them. Superscript 1. There was nothing in the ark save the 2 tables which Moses put there at Horeb, when the Lord made a covenant with the children of Israel, when they came out of Egypt. Or, where? 10, which Moses put there, Exodus XL. 20. At Horeb, Deuteronomy v. 2. 11:14 equals 1 Kings 8. 10, 11. The descent of the glory of the Lord. Superscript 1. And it came to pass, when the priests were come out of the holy place, for all the priests that were present had sanctified themselves, and did not keep their courses. 11. Out of the holy place, the priests could remain neither in the Holy of Holies where they had deposited the ark, nor even in the holy place, but were driven altogether out of the temple building into the temple court, compare verse 14. 11:13a. For all, his mercy endureth forever, a long parenthesis added by the chronicler to intimate that the whole body and not merely the monthly course of priests and of Levitical singers were present, verses 11b-12. And to suggest the grandeur of the musical service, verse 13a. 11. Their courses, compare 1 Chronicles 24. 119. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 Also the Levites which were the singers, all of them, even Asaph, Heman, Jeduthun, and their sons and their brethren, arrayed in fine linen, with cymbals and psalteries and harps, stood at the east end of the altar. And with them 120 priests sounding with trumpets. 12. Asaph, Heman, Jeduthun, and their sons, compare 1 Chronicles 25. 1-7. Psalteries, harps, see 1 Chronicles 13. 8. Notes. At the east end of the altar, looking westward, facing the Holy of Holies. To face the east was to turn the back upon the sanctuary, Ezekiel 8. 16. Trumpets, see 1 Chronicles 15. 24. Note. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 It came even to pass, when the trumpeters and singers were as one, to make one sound to be heard in praising and thanking the Lord. And when they lifted up their voice with the trumpets and cymbals and instruments of music, and praised the Lord, saying, For he is good. For his mercy endureth forever, that then the house was filled with a cloud, even the house of the Lord, Superscript 1 So that the priests could not stand to minister by reason of the cloud, for the glory of the Lord filled the house of God. Or, for song. 13. Of music, rather, as margin, for song. For his mercy endureth forever, 1 Chronicles 16. 41. Was filled with a cloud, Exodus XL. 34, 35. Chapter 6. 111, equals 1 Kings 8. 12:21. Solomon's blessing. Superscript 1 Then spake Solomon, The Lord hath said that he would dwell in the thick darkness. Superscript 2 But I have built thee an house of habitation, and a place for thee to dwell in forever. Superscript 3 And the king turned his face, and blessed all the congregation of Israel, and all the congregation of Israel stood. And he said, Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, which spake with his mouth unto David my father, and hath with his hands fulfilled it, saying. 1, 2. These somewhat obscure verses come from 1 Kings, the only important variation being, But I have built, Chronicles, for I have surely built, 1 Kings. They seem to have been taken originally from some old source of a poetical character, possibly the Book of Jasher, C. Burney, Notes on Hebrew Text of 1 Kings, pages 111f. 1. Then, i.e. At the moment when Solomon perceived that the cloud had filled the house. That he would dwell in the thick darkness, no divine declaration corresponding verbally with this occurs in the Old Testament, but compare Exodus XX. 21. Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was, and Exodus 19. 9. The Lord said unto Moses, Lo, I come unto thee in a thick cloud. 2. But I have built, the adversative but is awkward, and the text in Kings, see above, is more suitable. Solomon has built a house in which the dark shrine seems a fitting abode for him who wills to dwell in the thick darkness. Since the day that I brought forth my people out of the land of Egypt, I chose no city out of all the tribes of Israel to build an house in, that my name might be there. Neither chose I any man to be prince over my people Israel, but I have chosen Jerusalem, that my name might be there, and have chosen David to be over my people Israel. Or, leader. 5. Neither chose I any man to be prince over my people Israel. The chronicler regards Saul as rejected rather than chosen, 1 Chronicles X, 13, 14. That my name might be there, name is used, as regularly in this connection, to signify the divine character, God conceived as that which he has revealed himself to be. Now it was in the heart of David my father to build an house for the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. But the Lord said unto David my father, Whereas it was in thine heart to build an house for my name, thou didst well that it was in thine heart. 7. In the heart of David, compare 1 Chronicles 17. 1, 2, 22. 7. Nevertheless thou shalt not build the house, but thy son that shall come forth out of thy loins, he shall build the house for my name. Superscript 1 And the Lord hath performed his word that he spake. For I am risen up in the room of David my father, and sit on the throne of Israel, as the Lord promised, and have built the house for the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. 9. Thou shalt not build, compare 1 Chronicles 22. 8. Note. Superscript 1 Superscript 1 And there have I set the ark, wherein is the covenant of the Lord, which he made with the children of Israel. 11. The covenant, i.e. the 2 tables of stone, compare v. 10. With the children of Israel, in 1 Kings 8. 21. With our fathers, when he brought them out of the land of Egypt. 1239, equals 1 Kings 8. 2250. Solomon's Prayer. The prayer is reproduced from 1 Kings with a few verbal changes and with the omission of verses 50b-53. It is mainly a petition that future prayers made in or toward this house may be heard. The subjects of the different parts of the prayer are as follows. Verses 14-17. The promise made to David. 18:21. Prayer made toward this place. 22:23. The oath of ordeal taken in this place. 24:25. Prayer under defeat. 26:27. Prayer for rain. 28:31. Prayer under divers afflictions. 32:33. The stranger's prayer. 34:35. The prayer of the army at war abroad. 36:39. The prayer of Israel in captivity. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 And he stood before the altar of the Lord in the presence of all the congregation of Israel, and spread forth his hands. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 For Solomon had made a brasen scaffold, of 5 cubits long, and 5 cubits broad, and 3 cubits high. And had set it in the midst of the court. And upon it he stood, and kneeled down upon his knees before all the congregation of Israel, and spread forth his hands toward heaven. Superscript 1 And he said, O Lord, the God of Israel, there is no God like thee, in the heaven, or in the earth. Who keepest covenant and mercy with thy servants, that walk before thee with all their heart. Superscript 1 Who hast kept with thy servant David my father that which thou didst promise him, yea, thou spakest with thy mouth. And hast fulfilled it with thine hand, as it is this day. Or, 4. 13. Solomon had made a brasen scaffold. This scaffold is not mentioned in 1 Kings. The word used, kior, properly means a laver, so 4. 6. And perhaps the simple emendation kiyun equals platform should be adopted. Superscript 1 Now therefore, O Lord, the God of Israel, keep with thy servant David my father that which thou hast promised him, saying, There shall not fail thee a man in my sight to sit on the throne of Israel. If only thy children take heed to their way, to walk in my law as thou hast walked before me. Superscript 1 Now therefore, O Lord, the God of Israel, let thy word be verified, which thou spakest unto thy servant David. Hebrew There shall not be cut off unto thee a man from my sight. 16. Walk in my law, in 1 Kings 8. 25. Walk before me. The chronicler characteristically introduces a reference to the law of the Lord, the Torah. In Samuel and Kings neither David nor Solomon ever mentions this. Superscript 1 But will God in very deed dwell with men on the earth? Behold, heaven and the heaven of heavens cannot contain thee, how much less this house which I have builded. 18. Dwell with men. The words, with men, are absent from the Hebrew text of 1 Kings, but appear in LXX. A and B. Their presence helps to spiritualize the idea of God dwelling on the earth. The Peshitta, the Syriac translation of the Bible, still further limits the sense and translates, cause his Shekinah to dwell with, I'll rest upon, his people Israel. Superscript 1 Yet have thou respect unto the prayer of thy servant, and to his supplication, O Lord my God, to hearken unto the cry and to the prayer which thy servant prayeth before thee. 19. Prayer, and supplication. Supplication, as distinguished from prayer, is prayer for favor. Superscript 2 That thine eyes may be open toward this house day and night, even toward the place whereof thou hast said that thou wouldest put thy name there. To hearken unto the prayer which thy servant shall pray toward this place. 20. which thy servant shall pray. Solomon refers in this verse to future prayers, not, as in verse 19, to the prayer he is now praying. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 And hearken thou to the supplications of thy servant, and of thy people Israel, when they shall pray toward this place, yea, hear thou from thy dwelling place, even from heaven, and when thou hearest, forgive. 21. From thy dwelling place, even from heaven, here, as in verse 18, Solomon refuses to regard the temple as Jehovah's dwelling place. Compare 2. 6. Superscript 2 Superscript 2 If a man sin against his neighbor, and an oath be laid upon him to cause him to swear, and he come and swear before thine altar in this house, Superscript 2 Superscript 3 Then hear thou from heaven, and do, and judge thy servants, requiting the wicked, to bring his way upon his own head, and justifying the righteous, to give him according to his righteousness. Or, whereinsoever a man shall sin. 22. And an oath be laid upon him, compare Exodus 22. 11. When an accused man attests his innocence before the altar of the temple either by invoking on himself a curse, the oath of ordeal, or by allowing the priest to invoke one upon him, then may Jehovah judge the matter, allowing the innocent to escape unharmed from the ordeal, and fulfilling the curse against the guilty. Superscript 2 And if thy people Israel be smitten down before the enemy, because they have sinned against thee, and shall turn again and confess thy name, and pray, and make supplication before thee in this house, Superscript 2 Then hear thou from heaven, and forgive the sin of thy people Israel, and bring them again unto the land which thou gavest to them and to their fathers. Superscript 2 When the heaven is shut up, and there is no rain, because they have sinned against thee, if they pray toward this place, and confess thy name, and turn from their sin, when thou dost afflict them, Superscript 2 Then hear thou in heaven, and forgive the sin of thy servants, and of thy people Israel, when thou teachest them the good way wherein they should walk, and send rain upon thy land, which thou hast given to thy people for an inheritance. Or, because. Or, answerest. 24. And shall turn again, i.e. repent. Superscript 2 If there be in the land famine, if there be pestilence, if there be blasting or mildew, locust or caterpillar, if their enemies besiege them in the land of their cities, whatsoever plague or whatsoever sickness there be. Superscript 2 What prayer and supplication soever be made by any man, or by all thy people Israel, which shall know every man his own plague and his own sorrow, and shall spread forth his hands toward this house, Superscript 3 Then hear thou from heaven thy dwelling place, and forgive, and render unto every man according to all his ways, whose heart thou knowest. For thou, even thou only, knowest the hearts of the children of men. Winky face. Superscript 3 Superscript 1 That they may fear thee, to walk in thy ways, so long as they live in the land which thou gavest unto our fathers. Hebrew Gates. 28. Blasting. The phrase applies to the damage to vegetation in Palestine which is caused by the winds that blow in from the deserts to the east and south. C. Smith, Historical Geography of the Holy Land, page 67. Such winds are spoken of as coming from the east, Genesis li. 6, Hosea 13. 15, or from the south, Luke 12. 55. Caterpillar, rather some kind of locust, see Driver on Joel I. 4. In the land of their cities, literally in the land of their gates. The text is probably corrupt, read either, in any one of their cities, compare LXX, or, by making a breach in their gates, Hebrew by for bier. Whatsoever plague, is used here in the general sense of calamity, as in the phrase, the 10 plagues of Egypt. Superscript 3 Superscript 2 Moreover concerning the stranger, that is not of thy people Israel, when he shall come from a far country for thy great name's sake, and thy mighty hand, and thy stretched out arm. When they shall come and pray toward this house, Superscript 3 Superscript 3 Then hear thou from heaven, even from thy dwelling place, and do according to all that the stranger calleth to thee for. That all the peoples of the earth may know thy name, and fear thee, as doth thy people Israel, and that they may know that this house which I have built is called by thy name. Superscript 3 If thy people go out to battle against their enemies, by whatsoever way thou shalt send them, and they pray unto thee toward this city which thou hast chosen, and the house which I have built for thy name. Or, thy name is called upon this house and 32, 33. Compare Isaiah LVI. 6f, also a post-exilic passage, where it is also said that the stranger must keep the Sabbath from profaning it and hold fast by my covenant, before he can hope to be heard by Jehovah. Superscript 3 Then hear thou from heaven their prayer and their supplication, and maintain their cause. Or, right. 35, maintain their cause, render with margin, maintain their right. Superscript 3 If they sin against thee, for there is no man that sinneth not, and thou be angry with them, and deliver them to the enemy, so that they carry them away captive unto a land far off or near. Superscript 3 Yet if they shall bethink themselves in the land whither they are carried captive, and turn again, and make supplication unto thee in the land of their captivity, saying, We have sinned, we have done perversely, and have dealt wickedly. Hebrew They that take them captive carry them away. 36, There is no man that sinneth not, compare Ecclesiastes 7. 20. Superscript 3 If they return unto thee with all their heart and with all their soul in the land of their captivity, whither they have carried them captive, and pray toward their land, which thou gavest unto their fathers, and the city which thou hast chosen. And toward the house which I have built for thy name. 38. If they return, compare Leviticus 26. 39-41, Deuteronomy XXX. 1, 2, passages anticipating captivity and also repentance in captivity. Superscript 3 Then hear thou from heaven, even from thy dwelling place, their prayer and their supplications, and maintain their cause, and forgive thy people which have sinned against thee. Or, right. 39. Their cause, render with margin, their right, as in verse 35. 40-42, no parallel in 1 Kings. The invocation. The end of the prayer in 1 Kings 8. 51-53 is quite different, and less effective. Now, O my God, let, I beseech thee, thine eyes be open, and let thine ears be attent, unto the prayer that is made in this place. 40, attent, i.e. attentive. Compare 7. 15, the same English word for the same Hebrew word. Superscript 1 Now therefore arise, O Lord God, into thy resting place, thou, and the ark of thy strength, let thy priests, O Lord God, be clothed with salvation, and let thy saints rejoice in goodness. Or, good. 41. Now therefore arise, this whole verse corresponds, with some variation of reading, with verses 8, 9 of Psalm XXIII. For the invocation to arise, compare Numbers X, 35, the ancient chant of the ark. The ark of thy strength, this appellation of the ark refers to its use in war, compare 1 Samuel 4. 3, 6, 7. With salvation, i.e. with victory. In Psalms XXIII. 9, with righteousness. The thought in Chronicles and in Psalms XXIII is the same, for through victory the human victor receives salvation, i.e. deliverance from the enemy, and the divine giver of victory asserts his righteousness, i.e. by giving victory to the right. Thy saints, i.e. thy people Israel regarded as faithful worshippers of Jehovah, compare Psalms 79. 2, Psalms XXIX. 5, so in the New Testament the Christians as a body are spoken of as saints and sanctified. Rejoice in goodness, render, with margin, rejoice in good, i.e. in prosperity. In Psalms XXIII. 9, shout for joy. Superscript 2 O Lord God, turn not away the face of thine anointed, remember the mercies of David thy servant. Or, good deed see chapter 32. 32. 42, turn not away, compare Psalms XXIII. 10. Remember the mercies of David, i.e. either show David's son the mercies thou didst show to David himself, Isaiah LV. 3, or, as margin, remember the good deeds, or mercies, so also 32. 32, which David did, and reward his son. Chapter 7. 1:3, not in 1 Kings. The sacrifices consumed by fire from heaven. Superscript 1. Now when Solomon had made an end of praying, the fire came down from heaven, and consumed the burnt offering and the sacrifices, and the glory of the Lord filled the house. 1. The fire came down from heaven, as the discovery of the spot, approved by Jehovah, for the site of the temple was ratified by the sign of fire from heaven, see 1 Chronicles 21. 26. Note, so tradition or the chronicler thought that the conclusion of the dedication must have been marked by the same sign of divine favor. Consumed the burnt offering, compare Leviticus 9. 24, 1 Kings 18. 38. Superscript 2. And the priests could not enter into the house of the Lord, because the glory of the Lord filled the Lord's house. Superscript 3. And all the children of Israel looked on, when the fire came down, and the glory of the Lord was upon the house. And they bowed themselves with their faces to the ground upon the pavement, and worshipped, and gave thanks unto the Lord, saying, For he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. 2. The priests could not enter, compare v. 14. 410 equals 1 Kings 8. 62-66. The Great Feast of Dedication. Then the king and all the people offered sacrifice before the Lord. And King Solomon offered a sacrifice of 22,000 oxen, and 120,000 sheep. So the king and all the people dedicated the house of God. 5. 22,000 oxen, and 120,000 sheep, these high numbers appear also in 1 Kings. And the priests stood, according to their offices. The Levites also with instruments of music of the Lord, which David the king had made to give thanks unto the Lord, for his mercy endureth forever, when David praised by their ministry, and the priests sounded trumpets before them. And all Israel stood. Or, for the song of the Lord. 6. This verse, which is characteristic of the chronicler, does not appear in 1 Kings. Instruments of music of the Lord, margin, instruments for the song of the Lord. Compare 1 Chronicles 23. 5. Amos 6. 5. The priests sounded trumpets, compare v. 12. Moreover Solomon hallowed the middle of the court that was before the house of the Lord. For there he offered the burnt offerings, and the fat of the peace offerings, because the brazen altar which Solomon had made was not able to receive the burnt offering, and the meal offering, and the fat. 7. The fat, specially mentioned as the choice part of the sacrificial victim, a part never to be eaten but always to be burnt. Leviticus 3. 16, 17. Peace offerings, see note on 1 Chronicles 16. 1. The brazen altar which Solomon had made, compare 4. 1 Kings 9. 25. Meal offering, an offering consisting of fine flour mixed with oil and frankincense. Compare Leviticus 2. 1:7. So Solomon held the feast at that time 7 days, and all Israel with him, a very great congregation, from the entering in of Hamath unto the brook of Egypt. 8. The feast, i.e. the Feast of Tabernacles, see note below on 7 days, verse 9. From the entering in of Hamath, see note on 1 Chronicles 13. 5. The brook of Egypt, i.e. not the Nile, but the stream called Shear of Egypt in 1 Chronicles 13. 5, see note. And on the 8th day they held a solemn assembly, for they kept the dedication of the altar 7 days, and the feast 7 days. Or, closing festival. 9. A solemn assembly, margin, a closing festival. In the later stage of ritual, which is represented in the priestly code, an 8th day, to be observed as an holy assembly, was added to the Feast of Tabernacles, Leviticus 23. 36, Numbers 29. 35. The earlier custom terminated the festival on the 7th day, and the people went away on the 8th, Deuteronomy 16. 13, 15. 7 days, and 7 days, compare 1 Kings 8. 65, 66. The original text in Kings agreed with the earlier custom referred to in the previous note, the people being dismissed on the 8th day after observing the 7 days Feast of Tabernacles. The evidence of the LXX. And also the opening words of verse 66 put it beyond doubt that in the present text of Kings the words "and 7 days, even 14 days" are a late addition due probably to the influence of the statement in Chronicles the chronicler, or the tradition he follows, did not deem it fitting that there should be no special festival for the dedication of the temple. His statement of events is therefore, a 7 days dedication feast, from the 8th to the 14th of the month, followed by the Feast of Tabernacles, 7 days plus 1 day of Holy Assembly, from the 15th to the 22nd. And finally on the 23rd of the month the dismissal of the people to their homes, see verse 10. Superscript 1 And on the 23rd day of the 7th month he sent the people away unto their tents, joyful and glad of heart for the goodness that the Lord had shewed unto David, and to Solomon, and to Israel his people. 10. Unto their tents. The Hebrew word, ohel, here approaches in meaning the corresponding Arabic word, al, which denotes household or one's own people, e.g. in the phrase alu linjil, the household of the gospel, i.e. the Christians, a phrase found in the Quran. Compare XXIX, 25. 22. 11:22 equals 1 Kings 9. 1:9. The night vision in answer to Solomon's prayer. Superscript 1 Thus Solomon finished the house of the Lord, and the king's house, and all that came into Solomon's heart to make in the house of the Lord, and in his own house, he prosperously effected. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 And the Lord appeared to Solomon by night, and said unto him, I have heard thy prayer, and have chosen this place to myself for an house of sacrifice. 12. Appeared, by night, compare I7. An house of sacrifice, compare 2. 6. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 If I shut up heaven that there be no rain, or if I command the locust to devour the land, or if I send pestilence among my people. Superscript 1 If my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves, and pray, and seek my face, and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven, and will forgive their sin, and will heal their land. Superscript 1 Now mine eyes shall be open, and mine ears attent, unto the prayer that is made in this place. Hebrew upon whom my name is called. 13:15. These verses have no parallel in 1 Kings 9. 1:9, but are closely modeled upon the language of Solomon's prayer in 6. 26-28, 40. 13. To devour the land, LXX. To devour the trees, compare Exodus X 15, Joel 6, 7. 15. Now, in this place, compare 6. 40. Superscript 1 For now have I chosen and hallowed this house, that my name may be there forever, and mine eyes and mine heart shall be there perpetually. Superscript 1 And as for thee, if thou wilt walk before me as David thy father walked, and do according to all that I have commanded thee, and wilt keep my statutes and my judgments. Superscript 1 Then I will establish the throne of thy kingdom, according as I covenanted with David thy father, saying, There shall not fail thee a man to be ruler in Israel. Superscript 1 But if ye turn away, and forsake my statutes and my commandments which I have set before you, and shall go and serve other gods, and worship them, superscript 2 Then will I pluck them up by the roots out of my land which I have given them. And this house, which I have hallowed for my name, will I cast out of my sight, and I will make it a proverb and a byword among all peoples. 16. Forever, compare XXX. 8. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 And this house, which is so high, every one that passeth by it shall be astonished, and shall say, Why hath the Lord done thus unto this land, and to this house? 21. Which is so high, the Hebrew must be rendered by a past tense, which was high, as though the speaker spoke from a later standpoint than the age of Solomon. That interpretation, however, is clumsy. And in all probability the reading in Chronicles is simply an attempt to improve an erroneous text in Kings. There the original reading probably was, And this house shall become ruins, every one who passes by, etc. Superscript 2 And they shall answer, because they forsook the Lord, the God of their fathers, which brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, and laid hold on other gods, and worshipped them. And served them, therefore hath he brought all this evil upon them. 22. They shall answer, render, men shall say. Chapter 8. 1-6, compare 1 Kings 9. 10, 11, 17, 19. Solomon's cities. Superscript 1 And it came to pass at the end of 20 years, wherein Solomon had built the house of the Lord, and his own house. 20 years, compare 1 Kings 6. 38, 7. 1. Superscript 2 That the cities which Huram had given to Solomon, Solomon built them, and caused the children of Israel to dwell there. 2. The cities which Huram had given to Solomon, according to 1 Kings 9. 12, 13 It was Solomon who gave Huram cities. Huram however was not pleased with them, 1 Kings 9. 12, 13, and from this fact the English translators of 1611 concluded that Huram rejected them and restored them. No reconciliation of these different versions is tenable. And it is to be supposed that the chronicler's tradition is unhistorical. The idea that the wealthy Solomon could not or did not purchase what he required from Huram except by parting with a portion of the territories of Israel was repugnant. If not incredible, in the chronicler's day. Built them, i.e. fortified them. Superscript 3 And Solomon went to Hamath-zobah, and prevailed against it. 3. Hamath-zobah, the two kingdoms of Hamath and Zobah are distinguished from one another, 1 Chronicles 18. 3, 9 is equal to 2 Samuel 8. 3, 9, Hamath apparently being north of Zobah. It is probable however that Hamath as the name of a city belonged to more than one place, and Hamath-zobah may be a southern namesake of the well-known Hamath the Great, Amos 6. 2. Prevailed against it, no mention of this campaign is made elsewhere. It may be a genuine tradition preserved only in Chronicles. On the other hand, this statement and the reference to the store cities built in Hamath, verse 4, may be due to nothing except the mention of Tadmor in the wilderness, itself an error, see following note. If Solomon built far off Tadmor, then, the chronicler thinks, he must also have subdued the region of Hamath. And he built Tadmor in the wilderness, and all the store cities, which he built in Hamath. 4. Tadmor in the wilderness, Palmyra, Baedeker, Palestine, page 344, is meant, a city on an oasis northeast of Damascus halfway between Damascus and the Euphrates. Apart from this passage of Chronicles it first appears in history in B.C. 34, when it was threatened with attack by Mark Antony. This silence of history for 1,000 years casts a doubt on the belief that Tadmor, Palmyra, is as old as the time of Solomon, and the doubt is strengthened by a reference to the parallel passage, 1 Kings 9. 18, for there, 1, the text, Kathib, has Tamar, with Tadmor as marginal reading, and 2, Tamar, Tadmor, is associated with Gezer, Beth-horon, and Baalath, cities either in Judah or on its borders. Probably therefore the marginal reading, Tadmor, in 1 Kings is due to the influence of 2 Chronicles, and the text of 1 Kings, Tamar, is correct. The city built by Solomon was a Tamar in the south of Judah. Also he built Beth-horon the upper, and Beth-horon the nether, fenced cities, with walls, gates, and bars. 5. Beth-horon the upper, not mentioned in the parallel passage, 1 Kings 9. 17, which however has Gezer. The site of Gezer has recently been explored with extremely interesting results, see E.G. McAllister, Bible Sidelights from the Mound of Gezer. The chronicler probably omits the name of Gezer, because he had no liking for the tradition that Solomon married a daughter of Pharaoh, a heinous sin in the eyes of the chronicler's contemporaries, and according to 1 Kings 9. 16 Gezer was presented to Solomon by the Pharaoh as the dowry of his daughter. And Baalath, and all the store cities that Solomon had, and all the cities for his chariots, and the cities for his horsemen, and all that Solomon desired to build for his pleasure in Jerusalem, and in Lebanon, and in all the land of his dominion. 6. Baalath, a city in the tribe of, the southern, Dan not far from Gezer and Beth-horon, 1 Kings 9. 18. Cities for his chariots, see note on I-14. 710 equals 1 Kings 9. 20-23. Solomon's taskworkers. As for all the people that were left of the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, which were not of Israel. 7. Hittites. Jebusites, see notes on 1 Chronicles I-13-15. Of their children that were left after them in the land, whom the children of Israel consumed not, of them did Solomon raise a levy of bondservants, unto this day. 8. Consumed not, but in kings, were not able to consume, a displeasing remark, which the chronicler therefore softened down. A levy of bondservants, compare the notes on 2:17. But of the children of Israel did Solomon make no servants for his work, but they were men of war, and chief of his captains, and rulers of his chariots and of his horsemen. 9. And chief of his captains, read, with 1 Kings 9. 22, and his princes and his captains. The statements of this verse must be read in connection with 1 Kings v. 13 ff. 12. 4 ff. Whence it appears that, though Solomon did not actually reduce any Israelite to permanent slavery, yet he imposed upon his own people a corvée which was felt to be very burdensome. Superscript 1. And these were the chief officers of King Solomon, even 250, that bear rule over the people. 10. And these were the chief, after this preface, compare 1 Kings 9. 23, we expect both here and in 1 Kings a list of these persons. Compare 1 Chronicles 11. 10 ff. 12. 1 ff. Possibly the text of 1 Kings suffered at an early date, and the list was missing when the chronicler wrote. 250, according to 1 Kings 9. 23, 550. On the other hand, the under-overseers are reckoned at 3,600 in 2 Chronicles 2. 18 as against 3,300 in 1 Kings v. 16. The total number therefore of overseers of all kinds is given both in 1 Kings and 2 Chronicles as 3,850. 11 equals 1 Kings 9. 24. The house of Pharaoh's daughter. Superscript 1 And Solomon brought up the daughter of Pharaoh out of the city of David unto the house that he had built for her, for he said, My wife shall not dwell in the house of David king of Israel, because the places are holy. Whereunto the ark of the Lord hath come. Hebrew they are. 11, for he said, My wife, etc. These words are an addition by the chronicler. In 1 Kings 3. 1 it is said simply that Solomon brought Pharaoh's daughter into the city of David until his own house was finished. My wife shall not dwell, render, no wife of mine shall dwell. 12:16, compare 1 Kings 9. 25. Solomon's arrangements for the temple worship. This paragraph is in the main an expansion of 1 Kings 9. 25. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 Then Solomon offered burnt offerings unto the Lord on the altar of the Lord, which he had built before the porch. 12. On the altar of the Lord, which he had built before the porch, this refers to the great brazen altar of burnt offering, 4. 1. In 1 Kings the statement is that Solomon burnt incense upon the altar that was before the Lord, referring to the altar of incense, compare Exodus XXX. 1:10. Such an act, according to the chronicler, was of the nature of trespass, being punished in the case of Uzziah with leprosy, 26. 16, and was therefore not to be attributed to so great a king as Solomon. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 Even as the duty of every day required, offering according to the commandment of Moses, on the Sabbaths, and on the new moons, and on the set feasts, 3 times in the year, even in the feast of unleavened bread, and in the feast of weeks. And in the feast of tabernacles. 13, on the Sabbaths, and on the new moons, the writer in Kings confines Solomon's sacrificial duties to 3 times in the year, i.e. on the 3 great feasts specified at the end of this verse. The chronicler adds the weekly and monthly festivals, in conformity with the developed ritual of the priestly code. Superscript 1 And he appointed, according to the ordinance of David his father, the courses of the priests to their service, and the Levites to their charges, to praise, and to minister before the priests. As the duty of every day required, the doorkeepers also by their courses at every gate, for so had David the man of God commanded. Superscript 1 And they departed not from the commandment of the king unto the priests and Levites concerning any matter, or concerning the treasures. 14. Of David, compare 1 Chronicles 24. 26. To praise, and to minister before the priests, compare 1 Chronicles 23. 28. David the man of God, Targum David the prophet of the Lord, a correct paraphrase. Compare Nehemiah 12. 36. Superscript 1 Now all the work of Solomon was prepared unto the day of the foundation of the house of the Lord, and until it was finished. So the house of the Lord was perfected. 16. Now all the work of Solomon was prepared, so all the work of Solomon was established. Unto the day, was perfected, LXX. Offers a much shorter and smoother text, from the day on which it was founded until Solomon perfected the house of the Lord. This reading is probably right. 17, 18, equals 1 Kings 9. 26, 28. Solomon's fleet. Superscript 1 Then went Solomon to Ezion-Geber, and to Elath, on the sea shore in the land of Edom. 17, to Ezion-Geber, and to Elath, in 1 Kings Ezion-Geber which is beside Elath on the shore of the Red Sea. Strictly speaking it was at the head of the Gulf of Aqaba, the eastern arm of the Red Sea. Compare XX 36 and Deuteronomy 2. 8. Superscript 1 And Huram sent him by the hands of his servants ships, and servants that had knowledge of the sea. And they came with the servants of Solomon to Ophir, and fetched from thence 450 talents of gold, and brought them to King Solomon. 18. Sent him by the hands of his servants ships. The words would seem to imply that Huram had ships transported overland from the Phoenician coast to the Gulf of Aqaba. Either the chronicler has phrased the matter carelessly, or perhaps the text should be altered to conform with Kings, where it is merely said that Solomon built ships in Ezion-Geber, probably with the help of Huram, and that Huram helped to man them. Ophir, the situation of this oft-mentioned place is not known. It has been identified with some part of the coast, A, of India, B, of Africa, C, of Arabia. The last identification is the most probable. Ophir appears as the name of an Arabian tribe, Genesis X, 29. The name is variously written in the LXX. But usually with an initial S, Safar, A, which has been supposed to refer to India. 450 talents, so LXX. But in 1 Kings, 420, so Hebrew, in LXX. B, 120. Chapter 9. 112, equals 1 Kings X, 113. The visit of the Queen of Sheba. Superscript 1 And when the Queen of Sheba heard of the fame of Solomon, she came to prove Solomon with hard questions at Jerusalem, with a very great train, and camels that bear spices, and gold in abundance, and precious stones. And when she was come to Solomon, she communed with him of all that was in her heart. Superscript 2 And Solomon told her all her questions, and there was not anything hid from Solomon which he told her not. Superscript 3 And when the Queen of Sheba had seen the wisdom of Solomon, and the house that he had built. 1. Sheba, an important district in Arabia Felix, the seat of a kingdom. See notes on 1 Chronicles I, 9, 32, also Barnes on 1 Kings X, 1. Hard questions, Hebrew idoth, dark sayings, Proverbs I, 6, the singular is translated riddle, Judges 14. 12:18. And the meat of his table, and the sitting of his servants, and the attendance of his ministers, and their apparel, his cupbearers also, and their apparel, and his ascent by which he went up unto the house of the Lord. There was no more spirit in her. Hebrew standing. 4. And their apparel. The phrase is repeated probably through an error of transcription, it occurs once only in the parallel place in 1 Kings. His ascent by which he went up, render, if the text be sound, his manner of going up, i.e. the pomp with which he went up, so Targum, but it is better, with LXX. And Peshitta, to read the burnt offerings which he used to offer, a rendering which is right in 1 Kings XXIV, compare Revised Version margin. The difference of reading between Chronicles and 1 Kings in the Hebrew is slight. And she said to the king, It was a true report that I heard in mine own land of thine acts, and of thy wisdom. Or, sayings. 5. Of thine acts, literally of thy matters, the reference is quite general. Howbeit I believed not their words, until I came, and mine eyes had seen it, and, behold, the half of the greatness of thy wisdom was not told me, thou exceeded the fame that I heard. Happy are thy men, and happy are these thy servants, which stand continually before thee, and hear thy wisdom. 6. The greatness of thy wisdom, compare 1 Kings XVII, thy wisdom and prosperity. Blessed be the Lord thy God, which delighted in thee, to set thee on his throne, to be king for the Lord thy God, because thy God loved Israel, to establish them forever, therefore made he thee king over them, to do judgment and justice. 8. On his throne, to the chronicler the Israelite throne belongs to God, the visible king occupies it only as a deputy. Compare 1 Chronicles 28. 5. The throne of the kingdom of the Lord, 1 Chronicles 29. 23. Solomon sat on the throne of the Lord. Contrast 1 Kings X9. And she gave the king 120 talents of gold, and spices in great abundance, and precious stones, neither was there any such spice as the queen of Sheba gave to King Solomon. 9. 120 talents of gold, a sum so large must be regarded rather as tribute than as a complimentary gift. Any such spice, i.e. as in 1 Kings, such abundance of spices. Superscript 1 And the servants also of Huram, and the servants of Solomon, which brought gold from Ophir, brought algum trees and precious stones. Superscript 1 And the king made of the algum trees terraces for the house of the Lord, and for the king's house, and harps and psalteries for the singers, and there were none such seen before in the land of Judah. In 1 Kings XI, almug trees. 10, 11. These verses interrupt the connection in Kings as in Chronicles they are an interpolation. Verse 12 concludes the account of the visit of the Queen of Sheba. 10. Algum trees, in 1 Kings, almug trees. Compare 2. 8. Note. 11. Terraces, perhaps raised paths. In 1 Kings X12 a different Hebrew word is used, which may mean railings, pillars, authorized version. Psalteries, compare 1 Chronicles 13. 8. Note. In the land of Judah, here the chronicler speaks as a man of his own age. We should expect, land of Israel. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 And King Solomon gave to the Queen of Sheba all her desire, whatsoever she asked, beside that which she had brought unto the king. So she turned, and went to her own land, she and her servants. 12. Beside that which she had brought unto the king, this means that the king beside returning the queen the value of her present to him, also gave her additional gifts. Compare 1 Kings X13. 1328, equals 1 Kings X 1427. Solomon's greatness. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 Now the weight of gold that came to Solomon in 1 year was 636 talents of gold. 13. 636, this may be called a round number, for a system of counting based on the number 6 was known in ancient times, e.g. among the Assyrians. Taken literally, the amount, which would be equal to about £4 million and of course a vastly greater purchasing power than the same sum today, is fantastically large. For similar high figures, compare 1 Chronicles 22. 14, note. Superscript 1 Beside that which the chapmen and merchants brought, and all the kings of Arabia and the governors of the country brought gold and silver to Solomon. 14. Chapman, the English word means merchant. Compare the verb, to chaffer, and the German, Kaufmann. The Hebrew word means literally those who go about as merchants. Governors, Hebrew path, plural of pia. Compare pasha, a word applied specially to governors of provinces of the Assyrian, Babylonian, and Persian empires. Presumably governors outside the land of Israel are here meant. Superscript 1 and King Solomon made 200 targets of beaten gold, 600 shekels of beaten gold went to one target. 15. Targets, Hebrew inna, a word meaning a large shield, compare 1 Samuel 17. 7. On the other hand in verse 16, Hebrew magen, small shields are meant. The English renderings should be transposed so as to read shields in verse 15 and targets in verse 16. 600 shekels, about 21 pounds, avoirdupois. Went to one target, render, also in verse 16, were spread upon one target. Superscript 1 and he made 300 shields of beaten gold, 300 shekels of gold went to one shield, and the king put them in the house of the forest of Lebanon. Superscript 1 moreover the king made a great throne of ivory, and overlaid it with pure gold. 16. Shields, see note on verse 15. The house of the forest of Lebanon, so called probably because it was built of cedar of Lebanon, 1 Kings 7. 2. It was in Jerusalem and seems to have existed as late as the time of Isaiah, Isaiah 22. 8. When it was in use as an armory. Superscript 1 and there were 6 steps to the throne, with a footstool of gold, which were fastened to the throne, and stays on either side by the place of the seat, and 2 lions standing beside the stays. Superscript 1 and 12 lions stood there on the one side and on the other upon the 6 steps, there was not the like made in any kingdom. Superscript 2 and all King Solomon's drinking vessels were of gold, and all the vessels of the house of the forest of Lebanon were of pure gold, silver was nothing accounted of in the days of Solomon. Or, arms Hebrew hands. 18. With a footstool of gold, which were fastened to the throne, a quite different detail takes the place of this in 1 Kings x:19, and the top of the throne was round behind. Perhaps both details were found in the original text of Kings. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 for the king had ships that went to Tarshish with the servants of Huram, once every 3 years came the ships of Tarshish, bringing gold, and silver, ivory, and apes, and peacocks. Superscript 2 Superscript 2 So King Solomon exceeded all the kings of the earth in riches and wisdom. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 And all the kings of the earth sought the presence of Solomon, to hear his wisdom, which God had put in his heart. 21. For the king had ships that went to Tarshish. Here the chronicler misunderstands the parallel passage, 1 Kings x:22, for the king had at sea a navy of Tarshish. Navy, or ships, of Tarshish, compare Psalms 48. 7. Is a phrase meaning large ships fit for long voyages, i.e. such as were the vessels used by the Phoenicians in trading with Tarshish, i.e. Tartessus in Spain. We may well compare the use of the title, Indiaman, for that term came to be used generally of large trading vessels besides those actually trading with India. The merchandise mentioned in this verse doubtless came from the east and not from Tarshish. Apes, these animals were much sought after, they appear pictured in relief on the black obelisk, in the British Museum. Among the tribute received by Shalmaneser II of Assyria. Superscript 2 And they brought every man his present, vessels of silver, and vessels of gold, and raiment, armor, and spices, horses, and mules, a rate year by year. 24. His present, i.e. his tribute. Armor, a less probable rendering is sigma tau alpha kappa tau, oil of myrrh, LXX. Here and in Kings, also myrrh, Peshitta of 2 Chronicles. 25-28. Compare I, 14-17. Superscript 2 And Solomon had 4,000 stalls for horses and chariots, and 12,000 horsemen, which he bestowed in the chariot cities, and with the king at Jerusalem. 25. 4,000 stalls for horses and chariots, in the parallel passage, 1 Kings 4. 26 equals V6, Hebrew, 40,000 stalls of horses for his chariots. Compare also I-14 equals 1 Kings X. 26, where 1,400 stalls of horses for chariots are ascribed to Solomon. This number is much more likely to correspond with fact, but that does not affect the probability that the chronicler would find no difficulty in crediting Solomon with possessing 4,000 or even 40,000, especially at the close of his reign. The meaning of the word rendered stalls is quite uncertain. It may mean pair. 12,000 horsemen, so 1 Kings 4. 26, v6, Hebrew, and 2 Chronicles I-14, equals 1 Kings X, 26. Chariot cities, see note on I-14. Superscript 2 And he ruled over all the kings from the river even unto the land of the Philistines, and to the border of Egypt. 26, from the river, i.e. the Euphrates. Even unto the land of the Philistines, it is implied, were able to maintain their independence. Superscript 2 And the king made silver to be in Jerusalem as stones, and cedars made he to be as the sycamore trees that are in the lowland, for abundance. 27, cedars, rather, cedar wood. Sycamore, i.e. the fig mulberry, not now a common tree in Palestine. Compare 1 Chronicles 27. 28, note. The lowland, Hebrew Shephelah. C. G. A. Smith, Historical Geography of the Holy Land, Chapter 10, the Shephelah, and the note on I-15. Superscript 2 And they brought horses for Solomon out of Egypt, and out of all lands. 28, And they brought, etc. Compare I-16, 17. 29:31, equals 1 Kings 11. 41:43. The Epilogue. An important section of 1 Kings, 11. 140, giving an account of Solomon's patronage of idolatry and of the troubles of his reign is significantly omitted by the chronicler, see the note on 1 Chronicles 29. 25, p. For the authorities to which the chronicler appeals in these verses, see Introduction. Superscript 2 Now the rest of the acts of Solomon, first and last, are they not written in the history of Nathan the prophet, and in the prophecy of Ahijah the Shilonite, and in the visions of Iddo the seer concerning Jeroboam the son of Nebat? Hebrew words. Hebrew Jedi, or Jiddo. 29, the history of Nathan, compare 1 Chronicles 29. 29. Ahijah the Shilonite, 1 Kings 11. 29, 14. 2 ff. Iddo, Hebrew Jedi or Jiddo, probably a misspelling, compare 12. 15. Superscript 3 And Solomon reigned in Jerusalem over all Israel 40 years. 30, 40 years, the number is a round number, compare Judges 3. 30, v. 31, 8. 28, 13. 1. Superscript 3 Superscript 1 And Solomon slept with his fathers, and he was buried in the city of David his father, and Rehoboam his son reigned in his stead. 31. Slept with his fathers, this formula is not used of David, 1 Chronicles 29. 28. Doubtless because David's father was not a king. In the city of David, 1 Chronicles 11. 7. Chapters 10, XXXVI. The history of Judah from Rehoboam to the exile. Chapter 10. 115, equals 1 Kings 12. 115. The conference at Shechem. Superscript 1 And Rehoboam went to Shechem, for all Israel were come to Shechem to make him king. 1. Shechem, chosen by Rehoboam for its central position, for it is in the heart of western Palestine between Emtiebel and Emtigerazim. Superscript 2 And it came to pass, when Jeroboam the son of Nebat heard of it, for he was in Egypt, whither he had fled from the presence of King Solomon, that Jeroboam returned out of Egypt. Superscript 3 And they sent and called him. And Jeroboam and all Israel came, and they spake to Rehoboam, saying, 2. Jeroboam, for his antecedents, which are not given by the chronicler, see 1 Kings 11. XXVI. That Jeroboam returned out of Egypt, so we should read also in 1 Kings 12. 2:4, and Jeroboam dwelt in Egypt. The difference in Hebrew between the two readings when written without the vowels is confined to one letter, instead of Thy father made our yoke grievous, now therefore make thou the grievous service of thy father, and his heavy yoke which he put upon us, lighter, and we will serve thee. And he said unto them, Come again unto me after 3 days. And the people departed. 4. The grievous service of thy father, that the service complained of is described, in part, in 1 Kings v. 13, 14, no parallel in Chronicles. Compare 8. 9 equals 1 Kings 9. 22, note. And we will serve thee, the people claim their ancient right to a voice in the appointment of a king, compare 1 Samuel 11. 14, 15, Saul, and 2 Samuel v. 1-3, David. And King Rehoboam took counsel with the old men, that had stood before Solomon his father while he yet lived, saying, What counsel give ye me to return answer to this people? 6. Stood before, compare Deuteronomy 38, 1 Kings 17. 1. The phrase is used to express service, whether rendered to God or to man. And they spake unto him, saying, If thou be kind to this people, and please them, and speak good words to them, then they will be thy servants forever. But he forsook the counsel of the old men which they had given him, and took counsel with the young men that were grown up with him, that stood before him. And he said unto them, What counsel give ye, that we may return answer to this people, who have spoken to me, saying, Make the yoke that thy father did put upon us lighter. Superscript 1. And the young men that were grown up with him spake unto him, saying, Thus shalt thou say unto the people that spake unto thee, saying, Thy father made our yoke heavy, but make thou it lighter unto us. Thus shalt thou say unto them, My little finger is thicker than my father's loins. 7. If thou be kind to this people, and please them, the chronicler has softened the forcible words of the parallel passage, 1 Kings 12. 7. If thou wilt be a servant unto this people this day, and wilt serve them. The words which were too blunt for Rehoboam were also too blunt for the chronicler. Superscript 1. And now whereas my father did lade you with a heavy yoke, I will add to your yoke, my father chastised you with whips, but I will chastise you with scorpions. Superscript 1. Superscript 2. So Jeroboam and all the people came to Rehoboam the 3rd day, as the king bade, saying, Come to me again the 3rd day. 11. With whips. A whip or flail was among the insignia of an Egyptian, and perhaps also of an Israelite, king. Compare Erman, Ancient Egypt, English translation page 60, where an illustration is given, and page 63. With scorpions, the expression may be proverbial and metaphorical, but some authorities, e.g. Peshitta, take scorpion, to be the name of a particular kind of scourge, the lash of which was provided with thorns or hooks. Superscript 1. Superscript 3. And the king answered them roughly. And King Rehoboam forsook the counsel of the old men, and spake to them after the counsel of the young men, saying, My father made your yoke heavy, but I will add thereto, my father chastised you with whips, but I will chastise you with scorpions. 13. Answered them roughly. It was difficult for the son of so powerful a king as Solomon to realize that there was any necessity for a soft answer. Solomon had put down Israelite discontent by driving Jeroboam into exile in Egypt, and David had put down somewhat easily the movement under Sheba son of Bichri, 2 Samuel XX. 122. Could the good fortune of the house of David fail at this third crisis? Superscript 1. So the king hearkened not unto the people. For it was brought about of God, that the Lord might establish his word, which he spake by the hand of Ahijah the Shilonite to Jeroboam the son of Nebat. 15. Ahijah, compare 1 Kings 11. 29-39. The incident referred to is not narrated in Chronicles, being assumed to be known. 16:19 equals 1 Kings 12. 16:19. The revolt. Superscript 1. And when all Israel saw that the king hearkened not unto them, the people answered the king, saying, what portion have we in David? Neither have we inheritance in the son of Jesse, every man to your tents, O Israel, now see to thine own house, David. So all Israel departed unto their tents. 16. What portion have we in David? The son of Jesse. The same protest was voiced by Sheba in his brief rebellion against David, 1 Samuel XX. 1. Contrast the language of the 10 tribes after the collapse of Absalom's rebellion. We have 10 parts in the king, 2 Samuel 19. 43. To your tents, see note on 7. 10. Superscript 1. But as for the children of Israel that dwelt in the cities of Judah, Rehoboam reigned over them. 17. The order is much improved if this verse be read after verse 19. Superscript 1. Then King Rehoboam sent Hadoram, who was over the levy, and the children of Israel stoned him with stones, that he died. And King Rehoboam made speed to get him up to his chariot, to flee to Jerusalem. Superscript 1. So Israel rebelled against the house of David, unto this day. 18. Hadoram, called Aduram in the parallel passage, 1 Kings 12. 18, and Adoniram, 1 Kings 4. 6, v. 14, 28, Hebrew. Chapter 11. 1-4, equals 1 Kings 12. 21-24. Shemaiah forbids civil war. The chronicler here omits the elevation of Jeroboam to be king over Israel, 1 Kings 12. 20. Superscript 1. And when Rehoboam was come to Jerusalem, he assembled the house of Judah and Benjamin, and 180,000 chosen men, which were warriors, to fight against Israel, to bring the kingdom again to Rehoboam. 1. 180,000, the number is small compared with the Judean armies mentioned in 13. 3, 14. 7, 17. 14, yet it is far greater than is credible. The word rendered thousand may originally have been used to denote a tribal division, thus including women and children and old men. If so, the actual warriors represented by 180 such thousands would be about 30,000, a very large number for so small a state, yet not impossible. But, however that may be for the early days, there is little or no doubt that the chronicler understood the word in its strict sense, a literal thousand. See the note on 17. 14. Superscript 2. But the word of the Lord came to Shemaiah the man of God, saying. 2. Shemaiah, c. 12. 5, 15. Superscript 3. Speak unto Rehoboam the son of Solomon, king of Judah, and to all Israel in Judah and Benjamin, saying, Thus saith the Lord, Ye shall not go up, nor fight against your brethren, return every man to his house, for this thing is of me. So they hearkened unto the words of the Lord, and returned from going against Jeroboam. 3. To all Israel in Judah and Benjamin, the chronicler does not hesitate to use the term Israel in speaking of Judah. Thus the princes of the southern kingdom are called the princes of Israel, 12. 6, 21. 4. The populace as a whole is called Israel, 12. 1, 15. 17. Jehoshaphat and Ahaz are each called King of Israel, 21. 2, 28. 19. And the sepulchres of the kings at Jerusalem are called the sepulchres of the kings of Israel, 28. 27. Israel in Chronicles then equals the covenant people. In Kings, on the contrary, Israel generally means the northern kingdom. 5:23. The prosperity of Rehoboam. These verses have no corresponding section in 1 Kings. On the other hand, the chronicler omits 3 important sections of 1 Kings, viz. 12, 25-33, the setting up of the golden calves, 13. 132, the episode of the prophet who cried against the altar in Bethel, and 14. 118, the death of the son of Jeroboam. And Rehoboam dwelt in Jerusalem, and built cities for defense in Judah. 5. Built cities for defense. This does not mean that all these cities were then built for the first time. Certainly Bethlehem, Tekoa, and Hebron were ancient places. Rebuilding, strengthening, and fortifying are included in the meaning of the Hebrew verb bana equals build. The cities mentioned were situated some in the hill country of Judah, some in the Shephelah. It is probable that they were strengthened as a measure of defense against Egypt. Less likely is the suggestion that they were fortified chiefly to prevent or suppress insurrection against Rehoboam in Judah. See also Introduction Section 7, p. He built even Bethlehem, and Etam, and Tekoa. 6. Etam, probably represented by some ruins a little to the southwest of Bethlehem, by which is a spring called Ein Aten. Compare 1 Chronicles 4. 3. Bedeker, Palestine, page 109. And Beth-zur, and Soko, and Adullam. 7. Beth-zur, represented by the ruined Burj Ar to the north of Hebron. Compare Joshua 15. 58. Bedeker, Palestine, page 112. Soko, the cities hitherto mentioned were situated in the hill country, but the position of the Soko here mentioned and Adullam is uncertain. 2 places bore the name Soko or Soko, one situated in the Shephelah, Joshua 15. 35, 1 Samuel 17. 1, Revised Version, and one in the hill country, the mountains, Joshua 15. 48, see note 1 Chronicles 4. 18, for Adullam compare Joshua 15. 35, 1 Chronicles 11. 15, note on the cave of Adullam. And Gath, and Mareshah, and Ziph. 8. Gath, compare 1 Chronicles 18. 1. Mareshah, in the Shephelah south of the modern Beit Jibrin. Compare 14. 9. XX. 37. Ziph, probably tells Ziph south of Hebron. And Adoraim, and Lachish, and Azekah. 9. Adoraim, the modern Dora west of Hebron. Azekah, in the Shephelah, mentioned along with Soko in Joshua 15. 35. Superscript 1 and Zorah, and Aijalon, and Hebron, which are in Judah and in Benjamin, fenced cities. Superscript 1 and he fortified the strongholds, and put captains in them, and store of victual, and oil and wine. 10. Zorah, Joshua 15. 33, Revised Version. It was situated in the Shephelah. Aijalon, the modern Yalo, a little north of the Jaffa road about midway between Ramlah and Jerusalem. It is an ancient place mentioned in the Tel Elamarna letters. Compare 28. 18 and 1 Chronicles 6. 69. Also Smith, Historical Geography of the Holy Land pages 210-213. And in Benjamin, none of the 15 cities seems to have been in Benjamin. Zorah and Aijalon were in Dan, Joshua 19. 41, 42, Revised Version, while the remaining 13 were in Judah. Compare verse 5. Benjamin, in reality, belonged to the northern kingdom until, after the fall of Samaria, its territory was included in the Judean kingdom, see 1 Kings 12. 20. Later, the idea prevailed that it had been one with the southern kingdom from the beginning, as appears here, and apparently in 1 Kings 11. 31. At any rate the phrase, Judah and Benjamin, came to be used as a general expression denoting the southern kingdom. How long any sense of its partial inaccuracy remained is uncertain. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 And in every several city he put shields and spears, and made them exceeding strong. And Judah and Benjamin belonged to him. 12. And Judah and Benjamin belonged to him, if the view, discussed in a note on verse 5, that Rehoboam's military precautions were carried through to suppress or prevent rebellion in Judah. Then this phrase should be rendered and so Judah and Benjamin became his. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 And the priests and the Levites that were in all Israel resorted to him out of all their border. 13. Resorted to him, literally took their stand by him. Superscript 1 For the Levites left their suburbs and their possession, and came to Judah and Jerusalem, for Jeroboam and his sons cast them off, that they should not execute the priest's office unto the Lord. 14. Suburbs, see note on 1 Chronicles v. 16. Cast them off, that they should not execute the priest's office unto the Lord. The point is in the concluding words, unto the Lord, i.e. Jehovah. Jeroboam did not abandon the worship of Jehovah, although later generations thought so and could not conceive that the famous calves wherewith he made Israel to sin were images symbolic of Jehovah. The chronicler regards him as having lapsed into gross idolatry, see verse 15, and as having ejected all the Levites from his kingdom. A less stringent opinion as to his treatment of the priests of Jehovah is expressed in 1 Kings 12. 31, 13. 33 where it is not said that Jeroboam rejected the tribe of Levi, but only that he allowed men of any tribe to become priests, he made priests from among all the people, Revised Version. Comparison of Kings and Chronicles is here very valuable as an illustration of the care with which the history in Chronicles has been adapted to indicate that the northern kingdom was wholly wicked and apostate from the start. The chronicler's hostility to the north is really directed against the Samaritans, see Introduction. Superscript 1 And he appointed him priests for the high places, and for the he-goats, and for the calves which he had made. Superscript 1 And after them, out of all the tribes of Israel, such as set their hearts to seek the Lord, the God of Israel, came to Jerusalem to sacrifice unto the Lord, the God of their fathers. Or, Satyrs see Leviticus 17. 7. 15. The he-goats, the heathen Arabs believed in the existence of demons, called jinn, having various animal forms and inhabiting deserted places, and this belief was shared by the Hebrews, compare Isaiah 13. 21, in this verse and in Leviticus 17. 7. The writers seem to identify the gods worshipped by the heathen with these demons. Compare W. R. Smith, Religion of the Semites Superscript 2, pages 120 ff. The calves, not previously mentioned in Chronicles, 1 Kings 12. 28. Superscript 1 So they strengthened the kingdom of Judah, and made Rehoboam the son of Solomon strong, 3 years, for they walked 3 years in the way of David and Solomon. 17. 3 years, there were 3 years of prosperity, in the 4th year Judah fell away into idolatry, and in the 5th year chastisement overtook them by the hand of Shishak, 12. 1-3. For the significance of this, see the note on 12. 14. Of David and Solomon, the chronicler here as elsewhere ignores the fall of Solomon. In 1 Kings 11. For 6 an express distinction is made between the way of David and the way of Solomon. Superscript 1 And Rehoboam took him a wife, Mahalath the daughter of Jerimoth the son of David, and of Abihail the daughter of Eliab the son of Jesse, Superscript 1 And she bare him sons, Jush, and Shemariah, and Zaim. Or, and Abihail. 18. Jerimoth, nothing is known regarding a son of David of this name. He may have been the son of a concubine, 1 Chronicles 3. 9. And of Abihail, i.e. Mahalath's father was Jerimoth, her mother Abihail. The Authorized Version, and Abihail, wrongly implies that Abihail was, like Mahalath, a wife of Rehoboam. Eliab, David's eldest brother, 1 Samuel 16. 6, 17. 13. Superscript 2 And after her he took Maacah the daughter of Absalom. And she bare him Abijah, and Attai, and Ziza, and Shelemith. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 And Rehoboam loved Maacah the daughter of Absalom above all his wives and his concubines, for he took 18 wives, and 60 concubines, and begot 28 sons and 60 daughters. Superscript 2 Superscript 2 And Rehoboam appointed Abijah the son of Maacah to be chief, even the prince among his brethren, for he was minded to make him king. In chapter 13. 2. Micaiah the daughter of Uriel. 20. Maacah, perhaps the granddaughter of Absalom, since she is called the daughter of Uriel of Gibeah in 13. 2. Where, with LXX, read Maacah for Micaiah, and see the note there. According to 2 Samuel 18. 18 Absalom had no son to keep his name in remembrance, but he may have had a daughter who married Uriel and became the mother of this Maacah, and further in 2 Samuel 14:27 it is said that Absalom had 3 sons and a daughter named Tamar. These sons may all have died young, but perhaps 14:27 is another tradition differing from 18:18. Abijah, called Abijam, 1 Kings 15:1. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 And he dealt wisely, and dispersed of all his sons throughout all the lands of Judah and Benjamin, unto every fenced city, and he gave them victual in abundance. And he sought for them many wives. Or, sought a multitude of wives. 23. All the lands, i.e. the territory of Judah, compare 1 Chronicles 13:2, margin. And he sought for them many wives, more exactly, as margin, and he sought a multitude of wives. It is difficult to say whether or not the chronicler has Deuteronomy 17:17 in his mind and is implicitly blaming the king. In any case he goes on in the next verse to say that Rehoboam forsook the law of the Lord. It is however probable that there is a slight error in the Hebrew and that the text ran originally thus, and he took for them, i.e. for his sons, a multitude of wives. Rehoboam's own conjugal affairs have been already described in verse 21. Chapter 12. 1:12, compare 1 Kings 14:22, 25-28. The invasion of Shishak. Superscript 1 And it came to pass, when the kingdom of Rehoboam was established, and he was strong, that he forsook the law of the Lord, and all Israel with him. 1. All Israel, i.e. all the southern kingdom, compare note on 11. 3. The details of Judah's apostasy are given in 1 Kings 14:22-24. Superscript 2 And it came to pass in the 5th year of King Rehoboam, that Shishak king of Egypt came up against Jerusalem, because they had trespassed against the Lord. 2. Shishak, the Egyptian king has commemorated this expedition in a pictorial inscription on the wall of the Temple of Karnak. It appears that the northern kingdom suffered as well as the southern. Much spoil was carried off, but no permanent conquest of Canaan was attempted. Breasted, History of Egypt, pages 529 f. Because they had trespassed, a touch characteristic of the chronicler, compare 13:18-21. 10:24. 24:25. 20:27. 6:28. 19, and 1 Chronicles X13:14. The chronicler sees the working of temporal rewards and of temporal punishments everywhere. Superscript 3 With 1,200 chariots, and 300,000 horsemen, and the people were without number that came with him out of Egypt, the Lubim, the Sukkiim, and the Ethiopians. 3. With 1,200 chariots, the details given in this verse are absent from 1 Kings. Lubim, i.e. the Libyans of North Africa. Shishak was a leader of Libyan mercenaries. He made himself master of Egypt circa 950 BC. And is known as the founder of the XXII dynasty. Sukkiim, LXX. Tauro Omega Gamma Lambda Omicron Delta Tau Alpha Iota, i.e. the cave dwellers of the mountains which fringed the west coast of the Red Sea. But whether these are really meant here is doubtful. And he took the fenced cities which pertained to Judah, and came unto Jerusalem. 4. The fenced cities, compare 11. 5. Now Shemaiah the prophet came to Rehoboam, and to the princes of Judah, that were gathered together to Jerusalem because of Shishak, and said unto them, Thus saith the Lord, Ye have forsaken me. Therefore have I also left you in the hand of Shishak. 5. Now Shemaiah the prophet came. This intervention of Shemaiah is not mentioned in 1 Kings for an earlier appearance of the prophet c. 11. 2 ff equals 1 Kings 12. 22 ff. Have I also left you in the hand, rather, I also have forsaken you and delivered you into the hand. Then the princes of Israel and the king humbled themselves, and they said, The Lord is righteous. 6. Princes of Israel, called princes of Judah, in verse 5, compare note on 11. 3. Humbled themselves, i.e. they fasted and put on sackcloth, compare 1 Kings 21. 27, 29. The Lord is righteous, compare Pharaoh's confession, Exodus 9. 27, and the psalmists address to God, that thou mayest be justified, literally, mayest be righteous, when thou speakest, and be clear when thou judgest, Psalms li 4. The righteousness of God is made known to man in his judgment, whether the judgment be of condemnation, as here, or of acquittal, as 1 John I, 9, Revised Version. And when the Lord saw that they humbled themselves, the word of the Lord came to Shemaiah, saying, They have humbled themselves. I will not destroy them, but I will grant them some deliverance, and my wrath shall not be poured out upon Jerusalem by the hand of Shishak. Or, deliverance within a little while, or, a few that shall escape. 7. Some deliverance, render, as margin, deliverance within a little while. Nevertheless they shall be his servants, that they may know my service, and the service of the kingdoms of the countries. 8. That they may know my service, etc., i.e. that they may learn the difference between my service and other service. So Shishak king of Egypt came up against Jerusalem, and took away the treasures of the house of the Lord, and the treasures of the king's house. He took all away, he took away also the shields of gold which Solomon had made. 9. He took all away. Shishak was bought off with a heavy present from attacking Jerusalem, compare the case of Sennacherib, 2 Kings 18. 13-16. Shields, rather, targets, i.e. small shields, compare note on 9. 15. Superscript 1 and King Rehoboam made in their stead shields of brass, and committed them to the hands of the captains of the guard, that kept the door of the king's house. Superscript 1 and it was so, that as oft as the king entered into the house of the Lord, the guard came and bare them, and brought them back into the guard chamber. Hebrew runners. 10. The guard, margin, more literally, the runners. These derived their name from the duty of running before the king's chariot to clear the way for him, compare 2 Samuel 15. 1, 1 Kings I, 5. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 And when he humbled himself, the wrath of the Lord turned from him, that he would not destroy him altogether, and moreover in Judah there were good things found. 12. In Judah were good things found, i.e. piety, compare 19. 3. This is said as giving an additional reason for the mercy which God had showed, verse 7. Doubtless it is also intended to emphasize the religious superiority of the south over the north, compare the note on 11. 20. 13-16, compare 1 Kings 14. 21, 29-31. Summary of Rehoboam's reign. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 So King Rehoboam strengthened himself in Jerusalem, and reigned, for Rehoboam was 41 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 17 years in Jerusalem, the city which the Lord had chosen out of all the tribes of Israel, to put his name there, and his mother's name was Naamah the Ammonitess. 13. Strengthened himself, see note on I-1. The immediate reference is to a recovery of strength after the departure of Shishak, the further reference is to 11. 5. 41 years old. And he reigned 17 years, so read both the Hebrew and LXX. Here and in 1 Kings 14. 21, but in the additional passage which follows 1 Kings 12. 24 in LXX. B. Not a, we read, 16 years old, and 12 years he reigned. No importance however can be attached to this variation, for the passage which contains it is plainly midrashic in character. The city which the Lord had chosen, though the 10 tribes were lost to the house of David, the Lord kept his oath to David by securing to his seed the possession of the one holy city of Israel. Superscript 1 And he did that which was evil, because he set not his heart to seek the Lord. 14. He set not his heart, the phrase implies steady purpose. The chronicler concludes that Rehoboam must be classed as a king who was good but not entirely so. The considerations which chiefly influenced him in determining the character of this reign were perhaps two. On the one hand, the invasion of Shishak was felt to be a fixed point. A disaster only to be accounted for in the chronicler's view by some falling away from assiduous worship of Jehovah. And on the other hand, it seemed incredible that the second direct descendant of David on the throne of Israel should have been seriously corrupt. The situation was met by representing Rehoboam as having been 3 years faithful, and therefore prosperous, and 1 year faithless, and therefore assailed by Shishak in the 5th year. The favorable aspect of his reign was further emphasized by the statement of verse 16, and by the suppression of the 3 damaging passages in Kings, referred to in the headnote to 11. 5:23. It is very obvious that the resultant picture of the king is much less true to historical reality than the account in Kings, but it serves excellently to illustrate the chronicler's contention that virtue prospers and vice is punished. And once more we may insist that the value of this writer for us lies supremely in the energy and the conviction with which he seeks to drive home this great moral and spiritual belief. Superscript 1. Now the acts of Rehoboam, first and last, are they not written in the histories of Shemaiah the prophet and of Iddo the seer, after the manner of genealogies? And there were wars between Rehoboam and Jeroboam continually. Superscript 1. And Rehoboam slept with his fathers, and was buried in the city of David, and Abijah his son reigned in his stead. Hebrew words. Or, in reckoning the genealogies. 15. In the histories of, see Introduction. Iddo, compare 13. 22, and see note on 9. 29. After the manner of genealogies, margin in reckoning the genealogies, but literally, to enroll themselves. This most obscure phrase is perhaps a meaningless fragment due to textual corruption. Another suggestion is that it has been misplaced and should be read at the end of 11. 16. Chapter 13. 1, 2, equals 1 Kings 15. 1, 2. Abijah succeeds. Superscript 1. In the 18th year of King Jeroboam began Abijah to reign over Judah. 1. Abijah, called Abijam in 1 Kings, LXX. Beta iota omicron, i.e. Abijahu. Superscript 2. 3 years reigned he in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Micaiah the daughter of Uriel of Gibeah. And there was war between Abijah and Jeroboam. 2. Micaiah, read with LXX. Makkah, compare note on 11. 20. Torrey, however, Ezra Studies, page 217, suggests that some words have fallen out of the text through similarity of ending. He would read, and his mother's name was Makkah less than daughter of Absalom, and he took to wife greater than Makkah the daughter of Uriel of Gibeah. The inconsistency as to Makkah's parentage between this verse and 11. 20 would disappear, and the suggestion that Makkah was granddaughter of Absalom, see 11. 20, note, would be unnecessary. 3:20, no parallel in 1 Kings. The Battle of Zemaraim. The account of Abijah's astonishing triumph over the host of Jeroboam should be compared with 14. 9:15, Asa's victory, and 20. 1:30, Jehoshaphat's victory, see Introduction pages F. Passages which like the present are nowhere else recorded, and are essentially unhistorical. No reliance can be placed on the high numbers of the opposing armies, verse 3. On the pious speech ascribed to King Abijah which neatly and forcibly expresses the ecclesiastical view of schismatic Israel held by the chronicler and his school, verses 4:12, or on the appalling carnage wrought in the Israelite army, verse 17. The tale, in fact, is of a markedly midrashic character, i.e. a narrative intended to edify and not to be treated as serious history. But in all such cases it is fair to distinguish between the form and the substance, at least the bare substance of the tale. Thus in the present instance the judgment stated above does not preclude the possibility that war took place between Abijah and Jeroboam, and that the former gained a useful success over the more powerful northern kingdom. The absence from Kings of any mention of such victory is a serious objection. But it is not fatal, unless we take the view, objected to in the introduction, that the chronicler had absolutely no sources, oral or written, of the faintest value for pre-exilic days apart from the canonical writings. Yet it must be admitted that it would be not unnatural to the workings of the chronicler's mind to infer that some signal success must have rewarded so near a descendant of David, if only to compensate in part for Rehoboam's disastrous reign in at any rate to punish the glaring iniquity of a schismatic and idolatrous Israel. Judging from the brief account of Abijah in 1 Kings 15:1-7, we may conclude that the continued hostility between North and South was a fact, but that it is extremely improbable there was a reliable tradition, if any at all, regarding a great Judean victory in his reign. See note on Zemaraim below. Superscript 3. And Abijah joined battle with an army of valiant men of war, even 400,000 chosen men, and Jeroboam set the battle in array against him with 800,000 chosen men, who were mighty men of valor. 3. 400,000, 800,000, the numbers are of course vastly in excess of any historic possibility. Compare the notes on 11. 1, 14. 8, and especially that on 17. 14. And Abijah stood up upon Mount Zemaraim, which is in the hill country of Ephraim, and said, Hear me, O Jeroboam and all Israel. 4. Abijah stood up. Abijah attempts conference before beginning civil war, not simply because his was the weaker side numerically but because he had a telling appeal to make to the revolted tribes, verses 8, 12. Jeroboam breaks off the conference after using it to cover his stratagem, verse 13. Zemaraim, as Zemaraim is mentioned in Joshua 18:22 as one of the cities of Benjamin, whereas here Mount Zemaraim is assigned to Ephraim. The natural inference is that the battle took place on the border of the two kingdoms. The tradition that a battle took place here between north and south, and perhaps between Abijah and Jeroboam, may be correct. Ought ye not to know that the Lord, the God of Israel, gave the kingdom over Israel to David forever, even to him and to his sons by a covenant of salt? Yet Jeroboam the son of Nebat, the servant of Solomon the son of David, rose up, and rebelled against his Lord. 5. A covenant of salt. Salt was necessary for the efficacy of a sacrifice, Leviticus 2:13, so that covenant of salt became a phrase for a sure covenant, Numbers 18:19. The sacredness of the bond which is acknowledged among the Arabs between two persons who have eaten salt together as host and guest is common knowledge. It is not, however, necessary that salt should be taken. Any food, e.g. milk, will serve. W. R. Smith, Religion of the Semites, page 270. And there were gathered unto him vain men, sons of Belial, which strengthened themselves against Rehoboam the son of Solomon, when Rehoboam was young and tender-hearted, and could not withstand them. And now ye think to withstand the kingdom of the Lord in the hand of the sons of David, and ye be a great multitude, and there are with you the golden calves which Jeroboam made you for gods. That is, worthlessness. 7. Sons of Belial, margin sons of worthlessness. The general sense, worthless persons, or rather, vile scoundrels, for gross wickedness is implied, is clear, but the precise meaning of Belial has not yet been determined. The etymology of the word is quite obscure, see Encyclopaedia Biblia I, 525 f. Young, literally a child. If this word is to be literally understood, the statement made is inconsistent with 12:13, where it is said that Rehoboam was 41 years old when he began to reign. It is possible, however, that the word is used metaphorically to describe one who was young, as indeed his conduct showed, in experience of government. So Solomon, 1 Kings 3:7, calls himself a little child, by which he meant simply to express his consciousness of the smallness of his own ability when compared with the greatness of the task which lay before him. Compare 1 Chronicles 29:1. A similar difficulty arises in regard to the age of Solomon, see Encyclopaedia Britannica SV Solomon. Tender-hearted, i.e., according to Hebrew phraseology, weak in understanding, the heart being considered to be the seat of the mind. Or we may translate the Hebrew phrase as in Deuteronomy XXVIII, faint-hearted. Have ye not driven out the priests of the Lord, the sons of Aaron, and the Levites, and have made you priests after the manner of the peoples of other lands? So that whosoever cometh to consecrate himself with a young bullock and 7 rams, the same may be a priest of them that are no gods. 9. Driven out, see note on 11. 14. After the manner of the peoples of other lands, i.e., who, unlike Israel, had no special class from which alone their priests were taken. Possibly, following the LXX, we should read from the people of the land, i.e. anyone who chose to apply, whether a Levite or not, compare 1 Kings 12. 31, 13. 33. To consecrate himself, literally to fill his hand. Moses is directed, Exodus 29. 1 ff, to ordain Aaron and his sons priests by 3 ceremonies, 1, by anointing them, 2, by filling their hands, i.e., by presenting them with victims upon which they laid their hands, 3, by hallowing them, i.e. by sprinkling some of the blood of the victim upon them. A young bullock and 7 rams, Aaronic priests were consecrated with a young bullock and 2 rams, Exodus 29. 1. Superscript 1 But as for us, the Lord is our God, and we have not forsaken him. And we have priests ministering unto the Lord, the sons of Aaron, and the Levites in their work. 10. In their work, sc ministering unto the Lord, as above. Part of the ideal of the priestly code was that the Levites should be restricted to the duty of helping the priests, and should be prevented from executing priestly functions themselves. With this ideal the chronicler plainly sympathized, but it could not always be realized. Superscript 1 And they burn unto the Lord every morning and every evening burnt offerings and sweet incense, the showbread also set they in order upon the pure table. And the candlestick of gold with the lamps thereof, to burn every evening, for we keep the charge of the Lord our God, but ye have forsaken him. 11. Every morning and every evening, Exodus 29. 38-42. Sweet incense, Exodus XXX. 7. The showbread also set they in order, literally and an ordering of bread, they set in order. The Hebrew phrase used here for showbread signifies bread arranged as for an offering. Another term is bread of the presence, i.e., bread set forth continually before the Lord, Exodus 25. 30. See 1 Chronicles 9. 32, note. The candlestick, Exodus 25. 31 ff, XL. 24, 25. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 And, behold, God is with us at our head, and his priests with the trumpets of alarm to sound an alarm against you. O children of Israel, fight ye not against the Lord, the God of your fathers, for ye shall not prosper. 12. The trumpets of alarm, Numbers X, 9. Abijah here threatens his opponents with a jihad or holy war. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 But Jeroboam caused an ambushment to come about behind them, so they were before Judah, and the ambushment was behind them. Superscript 1 And when Judah looked back, behold, the battle was before and behind them, and they cried unto the Lord, and the priests sounded with the trumpets. 13. Jeroboam caused an ambushment, while Abijah was endeavoring to shake the fidelity of the northern army, the northern leader secures a tactical advantage. The greater the advantages of the Israelites and the more disastrous the position ascribed to the army of Judah, so much the more glorious is the victory which Judah achieves by its reliance on Jehovah. Superscript 1 Then the men of Judah gave a shout, and as the men of Judah shouted, it came to pass, that God smote Jeroboam and all Israel before Abijah and Judah. Superscript 1 And the children of Israel fled before Judah, and God delivered them into their hand. 15. Gave a shout, this shout had the character of a religious function, compare Joshua 6. 10, 16, Judges 7. 20 Where the same Hebrew word is used. God smote Jeroboam, compare 14. 12, supernatural aid secures the victory. Superscript 1 And Abijah and his people slew them with a great slaughter, so there fell down slain of Israel 500,000 chosen men. 17. The chronicler has little or no interest in military matters as such, and is heedless of probability so far as the numbers he mentions are concerned. They must be sufficiently immense to enhance the power of Jehovah and to convey the impression that the days of old were mighty days. Comparison has been made with the phrase, 120,000 in one day, 28. 6, and from the absence of the words, in one day, it has been argued that the present passage refers to the losses of the whole campaign. Even so the figure, 500,000, is an immense exaggeration. Superscript 1 Thus the children of Israel were brought under at that time, and the children of Judah prevailed, because they relied upon the Lord, the God of their fathers. 18, because they relied, compare note on 12. 2. Superscript 1 And Abijah pursued after Jeroboam, and took cities from him, Bethel with the towns thereof, and Jeshanah with the towns thereof. 19. Bethel was apparently subsequently recovered by the northern kingdom, compare 2 Kings x. 29. But, as it is very doubtful whether this section has any historical basis, see the headnote, 13. 3. Bethel may never have come under the rule of Abijah as is here stated. Nothing is said, be it noted, of the capture of the golden calf. Jeshanah, nothing is certainly known of this place, which is mentioned here only. It has been identified with Ain Siniah, a little to the north of Bethel. Ephraim, so the Kethib, whereas the authorized version following the has Ephraim. Ephraim is a later form of the name Ephraim, as Shamrain, Ezra 4. 10, 17, is of Shamron, Samaria. The place has been identified with Eibeba, a place southeast of Ain Siniah and northeast of Beitin, Bethel. It was probably the city called Ephraim, to which our Lord retired after the raising of Lazarus, John 11. 54. Superscript 2 And Ephraim with the towns thereof. Neither did Jeroboam recover strength again in the days of Abijah, and the Lord smote him, and he died. Another reading is, Ephraim. 20. The Lord smote him, and he died. The same phrase is used of the death of Nabal, 1 Samuel 25. 38. It implies suddenness or some other unusual circumstance, compare Acts 12. 23. The death of Herod Agrippa. 1 Kings 14. 20 says simply Jeroboam, slept with his fathers. 21, 22. The epilogue of Abijah's reign. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 But Abijah waxed mighty, and took unto himself 14 wives, and begot 22 sons, and 16 daughters. 21, 14 wives, the many wives are mentioned here as a symbol of the wealth and state of Abijah. Superscript 2 Superscript 2 And the rest of the acts of Abijah, and his ways, and his sayings, are written in the commentary of the prophet Iddo. 22. His ways, the chronicler takes a much more favorable view of Abijah than Kings, where it is said of him that, he walked in all the sins of his father. 1 Kings 15. 3. And received favor from Jehovah only on account of the merits of David. Evidently the chronicler deemed it fitting to fasten on the fact of the favor, perhaps because he felt it imperative that Jeroboam should receive from the next king of Judah the punishment for his sins which Rehoboam could not inflict. In the commentary, Hebrew Midrash. See Introduction, Section 5, p. Iddo, see note on 9. 29. Chapter 14. 1-5, compare 1 Kings 15. 9-15. The religious policy of Asa. In Kings the reign of Asa is reviewed with entire approval. According to Chronicles his conduct was marred only by the lack of faith manifested in his reliance on the king of Syria, c. 16. 110, and in his recourse to physicians at the close of his reign, 16. 12. Superscript 1 So Abijah slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the city of David, and Asa his son reigned in his stead. In his days the land was quiet 10 years. Superscript 2 And Asa did that which was good and right in the eyes of the Lord his God. 1. 10 years, these 10 years of rest are naturally to be assigned to the beginning of Asa's reign. Later on there was a rest of 20 years, compare 15. 10 with 15. 19. The number 10 here makes a discrepancy with 1 Kings, for Baasha became king of Israel in the 3rd year of Asa, 1 Kings 15. 28, 33, and there was war between Asa and Baasha all their days, 1 Kings 15. Verse 32. If, however, we allow some latitude to the language both of 1 Kings and of Chronicles, the discrepancy becomes unimportant. Superscript 3 For he took away the strange altars, and the high places, and brake down the pillars, and hewed down the Asherim. And commanded Judah to seek the Lord, the God of their fathers, and to do the law and the commandment. Or, obelisks. 3. He took away, in 1 Kings 15. 12, 13 He is said to have put away the Sodomites, and all the idols that his fathers had made, and also, the abominable image, which Maacah, his mother, had made. These remarks are here ignored by the chronicler, probably because they would be out of harmony with the comparatively pious character he has ascribed to Asa's predecessors, Rehoboam and Abijah. They are given, however, in 15. 16, 17, where see note. The strange altars, i.e. altars belonging to gods other than Jehovah. And the high places, a direct contradiction of 1 Kings 15. 14, where it is said, but the high places were not taken away, nevertheless the heart of Asa was perfect with the Lord all his days. This remarkable contrast affords a vivid illustration of the different standpoints of Kings and Chronicles. In Kings the removal of the high places is the great reform of later days effected by Hezekiah, 1 Kings 18. 4, 22, by Josiah, 2 Kings 23. 8. To the chronicler, who believed that the law centralizing the worship of Jehovah in Jerusalem was in force from the Mosaic age. The abolition of the high places was felt to be a minimum of reform and must surely have been carried out by any king with a claim to piety. See also the note on 15. 17. The pillars, LXX. Tau sigma tau lambda alpha. The pillar, or obelisk, Hebrew mab, was a monolith standing by an altar as a symbol of the god worshipped at the altar. In later days an image took the place of the pillar, i.e. the mere symbol was succeeded by the likeness of the god. W. R. Smith, Religion of the Semites Superscript 2, pages 203 ff. And for illustrations of those recently discovered at Gezer C. McAllister, Bible Sidelights, or Driver, Modern Research as Illustrating the Bible, page 63. And hewed down the Asherim, an Asherah, plural Asherim and Asheroth, was a wooden pole planted beside an altar as the symbol of a deity. It appears to have been a survival of tree worship, as the mab was a survival of stone worship. The Asherah of itself did not represent any particular deity, but it could be carved to bear the symbol of any special god or goddess, e.g. of Ashtart. W. R. Smith, Religion of the Semites Superscript 2, pages 186 ff. Probably the term Asherah was used in reference to the living sacred trees, which are still common in Palestine. See the present writer's edition of the Mishnah Tractate, Avodah Zarah, pages 60 f. Also he took away out of all the cities of Judah the high places and the sun images, and the kingdom was quiet before him. 5. The sun images, compare 34. 4. Isaiah 17. 8, 27. 9. The Hebrew word, Ammon, is of uncertain meaning and the supposed connection with heat or the sun is unsatisfactory. On the whole the evidence points to the conclusion that the Ammon was a stone pillar associated with the altar, and much the same as the mab, the difference perhaps being that the former was artificially shaped. The latter was of natural stone. See article Ball in Hastings' Dictionary of Religion and Ethics, pp. 287, 288. 6-8. Defensive measures of Asa. From 16. 1-6 is equal to 1 Kings 15. 1722, it appears that there was a strong and probably a reliable tradition ascribing to Asa activity in building defensive townships in Judah. It is likely that the present verses with their vague reference to strongly built cities with no mention of their number or names are only an expansion of the more precise references in 16. 6, the chronicler has assigned the narrative given in 16:1-6, the war with Baasha, to the close of Asa's reign, for reasons noted under 16:1, and he obviously wanted something to occupy the 10 years of peace with which, according to his story, the reign of Asa opened. This is conveniently found in a general allusion to building and fortification. And he built fenced cities in Judah, for the land was quiet, and he had no war in those years, because the Lord had given him rest. For he said unto Judah, Let us build these cities, and make about them walls, and towers, gates, and bars. The land is yet before us, because we have sought the Lord our God, we have sought him, and he hath given us rest on every side. So they built and prospered. And Asa had an army that bare bucklers and spears, out of Judah 300,000, and out of Benjamin, that bare shields and drew bows, 280,000, all these were mighty men of valor. 8. That bare bucklers and spears, that bare shields and drew bows, LXX, delta nu alpha mu iota pi lambda omicron phi rho omega nu, equals pi lambda iota tau nu, alpha rho nu tau omega nu theta upsilon rho epsilon omicron kappa alpha delta rho alpha tau alpha, pi epsilon lambda tau alpha sigma tau alpha kappa alpha tau omicron xi tau alpha iota. The chronicler divides Asa's army into the heavy-armed men belonging to Judah and the light-armed bowmen belonging to Benjamin. Asa apparently had no chariots. Bucklers and shields should be transposed as in 9:15. Of Judah 300,000, of Benjamin 280,000, the total is 580,000. Under Asa's successor, Jehoshaphat, the numbers are 17. 14:18, Judah 780,000, Benjamin 380,000, making a total of 1,160,000, i.e. twice the total given above. The moral which the chronicler would enforce by these figures seems to be that Judah was strong in the early days of Asa, while Asa showed faith in God, and that it became still stronger under his really religious successor, Jehoshaphat. Regarding the exaggeration of these figures, see the notes on 11:1 and 17. 14. 9:15, no parallel in Kings. Asa's victory over Zerah, the Battle of Mareshah. The present passage has much the same midrashic character as the account of Abijah's victory related in the previous chapter, and some scholars consider that the story of the raid and defeat of Zerah has no basis in fact. It is, however, more probable that it originates in a genuine tradition of the repulse of some Egyptian, or rather Arabian, see note, verse 9, inroad, not necessarily, however, in the time of Asa, compare the introduction section 7, p. And there came out against them Zerah the Ethiopian with an army of 1,000,000, and 300 chariots, and he came unto Mareshah. 9. Against them, we should expect either against him, i.e. Asa, or against Judah. Perhaps this account has been torn out from some older document without regard to the context, so that the reference of them is lost. Compare notes on verses 12, 13, 14. Zerah the Ethiopian, rather, Zerah the Cushite, man of Cush. Cush, Genesis XVII, was the ancestor of certain Arabian tribes, including Saba, see 1 Chronicles I:9, and Arabians and Cushites, Ethiopians, Authorized Version, also Revised Version, are mentioned as neighbors, 2 Chronicles 21:16. It is therefore highly probable that the leader of the inroad was an Arabian, Sabaean, and not an Ethiopian. Compare S.A. Cook in Expository Times June, 1906, page 541, against Petrie, History of Egypt. Zerah perhaps represents Duri, Ziri, a title, meaning, the magnificent, of several of the oldest princes of Saba. The tradition may therefore be brought into connection with the many indications in chronicles of Arabian incursions on the southern borders of Judah. Mareshah, where the battle was fought, verse 9, was one of the ancient seats of the Calebites from which they were driven northwards, compare 1 Chronicles 2. Those who prefer to regard Cushite as equals Ethiopian, see 1 Chronicles I:8, and Zerah as an Egyptian king, have to suppose that Ethiopian is applied to him loosely and somewhat ignorantly. And further, as no king of Egypt is so named, that Zerah must denote Osorkon 1 or 2, or perhaps be the name of a general of Osorkon. From 16. 8, see the note on Lubim. It would seem probable that the chronicler believed Zerah's host to be an Egyptian force. 1,000,000, an inroad of the children of the East, was formidable from sheer weight of numbers. We may gather from 16. 8 that the original assailants were joined by other hordes as they drew near the border of Judah. The number 1,000,000 is probably meant to signify that the host was too great to number. It is, of course, not to be taken literally. 300 chariots, the chariots, though comparatively few, are mentioned, 1, perhaps because Asa himself had none, 2, perhaps also because they represent an Egyptian contingent. This suggestion receives support from 16. 8, where the Lubim, compare 12. 3, are associated with the Cushites in the invasion. The cowardly foreign policy of Egypt may have led her on this occasion to defend her own borders from the barbarian hordes by encouraging them to invade her neighbors' territories. The reading 300 is supported by the LXX. And is probably right. The reading of the Peshitta, 30,000, and the wording of 16. 8, with exceeding many chariots and horsemen, seem like a retouching of the narrative to make the number of the chariots and horsemen correspond with the number of the whole host. Mersha, see note on 11. 8. Superscript 1 Then Asa went out to meet him, and they set the battle in array in the valley of Zephathah at Mersha. Superscript 1 And Asa cried unto the Lord his God, and said, Lord, there is none beside thee to help, between the mighty and him that hath no strength. Help us, O Lord our God, for we rely on thee, and in thy name are we come against this multitude. O Lord, thou art our God, let not man prevail against thee. Or, there is no difference with thee to help, whether the mighty or him and. Or, like. 10. In the valley, probably the valley in which Beit Jibrin now stands, one of several valleys giving access from the Shephelah into central Judah, G. Smith, Historical Geography of the Holy Land, pages 230–233. In such a place a large force might easily be discomfited by a few resolute men, compare 2 Samuel 17. 9, 10. Of Zephathah at Mersha, render with LXX, north of Mersha, reading a phona for Zephathah. No valley or town called Zephathah is known. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 So the Lord smote the Ethiopians before Asa, and before Judah, and the Ethiopians fled. 12. The Lord smote, compare 13. 15. The use of the name, Jehovah, translated the Lord, instead of the general word, God, here and in verses 13, 14 is in favor of the view that the chronicler took this account from some earlier document. Perhaps a Midrashic history of Judah, Introduction Section 5, p. The Ethiopians, rather, the Cushites. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 And Asa and the people that were with him pursued them unto Gerar, and there fell of the Ethiopians so many that they could not recover themselves. For they were destroyed before the Lord, and before his host, and they carried away very much booty. Or, so that none remained alive. Hebrew broken. 13. Gerar, identified with Gerar, ruins 3 hours south of Gaza. Compare 1 Chronicles 4. 39, read Gerar, LXX. Gamma Rho Alpha. So many that they could not recover themselves, or perhaps, as margin, so that none remained alive. Very much booty, the phrase used belongs to a style earlier than that of the chronicler. Compare note on verse 9, against them. Superscript 1 And they smote all the cities round about Gerar, for the fear of the Lord came upon them, and they spoiled all the cities, for there was much spoil in them. Or, a terror from the Lord. 14. The fear of the Lord, the chronicler's own phrase is, the fear of God, XX. 29. Much spoil, again we miss a favorite expression of the chronicler, exceeding, larab, much spoil. Superscript 1 They smote also the tents of cattle, and carried away sheep in abundance and camels, and returned to Jerusalem. 15. The tents of cattle. These words are so strange an expression that it is probable the text is corrupt. If so, the original reading is unknown, for the LXX has the same reading as the Hebrew. It adds a proper name, evidently intended as the name of an Arabian tribe, but this addition appears to be a gloss derived from a reading of the LXX. In 22. 1. Chapter 15. 1:15, no parallel in Kings. The prophecy of Azariah the son of Oded and its sequel. Superscript 1. And the Spirit of God came upon Azariah the son of Oded. 1. Azariah the son of Oded is mentioned only in this passage. Compare 16. 7, where a prophet, Hanani, also known to us only through Chronicles, delivers a rebuke to Asa. Superscript 2. And he went out to meet Asa, and said unto him, Hear ye me, Asa, and all Judah and Benjamin, the Lord is with you, while ye be with him. And if ye seek him, he will be found of you, but if ye forsake him, he will forsake you. 2. Went out to meet, compare 19. 2. If ye seek him, compare 1 Chronicles 28. 9. Verses 3-6 contain the reflections of the chronicler himself or a glossator on the whole course of Israelite history. The wording is too vague and there are periods in the history too obscure to make it possible to determine the reference definitely. Superscript 3. Now for long seasons Israel hath been without the true God, and without a teaching priest, and without law, but when in their distress they turned unto the Lord, the God of Israel, and sought him, he was found of them. Or, a long season. 3. Without a teaching priest, and without law, the connection between these two is closer than the English suggests. Law, Hebrew Torah, is properly teaching, guidance. A teaching priest, Hebrew mor, is one who gives Torah or guidance on doubtful points of morality or ritual. Compare Malachi 2. 7. And in those times there was no peace to him that went out, nor to him that came in, but great vexations were upon all the inhabitants of the lands. 5. Vexations, rather, afflictions, compare Acts 12. 1. To vex, Revised Version, to afflict, certain of the church. Of the lands, the reference is probably to the Israelite territory only, compare 11. 23, 34. 33, and 1 Chronicles 13. 2. Margin. And they were broken in pieces, nation against nation, and city against city, for God did vex them with all adversity. 6. Nation against nation, apparently Israel is meant. In the civil strife of the days of the judges, and again in the contentions of the northern and southern kingdoms, Israel seemed at times to be a collection of related but hostile tribes, compare Judges 8. 13-17, 9. 26 ff, 12. 1 ff, xx. 12 ff. Vex, rather, afflict, see verse 5. But be ye strong, and let not your hands be slack, for your work shall be rewarded. 7. Be ye strong, etc. The prophet's warning is continued in this verse. And when Asa heard these words, and the prophecy of Oded the prophet, he took courage, and put away the abominations out of all the land of Judah and Benjamin, and out of the cities which he had taken from the hill country of Ephraim. And he renewed the altar of the Lord, that was before the porch of the Lord. Or, even. 8. And the prophecy of Oded the prophet, some words have fallen out of the text. Read, even the prophecy which Azariah the son of Oded prophesied. The abominations, compare 1 Kings 14. 23, 24, 15. 12, 13. The cities which he had taken, a loose reference to those said to have been captured by Abijah, 13. 19. There is no record of any taken by Asa himself. The hill country of Ephraim, the term describes the hilly country between the plain of Esdraelon and the territory of Benjamin. That was before the porch, compare 7. 7, 8. 12. And he gathered all Judah and Benjamin, and them that sojourned with them out of Ephraim and Manasseh, and out of Simeon, for they fell to him out of Israel in abundance, when they saw that the Lord his God was with him. 9. Them that sojourned with them, compare XVII, 11. 16, 17, 16. 1. Out of Ephraim and Manasseh, and out of Simeon, in view of the evidence of Kings and the special character of Chronicles, this statement cannot be regarded as having historical value for the time of Asa. Taking it in connection with similar notices in 1 Chronicles 9. 3. Ephraim and Manasseh, 12. 8, 19, Gad and Manasseh, 2 Chronicles XXX. 1, 10, 11, 18, 34. 9. Ephraim and Manasseh. Also Zebulun, Issachar. And perhaps Asher. We may infer that these references have significance for the time of the chronicler, or his source, and were inserted either, a. to gratify the wishes of certain Orthodox families in Jerusalem who counted themselves descendants of North Israelite families, especially of Ephraim and Manasseh, and were eager to think that their ancestors had associated themselves with the fortunes of the true Israel at an early date after the separation of the kingdoms, or at least in pre-exilic days. Or, b. an interesting suggestion first advanced by Stade and recently developed by Hulscher, Palästina in der Precision und die Hellenistischen Zeit, 1903, pp. 30-37, we may suppose that the reference is not to families resident in Jerusalem but to persons living in the territories once occupied by Ephraim, Manasseh, etc., and loyal to the faith of the Orthodox community in Jerusalem. The former view seems favored by 1 Chronicles 9. 3, the latter by 2 Chronicles XXX. 25, despite the last words, and on general grounds the latter view seems preferable to the present writer. If so, we have in Chronicles the first traces of the extension of Judaism northwards from Judea into Samaria and Galilee. Hulscher thinks that the evidence of Chronicles can be supported from the late chapters Zechariah 9. 14. And from passages in Judith. Simeon, the territory of this tribe lay in the south, 1 Chronicles 4. 28-43, Joshua 19. 1-9, and it is natural to think that at the disruption Simeon followed Judah in allegiance to the house of David. Here, however, and in 34. 6 it is reckoned as one of the 10 tribes forming the northern kingdom, for what reason it is hard to say. The traditions relating to the tribe are far from clear, see Encyclopaedia Britannica SV Simeon. Superscript 1. So they gathered themselves together at Jerusalem in the 3rd month, in the 15th year of the reign of Asa. 10. In the 3rd month, in this month the Feast of Weeks, i.e. of wheat harvest, was held, Deuteronomy 16. 9. Superscript 1. And they sacrificed unto the Lord in that day, of the spoil which they had brought, 700 oxen and 7,000 sheep. 11. The spoil, compare 14. 13-15. Superscript 1. Superscript 2. And they entered into the covenant to seek the Lord, the God of their fathers, with all their heart and with all their soul. 12. They entered into the covenant, compare 29. 10. 2 Kings 23. 3. Superscript 1. Superscript 3. And that whosoever would not seek the Lord, the God of Israel, should be put to death, whether small or great, whether man or woman. 13. Should be put to death, according to the law, Deuteronomy 17. 2-7. Superscript 1. And they swear unto the Lord with a loud voice, and with shouting, and with trumpets, and with cornets. 14. Shouting, the word, teruah, is used to denote a blast with the festal trumpets, see next note. Trumpets, the word, hra with macron h, means a special kind of trumpet used only for religious purposes, Numbers X, 1:10, 1 Chronicles 15. 24, note. Driver, Amos, pages 144-6, gives an illustration derived from the Arch of Titus. Superscript 1. And all Judah rejoiced at the oath, for they had sworn with all their heart, and sought him with their whole desire, and he was found of them, and the Lord gave them rest round about. 15. He was found of them, a fulfillment of the promise given in verse 2. 16:19, 1 Kings 15. 13:15. Other religious measures of Asa. Superscript 1. And also Maacah the mother of Asa the king, he removed her from being queen, because she had made an abominable image for an Asherah, and Asa cut down her image, and made dust of it, and burnt it at the brook Kidron. Or, Queen Mother. Or, for Asherah. 16. And also Maacah, Maacah the daughter of Abishalom, is described as the mother of Abijah, in 1 Kings 15. 2. And as the mother of Asa in 1 Kings 15. 10. Although Asa is described as the son of Abijah, in 1 Kings 15. 8. Most probably Maacah was the grandmother of Asa but retained her position as queen mother during 2 reigns, i.e. until removed by Asa. From being queen, or, as margin, from being queen mother. An abominable image, exactly what is meant by this phrase is uncertain. The image was one of peculiarly repulsive appearance, or perhaps of specially degrading significance. For an Asherah, Revised Version margin, rightly, as representing the meaning of the chronicler, for Asherah, since Asherah here and in a few other passages, 1 Kings 18. 19, 2 Kings 21. 7, 23. 4, 7, is to be translated as the name of a goddess, about whom however very little is known. Excavations at Taanach have revealed that a goddess named Asherat, equals Asherah, was worshipped in Palestine from an early period. The references here and in the passages cited above would therefore seem to be to this goddess. That conclusion, if sound, disposes of the opinion that the chronicler was mistaken in imagining that Asherah was anything more than a common noun denoting the wooden symbol of a deity. We must of course translate according to the meaning of the chronicler whether he has fallen into an error or not. See also the note on 14. 3, page 224. The brook Kidron, on the east of Jerusalem, an unclean place, compare 2 Kings 23. 4. In the fields of Kidron. Baedeker, Palestine, page 80. Superscript 1. But the high places were not taken away out of Israel, nevertheless the heart of Asa was perfect all his days. 17. The high places, Hebrew Bamoth. These were not necessarily places of idolatrous worship, but they were sanctuaries rigorously forbidden by the law from the Deuteronomic period onwards, which in the opinion of the chronicler of course meant from the time of Moses. Failure to remove the high places was therefore reckoned by him as a sin in any of the kings, no matter how early in the period of the monarchy. Were not taken away, days, so also 1 Kings 15. 14, but a direct contradiction of the chronicler's statement in 14. 3. 2 explanations seem possible. Either, Israel, contrary to the frequent usage of the word in Chronicles, c. 11. 3. Here denotes the northern kingdom as distinct from Judah, in which case 14. 3 is to be taken as referring only to Judah, or perhaps these verses 16-19 are an addition to Chronicles inserted by someone who thought the chronicler had wrongfully neglected 1 Kings 15. 13-15. Perfect, i.e., whole, undivided in its allegiance. Superscript 1. And he brought into the house of God the things that his father had dedicated, and that he himself had dedicated, silver, and gold, and vessels. 18. The things that his father had dedicated, probably spoils of war, compare 1 Chronicles 18. 11. It is implied that Abijah had vowed a portion of his spoils, but that Asa first actually presented them in the temple. The verse is quoted verbatim from 1 Kings 15. 15, and is most obscure, so that there is probability in the view that it is only a misplaced repetition of 1 Kings 7. 51b. No stress can therefore be laid on the suggestion that we may see in this statement an indirect confirmation of Abijah's victory recorded in 2 Chronicles 13. Superscript 1. And there was no more war unto the 35th year of the reign of Asa. 19. There was no more war. This statement can be reconciled with 1 Kings 15. 16, 32 only by interpreting it broadly to mean that nothing serious occurred until the war with Baasha had been going on for several years, a forced interpretation. Perhaps the chronicler deliberately contradicts kings. There was war between Asa and Baasha all their days, assigning to Asa's reign a time of peace which seemed appropriate to his piety. Chapter 16. 1:6 equals 1 Kings 15. 1722. Asa asks help of Ben-Hadad. Superscript 1. In the 6th and 30th year of the reign of Asa, Baasha king of Israel went up against Judah, and built Ramah, that he might not suffer any to go out or come in to Asa king of Judah. 1. The 6th and 30th year, according to 1 Kings 16. 8. Baasha was succeeded by his son Elah in the 6th and 20th year of Asa. The number 36 may therefore be wrong. It should be noticed however that the 36th year of the separate kingdom of Judah corresponds with the 16th year of Asa, so that possibly two different reckonings are here confused, and we should read, in the 6th and 30th year. That is, in the 16th year of Asa. So in 15:19 we should read, in the 5 and 30th, that is, in the 15th year of the reign of Asa. This scheme of Asa's reign, however, agrees badly with the dominant ideas of the chronicler, for the religious reform and covenant in the 15th year, verse 10, ought not to have been immediately followed by war in the 16th year, but rather by a period of peace and prosperity. Hence 36 may after all be the original text, and we must suppose that the chronicler either ignored or overlooked 1 Kings 16:8, or perhaps that he quoted from a midrashic source, having a different system of chronology from that in Kings. Ramah, the modern Aram, situated on a commanding hill about 2 hours north of Jerusalem. Baedeker, Palestine, page 216. Superscript 2. Then Asa brought out silver and gold out of the treasures of the house of the Lord and of the king's house, and sent to Ben-Hadad king of Syria, that dwelt at Damascus, saying, Superscript 3. There is a league between me and thee. As there was between my father and thy father, behold, I have sent thee silver and gold. Go, break thy league with Baasha king of Israel, that he may depart from me. Hebrew Darmsek. Or, let there be. 2. Silver and gold, in 1 Kings, all the silver and the gold that were left. Ben-Hadad, at least 3 kings of Syria bore this name, the 2 others being severally, 1, a contemporary of Ahab, 1 Kings XX. 1 FF, 2, a contemporary of Jehosh the grandson of Jehu, 2 Kings 13:25. That dwelt at Damascus. The epithet distinguishes the king of Damascus from other kings of Syria, e.g. from the king of Hamath. Damascus, Hebrew, Darmsek, see note on 1 Chronicles 18:5. And Ben-Hadad hearkened unto King Asa, and sent the captains of his armies against the cities of Israel, and they smote Ijon, and Dan, and Abelmaim, and all the store cities of Naphtali. Hebrew storehouses of the cities. 4. And they smote, the places smitten were all in the extreme north of Israel. Ijon, the city cannot be identified, but the name is preserved in Merj Ayin, a tableland north of the Jordan Valley. Baedeker, Palestine, page 291. Abelmaim, in 1 Kings, Abel-Beth-Maachah, compare 2 Samuel XX. 14:15. No doubt the 2 names designate one place. All the store cities, in 1 Kings, all Chinneroth, i.e. the district west of the Sea of Galilee. As this was a very fruitful district, the store cities of the chronicler may be only another name for it. And it came to pass, when Baasha heard thereof, that he left off building of Ramah, and let his work cease. 5. And let his work cease, in 1 Kings, and dwelt in Tirzah, Hebrew, and returned to Tirzah, LXX. Baasha, like Jeroboam, 1 Kings 14:17, fixed his seat of government at Tirzah in the center of the northern kingdom in order to be able to watch Syria as well as Judah. The chronicler takes no interest in the home of Baasha. Then Asa the king took all Judah. And they carried away the stones of Ramah, and the timber thereof, wherewith Baasha had builded, and he built therewith Geba and Mizpah. 6. Took all Judah, in 1 Kings summoned all Judah, so translate, none was exempted. Geba and Mizpah, the names signify, the hill and the watchtower. Geba is mentioned in 2 Kings 23:8, evidently as being on the northern boundary of Judah. Yet, be it noted, it was only 7 miles north of Jerusalem, whilst Mizpah was about 5 miles northwest of the capital. For Mizpah see Jeremiah's lie. 1:9. See also note on 14. 6:8. 7:10, not in 1 Kings. The intervention of Hanani. The chronicler stands alone both in recording the condemnation of Asa in this passage and in himself condemning him in verse 12. In 1 Kings no blame is passed on Asa. And at that time Hanani the seer came to Asa king of Judah, and said unto him, Because thou hast relied on the king of Syria, and hast not relied on the Lord thy God, therefore is the host of the king of Syria escaped out of thine hand. 7. Hanani the seer. Hanani as a seer is known to us from this passage only, but in 19:2 and XX 34, also 1 Kings 16:1, Jehu the prophet is called son of Hanani. The seer, an ancient title, elsewhere applied only to Samuel. Compare 1 Samuel 9:9, he that is now called a prophet was beforetime called a seer. In consequence of this phrase it has been supposed that the story of Hanani is a genuinely old tradition. This is possible, but the evidence of this one phrase is not sufficient to be convincing. The term may be a deliberate archaism of the chronicler. Therefore is the host of the king of Syria escaped. The prophet declares that if Asa had not detached Syria by his presence, he might have smitten Israel and Syria combined. Were not the Ethiopians and the Lubim a huge host, with chariots and horsemen exceeding many? Yet, because thou didst rely on the Lord, he delivered them into thine hand. 8. And the Lubim are not mentioned in 14:9-13, but as they were auxiliaries of the Egyptians, 12:3, it is quite possible that they represent the help given by Egypt to the Arabian Cushites as they passed the Egyptian border on their way to invade Judah. Compare note on 14:9, 300 chariots. For the eyes of the Lord run to and fro throughout the whole earth, to shew himself strong in the behalf of them whose heart is perfect toward him. Herein thou hast done foolishly. For from henceforth thou shalt have wars. 9. Run to and fro, i.e. no event escapes the divine vigilance, compare Zechariah 4:10. Superscript 1 Then Asa was wroth with the seer, and put him in the prison house. For he was in a rage with him because of this thing. And Asa oppressed some of the people the same time. Hebrew house of the stocks. 10. In the prison house, render, in the stocks, literally in the house of the stocks. Compare 18:26. Jeremiah XX2. Oppressed, literally break in pieces, an expression which when applied to things would mean made spoil of, when applied to persons treated outrageously, tortured, lambda upsilon mu alpha tau omicron lxx. 11:14 equals 1 Kings 15:23-24. The epilogue of Asa's reign. Superscript 1 and, behold, the acts of Asa, first and last, lo, they are written in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 And in the 39th year of his reign Asa was diseased in his feet. His disease was exceeding great, yet in his disease he sought not to the Lord, but to the physicians. 11. The Book of the Kings of Judah and Israel. In 1 Kings the appeal is to the Book of Chronicles of the Kings of Judah. See Introduction. He sought not to the Lord, but to the physicians. Physicians, Hebrew Raphaim, are condemned by implication here, perhaps as using incantations and adjurations. Contrast Ecclesiasticus, Ben Sira, 38. 9:15, especially verse 15, Hebrew text, he that sinneth against his Maker will behave himself proudly against a physician. Curtis notes the connection of the art of healing with the prophets, compare 1 Kings 17. 17 ff, Elijah, 2 Kings 4. 19 ff, Elisha, 2 Kings XXVII, Isaiah. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 And Asa slept with his fathers, and died in the 41st year of his reign. 13. In the 41st year, compare 1 Kings 15. 10. Superscript 1 And they buried him in his own sepulchres, which he had hewn out for himself in the city of David. And laid him in the bed which was filled with sweet odors and divers kinds of spices prepared by the apothecary's art, and they made a very great burning for him. 14. In his own sepulchres, in 1 Kings with his fathers, which he had hewn out for himself. This clause is absent from 1 Kings. Divers kinds of spices, Mark 16. 1, John 12. 3, 7, 19. 39, 40. A very great burning, compare 21. 19. What is here meant is not cremation of the body, but only a burning of spices, Jeremiah 34. 5. Chapters 17. XX. The reign of Jehoshaphat. Chapter 17. 1-6. The character of the reign. The reign of Jehoshaphat is one of the most interesting sections of Chronicles if these chapters, 17. XX, be compared with the references to Jehoshaphat in Kings, viz. 1 Kings 22. 135, 41-50, it will be seen that much new material appears in Chronicles, chapter 17, and 19. 1XX. 30, with the result that the prosperity and piety of this king are greatly enhanced. As to the historical value of the chronicler's account, see the headnotes to the various sections below. Superscript 1 And Jehoshaphat his son reigned in his stead, and strengthened himself against Israel. 1. And Jehoshaphat his son reigned in his stead. These words are from 1 Kings 15. 24. All the rest of this chapter is without any parallel in Kings. Superscript 2 And he placed forces in all the fenced cities of Judah, and set garrisons in the land of Judah, and in the cities of Ephraim, which Asa his father had taken. 2. The cities of Ephraim, compare 15. 8. Superscript 3 And the Lord was with Jehoshaphat, because he walked in the first ways of his father David, and sought not unto the Baalim. 3. In the first ways of his father David, omit David, so LXX, the person referred to being Asa, 1 Kings 22. 43. Asa's first ways, chapters 14, 15. Were good, his latter ways, chapter 16, according to the chronicler, were evil. Unto the Baalim, Baal is not a proper name, but a title meaning Lord, which was given to false gods generally. Israel might not call Jehovah, my Baal, Bali, Hosea 2. 16, 17. See the note on 1 Chronicles 8. 33. But sought to the God of his father, and walked in his commandments, and not after the doings of Israel. 4. After the doings of Israel, compare 13. 8, 9. Therefore the Lord stablished the kingdom in his hand, and all Judah brought to Jehoshaphat presents, and he had riches and honor in abundance. 5. Brought presents, probably congratulatory gifts at his accession, compare 1 Samuel x. 27. Riches and honor, compare 18. 1. And his heart was lifted up in the ways of the Lord, and furthermore he took away the high places and the Asherim out of Judah. 6. Furthermore he took away, but in XX. 33 is equal to 1 Kings 22. 43 It is said that the high places were not taken away. It is remarkable that the contradiction finds an exact parallel in what is said of Asa, c. 14. 3 and 15. 17 is equal to 1 Kings 15. 14. How can the presence of these curious contradictions be explained? It is held by some that the chronicler in both cases has incorporated contradictory traditions, and that such discrepancies did not trouble the Hebrew historian. To the present writer it seems more probable to suppose that only 14. 3 and 17. 6. The statements that the high places were removed, are from the chronicler himself, the passages which assert the contrary, viz. 15, 17 equals 1 Kings 15. 14, and XX. 33, equals 1 Kings 22. 43, being later additions. They were added by someone who, troubled by the divergence between Kings and Chronicles, judged it desirable to supplement or correct the chronicler's words by adding a more or less exact transcription of the summaries of the reigns of Asa and Jehoshaphat as recorded in Kings. If 15, 17 and XX. 33 are later additions, it is evident that the chronicler asserts the same reform to have been made in 2 successive reigns. But this is not a serious difficulty. He may easily have supposed that the removal of the high places, i.e., the discontinuance of worship at these local sanctuaries, was but a partial success, an official rather than an actual reform. And one suspects also that the phrase for the chronicler was largely conventional, a reform with which all good kings should presumably be credited. The Ashrim, see note on 14. 3. 7-9, no parallel in 1 Kings. Jehoshaphat's provision for teaching the law. Also in the 3rd year of his reign he sent his princes, even Ben-Hail, and Obadiah, and Zechariah, and Nethanel, and Micaiah, to teach in the cities of Judah. And with them the Levites, even Shemaiah, and Nethaniah, and Zebadiah, and Asahel, and Shemiramoth, and Jehonathan, and Adonijah, and Tobijah, and Tobadonijah, the Levites, and with them Elishama and Jehoram, the priests. And they taught in Judah, having the book of the law of the Lord with them, and they went about throughout all the cities of Judah, and taught among the people. 7-9. These verses state that Jehoshaphat was not content with the usual reforming measures of a pious king, verse 6, but proceeded to confirm his people in loyalty to Jehovah by sending leading laymen, Levites, and priests to teach the law throughout the land. If verses 7-9 be compared with 19. For 11 the 2 passages will at once be seen to be so closely similar that they may well be variations of the same tradition. Still the description in 19. For 11 is fuller and suggests arrangements of a permanent character, and, whilst 17. 7-9 deals with teachers of the law, 19. For 11 deals with administrators of it, judges. It is argued with force that this single or dual tradition is entirely unhistorical, so Wellhausen and Torrey. Certainly the arrangements for the judiciary and for instruction in the law correspond with conditions circa 100 BC. See Schur, Geschichte Superscript 3, 2. 176-179, conditions which probably in the chronicler's day were partly existent and which he may have hoped to see more fully realized. That he should wish to ascribe the institution of such a system of instruction and justice to an early date is also agreeable to his habit of thought. And for such a purpose Jehoshaphat was obviously most suitable, a good king, whose name denoted Jehovah is judge. Mark further the similarity of the conclusion of each reform, and the fear of the Lord was on all the kingdoms of the lands. 17, 10 and XX. 29, and the remarkable prosperity which properly rewarded such pious action, 17. 11 FF and XX. 128. Yet the possibility that the chronicler in these passages has incorporated a really old tradition associating Jehoshaphat with some reform or development of judicial affairs in Judah remains open. Some see an old trait in the conjunction of laymen, princes, 17. 7, with the priests and Levites. Again the judicial system indicated in 19. For 11 has no little resemblance to that set forth in Deuteronomy 16. 18:20, 17. 8, and might have been derived from that source. On this theory, 17. 7, 9 and 19. For 11 would in all likelihood be derived by the chronicler from some source, or rather perhaps from 2 sources, giving slightly different accounts of Jehoshaphat's procedure, and this is the view of some commentators, so Kittel and Benzinger. But close examination of the language of both passages reveals strong characteristics of the chronicler's style and spirit. And it seems safer to conclude that, while there may possibly have been some tradition connecting Jehoshaphat with such reforms, this account in Chronicles is essentially due to the chronicler and reflects the situation of his own times. 9. The Book of the Law of the Lord. The chronicler of course meant by this the Pentateuch as we have it. If, however, these verses are drawn from an old source, see the previous note, then the reference in the original may have been to one of the earlier codes embedded in the present Pentateuch. 10:13, no parallel in 1 Kings. The greatness of Jehoshaphat. Superscript 1 And the fear of the Lord fell upon all the kingdoms of the lands that were round about Judah, so that they made no war against Jehoshaphat. Or, a terror from the Lord. 10. The fear of the Lord, compare 20. 29, Genesis XXXXV. 5. Superscript 1 And some of the Philistines brought Jehoshaphat presents, and silver for tribute. The Arabians also brought him flocks, 7,700 rams, and 7,700 he-goats. 11. Some of the Philistines, see the following note, and also 26. 6. Note. The Arabians, compare 21. 16. The term is here used to signify the desert tribes, in particular those on the south and southwest of Judah. It would be specially impressive to the contemporaries of the chronicler, because by that period an Arabian people, the Nabateans, had established a powerful state to the south of Judah. On the other hand, the Philistines would of course be familiar from the references to them in Samuel and Kings. The tradition that tribute was received from them and from some desert tribes may possibly be correct, especially if Zerah's army was Arabian. 14. 8. Note, and if Asa's victory over him is historical. Flocks, compare 2 Kings 3. 4. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 And Jehoshaphat waxed great exceedingly, and he built in Judah castles and cities of store. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 And he had many works in the cities of Judah, and men of war, mighty men of valor, in Jerusalem. 12. Castles, Hebrew by Ranioth, compare 27. 4. Same word, and 26. 10. Towers. Such small castles or towers lie scattered along the pilgrim road from Damascus to Mecca at the present day to make the way safe. See Introduction Section 7, p. Cities of store, compare 11. 11, 12. 14:19, no parallel in 1 Kings. The number of Jehoshaphat's army. In these verses Jehoshaphat is credited with an army of 1,160,000 men. And the passage may be noted as the most extreme instance of the midrashic exaggeration of numbers, which is a well-marked feature of the chronicler's writing. If the possible proportions between the total numbers of a population and the men capable of military service at a given time be considered, it is easy to realize how monstrous an exaggeration are the figures here stated. They serve two purposes: 1, compared with the somewhat smaller numbers assigned to Abijah, 13. 3, and to Asa, 14. 8, they indicate that Jehoshaphat's reign was even more prosperous. And, 2, generally. They suggested to the men of the chronicler's own generation that in the eyes of all right-thinking men Jerusalem of old in its prosperous hours was not one whit less important and glorious than any huge and much-vaunted city of their own days. For further examples of midrashic exaggeration, besides the passages named above, compare 11. 1. 1 Chronicles 12. 23, 24, and, as regards sums of money, 1 Chronicles 22. 14, 2 Chronicles 9. 13. Superscript 1 And this was the numbering of them according to their fathers' houses, of Judah, the captains of thousands. Adnah the captain, and with him mighty men of valor 300,000, superscript 1 And next to him Jehohanan the captain, and with him 280,000. 15, next to him, literally at his hand, the same phrase is used in Nehemiah 3. 2, 4, 5, etc. Jehohanan, sometimes spelt Johanan. Superscript 1 And next to him Amasiah the son of Zichri, who willingly offered himself unto the Lord, and with him 200,000 mighty men of valor. 16. Who willingly offered himself, compare Judges VIII. Superscript 1 and of Benjamin. Eliada a mighty man of valor, and with him 200,000 armed with bow and shield, superscript 1 and next to him Jehoshaphat, and with him 180,000 ready prepared for war. Superscript 1 These were they that waited on the king, beside those whom the king put in the fenced cities throughout all Judah. 17. Armed with bow and shield, i.e. light-armed troops, compare note on 14. 8. Chapter 18. 1-3, compare 1 Kings 22. 1-4. The alliance between Jehoshaphat and Ahab. Superscript 1 Now Jehoshaphat had riches and honor in abundance, and he joined affinity with Ahab. 1. Joined affinity, Jehoram the son of Jehoshaphat married Athaliah the daughter of Ahab, 2 Kings 8. 16, 18, 26. Athaliah though called daughter of Omri in 2 Kings 8. 26 was really his granddaughter. Superscript 2 And after certain years he went down to Ahab to Samaria. And Ahab killed sheep and oxen for him in abundance, and for the people that were with him, and moved him to go up with him to Ramoth-Gilead. 2. Killed sheep and oxen. This phrase implies a feast, for flesh is eaten in the East only on festal occasions. The phrase used for supplying necessary food is to set bread and water before one. Ramoth-Gilead, Deuteronomy 4. 43, 1 Kings 4. 13, 22. 3, 2 Kings 8. 28, 9. 1 and 14. Ramoth was a city of refuge and, under Solomon, the seat of the governor of a province. Probably it was the most important Israelite city east of Jordan. Its site has not been certainly identified, see Barnes' note on 1 Kings 4. 13, probably it was on the Yarmuk near Edrei. In 1 Chronicles 6. 80 it is mentioned as a city assigned to the sons of Merari. Apparently it was captured from Israel by the Syrians in the time of Baasha or of Omri, and was not restored in accordance with the treaty referred to in 1 Kings XX. 34. Superscript 3 And Ahab king of Israel said unto Jehoshaphat king of Judah, Wilt thou go with me to Ramoth-Gilead? And he answered him, I am as thou art, and my people as thy people, and we will be with thee in the war. 3. And we will be with thee in the war. In 1 Kings the corresponding phrase is, My horses as thy horses. The phrases in 1 Kings need not be more than the expression of Oriental politeness. At the present day the Arab says to his guest, My house is thy house, but he generally means very little by the words. The chronicler, however, interpreting by the event, turns the vaguer phrase of kings into a definite promise. For 27, equals 1 Kings 22. 5:28. The prophecy of Micaiah. This narrative, apart from its intrinsic interest, is of great value for the welcome light it throws upon the prophets in Israel. The direct references of the later prophets have accustomed us to the thought that they had to contend with unworthy representatives of their calling. Here we are made to realize with peculiar vividness that even in the early stages of the national history the false prophet was a menace to Israel's spiritual enlightenment. Micaiah spake few words, yet he deserves to rank with the great prophets. He resembles them at least in his overmastering conviction of the truth and in his resolution to proclaim it, whatever cost of personal suffering it may entail. His opponents were professedly servants of Jehovah, and it is noteworthy that Micaiah does not accuse them of deliberate intent to deceive Ahab but rather of self-deception and ignorance of the truth, verse 21. Their ignorance of course was blameworthy, for it was due to their willingness to prophesy smooth things. They lacked that utter integrity of heart and entire devotion to his prophetic calling which Micaiah possessed. And Jehoshaphat said unto the king of Israel, Inquire, I pray thee, at the word of the Lord today. 4. Jehoshaphat, compare 1 Kings 3. 11. Inquire, at the word, compare Daniel 2. 10. Authorized version, no king asked such things at any magician. The use of at after verbs of asking is obsolete. Then the king of Israel gathered the prophets together, 400 men, and said unto them, Shall we go to Ramoth-Gilead to battle, or shall I forbear? And they said, Go up, for God shall deliver it into the hand of the king. 5. The prophets, these no doubt were prophets of Jehovah, not of Baal, compare verse 4 and note on verse 6. Shall we go, or shall I forbear? In 1 Kings, shall I go? Or shall I forbear? So LXX, but not Peshitta, of Chronicles. But Jehoshaphat said, Is there not here besides a prophet of the Lord, that we might inquire of him? And the king of Israel said unto Jehoshaphat, There is yet one man by whom we may inquire of the Lord, but I hate him, for he never prophesieth good concerning me, but always evil, the same is Micaiah the son of Imlah. And Jehoshaphat said, Let not the king say so. 6. But Jehoshaphat said, The insertion of this lengthy account of an event which principally concerns the northern kingdom is remarkable, seeing that the chronicler nowhere else inserts a narrative dealing with the affairs of North Israel. Some commentators find the chief motive for its insertion in this verse which credits Jehoshaphat with an honorable desire to ascertain Jehovah's real will. A secondary motive may be that the story shows very clearly the obstinate wickedness of Ahab, as the chronicler would regard it, and so lends point to the censure which is subsequently passed on Jehoshaphat. 19. 2. For his alliance with the northern king. Is there not here besides a prophet of the Lord, or, hath not the Lord here yet another prophet? The unanimity of the 400 prophets aroused the suspicion of Jehoshaphat. Then the king of Israel called an officer, and said, Fetch quickly Micaiah the son of Imlah. Or, eunuch. 8. Called an officer, the Hebrew word means eunuch. From 1 Samuel 8. 15 we may perhaps conclude that such officers were known in Israel from the very beginning of the monarchy. Compare 1 Chronicles 28. 1. Note. Now the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat the king of Judah sat each on his throne, arrayed in their robes, and they sat in an open place at the entrance of the gate of Samaria, and all the prophets prophesied before them. Hebrew a threshing floor. 9. In an open place, render, in a threshing floor. The threshing floor was convenient as being a large flat open space, compare Genesis L. 10, 1 Chronicles 13. 9, 21. 18 ff. Superscript 1 And Zedekiah the son of Chenaanah made him horns of iron, and said, Thus saith the Lord, With these shalt thou push the Syrians, until they be consumed. Superscript 1 And all the prophets prophesied so, saying, Go up to Ramoth-Gilead, and prosper, for the Lord shall deliver it into the hand of the king. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 And the messenger that went to call Micaiah spake to him, saying, Behold, the words of the prophets declare good to the king with one mouth, let thy word therefore, I pray thee, be like one of theirs, and speak thou good. 10. Made him horns of iron, for a similar use of symbolic action by a prophet compare Jeremiah 27. 2, also 28. 10. For the meaning of the phrase compare Amos 6. 13. Have we not taken to us horns, i.e., have we not acquired military power? Shalt thou push, compare Deuteronomy 33. 17. So Ramesses II is described in an Egyptian psalm as, the strong bull against the Ethiopians, his horn pushes them. Ehrman, Ancient Egypt, English translation, page 57. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 And Micaiah said, As the Lord liveth, what my God saith, that will I speak. 13. What my God saith, render, surely, what my God shall say. The divine message has not yet come to the prophet. Superscript 1 And when he was come to the king said unto him, Micaiah, shall we go to Ramoth-Gilead to battle, or shall I forbear? And he said, Go ye up, and prosper, and they shall be delivered into your hand. Hebrew Micah 14. Go ye up into your hand. Micaiah addresses both kings. In 1 Kings Ahab only is addressed, Go and prosper, for the Lord shall deliver it into the hand of the king. Micaiah repeats in mocking tones the utterance of the other prophets. Superscript 1 And the king said to him, How many times shall I adjure thee that thou speak unto me nothing but the truth in the name of the Lord? 15. That thou speak unto me nothing but the truth. The scorn in Micaiah's voice was noticed by the king. Superscript 1 And he said, I saw all Israel scattered upon the mountains, as sheep that have no shepherd, and the Lord said, These have no master, let them return every man to his house in peace. Superscript 1 And the king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, Did I not tell thee that he would not prophesy good concerning me, but evil? 16. As sheep that have no shepherd, compare Matthew 9:36. The Lord said, These have no master, let them return, etc. The prophet has had a vision of Israel's army, defeated and scattered, like a flock of sheep wandering shepherdless upon the mountains. God, he means, proclaims that in the coming battle their king will fall and they will be beaten and dispersed. Superscript 1 And he said, Therefore hear ye the word of the Lord, I saw the Lord sitting upon his throne, and all the host of heaven standing on his right hand and on his left. 18. And he said, There are 3 stages in the prophet's dealings with the king, 1. Irony in verse 14, 2. Serious advice in verse 16, 3. Denunciation of death in verses 18-22. The host of heaven, angelic beings are meant, as in Psalm c. 21, and probably also in Nehemiah 9. 6, Daniel 4. 35, etc., but in these passages the usual meaning, the stars, is possible. The parallel verse in Kings, 1 Kings 22. 19, is apparently the earliest clear instance of the phrase in the significance, angelic beings. Superscript 1 And the Lord said, Who shall entice Ahab king of Israel, that he may go up and fall at Ramoth-Gilead? And one spake saying after this manner, and another saying after that manner. Or, deceive. 19, Who shall entice Ahab, so 1 Kings, Revised Version. The same Hebrew word is used in Jeremiah XX. 7, Thou hast deceived, margin, enticed, me, where Jeremiah complains that he has been called to the fruitless labor of a hated prophet. For the underlying thought that delusion is sometimes a preliminary part of divine punishment compare 2 Thessalonians 2. 11, compare 2 Thessalonians 2. 9, and the famous saying, Quem Deus vult perdere prius dementat. It should be noted however that the lying spirit, in the mouth of the 400 prophets played only a subordinate part in Ahab's fall, and indeed could have played no part at all, but for the fact that the king was more than willing to be enticed. Ahab had already made up his mind. He consulted the 400 only as an afterthought to satisfy Jehoshaphat, verse 4, he excluded the plain-speaking Micaiah until Jehoshaphat insisted on his presence, verses 6, 7. And he scorned the true prophet's warning of the falseness of the 400, verse 26. Delusion as a divine punishment comes only upon the man who is willing to be deluded. Superscript 2 And there came forth a spirit, and stood before the Lord, and said, I will entice him. And the Lord said unto him, Wherewith? Superscript 2 Superscript 1 And he said, I will go forth, and will be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. And he said, Thou shalt entice him, and shalt prevail also, go forth, and do so. Hebrew the Spirit. 20. A spirit, Hebrew the Spirit, but the definite article simply singles out one spirit from the rest. The evil spirit, Hebrew, the Satan, is not meant here but simply a superhuman being, such as was generally conceived to be the cause of the ecstatic condition manifested by prophets of this type, compare 1 Samuel x. 5, 6. Superscript 2 Superscript 2 Now therefore, behold, the Lord hath put a lying spirit in the mouth of these thy prophets, and the Lord hath spoken evil concerning thee. 22. The Lord hath put a lying spirit. This and the preceding verse are singularly interesting for the frankness with which they apparently regard Jehovah as causing moral evil. Of course the passage is not to be regarded as a philosophical pronouncement on the origin of moral evil. Rather is it to be treated as a naive expression regarding a great fact of human life. See the conclusion of the note on verse 19, who shall entice Ahab. Physical evils are constantly declared in the Old Testament to originate in Jehovah's will. They are often sent by him as punishments for sin. Here too it is only as the penalty of previous sinfulness, verse 8, I hate him, that the evil moral condition of the prophets who are deluded by the lying spirit from Jehovah is imposed. A parallel may be found in Ezekiel 14. 1:11. It is, however, a higher plane of thought when Jeremiah expresses the conviction that the false prophets of his day are not inspired at all by Jehovah, but speak solely out of their own hearts, Jeremiah 23. 16:21. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 Then Zedekiah the son of Chenaanah came near, and smote Micaiah upon the cheek, and said, Which way went the Spirit of the Lord from me to speak unto thee? 23. Zedekiah, he takes the lead as in verse 10. Smote. Upon the cheek, this phrase is tantamount to, gave an insulting blow, compare Micah v. 1, Matthew v. 39. Superscript 2 And Micaiah said, Behold, thou shalt see on that day, when thou shalt go into an inner chamber to hide thyself. Or, from chamber to chamber. 24. Behold, thou shalt see, Micaiah answers Zedekiah's jibe with the verb, see, rather than, know, because of its double meaning, behold, thou shalt be a seer, thou shalt possess the power of vision, when it is too late. Go into an inner chamber, i.e. seek safety in hiding from enemies, compare 1 Kings XX. 30, same Hebrew phrase. Superscript 2 And the king of Israel said, Take ye Micaiah, and carry him back unto Amon the governor of the city, and to Joash the king's son. 25. Carry him back, Micaiah is not to accompany the expedition, having foretold its failure. Superscript 2 And say, Thus saith the king, Put this fellow in the prison, and feed him with bread of affliction and with water of affliction, until I return in peace. 26. Bread of affliction, water of affliction, compare Ezekiel 4. 9:11. Superscript 2 And Micaiah said, If thou return at all in peace, the Lord hath not spoken by me. And he said, Hear, ye peoples, all of you. 27. Ye peoples, all of you. The peoples represented at this gathering were probably Israel, Judah, Edom, and Moab. The clause occurs in Micah I:2, and in all probability has been added to the text of Kings, which the chronicler here copies, by a glossator, who perhaps thought that Micaiah and Micah were one and the same person. 28:34 equals 1 Kings 22. 29:37. The death of Ahab at Ramoth-Gilead. Superscript 2 So the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat the king of Judah went up to Ramoth-Gilead. Superscript 2 And the king of Israel said unto Jehoshaphat, I will disguise myself, and go into the battle, but put thou on thy robes. So the king of Israel disguised himself, and they went into the battle. 29. I will disguise myself. Despite the warning uttered by Micaiah, the two kings decide to seek battle, and Ahab, whose failing was not the lack of courage, resolved to take part in the fighting. To avert the fulfillment of the prophecy, he suggests that he should not wear his royal insignia, whilst Jehoshaphat, whose life had not been threatened, should wear his robes and be the obvious leader of the allied army. And they went into the battle, 1 Kings, more correctly, and he, Ahab, went into the battle, so LXX. Here. Superscript 3 Now the king of Syria had commanded the captains of his chariots, saying, Fight neither with small nor great, save only with the king of Israel. 30. The captains of his chariots, 32 in number, 1 Kings. While the rest of the Syrian army met the Israelite attack, the chariots were to act as an independent force, whose primary task should be to kill or capture Ahab. The king of Syria felt himself overmatched and thought that the only chance of victory lay in the fall of the Israelite commander. Compare 2 Kings 3. 26. The king of Moab tries to break through to the king of Edom. Superscript 3 Superscript 1 And it came to pass, when the captains of the chariots saw Jehoshaphat, that they said, It is the king of Israel. Therefore they turned about to fight against him, but Jehoshaphat cried out, and the Lord helped him. And God moved them to depart from him. Superscript 3 Superscript 2 And it came to pass, when the captains of the chariots saw that it was not the king of Israel, that they turned back from pursuing him. 31. Saw Jehoshaphat to fight. The captains of the chariots who had been instructed to direct all their efforts toward slaying the king of Israel, at length perceived Jehoshaphat conspicuous in his royal robes. The various chariots turned aside from lesser enemies, and then, discovering their mistake and obeying their orders, left him to continue their search for Ahab. And God moved them to depart from him. These words anticipate verse 32 and are not found in 1 Kings. Jehoshaphat's cry was to his soldiers for aid, but the chronicler apparently took it to be a cry to Jehovah, and accordingly added these words. Superscript 3 Superscript 3 And a certain man drew his bow at a venture, and smote the king of Israel between the joints of the harness, wherefore he said to the driver of the chariot, Turn thine hand, and carry me out of the host, for I am sore wounded. Hebrew in his simplicity. Or, the lower armor and the breastplate. 33. And a certain man drew a bow, render, but a certain man had drawn a bow. God had already brought about that which the Syrians were laboring to perform. At a venture, literally in his innocence, i.e. without knowing that he was aiming at Ahab. Compare 2 Samuel 15. 11. Between the joints of the harness, probably between the breastplate, or coat of mail, and the appendages to it. The wound would be in the lower part of the body. Superscript 3 And the battle increased that day, howbeit the king of Israel stayed himself up in his chariot against the Syrians until the even, and about the time of the going down of the sun he died. 34. Stayed himself up in his chariot. 1 Kings was stayed up. Ahab sustained his reputation as a good soldier, compare 1 Kings XX. 14, 22. 31. To the last, his death caused the failure of the attack on Ramoth, 1 Kings 22. 36. Chapter 19. 1-3, No parallel in Kings. The reproof of Jehu the prophet. Superscript 1 And Jehoshaphat the king of Judah returned to his house in peace to Jerusalem. 1. In peace, i.e. in safety. LXX, B, omitted the phrase. Superscript 2 And Jehu the son of Hanani the seer went out to meet him, and said to King Jehoshaphat, Shouldest thou help the wicked, and love them that hate the Lord? For this thing wrath is upon thee from before the Lord. 2. Jehu the son of Hanani, he must have been an old man at this time, for he had prophesied against Baasha, 1 Kings 16. 1. Since whose reign 2 kings had ruled in Israel, viz., Omri, 12 years, and Ahab, 22 years. It appears, however, as if the chronicler ignored or overlooked 1 Kings 16. 1. For in 2 Chronicles 16. 7 Hanani, Jehu's father, is mentioned rebuking Asa, Jehoshaphat's father. The two passages, in Kings and Chronicles, are not hopelessly irreconcilable, but together they yield a very odd and improbable sequence, the son active in Baasha's reign, the father in Asa's. And again after some 40 years the son in Jehoshaphat's time. And love them that hate the Lord, compare Psalms XXXIX. 21, 22. Actually, of course, Ahab even in this narrative appears as an adherent of Jehovah, whose prophets he consults. The phrase, them that hate the Lord, reflects the chronicler's view of North Israel. For this thing, Israel, in the chronicler's eyes, being wholly and utterly bad, apostate from Jehovah, Jehoshaphat's alliance with Ahab had to be construed as a most serious sin which should meet with severe punishment. Wrath is upon thee. The impending visitation of anger comes to pass in the invasion of the Moabite and Ammonite tribes described in chapter 20. For wrath, Hebrew if, compare 2 Kings 3. 27, Revised Version margin. Superscript 3 Nevertheless there are good things found in thee, in that thou hast put away the Ashroth out of the land, and hast set thine heart to seek God. 3. Good things, compare 12. 12, note. The Ashroth, plural of Asherah, compare notes on 14. 3, and 15. 16. For 11, no parallel in kings. Jehoshaphat's home policy for instruction in the law and administration of justice. For 11. This section has already been discussed in connection with 17. 7-9, where see the headnote. Compare also the introduction section 7, p. And Jehoshaphat dwelt at Jerusalem, and he went out again among the people from Beersheba to the hill country of Ephraim, and brought them back unto the Lord, the God of their fathers. 4. Beersheba, compare note on 1 Chronicles 4. 28. Brought them back, some further measures against idolatry seem to be meant. And he set judges in the land throughout all the fenced cities of Judah, city by city, and said to the judges, Consider what ye do, for ye judge not for man, but for the Lord, and he is with you in the judgment. Now therefore let the fear of the Lord be upon you, take heed and do it, for there is no iniquity with the Lord our God, nor respect of persons, nor taking of gifts. Or, in giving judgment Hebrew in the matter of judgment. 5. And he set judges, compare verse 11, also the Levites shall be officers, and Deuteronomy 16. 18, Judges and officers shalt thou make thee in all thy gates. In the earliest days justice was administered in Israel, as among the Bedouin of today. Probably by all heads of families and, in difficult cases, by the one head who was distinguished above the rest for impartiality and for knowledge of tribal custom. In later days when Israel was settled in Canaan, the elders of the cities, and the elders of the priests exercised the same functions. The priests also at the great shrines, by their responses in matters brought for the decision of the divine oracle, exercised an important part in the development and administration of law in Israel. In the monarchic period the king acted as a judge before whom difficult and important disputes seem to have been brought. His willingness to hear such cases, 2 Samuel 8. 15, 3 ff, and his wisdom in deciding them, 1 Kings 3. 9, etc. evidently affected his authority and popularity to no small extent. In the present passage it is noteworthy that the king delegates this authority even in Jerusalem. Jehoshaphat's measures, as here described, are twofold: 1, to establish judges throughout the cities of Judah, compare Deuteronomy 16. 18, 2, to establish, in accordance with Deuteronomy 17. 8 ff. A kind of court of appeal in Jerusalem itself. Moreover in Jerusalem did Jehoshaphat set of the Levites and the priests, and of the heads of the fathers' houses of Israel, for the judgment of the Lord, and for controversies. And they returned to Jerusalem. 8. For the judgment of the Lord, and for controversies, by the first expression the chronicler refers to religious as contrasted with civil cases, controversies. Or perhaps more generally to matters regarding which some decision could be found in the law of the Lord, i.e., in the Pentateuch, according to the chronicler's belief. The second phrase, controversies, probably means civil disputes for which arbitration, rather than a strictly legal decision, was suitable. And they returned to Jerusalem. These words are certainly a textual mistake. Read either, and they, the judges appointed by Jehoshaphat, dwelt in Jerusalem, i.e. The most difficult cases could always be decided in Jerusalem, because the judges were always there. Or read, and for the controversies of the inhabitants of Jerusalem, compare LXX. In either case the change in Hebrew is very slight. And he charged them, saying, Thus shall ye do in the fear of the Lord, faithfully, and with a perfect heart. 9. A perfect heart, i.e. a heart undivided in its allegiance, compare 1 Chronicles 12. 38. The judges were not to attempt to combine the service of God with the taking of bribes. Superscript 1 And whensoever any controversy shall come to you from your brethren that dwell in their cities, between blood and blood, between law and commandment, statutes and judgments, ye shall warn them, that they be not guilty towards the Lord. And so wrath come upon you and upon your brethren, this do, and ye shall not be guilty. 10. Between blood and blood, to decide between one kind of bloodshedding and another, i.e. between manslaughter and murder. Deuteronomy 17. 8. Between law and commandment, to decide what particular ordinance applies to a particular case. Ye shall warn them, compare Ezekiel 3. 17:21. Wrath, Hebrew if, see note on verse 2. Superscript 1 and, behold, Mariah the chief priest is over you in all matters of the Lord. And Zebadiah the son of Ishmael, the ruler of the house of Judah, in all the king's matters, also the Levites shall be officers before you. Deal courageously, and the Lord be with the good. Hebrew be strong and do. 11. Amariah, perhaps the one mentioned in 1 Chronicles 6. 11, v. 37, Hebrew. Matters of the Lord, i.e. in all religious and ritual questions. Contrast the king's matters, i.e. civil cases, such probably as questions of taxation, military service, and so forth. Officers before you, i.e. waiting to execute your instructions. Chapter 20. 1:4, no parallel in Kings. The invasion of the Moabites and their allies. Verses 130 of this chapter present an edifying tale of a miraculous victory gained by Jehoshaphat over an invading horde of desert tribes. A victory gained solely through prayer to Jehovah and without a single blow being struck by a Judean soldier. The whole narrative is an admirable example of midrashic narrative, and should be compared with 14. 9:15 and 13. 3:20, where see notes. Regarding the possibility of an historical foundation for the tale, see the introduction section 7, and compare G. Smith, Historical Geography of the Holy Land, pages 272, 273. Superscript 1 And it came to pass after this, that the children of Moab, and the children of Ammon, and with them some of the Ammonites, came against Jehoshaphat to battle. Perhaps an error for Munim. So the Septuagint see chapter 26. 7. 1. Some of the Ammonites, read, some of the Munim. They were an Arabian people whose name seems to be preserved in that of Mayan, an Edomitic village, southeast of Petra, on the pilgrim route between Damascus and Mecca. The LXX. Here, as also in 26. 7, 1 Chronicles 4. 41, has mu epsilon iota nu alpha omicron iota, mu iota nu alpha omicron iota, and probably intended thereby the Manians, a people who established a powerful kingdom in South Arabia, see the note on 1 Chronicles 4. 41. Superscript 2 Then there came some that told Jehoshaphat, saying, There cometh a great multitude against thee from beyond the sea from Syria, and, behold, they be in Hazazon Tamar, the same is En-Gedi. 2. From Syria, so also LXX. But undoubtedly the correct reading is from Edom. Confusion of two letters of almost identical shape in Hebrew, aphora, accounts for the difference. Hazazon Tamar, Genesis 14. 7. The name seems to describe the place as stony and as containing palm trees. It is in fact an oasis. The same is En-Gedi, compare G. A. Smith, Historical Geography of the Holy Land as quoted above, and Bedecker, Palestine, page 171. En-Gedi is on the west coast of the Dead Sea at a point where a rugged pass leads up into the hill country of Judah. Superscript 3 And Jehoshaphat feared, and set himself to seek unto the Lord, and he proclaimed a fast throughout all Judah. And Judah gathered themselves together, to seek help of the Lord, even out of all the cities of Judah they came to seek the Lord. 3. Proclaimed a fast involved the assembling of the people, 1 Kings 21. 9, 12, Jeremiah 36. 6, 9. Joel 2. 15. Special fasts were proclaimed for war, famine, or any other calamity or serious event. 5:13, no parallel in Kings. The prayer of Jehoshaphat. This prayer should be compared with Solomon's, 6. 14 ff. And Jehoshaphat stood in the congregation of Judah and Jerusalem, in the house of the Lord, before the new court. 5. Stood, rather, rose up. Before the new court, the temple of Solomon, strictly speaking, had only one court, but the chronicler speaks of it in terms which seem more appropriate to the post-exilic temple with its inner and outer courts, see the note on 4:9. The terms he uses, however, are unhappily vague and it is not quite easy to determine the precise meaning. Thus here, the word used for court is a with macron r, which according to 4:9 ought to mean the inner court, the court of the priests, as distinguished from the outer court of the people, the Azara. On this view, the phrase means that Jehoshaphat was in the Azara, standing not in but before the a with macron r of the priests. But the inner court must be the old original court, and it seems quite impossible that the chronicler, as he does here, should describe it as new. That adjective can be applicable only to a secondary, outer, court. We must therefore suppose that he here uses the word a with macron r for the court he elsewhere designates by the special term Azara. The correct interpretation then is that Jehoshaphat stood before the new, the outer court, i.e. he stood at the inner side of the outer court with his back towards the inner court and looking out towards the containing wall and the entrances where the people were grouped. Both interpretations come to much the same thing, but the point of language deserves attention. And he said, O Lord, the God of our fathers, art not thou God in heaven? And art not thou ruler over all the kingdoms of the nations? And in thine hand is power and might, so that none is able to withstand thee. 6. Art not thou God, compare Joshua 2:11. Ruler over all the kingdoms, compare Psalms 22:28. Is power, compare 14:11, Asa's prayer. Didst not thou, O our God, drive out the inhabitants of this land before thy people Israel, and gavest it to the seed of Abraham thy friend forever? And they dwelt therein, and have built thee a sanctuary therein for thy name, saying. 7. Drive out, compare Deuteronomy 9:5. Thy friend, compare Isaiah's lie. 8. If evil come upon us, the sword, judgment, or pestilence, or famine, we will stand before this house, and before thee, for thy name is in this house, and cry unto thee in our affliction, and thou wilt hear and save. Or, the sword of judgment. 9. The sword, judgment, render with margin the sword of judgment, compare Ezekiel 14:17. Superscript 1. And now, behold, the children of Ammon and Moab and Mount Seir, whom thou wouldest not let Israel invade, when they came out of the land of Egypt, but they turned aside from them, and destroyed them not. 10. Mount Seir, here, and in verse 23 in the enumeration of the allied peoples, Mount Seir, which was situated in the Edomite territory, takes the place of the Munim of verse 1. It is clear, however, that the same contingent is meant, and no difficulty arises if Munim denotes people from the Edomite district near the town Maon, see note on verse 1. Even if the South Arabian Manaeans were meant, it might be said that the two peoples were cognate and that Manaean invaders in passing through Mount Seir would probably bring along with them Edomite kinsmen. The region loosely denoted by Mount Seir was practically synonymous with Edom, extending from the south of the Dead Sea to the head of the Gulf of Aqaba. Whom thou wouldest not, etc. Compare Deuteronomy 2:4, 5, 9, 19, see also Numbers XX 14:21. Superscript 1. Superscript 1. Behold, how they reward us, to come to cast us out of thy possession, which thou hast given us to inherit. 11. Thy possession. A possession means that which one takes possession of by the sword. Canaan is God's possession because it was conquered by his arm, Psalms 44:3. Superscript 1. Superscript 2. O our God, wilt thou not judge them? For we have no might against this great company that cometh against us. Neither know we what to do, but our eyes are upon thee. 12. Our eyes are upon thee, compare 14:11. Superscript 1. Superscript 3. And all Judah stood before the Lord, with their little ones, their wives, and their children. 13. Their little ones. And their children, compare 31:18. Their little ones, and their sons and their daughters. Little ones, Hebrew af, seems always to mean quite small children. 1419, no parallel in Kings. The prophecy of Jehaziel. Superscript 1 Then upon Jehaziel the son of Zechariah, the son of Benaiah, the son of Jeiel, the son of Mattaniah, the Levite, of the sons of Asaph, came the Spirit of the Lord in the midst of the congregation. 14. Jehaziel, nothing is known of him beyond what is recorded in this chapter. His name is significant, God giveth visions. Superscript 1 And he said, Hearken ye, all Judah, and ye inhabitants of Jerusalem, and thou King Jehoshaphat, thus saith the Lord unto you, Fear not ye, neither be dismayed by reason of this great multitude, for the battle is not yours, but God's. 15. The battle is not yours, but God's. Jehaziel gives a special turn to the general truth, the battle is the Lord's, David to Goliath, 1 Samuel 17. 47. Superscript 1 Tomorrow go ye down against them, behold, they come up by the ascent of Ziz. And ye shall find them at the end of the valley, before the wilderness of Jeruel. 16. The ascent of Ziz, the exact positions of this and of the valley and of the wilderness mentioned in this verse are uncertain, but probably the invaders followed not the direct road from En-Gedi to Bethlehem, but one a little to the left of this. The valley, Hebrew nail, strictly, ravine, or watercourse. Superscript 1 Ye shall not need to fight in this battle, set yourselves, stand ye still, and see the salvation of the Lord with you, O Judah and Jerusalem, fear not, nor be dismayed, tomorrow go out against them, for the Lord is with you. Superscript 1 And Jehoshaphat bowed his head with his face to the ground, and all Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem fell down before the Lord, worshipping the Lord. 17. Stand ye still, and see the salvation of the Lord. This saying magnificently expresses the very essence of this story of deliverance won by faith. And further it reveals the deepest aspect of the chronicler's attitude to life. It is the living heart of the whole history as he tells it. We are impatient of the mechanical and grandiose elements in his work, because the taste for such exaggeration has passed away and the necessity for laying stress on the ritual of religion has little relevance for our times. But all criticism of the Books of Chronicles is superficial, which fails to see that the writer is inspired by a splendid faith in God and a grand determination to maintain the religious attitude as the one ultimate key to life's meaning. The present story is intended to assert the value of reliance upon God, in the midst of overwhelming peril still, trust in God and do the right, and to assert this in the strongest conceivable terms. Thus it is related that the victory was gained without any need for Jehoshaphat's grande army of 1,160,000 men. Turn from the tale to the circumstances of the post-exilic Jewish community, and the heroism of such teaching leaps to light. It is when we are surrounded by unscrupulous and powerful foes and have not 1,000 soldiers, far less 1,000,000, that the reality of our trust in God and goodness is put to the test. Says the chronicler, but, if like Jehoshaphat you had 1,000,000, it is still the supreme duty of man to rely on God. Great teaching, and greatly followed by the enfeebled yet indomitable Jews. While they were thus helpless, Jehovah wrought for Israel, even as the chronicler relates that he destroyed the enemies of Jehoshaphat in the wilderness of Jeruel. The Jews stood still and saw the working out of their deliverance. Great empires wrestled together, Babylonian, Persian, Greek, and Roman, like Moab, Ammon, and Edom, in the agony of the death struggle, and over all the tumult of battle Israel heard the voice of Jehovah, the battle is not yours, but God's. Set yourselves, stand ye still, and see the deliverance of Jehovah with you, O Judah and Jerusalem. Bennett, Chronicles, page 387. Certainly the post-exilic Jews were so weak that trust in their own armed power was at almost all times manifestly absurd, yet this does not mean that they were thereby driven to the policy of quiet faith. There was an alternative ever before them, despair and unbelief, that they resolutely refused. Such were the stern realities which ought to be weighed when we seek to realize the moral and spiritual worth of the chronicler and his doctrines. Superscript 1 And the Levites, of the children of the Kohathites and of the children of the Korahites, stood up to praise the Lord, the God of Israel, with an exceeding loud voice. 19. The Korahites were a branch of the Kohathites, 1 Chronicles 6. 22, 7, Hebrew, 37, 38, 22, 23, Hebrew. The chronicler simply defines his first statement: those who stood up to praise were Kohathites by clan, Korahites by family. 2025, no parallel in Kings. The deliverance. Superscript 2 And they rose early in the morning, and went forth into the wilderness of Tekoa, and as they went forth, Jehoshaphat stood and said, Hear me, O Judah, and ye inhabitants of Jerusalem. Believe in the Lord your God, so shall ye be established, believe his prophets. 20. Tekoa, the modern Toei, a ruin on a hill 2,790 feet above the sea, about 6 miles south of Bethlehem. It was an ancient place. 11. 6. 1 Chronicles 2. 24. 2 Samuel 14. 2. Amos 1. The wilderness of Tekoa means that part of the wilderness of Judah, which was near Tekoa. Believe, so shall ye be established. Compare Isaiah 7. 9. If ye will not believe, surely ye shall not be established. In both places there is a play on the words in the Hebrew, believe and be established, representing two voices of the same verb ha'aminu, tiamenu. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 So shall ye prosper. And when he had taken counsel with the people, he appointed them that should sing unto the Lord, and praise the beauty of holiness, as they went out before the army, and say, Give thanks unto the Lord, for his mercy endureth for ever. Or, in the beauty of holiness. 21. Them that should sing unto the Lord, and praise. Compare the preliminaries of the Battle of the Standard fought between the Scots and English in 1138. The beauty of holiness, render in holy attire, i.e. in priestly garments. Compare 1 Chronicles 16. 29, note. Before the army, contrast Joshua 6. 7, 9, the armed men precede the ark. Give thanks, compare 1 Chronicles 16. 41. Superscript 2 Superscript 2 And when they began to sing and to praise, the Lord set liars in wait against the children of Ammon, Moab, and Mount Seir, which were come against Judah, and they were smitten. 22. The Lord set liars in wait, comparing Joshua 8. 2. Where Joshua is bidden by God to set an ambush, we might suppose that the present phrase implies simply that the Lord suggested to Jehoshaphat the plan of setting an ambush. Such a view, however, seems antagonistic to verse 17, where the Judeans are told only to stand still and see the salvation wrought by God, and indeed it would detract immensely from the value of the tale as an awe-inspiring marvel. It is preferable to suppose that certain supernatural divine agents were meant by the chronicler. If the tradition has an historical basis, some sudden assault was probably made by the inhabitants of the invaded district before the main army from Jerusalem arrived. See the introduction pages. L. G. A. Smith, Historical Geography of the Holy Land, page 272, points out that the country between En-Gedi and Tekoa is well suited for attack by surprise. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 For the children of Ammon and Moab stood up against the inhabitants of Mount Seir, utterly to slay and destroy them, and when they had made an end of the inhabitants of Seir, every one helped to destroy another. 23. For the children of Ammon, render, and the children of Ammon. The sudden attack of the liars in wait caused a panic and a suspicion of treachery among the allies. So at Gideon's surprise of Midian every man turned his sword against his fellow. Judges 7. 22. Utterly to slay, literally to devote, or put to the ban, Hebrew aram, i.e. to undertake the partial or total destruction of the foe and his possessions as a sacred duty to be performed in honor of God. Compare Leviticus 27. 28, 29, and Driver's note on Exodus 22. 20 in this series. Compare 1 Chronicles 4. 41. Superscript 2 And when Judah came to the watchtower of the wilderness, they looked upon the multitude, and, behold, they were dead bodies fallen to the earth, and there were none that escaped. 24. To the watchtower, rather, to the outlook point, i.e. some spot from which they were able to survey the scene of the disaster in the valley by which the enemy were advancing. Superscript 2 And when Jehoshaphat and his people came to take the spoil of them, they found among them in abundance both riches and dead bodies, and precious jewels, which they stripped off for themselves. More than they could carry away, and they were 3 days in taking of the spoil, it was so much. According to some ancient authorities, garments. 25. They found among them in abundance both riches and dead bodies. The Hebrew text is faulty. Following the LXX. Epsilon rho omicron nu kappa tau nu eta pi omicron lambda lambda kappa alpha pi omicron sigma kappa epsilon upsilon nu kappa alpha sigma kappa lambda alpha, read probably they found much cattle and goods and garments. 2630, no parallel in Kings. The sequel of the deliverance. Superscript 2 And on the 4th day they assembled themselves in the valley of Barakah. For there they blessed the Lord, therefore the name of that place was called the valley of Barakah, unto this day. Superscript 2 Then they returned, every man of Judah and Jerusalem, and Jehoshaphat in the forefront of them, to go again to Jerusalem with joy. For the Lord had made them to rejoice over their enemies. Superscript 2 And they came to Jerusalem with psalteries and harps and trumpets unto the house of the Lord. That is, blessing. 26. Valley of Barakah, a deserted village Barakat, south of Tekoa, where there are some very ancient ruins seems to preserve the name. It is possible that the Valley of Jehoshaphat mentioned by Joel, 3. 4. Hebrew, 2, is to be identified with the scene of Jehoshaphat's deliverance. Superscript 2 And the fear of God was on all the kingdoms of the countries, when they heard that the Lord fought against the enemies of Israel. Superscript 3 So the realm of Jehoshaphat was quiet, for his God gave him rest round about. 29. Was on all, rather, came upon all, compare 14. 14, 17. 10. The kingdoms of the countries, a characteristic phrase with the chronicler, compare 12. 8, 17. 10 and 1 Chronicles 29. 30. 31-34, equals 1 Kings 22. 41-45. The summary of Jehoshaphat's reign. There are several variations of text between Kings and Chronicles here. And in particular the chronicler omits the statement that Jehoshaphat made peace with Israel. Superscript 3 Superscript 1 And Jehoshaphat reigned over Judah, he was 35 years old when he began to reign. And he reigned 25 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Azubah the daughter of Shilhi. 31. Reigned over Judah, in Kings, began to reign over Judah in the 4th year of Ahab king of Israel. The chronicler will not date the accession of a southern king by the year of an ungodly northern king. Superscript 3 Superscript 2 And he walked in the way of Asa his father, and turned not aside from it, doing that which was right in the eyes of the Lord. 32. Of Asa his father, compare 17. 3. Note. Superscript 3 Superscript 3 Howbeit the high places were not taken away, neither as yet had the people set their hearts unto the God of their fathers. 33. The high places, precisely the contrary is asserted in 17. 6. Where see note. On the meaning of high place see the note on 15. 17. Neither as yet had the people set their hearts, compare 12. 14. In Kings it is said particularly that the people sacrificed and burnt incense at the high places. Superscript 3 Now the rest of the acts of Jehoshaphat, first and last, behold, they are written in the history of Jehu the son of Hanani, which is inserted in the book of the Kings of Israel. Hebrew words. Or, who is mentioned. 34. Jehu the son of Hanani, c. 19. 2. Note. Which is inserted. Chronicles of different events were joined together to form one continuous chronicle, i.e. The history of Jehu means a special section of the Book of the Kings of Israel, see Introduction Section 5, p. 35-37, compare 1 Kings 22. 48, 49. The destruction of Jehoshaphat's fleet. The chronicler gives a somewhat different account of this incident from that in Kings. According to the latter, Jehoshaphat made ships of Tarshish, i.e., a particular kind of vessel, to sail to Ophir for gold, and refused the offer of Ahaziah to cooperate in the enterprise. It is then added that the enterprise failed, as the ships were wrecked at Eziongeber. The chronicler, on the other hand, expressly asserts that Jehoshaphat joined himself with the wicked Ahaziah in this naval enterprise, and interprets the wreck as a divine punishment for the sin of the alliance, the disaster being foretold by a prophet. Further, he has misunderstood the term, ships of Tarshish, see note, verse 36, and makes Tarshish, and not Ophir, the object of the voyage. The whole is said to constitute an instructive example of the freedom with which the narrative in Kings could be handled in the interests of religious teaching. The second divergence, ships to Tarshish, is only an error of ignorance, but the first is important. Without, however, denying that the chronicler has been careful to point the moral of his tale, it may be urged that his version is not obtained simply by an arbitrary alteration of Kings, but rather reflects an independent account of the affair. Perhaps more reliable than that in Kings. Almost certainly Jehoshaphat was still virtually subject to Israel, and the chronicler's tradition may be true to fact in representing him as partner with Ahaziah from the start of the enterprise. At least the possibility must not be ruled out because the story suited the chronicler's religious predilections. Again, it is quite improbable that the story of the seer of Mersha is wholly an invention of the chronicler, see notes on verse 37. The passage therefore yields some evidence of access to traditions other than those in Kings, and their value deserves to be fairly considered. Superscript 3 And after this did Jehoshaphat king of Judah join himself with Ahaziah king of Israel. The same did very wickedly, superscript 3 And he joined himself with him to make ships to go to Tarshish, and they made the ships in Eziongeber. 36. Ships to go to Tarshish, in Kings, ships of Tarshish to go to Ophir, compare 9. 21, equals 1 Kings x. 22, note. In both passages the reading of Kings, ships, or navy, of Tarshish, i.e. large seagoing ships, compare Psalms 48. 7, is correct, because, 1. Eziongeber was a port for vessels sailing eastward, while Tarshish was in the west. 2. Gold, the object of the voyage, compare 1 Kings 22. 48, came from Ophir. 8. 18, 1 Kings 9. 28, XXII, Psalms XLV. 9. Tarshish, compare 1 Chronicles I.7, note. Eziongeber, compare 8. 17, note. Superscript 3 Then Eleazar the son of Dodavahu of Mersha prophesied against Jehoshaphat, saying, Because thou hast joined thyself with Ahaziah, the Lord hath destroyed thy works. And the ships were broken, that they were not able to go to Tarshish. Or, made a breach in. 37, Then Eleazar, of Mersha prophesied, Cook, Expository Times, August, 1906, page 191, points out how suitable Mersha is as the home of a prophet antagonistic to Jehoshaphat. The town was situated in the Shephelah, c. 11. 8, note, and also Peter's and Thyersh, painted tombs in the necropolis of Marissa. And would be in close touch with the Philistine and Edomite, Morabian, districts, which were stirred up to revolt in the time of Jehoram, Jehoshaphat's son. Note also the association of Mersha in the tradition of Zerah's invasion in Asa's reign, 14. 10. It is unlikely that the chronicler would have invented Mersha as the home of Eleazar. Rather is it reasonable to infer that he is utilizing an old tradition, independent of Kings and at least noteworthy for its consistency. Dodavahu, the LXX. Lucian, delta omicron upsilon, indicates that the original form of the name was Dodia, signifying probably, kinsman of Jehovah. For euphemistic reasons this was softened to Dodavahu. The name therefore is almost certainly characteristic of an early period, and is not such as would naturally occur to the chronicler's imagination. Here again then we find reason for thinking that the chronicler was relying on the current form of an old tradition, c.g. B. Gray, Hebrew Proper Names, pages 62, 232. Chapter 21. 1 equals 1 Kings 22. 50. Jehoshaphat succeeded by Jehoram. 2-4, no parallel in Kings. The names and the fate of the other sons of Jehoshaphat. 2-4. Presumably the chronicler has drawn the information given in these verses from traditional sources. The details of the names of the brethren, their possessions, and their massacre by Jehoram are not likely to be the product of the chronicler's unaided imagination. Superscript 1 And Jehoshaphat slept with his fathers, and was buried with his fathers in the city of David, and Jehoram his son reigned in his stead. Superscript 2 And he had brethren the sons of Jehoshaphat, Azariah, and Jehiel, and Zechariah, and Azariah, and Michael, and Shephatiah, all these were the sons of Jehoshaphat king of Israel. 2. Brethren the sons of Jehoshaphat, it was necessary to define brethren, for the word by itself means no more than kinsmen, compare 1 Chronicles 12. 3. Note. Azariah, since this name, with a slight variation of spelling, is repeated in the list, it is probable that the text is corrupt. Yet the error may be no more than the omission of some epithet which distinguished one Azariah from the other in the original text of the verse. The LXX gives no help. King of Israel, compare 11. 3. Note. Superscript 3 And their father gave them great gifts, of silver, and of gold, and of precious things, with fenced cities in Judah, but the kingdom gave he to Jehoram, because he was the firstborn. 3. Their father gave them, Rehoboam did the same, 11. 23. Precious things, Hebrew Migdanoth, compare 32. 23. Now when Jehoram was risen up over the kingdom of his father, and had strengthened himself, he slew all his brethren with the sword, and divers also of the princes of Israel. 4. Strengthened himself, compare 1, note. 5-7, equals 2 Kings 8. 17-19. The evil character of Jehoram's reign. Jehoram was 32 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 8 years in Jerusalem. And he walked in the way of the kings of Israel, as did the house of Ahab, for he had the daughter of Ahab to wife, and he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord. 6. Of Ahab, compare 18. 1, note. Howbeit the Lord would not destroy the house of David, because of the covenant that he had made with David, and as he promised to give a lamp to him and to his children alway. 7. The house of David, in 2 Kings Judah, a term sparingly used in Chronicles, compare 11. 3, note. A lamp, thus figuratively applied the Hebrew word is written near, ordinarily, lamp is ne in Hebrew. 8-10, equals 2 Kings 8. 20-22. The revolt of Edom. In his days Edom revolted from under the hand of Judah, and made a king over themselves. 8. In his days Edom revolted, from 1 Chronicles 18. 11-13, compare 2 Samuel 8. 13f. It appears that Edom was subjugated in the reign of David, and it seems to have remained so until Jehoram's reign. If, as is probable, the Munim are to be reckoned an Edomitic tribe, see the notes on XX. 1-10 Edom may have made a vain attempt to throw off the Judean suzerainty in Jehoshaphat's time, and this would suit the remark in 1 Kings 22. 47 And there was no king in Edom, a deputy was king, i.e. a nominee of Jehoshaphat. Moreover, the tradition of Jehoshaphat's shipbuilding at Ezion-Geber on the Gulf of Aqaba implies the maintenance of his hold over Edom. Then Jehoram passed over with his captains, and all his chariots with him, and he rose up by night, and smote the Edomites which compassed him about, and the captains of the chariots. 9. Then Jehoram passed over, in Kings, passed over to Zair, the place is not otherwise known, for a suggestion that the Moabite Zor should be read, see Encyclopaedia Britannica SV Moab, page 631 ad fin. Without the addition of a place name the verb passed over in Chronicles is somewhat awkward. It is possible that the chronicler used it in the meaning that Jehoram with a vanguard of chariots passed by his main body of the people to take the lead. Although the text in 1 Kings 8:21 appears to have suffered some corruption, it is fairly clear that Jehoram pushed on with his chariots as a vanguard, was hemmed in by the Edomites, and, though he succeeded in cutting his way out by a night attack, his main army had dispersed in the belief that the king and the chariots were cut off and lost. And the captains of the chariots, the clause is governed by the verb compassed, read perhaps L for eth in the Hebrew. Superscript 1 So Edom revolted from under the hand of Judah, unto this day, then did Libnah revolt at the same time from under his hand, because he had forsaken the Lord, the God of his fathers. 10. Then did Libnah revolt at the same time. The exact position of Libnah is not known, but it was in the south of Judah, probably not far from Lachish, Tel El Hesi, and the Edomite territory. The active hostility of the Edomitic, Arabian, and Philistine districts about this period afforded an opportunity to any elements of discontent in the townships of southern Judah, see the note on 26. 7. Probably the population of Libnah included many Edomite and Philistine families, compare the Peshitta rendering of this clause, viz. Then did the Edomites who dwell in Libnah revolt. Became he had forsaken, etc. Not in Kings. A moralistic comment by the chronicler. 11:15, not in Kings. Jehoram's sins and Elijah's written denunciation. Superscript 1 Moreover he made high places in the mountains of Judah, and made the inhabitants of Jerusalem to go a-whoring, and led Judah astray. According to some ancient authorities, cities. Or, compelled Judah thereto. 11, in the mountains, so Peshitta, but LXX, in the cities. The difference between the two readings in Hebrew is very small. Made. To go a-whoring, a much-used metaphor of Scripture, meaning led, into idolatry. Led Judah astray, literally, drew or thrust away Judah, i.e. from the presence of Jehovah. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 And there came a writing to him from Elijah the prophet, saying, Thus saith the Lord, the God of David thy father, because thou hast not walked in the ways of Jehoshaphat thy father, nor in the ways of Asa king of Judah. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 But hast walked in the way of the kings of Israel, and hast made Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem to go a-whoring, like as the house of Ahab did. And also hast slain thy brethren of thy father's house, which were better than thyself. Hebrew made to go a-whoring. 12. A writing. This is the only place in which any writing of Elijah is mentioned. Even in Jehoshaphat's reign Elijah seems to have been no longer among the living, compare 2 Kings 3. 11, where Elisha seems already to have taken Elijah's place. That the writing was a prophecy of Elijah denouncing Jehoram in anticipation of his reign is not only utterly improbable, but the plain words of the chronicler do not seem even to suggest it. It is possible to suppose that some adaptation of words of Elijah to suit Jehoram's case was placarded by an unknown hand outside Jehoram's palace, but again the explanation seems more elaborate than the simple statement warrants. It is more probable therefore that the chronicler means plainly a letter from Elijah, and ignores the anachronism involved in supposing the prophet to have been alive in Jehoram's reign. So great wickedness seemed to him to require a rebuke from a well-known prophet, and it is put into the mouth of Elijah, who, as the great opponent of the idolatry of Ahab and Jezebel, seemed to be the most proper person to pronounce the denunciation. The style of the letter requires a late date, and the author is perhaps the chronicler himself. See further the introduction section 7, p. Superscript 1 Behold, the Lord will smite with a great plague thy people, and thy children, and thy wives, and all thy substance. Hebrew stroke. 14, a great plague, for plague, compare 16. 28, 29. Jehoram's plague is described in verses 16, 17. Thy substance, Genesis 12. 5, The Hebrew word includes both goods and chattels, i.e. livestock. Superscript 1 And thou shalt have great sickness by disease of thy bowels, until thy bowels fall out by reason of the sickness, day by day. Or, year after year. 15. Day by day, margin, year after year, a prolonged sickness. 16. 17. No parallel in Kings. The invasion of the Philistines and Arabians. The chronicler's theory of life demanded that disasters should mark the close of this wicked reign, and in view of the license which marks the chronicler's reconstruction of the history, it must be allowed that a raid by the very peoples who had paid tribute to Jehoshaphat, 17. 11, may be only a conjecture to suit the requirements of his religious conviction. But neither the absence of the story from Kings, nor yet the religious appropriateness of the attack entails its rejection as unhistorical. The comparative fullness and vigor of the chronicler's account of these reigns yields many suggestive indications, some of which have already been noted, favoring the view that he had before him valuable independent traditions of Edomite and Philistine hostilities against Judah which were referred to this period. That being so, the possible historicity of this tradition in verses 16, 17 must be admitted, and it should be noted that such a raid would be a most natural sequel to Jehoram's loss of control over Edom recorded in verse 8. Superscript 1 And the Lord stirred up against Jehoram the spirit of the Philistines, and of the Arabians which are beside the Ethiopians. 16. Stirred up. The spirit, perhaps not without the instigation of a prophetical party, of which Eleazar of Mershah may have been a leading representative, see XX. 37, for the phrase, stirred up, compare 36. 22 and 1 Chronicles v. 26. Which are beside the Ethiopians, Hebrew Cushites, probably certain Arabian tribes, though it seems likely that the chronicler understood the name to mean the Ethiopians of Africa, see the note on Zerah the Ethiopian, 14. 9. Ancient geographical ideas were very inexact. Herodotus regarded all the land east of the Nile as part of Arabia. Distant lands are apt to be conceived of as all more or less, beside one another. Thus the present writer has heard a Tyrolese peasant woman remark that she supposed Russia and Japan were both beside England. We may assume that in the chronicler's source Arabian Cushites were meant. Superscript 1 And they came up against Judah, and brake into it, and carried away all the substance that was found in the king's house, and his sons also, and his wives, so that there was never a son left him, save Jehoahaz, the youngest of his sons. Or, belonging to. In chapter 22. 1, Ahaziah. 17, and break into it, the proper meaning of the Hebrew verb is, to make a breach in a city wall, and so take the city, compare 32, 1. Here and in Isaiah 7. 6 the word is applied to a whole country. In the king's house, it is most unlikely that the invaders, if the raid be historical, actually entered Jerusalem, and almost certain that the chronicler did not mean to imply that they did. Probably therefore we should translate, as the margin, belonging to the king's house. Part of the royal possessions and the royal household might well have been in the camp, see below, the note on 22. 1. Jehoahaz, in 22. 1 He is called Ahaziah, which is only another form of the name, the prefix Jeho, of the one, and the ending, Ia of the other being each the representative of the divine name Jehovah. The name in either form means, Jehovah hath taken, or grasped. Parallel instances are the names Jehoshaphat and Shephatiah, verse 2, and Jehonathan and Nethaniah, in 17. 8. 18:20, compare 2 Kings 8. 24. Death and burial of Jehoram. Superscript 1 And after all this the Lord smote him in his bowels with an incurable disease. Superscript 1 And it came to pass, in process of time, at the end of 2 years, that his bowels fell out by reason of his sickness, and he died of sore diseases. And his people made no burning for him, like the burning of his fathers. 19. By reason of his sickness, LXX. Mu epsilon tau tau nu sigma omicron upsilon, i.e. in the course of his sickness. No burning, compare 16. 14, note. Superscript 230 and 2 years old was he when he began to reign, and he reigned in Jerusalem 8 years, and he departed without being desired, and they buried him in the city of David, but not in the sepulchres of the kings. 20. He departed without being desired, literally without desire, i.e. he lived so that none desired him, or he lived as no one desired. Compare LXX, pi omicron rho epsilon theta eta omicron kappa nu pi alpha nu, literally, he walked without praise. But not in the sepulchres of the kings, according to Kings he was buried with his fathers. Compare 24. 25, 28. 27. Chapter 22. 1-4, equals 2 Kings 8. 25-27. The reign of Ahaziah. Superscript 1 And the inhabitants of Jerusalem made Ahaziah his youngest son king in his stead, for the band of men that came with the Arabians to the camp had slain all the eldest. So Ahaziah the son of Jehoram king of Judah reigned. In chapter 21. 17, Jehoahaz. 1. The inhabitants of Jerusalem, etc. In consequence of the great disaster to the royal house, the people play a more prominent part than usual in deciding the succession to the throne, compare 2 Kings 23. 30. To the camp, or to the host. The sense seems to be that the princes of the royal house were with the army in the field and were slain by a surprise attack of a party from the Philistine and Arabian forces, 21. 16. The LXX. Reads, Rho alpha beta epsilon omicron lambda epsilon iota mu alpha zeta omicron nu epsilon, i.e. apparently, the Arabians of Mazin, but in all probability this reading is a mere error derived from a transliteration of the Hebrew word rendered, to the camp, see Torah, Ezra Studies, page 74. Superscript 240 And 2 years old was Ahaziah when he began to reign, and he reigned 1 year in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Athaliah the daughter of Omri. Superscript 3 He also walked in the ways of the house of Ahab, for his mother was his counselor to do wickedly. In 2 Kings 8. 26, 2 and 20. Or, granddaughter. 2, 40 and 2 years old, the LXX. 20 years old is preferable, agreeing nearly with 2 Kings 8. 26, 2 and 20 years old, Hebrew and LXX. Daughter of Omri, so 2 Kings 8. 26, but more correctly, daughter of Ahab, 2 Kings 8. Verse 18. And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, as did the house of Ahab, for they were his counselors after the death of his father, to his destruction. 4. After the death of his father, this phrase suggests that he acted as regent in his father's lifetime during his father's 2 years' illness. 5, 6, equals 2 Kings 8. 28, 29. The alliance with Jehoram of Israel. He walked also after their counsel, and went with Jehoram the son of Ahab king of Israel to war against Hazael king of Syria at Ramoth-Gilead, and the Syrians wounded Joram. 5. Joram, or Jehoram. The variation is unimportant. And he returned to be healed in Jezreel of the wounds which they had given him at Ramah, when he fought against Hazael king of Syria. And Azariah the son of Jehoram king of Judah went down to see Jehoram the son of Ahab in Jezreel, because he was sick. 2 Kings 8. 29, and in the Septuagint and Syriac versions. The text has, because the wounds which and. In verse 1, Ahaziah. 6, Jezreel, a city some distance to the north of Samaria, giving its name to the plain of Jezreel, Esdraelon. Ahab had a house there, 1 Kings 21. 1. Probably a country house judging from the incident of Naboth's vineyard. It is the modern Zur-In, a town situated on a hill commanding a wide view towards the west and the east, Bedeker, Palestine, page 244. Ramah, i.e. Ramoth-Gilead, c. 18. 2. Note. Azariah, read, as margin, Ahaziah. 7-9, compare 2 Kings 9. 16:26, 27, 28, x. 11:14. The death of Ahaziah. 7:9. These verses give a hasty summary of the passages in Kings. The chronicler's version differs in some particulars from Kings. The divergences may largely be due to the extreme brevity of chronicles. And they do not absolutely require a variant form of the tradition for their explanation, so Torrey, Ezra Studies, p. 74, particularly if Samaria here in Chronicles denotes not the city but simply the province. Verse 7 is a brief but sufficient abridgment of 2 Kings 9:16-26 from the point of view of Ahaziah's concern in the affair. On the other hand, there is great probability in the view that the chronicler's account goes back to a version of the tradition independent of that in Kings. See the notes on verses 8, 9, and compare Cook in the Jewish Quarterly Review for 1908, p. 612. Now the destruction of Ahaziah was of God, in that he went unto Joram, for when he was come, he went out with Jehoram against Jehu the son of Nimshi, whom the Lord had anointed to cut off the house of Ahab. Hebrew treading down. 7. Destruction, rather, ruin, or downfall, LXX, Kappa Alpha Tau Alpha Sigma Tau Rho Omicron Phi. Ahaziah's brethren fell with him, verse 8. Had anointed, compare 2 Kings 9:1-10. And it came to pass, when Jehu was executing judgment upon the house of Ahab, that he found the princes of Judah, and the sons of the brethren of Ahaziah, ministering to Ahaziah, and slew them. 8. The sons of the brethren of Ahaziah, LXX. The brethren, i.e. the kinsmen, of Ahaziah, so also 2 Kings XXIII. The brethren, in the strict sense of the word, of Ahaziah had already been killed, verse 1. Ministering, according to 2 Kings they were going to salute the children of the king and the children of the queen, probably a courtly expression for salute the king and the queen. Their murder in Kings is clearly regarded as subsequent to Ahaziah's death, whereas in Chronicles the attack on Ahaziah, verse 9, apparently is placed after the murder of the brethren as recorded in the present verse. It is possible, however, to suppose that verses 8 and 9 are not meant to be related to each other in a time sequence, and that verses 7, 8, 9 are all relatively independent statements. And he sought Ahaziah, and they caught him, now he was hiding in Samaria, and they brought him to Jehu, and slew him, and they buried him, for they said, He is the son of Jehoshaphat, who sought the Lord with all his heart. And the house of Ahaziah had no power to hold the kingdom. And there was none of the house of Ahaziah that had power and 9. Now he was hiding in Samaria. If Samaria means the city, then according to Chronicles Ahaziah fled southward from Jezreel, while according to 2 Kings his flight was westward to Megiddo, to be identified with Con el Legend, Bedecker, Palestine, p. 228, perhaps however Samaria means the province, as in 25:13, Ezekiel 4:10. Even so this account of Ahaziah's wounding and death differs markedly from that in Kings, where nothing is said of his hiding, but simply that he went out with Joram when Jehu encountered Joram, so here verse 7, was wounded, fled to Megiddo, and died there, but was carried back by his servants to Jerusalem and there buried. Here it is stated that he was captured, brought to Jehu, and slain, before him. The place of his burial is unnamed, but it would readily be supposed that he was buried by Jehu's servants and not at Jerusalem. These divergences in verses 8, 9 are curious and are most naturally explained as originating in a variant form of the tradition. 10:12 equals 2 Kings 11:1-3. The reign of Athaliah. Superscript 1. Now when Athaliah the mother of Ahaziah saw that her son was dead, she arose and destroyed all the seed royal of the house of Judah. 10. Destroyed. This is the reading of Kings and of the LXX. Of Chronicles the Hebrew read spake with, which is perhaps a euphemism, compare the English, deal with. Superscript 1. But Jehoshabeth, the daughter of the king, took Joash the son of Ahaziah, and stole him away from among the king's sons that were slain, and put him and his nurse in the bedchamber. So Jehoshabeth, the daughter of King Jehoram, the wife of Jehoiada the priest, for she was the sister of Ahaziah, hid him from Athaliah, so that she slew him not. In 2 Kings 11. 2. Jehosheba. Or, chamber for the beds. 11. Jehoshabeth, in Kings, Jehosheba. The two are forms of the same name, compare Elizabeth, Luke I:7, and Elisheba, Exodus 6. 23, a similar pair. In the bedchamber, margin, in the chamber for the beds, i.e. perhaps in a store-room in which bed furniture was kept, a convenient but an uncertain interpretation. The wife of Jehoiada the priest, compare 23. 1. This relationship is not given in Kings. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 And he was with them hid in the house of God 6 years, and Athaliah reigned over the land. 12. With them, i.e. with Jehoiada and Jehoshabeth. In Kings, with her. In the house of God, the chamber for beds, which was perhaps in the palace, was only a temporary hiding place. Chapter 23. 1:11, compare 2 Kings 11. 4:12. The conspiracy against Athaliah. The account in Kings of the famous conspiracy which resulted in the downfall and death of Athaliah the queen mother and the coronation of the child Joash has the marks of a graphic and accurate narrative. The chronicler evidently desired to reproduce it word for word, but in one point he was obliged to alter it in accordance with his ideas. In Kings the plot is engineered by the high priest Jehoiada with the help of the officers, captains of hundreds, and men of the Karites and the guard, i.e. the royal bodyguard, who were foreign mercenaries. But the statement in 2 Kings 11. 4:11, that these men who were both laymen and foreigners were permitted by the high priest to be within the court of the temple, though no doubt correct in point of fact, see Ezekiel 44. 6f, was inconceivable to the chronicler. In his account therefore the soldiers of the guard vanish, and the captains of hundreds are prominent Levites, who organized the conspiracy by gathering the Levites and chief men throughout Judah, verse 2. And, further, careful directions are given, verse 6, that none shall enter the temple save priests and Levites, for they are holy. The passage is an interesting example of the chronicler's procedure in the interests of the ecclesiastical order to which he belonged and in which he believed so firmly. Superscript 1 And in the 7th year Jehoiada strengthened himself, and took the captains of hundreds, Azariah the son of Jeroham, and Ishmael the son of Jehohanan, and Azariah the son of Obed, and Messiah the son of Adaiah, and Elishaphat the son of Zichri. Into covenant with him. 1. Strengthened himself, compare I:1, note, the phrase does not occur in the parallel passage of Kings. Azariah, etc. The names of course are not in Kings, see previous note. The individual names add to the naturalness of the chronicler's account. It is unlikely that the Levitical contemporaries of the chronicler had any reliable traditions enabling them to say who probably were the leading priests or Levites of Jerusalem in the time of Athaliah and Joash. Perhaps the chronicler has simply chosen names which were suitable for Levites to bear. Captains of hundreds, in 2 Kings, captains over hundreds of the Karites, i.e. Cherethites, and of the guard. The chronicler takes the captains to be captains of Levites. Superscript 2 And they went about in Judah, and gathered the Levites out of all the cities of Judah, and the heads of fathers' houses of Israel, and they came to Jerusalem. 2. Gathered the Levites, this statement is not found in Kings, see the head note. Israel, see 11. 3, note. Superscript 3 And all the congregation made a covenant with the king in the house of God. And he said unto them, Behold, the king's son shall reign, as the Lord hath spoken concerning the sons of David. 3. All the congregation, contrast 2 Kings 11. 4. Where the covenant is a secret agreement between Jehoiada and the officers of the guard. Hath spoken concerning, compare 2 Samuel 7. 16, 1 Chronicles 17. 17. This is the thing that ye shall do, a third part of you, that come in on the Sabbath, of the priests and of the Levites, shall be porters of the doors. Hebrew thresholds. 4. This is the thing that ye shall do, the arrangements as given here and in 2 Kings are not entirely clear owing to our ignorance regarding some of the places referred to. The chronicler did not clearly understand the scheme in Kings, but he was not troubled thereby. He was concerned only to see that in his account the Levites replaced the soldiers of the guard and that no unlawful person entered the precincts of the temple. According to Kings, it would appear that it was the custom on the Sabbath for 2/3 of the royal guards to be free and for 1/3 to be on duty at the palace. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, this last third was, according to Jehoiada's directions, to be at the palace as usual. But it was to be subdivided into thirds and so distributed as to close the various means of communication between the palace and the rest of the city. Thus Athaliah was to be held as in a trap by her own guards, 2 Kings 11. 5, 6. The 2/3 who were free from duty on the Sabbath were to be stationed in the temple about the young king to guard him at his coronation. The arrangements are differently and no doubt less correctly stated in Chronicles. In the first place, Levitical temple guards take the place of the royal guards. Secondly, the only division of the guards recognized is a simple division into thirds. Finally, the stations of the different divisions are differently given, viz., 1/3 in the temple, 1/3 in the palace, and 1/3 at the gate of the foundation. Using the modern terms, battalion, and company, for the divisions and subdivisions given in Kings, the arrangements may be stated in a form which allows easy comparison between Kings and Chronicles, as follows. 2 Kings 11. 5-7. Royal Guards in 3 battalions. 1st Battalion on duty at the king's house, palace. A company within the palace, verse 5. B company at the gate of Sur. C company at another gate, behind the guard, verse 6. 2nd and 3rd battalions off duty, but brought into the house of the Lord, the temple, by Jehoiada, verse 7. 2 Chronicles 23. 4, 5. Levites in 3 bands. Band I equals 1st Battalion C Company of 2 Kings, in the house of God, the chronicler supposing that the house, 2 Kings 11. 6, means the house of the Lord. More probably it means the house of the king, 2 Kings 11. Verse 5. Band 2 equals 1st Battalion A Company of 2 Kings, at the king's house, so 2 Kings. Band 3 equals 1st Battalion B Company of 2 Kings, at the gate of the foundation. The chronicler passes over the 2nd and 3rd battalions, because he has already assigned their duty to 1st Battalion C Company. Of the priests and of the Levites, not in Kings. The words are a mistaken but intentional gloss of the chronicler, for it is clear that in Kings lay guards are meant. Porters of the doors, margin, of the thresholds, i.e. of the temple according to the chronicler, for the word for doors, or thresholds, sippim in Hebrew, is always used for the thresholds of some sanctuary, e.g. of the tabernacle, 1 Chronicles 9. 19, 22, of the temple of Solomon, 2 Chronicles 3. 7, of, apparently, some Israelite shrine, Amos 9. 1, in the parallel passage, 2 Kings 11. 6, however, the watch of the house, clearly means, the watch of the king's house, 2 Kings 11. Verse 5. And a third part shall be at the king's house, and a third part at the gate of the foundation, and all the people shall be in the courts of the house of the Lord. 5, a third part shall be at the king's house. And a third part at the gate of the foundation. These 2/3 according to the scheme given above were both stationed about the palace, but they are not to be reckoned as 2/3 of the whole guard. The gate of the foundation, gate of JSVD, Hebrew. This is certainly the gate of Sur, SVR in Hebrew, of 2 Kings 11. 6, possibly however we should read gate of SVS or SVSM, i.e., horse gate, verse 15, compare 2 Kings 11. 16, both here and in Kings. But let none come into the house of the Lord, save the priests, and they that minister of the Levites, they shall come in, for they are holy, but all the people shall keep the watch of the Lord. 6. Let none come into the house of the Lord, it is clear on the contrary from Kings, verse 11, that the royal guards, who were laymen, were brought into the temple itself under Jehoiada's directions. The chronicler is evidently at pains to guard against the notion that such a breach of ritual took place. All the people, not mentioned in Kings, but compare 1 Kings 11:14. And the Levites shall compass the king round about, every man with his weapons in his hand, and whosoever cometh into the house, let him be slain, and be ye with the king when he cometh in, and when he goeth out. 7. Into the house, 2 Kings, within the ranks. Any one who should attempt to break through the ranks of the guard to get near to the king was to be killed. According to the chronicler, Jehoiada's precaution would protect the sanctity of the temple as well as the person of the young king. So the Levites and all Judah did according to all that Jehoiada the priest commanded, and they took every man his men, those that were to come in on the Sabbath, with those that were to go out on the Sabbath. For Jehoiada the priest dismissed not the courses. 8. The Levites and all Judah, in 2 Kings, the captains over hundreds. See notes on verse 4. For Jehoiada the priest dismissed not the courses, not in Kings. The Levites, 1 Chronicles 23. 6. The priests, 1 Chronicles 24. 1. And the king's army, 1 Chronicles 27. 1 ff. Were each divided into courses, but it is clear from the context that courses of Levites are meant here. And Jehoiada the priest delivered to the captains of hundreds the spears, and bucklers, and shields, that had been King David's, which were in the house of God. 9. Shields, Hebrew shla with makron m, see note on 1 Chronicles 18. 7. Superscript 1. And he set all the people, every man with his weapon in his hand, from the right side of the house to the left side of the house, along by the altar and the house, by the king round about. Hebrew shoulder. 10. With his weapon, the Hebrew word, shelah, means a missile weapon. Superscript 1. Superscript 1. Then they brought out the king's son, and put the crown upon him, and gave him the testimony, and made him king, and Jehoiada and his sons anointed him. And they said, God save the king. Or, put upon him the crown and the testimony. Hebrew let the king live. 11. Put the crown upon him, and gave him the testimony, so LXX. And Hebrew both here and in 2 Kings 11. 12. Note that the words, gave him, are not in the Hebrew. What then is the meaning of, put the crown, the testimony? It is supposed that by, the testimony, some document inscribed with laws, a charter binding king and people to live according to its precepts, is meant, and that this document was placed in the hands or on the head of Joash along with the crown. The wearing of an inscription or of a document on a solemn occasion, though strange to Western thought, is not alien from Eastern methods, compare Exodus 28. 36 ff, Deuteronomy 6. 6:8, Job 31. 35, 36. But evidence of such a ceremony at the coronation of a monarch is lacking. Hence it is tempting to think that we should read as the true text of Kings, put upon him the crown and the bracelets, a brilliant conjecture made by Wellhausen, which involves in Hebrew only the addition of one consonant to the present text. But again there is no satisfactory evidence that bracelets were put on the king at his coronation. Wellhausen relied on 2 Samuel I. 10. But further, it is very probable that the error, if it is one, was present in the text of Kings which lay before the chronicler, and therefore in Chronicles, the testimony may be the original reading. Jehoiada and his sons, in Kings, they anointed him, without specifying the actors. God save the king, literally, let the king live. 12:15 equals 2 Kings 11. 13:16. Death of Athaliah. Superscript 1. Superscript 2. And when Athaliah heard the noise of the people running and praising the king, she came to the people into the house of the Lord. Or, of the people, of the guard, and of those who praised the king. 12. Running, the word might mean, the guard, literally runners, see the margin. It has that meaning in Kings, but the chronicler interprets it literally as the participle of the verb. Praising the king, perhaps verses were extemporized in praise of a king at his coronation, just as over a maiden at her marriage, compare Psalm 78. 63. She came, Athaliah was allowed to pass the palace guard, but now it was too late for her to save her crown. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 And she looked, and, behold, the king stood by his pillar at the entrance, and the captains and the trumpets by the king. And all the people of the land rejoiced, and blew with trumpets, the singers also played on instruments of music, and led the singing of praise. Then Athaliah rent her clothes, and said, Treason, treason. 13. By his pillar, compare 2 Kings 23. 3 equals 2 Chronicles 34. 31. In his place. Although pillar is attested by 2 Kings 23. 3, the phrase is curious. Perhaps we should here read, in his place, as in 34. 31, the difference in Hebrew is very slight. At the entrance, in 2 Kings as the manner was. Superscript 1 And Jehoiada the priest brought out the captains of hundreds that were set over the host, and said unto them, Have her forth between the ranks. And whoso followeth her, let him be slain with the sword, for the priest said, Slay her not in the house of the Lord. 14. Brought out, read, as 2 Kings, commanded. Between the ranks, i.e. she was to be taken out between two lines of guards. Superscript 1 So they made way for her, and she went to the entry of the horse gate to the king's house, and they slew her there. 15. The horse gate, compare the note on the gate of the foundation, verse 5. 1621, equals 2 Kings 11. 1720. The secret of the fall of Athaliah. Superscript 1 And Jehoiada made a covenant between himself, and all the people, and the king, that they should be the Lord's people. 16. Between himself, and all the people, and the king, Jehoiada puts himself first as regent. In 2 Kings, between the Lord and the king and the people. That they should be the Lord's people, compare 29. 10, 34. 31, Exodus 24. 111. Deuteronomy 26. 17, 18, Nehemiah 9. 36-38. Superscript 1 And all the people went to the house of Baal, and brake it down, and brake his altars and his images in pieces, and slew Mattan the priest of Baal before the altars. 17. The house of Baal, when this was erected is not known, perhaps under Jehoram, 21. 6, or Ahaziah, 22. 3, but it was doubtless intended for the worship of the Tyrian Baal, for Athaliah was probably granddaughter of a Tyrian king, compare 2 Kings 8. 18 with 1 Kings 16. 31. It is interesting to see that the revolt against Athaliah in Jerusalem, like the revolution led by Jehu against her parents, Ahab and Jezebel, in the northern kingdom, was fostered, if not indeed caused, by religious antipathy. At least these passages are of high value in showing the hold which the worship of Jehovah had already obtained upon the loyalty of Israel. Court influences, always powerful in such small states, when cast against the worship of Jehovah, were unable for long to maintain the struggle against the national jealousy for him. Superscript 1 And Jehoiada appointed the offices of the house of the Lord under the hand of the priests the Levites, whom David had distributed in the house of the Lord, to offer the burnt offerings of the Lord, as it is written in the law of Moses. With rejoicing and with singing, according to the order of David. Hebrew by the hands of David. 18, And Jehoiada appointed, etc. This whole verse is represented in Kings simply by the words, and the priest appointed officers, offices, margin, over the house of the Lord, i.e. officers for the care of the temple, e.g. to see to cleaning and repairing it. The priests the Levites, read probably the priests and the Levites, and see the note on the same phrase in XXX. 27. According to the order of David, note that the chronicler ascribes all sacrificial arrangements to the law of Moses, but all musical arrangements to David, compare 1 Chronicles 25. Superscript 1 And he set the porters at the gates of the house of the Lord, that none which was unclean in any thing should enter in. 19. He set the porters, compare 1 Chronicles 26. 1ff, 13ff. Jehoiada is regarded as re-establishing a Davidic arrangement which had fallen into disuse. Superscript 2 And he took the captains of hundreds, and the nobles, and the governors of the people, and all the people of the land, and brought down the king from the house of the Lord, and they came through the upper gate unto the king's house. And set the king upon the throne of the kingdom. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 So all the people of the land rejoiced, and the city was quiet, and they slew Athaliah with the sword. 20. The nobles, Hebrew Adoram, compare Nehemiah 3. 5, with Riles note. In 2 Kings, the Karites, compare verse 1, note. The upper gate, compare 27. 3. The upper gate of the house of the Lord. In 2 Kings, by the way of the gate of the guard, doubtless one of the gates of the palace. The chronicler, writing at a time when the palace had ceased to exist, naturally fixes localities by reference to the temple. The gate in question was probably one in the north wall of the temple court, referred to in Jeremiah XX. 2 as, the upper gate of Benjamin. Chapter 24. 1-3, compare 2 Kings 11. 21-12. 3. Joash begins to reign. Superscript 1 Joash was 7 years old when he began to reign. And he reigned 40 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Zibiah of Beersheba. Superscript 2 And Joash did that which was right in the eyes of the Lord all the days of Jehoiada the priest. 2. After this verse Kings adds, Howbeit the high places were not taken away, the people sacrificed and burnt incense in the high places. This the chronicler omits, for it was quite irreconcilable with his notion of the religious reformation which marks the opening years of the reign of Joash. Superscript 3 And Jehoiada took for him 2 wives, and he begot sons and daughters. 3. And Jehoiada, etc. This verse is not in Kings. It was the duty of a Jewish father to provide his son with a wife. Jehoiada standing in loco parentis does this for Joash. 4:14 equals 2 Kings 12. 4:16. The restoration of the temple. And it came to pass after this, that Joash was minded to restore the house of the Lord. And he gathered together the priests and the Levites, and said to them, Go out unto the cities of Judah, and gather of all Israel money to repair the house of your God from year to year, and see that ye hasten the matter. Howbeit the Levites hastened it not. 5. And the Levites, not in Kings, compare 23. 2, note. Go out unto the cities of Judah. According to Kings, the restoration fund was to consist of a poll tax, paid at the temple at the great feasts, Exodus 23. 14:17, and of freewill offerings paid in money, and nothing is said there about collecting money outside Jerusalem. Hastened it not, in Kings, in the 23rd year of King Jehoash the priests had not repaired the breaches of the house. Such protracted neglect of the repairs of the temple appears the more reprehensible, in Kings, since the money was paid at the temple, and therefore was actually in the hands of the priests. At the same time, to the chronicler, the royal command to use money from the poll tax and freewill offerings for the purpose of repairs was an infringement of the priest's prerogatives. He therefore relieves the situation, partly by representing that the money was to be obtained by a special collection throughout the land, and also by softening the 23 years of inaction into, hastened it not. And the king called for Jehoiada the chief, and said unto him, Why hast thou not required of the Levites to bring in out of Judah and out of Jerusalem the tax of Moses the servant of the Lord, and of the congregation of Israel? For the tent of the testimony? Or, for Israel? 6. Of the Levites, see note on verse 5. The tax of Moses, i.e. the half shekel due from each male for support of the sanctuary, according to Exodus XXX. 14:16, 38. 25, 26. The tent of the testimony, refers to the 10 Commandments, which contain the substance of God's testimony, protestation, to Israel. To illustrate the use of the phrase, note that the 2 tables of stone were called tables of the testimony, Exodus 31. 18, Revised Version, the ark which contained them was called the Ark of the Testimony, Exodus 25. 22. The veil which hung before the ark was the veil of the testimony, Leviticus 24. 3. The tent which contained the ark was either the tabernacle, Hebrew Mishkan, of the testimony, Exodus 38. 21, Revised Version, or the tent, Hebrew Ohel, of the testimony, Numbers 9. 15. The tabernacle, with all its contents, was to be a standing protest to Israel that Jehovah was with his people according to covenant, and that every breach of the covenant would call forth punishment. Compare Deuteronomy 4. 25, 26, 8. 19, etc. For the sons of Athaliah, that wicked woman, had broken up the house of God, and also all the dedicated things of the house of the Lord did they bestow upon the Baalim. So the king commanded, and they made a chest, and set it without at the gate of the house of the Lord. 7. The sons of Athaliah, to be understood figuratively, the adherents of Athaliah. So, a son of the apothecaries, Nehemiah 3. 8. Compare Authorized Version with Revised Version, is, a member of the Apothecaries Guild, and, the sons of the prophets, 2 Kings 2. 15, etc., are, the adherents, or scholars, of the prophets. Had broken up, rather, had broken into. All the dedicated things, compare 15. 18, 1 Chronicles 18. 10, 11. Probably gold, silver, and brass. Did they bestow upon the Baalim, or did they make into images of Baal? Compare Hosea 2. 8, Revised Version margin. And they made a proclamation through Judah and Jerusalem, to bring in for the Lord the tax that Moses the servant of God laid upon Israel in the wilderness. Superscript 1 And all the princes and all the people rejoiced, and brought in, and cast into the chest, until they had made an end. 9. Kings has nothing corresponding to this verse, compare verse 5, note. Superscript 1 And it was so, that at what time the chest was brought unto the king's office by the hand of the Levites, and when they saw that there was much money, the king's scribe and the chief priest's officer came and emptied the chest, and took it, and carried it to its place again. Thus they did day by day, and gathered money in abundance. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 And the king and Jehoiada gave it to such as did the work of the service of the house of the Lord. And they hired masons and carpenters to restore the house of the Lord, and also such as wrought iron and brass to repair the house of the Lord. Or, officers. Or, which was under the hand. Or, secretary. 11. At what time? By the hand of the Levites. This clause is not in Kings. The chief priest's officer, according to Kings the high priest was present himself. It would seem as if the chronicler was concerned for the dignity of the high priest, and desired to equate it with that of the king. If the latter was to be represented only by an officer, the former must be also. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 So the workmen wrought, and the work was perfected by them, and they set up the house of God in its state, and strengthened it. Hebrew healing went up upon the work. Or, according to the proportion thereof. 13. In its state, i.e. according to its former state. Superscript 1 And when they had made an end, they brought the rest of the money before the king and Jehoiada, whereof were made vessels for the house of the Lord, even vessels to minister, and to offer withal, and spoons, and vessels of gold and silver. And they offered burnt offerings in the house of the Lord continually all the days of Jehoiada. Or, pestles. 14. The rest of the money, whereof were made vessels for the house of the Lord. This verse conflicts with 2 Kings 12. 13:14, which states that the money gathered was not spent on gold and silver vessels for the temple but was given to the workmen who repaired the house. The lack of such utensils and the paucity of money implied in Kings was evidently not credited by the chronicler. Continually, perhaps primarily in allusion to the morning and evening daily sacrifice, Numbers 28. 3:6, but having also a wider reference to the whole round of sacrifices. 15:19, no parallel in 2 Kings. The apostasy of Joash. Superscript 1 But Jehoiada waxed old and was full of days, and he died, 130 years old was he when he died. 15. 130 years, the age ascribed to Jacob in Genesis 47. 9. Its incongruity here is well pointed out by Curtis, who notes that, were the figure correct, Jehoiada's wife must have been about 25 years old and he about 100 at the time of Athaliah's assassination. The ascription of so great length of life and the honors of his burial, verse 16, are suitable to the respect which the chronicler felt Jehoiada to have merited. Superscript 1 And they buried him in the city of David among the kings, because he had done good in Israel, and toward God and his house. 16. Among the kings, compare verse 25 and 21. 20. Superscript 1 Now after the death of Jehoiada came the princes of Judah, and made obeisance to the king. Then the king hearkened unto them. 17. Made obeisance. Obeisance foreshadowed a request, compare 1 Kings I, 16. Superscript 1 And they forsook the house of the Lord, the God of their fathers, and served the Asherim and the idols, and wrath came upon Judah and Jerusalem for this their guiltiness. 18. They forsook the house of the Lord, compare 29. 6. They have turned away their faces from the habitation of the Lord. These phrases are a euphemism meaning to commit apostasy. The Asherim and the idols, compare 14. 3. Note. Wrath, Hebrew kekef, compare 19. 2. Note. The calamities in question are narrated in verses 23 ff. Superscript 1 Yet he sent prophets to them, to bring them again unto the Lord, and they testified against them, but they would not give ear. 19. He sent prophets, compare 36. 15. To them, rather, among them. 20:22, no parallel in 2 Kings. The martyrdom of Zechariah son of Jehoiada. This martyrdom is referred to by our Lord in Luke 11. 51. From the blood of Abel unto the blood of Zechariah who perished between the altar and the house, i.e., the temple, compare Matthew 23. 35. As Chronicles is the last book in the Jewish canon, from Abel to Zechariah practically includes the whole Old Testament. In the text of Matthew, Zechariah is called son of Berechiah either by a confusion with Zechariah the prophet contemporary with Haggai, or, possibly, owing to confusion with a certain Zechariah, son of Berechiah. Mentioned in Josephus, War of the Jews 4. V. 4, as having been murdered in the temple by the Zealots, circa 67, 68 AD, C.E.G. Weiss, Schriften den, pages 376, 377. Superscript 2 And the Spirit of God came upon Zechariah the son of Jehoiada the priest. And he stood above the people, and said unto them, Thus saith God, Why transgress ye the commandments of the Lord, that ye cannot prosper? Because ye have forsaken the Lord, he hath also forsaken you. Hebrew clothed itself with. 20. Came upon, Hebrew, clothed itself with, compare Judges 6. 34, 1 Chronicles 12. 18. Stood above the people, compare Jeremiah 36. 10. Baruch reads Jeremiah's words from the window of an upper chamber to the people assembled in the court below. Nehemiah 8. 4. Ezra reads the law from a pulpit of wood. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 And they conspired against him, and stoned him with stones at the commandment of the king in the court of the house of the Lord. 21. In the court, an aggravation of the murder. Compare 23. 14. The altar of burnt offering stood in the court, compare 8. 12. And the execution, Luke 11. 51, took place between this altar and the temple itself. Superscript 2 Superscript 2 Thus Joash the king remembered not the kindness which Jehoiada his father had done to him, but slew his son. And when he died, he said, The Lord look upon it, and require it. 22. The Lord look upon it, and require it, compare 2 Maccabees 14. 45, 46, and contrast Acts 7. 60. 23, 24, compare 2 Kings 12. 17, 18. The Syrian invasion. In 2 Kings the invasion is not represented as a judgment on Joash, for no sin is mentioned for which this could be the punishment. As regards the campaign itself, 2 Kings says that the Syrians were bought off with a heavy bribe from attacking Jerusalem. Nothing is said of the amount of damage done during the invasion. The chronicler on the contrary says nothing of the cause of the withdrawal of the Syrians, but simply says that a small force of them inflicted great loss and took much spoil. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 And it came to pass at the end of the year, that the army of the Syrians came up against him, and they came to Judah and Jerusalem, and destroyed all the princes of the people from among the people, and sent all the spoil of them unto the king of Damascus. Hebrew Revolution. 23. At the end of the year, rather, in the course of a year, i.e. when the same time of the year had come round again. The princes, who had been leaders in the apostasy, verse 17. From among the people, the reading of the Hebrew is doubtful, the words should perhaps be expunged. Superscript 2 For the army of the Syrians came with a small company of men. And the Lord delivered a very great host into their hand, because they had forsaken the Lord, the God of their fathers. So they executed judgment upon Joash. Hebrew Judgments. 24. Because they had forsaken the Lord, mark the chronicler's insistent enforcement of a religious meaning in history. 25-27, compare 2 Kings 12. 19-21. The end of Joash. Superscript 2 And when they were departed from him, for they left him in great diseases, his own servants conspired against him for the blood of the sons of Jehoiada the priest, and slew him on his bed, and he died, and they buried him in the city of David. But they buried him not in the sepulchres of the kings. The Septuagint and Vulgate read, Son. 25. For the blood of the sons of Jehoiada, no reason is alleged for the conspiracy in Kings. Sons, LXX. And Vulgate, Son, compare verse 20. On his bed, in Kings it is simply, smote Joash at the house of Millo, on the way that goeth down to Silla. Superscript 2 And these are they that conspired against him, Zabad the son of Shimeth the Ammonitess, and Jehozabad the son of Shimrith the Moabitess. In 2 Kings 12. 12, Josachar. In 2 Kings 12. 21, Shomer. 26, Zabad, in 2 Kings, Josachar. The difference between the names is not great in Hebrew. Shimeth the Ammonitess. Shimrith the Moabitess, in 2 Kings simply Shimeth and Shomer, no mention of their nationality being added. In Kings the names are masculines, Shimeth and Shomer being the fathers of the murderers. The chronicler makes them out to be the mothers by altering Shomer to Shimrith. Shimeth already has a feminine termination. And by calling them respectively women of Ammon and Moab he casts increased obloquy upon the apostate Joash, the victim, so we are to surmise, of half-breed men whom presumably his foreign idolatries had encouraged to dwell in Jerusalem. At the same time the evil of foreign marriages is emphasized by the story. Superscript 2 Now concerning his sons, and the greatness of the burdens laid upon him, and the rebuilding of the house of God, behold, they are written in the commentary of the Book of the Kings. And Amaziah his son reigned in his stead. Or, uttered against. Hebrew Founding. 27. The burdens laid upon him, render, with margin, the burdens, i.e. the prophetic rebukes, uttered against him. Compare verse 19. The Hebrew text of the first half of the verse is uncertain. The commentary, Hebrew Midrash. Compare Introduction. Chapter 25. 1:4 equals 2 Kings 14. 1:6. Amaziah succeeds. Superscript 1 Amaziah was 25 years old when he began to reign. And he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Jehodan of Jerusalem. Superscript 2 And he did that which was right in the eyes of the Lord, but not with a perfect heart. 2. Not with a perfect heart, in Kings, yet not like David his father, because the high places were not taken away. The chronicler has something more serious in his mind, compare verses 14-16. Superscript 3 Now it came to pass, when the kingdom was established unto him, that he slew his servants which had killed the king his father. 3. Unto him, LXX, nu chi epsilon iotero alpha tau omicron, in his hand, as in kings. But he put not their children to death, but did according to that which is written in the law in the book of Moses, as the Lord commanded, saying, The fathers shall not die for the children. Neither shall the children die for the fathers, but every man shall die for his own sin. 4. He put not their children to death, contrast Joshua 7. 24 ff, 2 Kings 9. 26. Clearly the sparing of the children is here mentioned as being a practice unknown or still very unusual at the time. According to that which is written, i.e. in Deuteronomy 24. 16, compare Ezekiel 18. 20. 5:10, not in Kings. Amaziah prepares for war. Moreover Amaziah gathered Judah together, and ordered them according to their fathers' houses, under captains of thousands and captains of hundreds, even all Judah and Benjamin, and he numbered them from 20 years old and upward. And found them 300,000 chosen men, able to go forth to war, that could handle spear and shield. 5. 300,000, compare the much larger numbers recorded for Asa, 14. 8, and Jehoshaphat, 17. 14 ff. He hired also 100,000 mighty men of valor out of Israel for 100 talents of silver. 6. He hired also out of Israel. The sequel to the hiring of these mercenaries is given in verses 10 and 13. The episode, which is entirely unknown apart from the present passage, is most interesting. It agrees most admirably with the chronicler's way of thinking. For the sin of seeking Israelite help is punished through the damage inflicted by the disappointed soldiers after their dismissal, whilst the virtue of dismissing them in obedience to the prophet's command is rewarded by the victory gained by Amaziah over Edom. The story seems too subtle to be wholly an invention, and several scholars consider it probable that the hiring of the Israelites and their subsequent plundering has a basis in some old tradition. But there came a man of God to him, saying, O king, let not the army of Israel go with thee, for the Lord is not with Israel, to wit, with all the children of Ephraim. 7. The Lord is not with Israel, compare 13. 8:12. All the children of Ephraim, the phrase is added to show that here the writer has used Israel in the sense of the northern kingdom. But if thou wilt go, do valiantly, be strong for the battle, God shall cast thee down before the enemy. For God hath power to help, and to cast down. Or, go thou. 8. God shall cast thee down, i.e. if despite the warning he persists in his purpose, God will cause his effort to fail, no matter how well he fights. And Amaziah said to the man of God, But what shall we do for the 100 talents which I have given to the army of Israel? And the man of God answered, The Lord is able to give thee much more than this. Superscript 1 Then Amaziah separated them, to wit, the army that was come to him out of Ephraim, to go home again, wherefore their anger was greatly kindled against Judah, and they returned home in fierce anger. Hebrew troop. 9. The Lord is able to give thee much more than this, an utterance worthy to be placed in the mouth of a prophet. 11:12, compare 2 Kings 14. 7. Victory over Edom. Superscript 1 And Amaziah took courage, and led forth his people, and went to the valley of Salt, and smote of the children of Seir 10,000. 11. The valley of Salt, the scene of one of David's victories, 1 Chronicles 18. 12, see note there. Children of Seir, the Edomites were so called because Mount Seir was part of their territory, Deuteronomy 2. 5, and see note on XX. 10, originally subdued in David's reign, they had revolted in the time of Jehoram, c. 21. 10. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 And other 10,000 did the children of Judah carry away alive, and brought them unto the top of the rock, and cast them down from the top of the rock, that they all were broken in pieces. Or, Selah. 12. Other 10,000. Carry away alive. Neither this capture or the subsequent massacre is mentioned in Kings. The huge scale of the victory may be only a product of the chronicler's free imagination. On the other hand, if any real information were available outside the canonical books, this is the sort of tradition we might expect to survive, full allowance of course being made for great exaggeration in the numbers given. Further, it accords with the sequence of events given in Chronicles, see note on 26. 7. 13. No parallel in Kings. Outrages of the Ephraimite mercenaries. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 But the men of the army which Amaziah sent back, that they should not go with him to battle, fell upon the cities of Judah, from Samaria even unto Bethhoron, and smote of them 3,000, and took much spoil. Hebrew the sons of the troop. 13. The cities of Judah, from Samaria even unto Bethhoron. We might have expected the two names given to be names of cities belonging to the southern kingdom. But Samaria is given apparently as the base from which the marauders started. 14:16, not in Kings. Amaziah's idolatry and the prophet's rebuke. 14:16. The great disaster which befell Amaziah at the hands of Joash king of Israel and which is about to be narrated in verses 17-24 seemed to require some heinous transgression for its cause. This the chronicler supplies in the assertion that, after the defeat of Edom, Amaziah actually brought back Edomite images and set them up in Jerusalem for worship, verses 14-16 a truly horrible result of a victory which had resulted from obedience to Jehovah's word by his prophet. Superscript 1 Now it came to pass, after that Amaziah was come from the slaughter of the Edomites, that he brought the gods of the children of Seir, and set them up to be his gods, and bowed down himself before them, and burned incense unto them. 14. Bowed down, and burned incense. The tenses in the Hebrew are imperfects and imply that this became Amaziah's practice. The act was according to a policy frequently pursued in ancient times. Solomon affords an instance of it, 1 Kings 11. 7. Superscript 1 Wherefore the anger of the Lord was kindled against Amaziah, and he sent unto him a prophet, which said unto him, Why hast thou sought after the gods of the people, which have not delivered their own people out of thine hand? 15. Which have not delivered, such deliverance being in popular thought the proof of a deity's power, compare Isaiah 36. 18 ff. 37. 18 ff. Superscript 1 And it came to pass, as he talked with him, that the king said unto him, Have we made thee of the king's counsel? Forbear, why shouldest thou be smitten? Then the prophet forbare, and said, I know that God hath determined to destroy thee, because thou hast done this, and hast not hearkened unto my counsel. 16. Of the king's counsel, literally, counselor to the king. Hath determined, literally, hath counseled, with a play on the king's word. 17:24, equals 2 Kings 14. 8:14. Amaziah conquered by Joash. The overwhelming defeat of Amaziah by Joash of Israel, involving the destruction of part of the defenses of Jerusalem and the plundering of the temple, must have been an affair of the highest importance in Judean history. The relative weakness of Judah compared with Israel is still less apparent in Chronicles than in Kings. For a discussion of the evidence see Cook in Encyclopaedia Britannica, SV Jews, page 379. Superscript 1 Then Amaziah king of Judah took advice, and sent to Joash, the son of Jehoahaz the son of Jehu, king of Israel, saying, Come, let us look one another in the face. 17. Took advice, took counsel, presumably, according to the chronicler's narrative, with a view to demanding satisfaction from Joash for the ravages of the Israelite mercenaries, verse 13. The sequel suggests that Joash refused to give satisfaction. Let us look one another in the face. The proposal may be either to fight or, better, to discuss Amaziah's claims, the two kings meeting as equals. The latter is probably the right alternative, for the answer of Joash draws a scoffing parallel between Amaziah's proposition and a thorn's proposal of alliance with a cedar. Had Amaziah's words been a challenge to fight, Joash's answer might rather have taken the form of the parable in Judges 9. 15. The thorn said, Fire shall come out of the thorn and devour the cedars of Lebanon, etc. Superscript 1. And Joash king of Israel sent to Amaziah, king of Judah, saying, The thistle that was in Lebanon sent to the cedar that was in Lebanon, saying, Give thy daughter to my son to wife, and there passed by a wild beast that was in Lebanon, and trode down the thistle. Or, thorn. 18. The thistle, margin, thorn, compare Proverbs 26. 9. Same Hebrew word. Superscript 1. Thou sayest, Lo, thou hast smitten Edom, and thine heart lifteth thee up to boast, abide now at home. Why shouldest thou meddle to thy hurt, that thou shouldest fall, even thou, and Judah with thee? Or, provoke calamity. 19. Thou sayest, i.e. to thyself. Meddle to thy hurt, margin, provoke calamity, i.e. by making claims which he could not enforce. Superscript 2. But Amaziah would not hear, for it was of God, that he might deliver them into the hand of their enemies, because they had sought after the gods of Edom. 20. For it was of God, not in kings. This turn is characteristic of the chronicler, compare XXV, 22. 7. Superscript 2. Superscript 1. So Joash king of Israel went up, and he and Amaziah king of Judah looked one another in the face at Bethshemesh, which belongeth to Judah. 21. He and Amaziah looked one another in the face. The historian by a kind of irony takes up Amaziah's phrase, verse 17, and gives it a fresh application. Compare the double application, by a similar irony, of the phrase, lift up the head, in Genesis XL. 13, 19. At Bethshemesh, compare 1 Chronicles 6. 59, 44, Hebrew, note. Superscript 2. Superscript 2. And Judah was put to the worse before Israel, and they fled every man to his tent. 22, to his tent, compare 7. 10, note. Superscript 2. Superscript 3. And Joash king of Israel took Amaziah king of Judah, the son of Joash the son of Jehoahaz, at Bethshemesh, and brought him to Jerusalem, and brake down the wall of Jerusalem from the gate of Ephraim unto the corner gate, 400 cubits. So in 2 Kings 14. 13, the text has, the gate that looketh. 23, the son of Jehoahaz, i.e. the son of Ahaziah, Jehoahaz and Ahaziah being varying forms of the same name, compare 21. 17, note. Break down the wall, rather, made a breach, or breaches, in the wall. The same verb is used in Nehemiah I:3, broken down, and Nehemiah 4. 7, the breaches. The gate of Ephraim, its precise position is not known, but it was no doubt in the north or northwest wall of the city, on the road to Ephraim. Compare Nehemiah 8. 16. The corner gate, Hebrew text doubtful, but LXX. Omega pi lambda eta gamma omega nu alpha. Compare 26. 9, Jeremiah 31. 38, Zechariah 14. 10, most probably this gate also was near the northwest angle of the walls, but nothing certain is known of its position. 400 cubits, about 600 feet according to the ancient cubit, and 700 according to the later standard, compare 3. 3, note. Superscript 2. And he took all the gold and silver, and all the vessels that were found in the house of God with Obed-Edom, and the treasures of the king's house, the hostages also, and returned to Samaria. 24. And he took, the verb is missing in Chronicles, and is supplied from Kings. With Obed-Edom, i.e. with the family of Obed-Edom which, 1 Chronicles 26. 4:8, 15, served as doorkeepers in the house of God. The words are an addition of the chronicler. 25:28, equals 2 Kings 14. 17:20. The end of Amaziah. Superscript 2. And Amaziah the son of Joash king of Judah lived after the death of Joash son of Jehoahaz king of Israel 15 years. Superscript 2. Now the rest of the acts of Amaziah, first and last, behold, are they not written in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel? Superscript 2 Now from the time that Amaziah did turn away from following the Lord they made a conspiracy against him in Jerusalem. And he fled to Lachish, but they sent after him to Lachish, and slew him there. 27. From the time, the chronicler characteristically connects the conspiracy with Amaziah's apostasy. In Kings the only fact of the conspiracy is stated. A conspiracy, Athaliah, Joash, Amaziah each fell one after the other before a conspiracy. Jehoiada's example had far-reaching results. To Lachish, perhaps he was trying to reach Egypt. Superscript 2 And they brought him upon horses, and buried him with his fathers in the city of Judah. In 2 Kings 14. 20, the city of David. 28, upon horses, render, upon the horses, i.e. upon the horses of some of his pursuers. The city of Judah, read, with the margin, the versions and 2 Kings, the city of David. Chapter 26. 1-4, equals 2 Kings 14. 21, 22, 15. 2-3. Uzziah's reign. Superscript 1 And all the people of Judah took Uzziah, who was 16 years old, and made him king in the room of his father Amaziah. In 2 Kings 14. 21, Azariah. 1. All the people of Judah, popular choice does not seem to have determined the succession to the throne, except when the reigning king had perished by a violent or untimely death, compare 22. 1. Uzziah, called Azariah, in 1 Chronicles 3. 12 and in 2 Kings, 8 times, but Uzziah, in 2 Kings 15. 13, 32, 34, Isaiah I, 1, 6. 1, Hosea I, 1, Amos I, 1, Zechariah 14. 5. The two forms of the name when written in Hebrew consonants closely resembled each other. Moreover the meanings of the two are similar, Jah is my strength and Jah hath given help. Perhaps the king bore both names, compare Abram and Abraham, Eliakim and Jehoiakim, 36. 4. Superscript 2 He built Elath, and restored it to Judah, after that the king slept with his fathers. 2. Elath, so spelt in 8. 17, equals 1 Kings 9. 26, but Elath, in Deuteronomy 2. 8, 2 Kings 14. 22, in 2 Kings 16. 6 The two forms are found side by side in one verse. After that the king, etc. The meaning seems to be it was after King Amaziah slept with his fathers that Uzziah his son restored Elath to Judah. And it is a natural inference that Uzziah was ruling in Jerusalem for some while before the death of Amaziah at Lachish left him sole and undisputed king. A considerable time may have elapsed between Amaziah's flight and his capture as related in 25. 27. Yet this is not very likely, and from the position of the present verse in Kings it would seem as though the statement in its original context should be interpreted thus, he, Amaziah, built Elath, etc. And the king referred to in the clause, after that the king slept with his fathers, is probably Jeroboam king of Israel, so Barnes on 2 Kings 14. 22. Superscript 3 16 years old was Uzziah when he began to reign. And he reigned 52 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Jechiliah of Jerusalem. 3. Jechiliah, so the Cathib, the Jechiliah agrees with the parallel passage of Kings. And he did that which was right in the eyes of the Lord, according to all that his father Amaziah had done. 4. His father Amaziah, this verse suits its original context in Kings, for Kings records nothing against Amaziah. It is out of place in Chronicles, for according to 25. 14 Amaziah was an idolater. 5:10, not in Kings. The prosperity of Uzziah. 5:10. It is probable that the chronicler had old and genuine tradition to rely on for the account which he here gives of Uzziah's prosperity, his wars against neighboring tribes, verses 6-8, and his building activity, verses 8-10. Doubtless in the earlier years of Uzziah's reign Judah was still suffering from the effects of the defeat inflicted by Joash of Israel. But the general accuracy of the picture of the reign is assured by such facts as, 1. The stout resistance offered by Jerusalem to the Assyrians in Hezekiah's time as contrasted with its capture by the Israelites in Amaziah's reign, 25. 23. 2. The frequency of metaphors from building implements and materials in the pages of the prophets of this period, e.g. Amos 7. 7 ff. 3. The commercial activity and luxury of Jerusalem in the reign of Uzziah's successor Ahaz, witness the writings of Isaiah, Passim. And he set himself to seek God in the days of Zechariah, who had understanding in the vision of God, and as long as he sought the Lord, God made him to prosper. Or, gave instruction. Hebrew the seeing. Many ancient authorities have, the fear. 5. Zechariah, nothing is known, apart from this passage, of this Zechariah. Who had understanding, margin, who gave instruction Hebrew Mebin, a word applied to a leader of song, 1 Chronicles 15. 22. Skillful, 1 Chronicles 25. 7. Cunning, 1 Chronicles 25. Verse 8, Teacher. In the vision of God, read, in the fear of God, so LXX, Targum Peshitta, making a slight correction of the Hebrew text. And he went forth and warred against the Philistines, and brake down the wall of Gath, and the wall of Jabneh, and the wall of Ashdod, and he built cities in the country of Ashdod, and among the Philistines. 6. The Philistines, compare 17. 11, 21. 16, 28. 18, 2 Kings 18. 8, 1 Maccabees v 66-68, 14. 34. Break down the wall, see note on 25. 23. Jabneh, mentioned only here in the Old Testament, but probably to be identified with Jabneel, Joshua 15. 11. At a later date it was called Jamnia, 2 Maccabees 12. 8, and, after the fall of Jerusalem in 70 AD, it became for a while the chief center of Jewish intellectual and religious activities. Its ruins are to be seen about 10 miles south of Joppa, on the coast. The modern Yebna is a few miles inland. Baedeker, Palestine, page 122. Ashdod, compare 1 Samuel v 1 ff, Isaiah XX. 1, Zephaniah 2. 4, Nehemiah 4. 7, 23. 23. Acts 8, 40, Zeta Omega Tau Omicron. Ashdod, modern Asdod, was situated between Gaza and Joppa, some 3 miles from the sea. In the country of Ashdod, literally, in Ashdod. Perhaps the name has been repeated through an early scribal error and we should read simply, and built cities among the Philistines. And God helped him against the Philistines, and against the Arabians that dwelt in Girbal, and the Munim. 7. Against the Philistines. And against the Arabians, conditions in the comparatively small and half-desert land of Judah depended essentially on its relations with the Edomite and Arabian tribes on the southeast and with the Philistines on the west. Note how this comes out in the traditions of the period as narrated in Chronicles. Jehoshaphat dominated both Philistines and Arabians, Edomites, 17. 11. But Libnah, near Lachish, and Edom revolted successfully against his son Jehoram, 21. 10. After the reigns of Ahaziah and Joash, Amaziah found himself able to assail Edom and gained a great victory, 25. 11, 12. Later in his reign Amaziah suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Joash of Israel, and it is reasonable to suppose that Edom would seize the opportunity to reassert its independence, though Chronicles is silent on the point. It is therefore in harmony with the sequence of events as narrated by the chronicler, when in the present verse, compare verse 2, we are told that Amaziah's successor, Uzziah, re-established the Judean power over Edom, and that later, against Ahaz, Edom and the Philistine cities gained the upper hand, 28. 17, 18. Girbal, an unidentified place, a Gur, is mentioned in 2 Kings 9. 27, a slight correction of the Hebrew would give, in Gerar, compare Genesis XX. 1, and against the Munim. Munim, compare 20. 1. Note. And the Ammonites gave gifts to Uzziah, and his name spread abroad even to the entering in of Egypt, for he waxed exceeding strong. 8. Gave gifts, i.e. tribute. Compare 1 Chronicles 18. 2. Note. Moreover Uzziah built towers in Jerusalem at the corner gate, and at the valley gate, and at the turning of the wall, and fortified them. 9. Towers in Jerusalem, etc. The chronicler is evidently fond of recording such traditions, compare 32. 30, 33. 14, and the introduction section 7, p. The corner gate, at the northwest corner of the walls. Compare 25. 23, note. The valley gate, Nehemiah 2. 13, 3. 13, probably near the southwest corner of the walls. The turning of the wall, mentioned Nehemiah 3. 19, 24. C. G. A. Smith, Jerusalem, 2. 120. Superscript 1 And he built towers in the wilderness, and hewed out many cisterns, for he had much cattle. In the lowland also, and in the plain, and he had husbandmen and vinedressers in the mountains and in the fruitful fields, for he loved husbandry. Or, table land. Or, Carmel. See 1 Samuel 25. 2. 10. The wilderness, i.e. the southern pasture land of Judah. Compare Psalms LXV. 12. Fortified towers have always proved effective for controlling the Bedouin and keeping the desert roads open. In the lowland also, and in the plain, for the lowland, Hebrew Shephelah, CI 15, note. The plain, margin table land, Hebrew Mishar, is the name of the high pasture lands east of Jordan. Apparently the part occupied by the Ammonites whom Uzziah had subdued is meant here. For a different view see Smith, Jerusalem, 2. 119, note. 1115, no parallel in Kings. Uzziah's army. Superscript 1 Moreover Uzziah had an army of fighting men, that went out to war by bands, according to the number of their reckoning made by Jeiel the scribe and Maaseiah the officer, under the hand of Hananiah, one of the king's captains. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 The whole number of the heads of Phather's houses, even the mighty men of valor, was 2,600. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 And under their hand was a trained army, 300,000 7,500, that made war with mighty power, to help the king against the enemy. Or, the power of an army. 13. 300,000 and 7,500, compare 25. 5. Amaziah's army, and the notes on 14. 8 and 17. 14. The forces of Asa and of Jehoshaphat. Superscript 1 And Uzziah prepared for them, even for all the host, shields, and spears, and helmets, and coats of mail, and bows, and stones for slinging. 14. Stones for slinging, such stones needed to be carefully chosen, for they had to be smooth and of a suitable size, compare 1 Samuel 17. 40. Bows and slings appear to have been favorite weapons in Benjamin, compare 1 Chronicles 12. 2. Judges XX. 16. Superscript 1 And he made in Jerusalem engines, invented by cunning men, to be on the towers and upon the battlements, to shoot arrows and great stones withal. And his name spread far abroad, for he was marvelously helped, till he was strong. Or, corner towers. 15. Engines, doubtless contrivances similar to the Roman catapulta and ballista. It is questionable whether such engines of war were really in use as early as the time of Uzziah, at least among the Israelites. See Smith, Jerusalem, 2. 121, 122, and the Encyclopaedia Biblia SV Siege, especially Kernel 4510. The next reference to similar instruments of war is in 1 Maccabees 6. 51, 52. Helped, compare verse 7. 1620, not in Kings. Uzziah's presumption. 1620. Uzziah died from leprosy, as is related in verses 21-23, equals 2 Kings 15. 5:7. That terrible disease was always regarded as a manifestation of divine anger against the sufferer, compare Numbers 12. 9ff, 2 Kings v. 27, but no special cause is assigned in Kings why the disaster befell Uzziah. In the present verses an adequate reason is brought forward. Uzziah, blinded by the pride of his success, infringed the privileges of the priesthood and was guilty of sacrilege. The motive for some such tale is so strong and the actual sin alleged so akin to the chronicler's prejudices that it may well be that the tale originated with him or his immediate circle. Yet it is possible that there may be behind the present form of the tale a valid tradition of a dispute at this period between the hierarchy and the authority of the king. Superscript 1. But when he was strong, his heart was lifted up so that he did corruptly, and he trespassed against the Lord his God, for he went into the temple of the Lord to burn incense upon the altar of incense. Or, to his destruction. 16. Did corruptly, compare 27. 2. He trespassed, compare 12. 2, Joshua 7. 1, 22. 16. The Hebrew word implies presumptuous dealing with holy things. The altar of incense, compare Exodus XXX. 1:10. Not only the altar, but the incense itself was most holy, Exodus XXX. Verses 34-38. Superscript 1. And Azariah the priest went in after him, and with him 80 priests of the Lord, that were valiant men. 17. Azariah the priest, i.e. the high priest, verse 20. He cannot be identified with any priest in the list given 1 Chronicles 6. 4:15, v. 30:41, Hebrew. Superscript 1. And they withstood Uzziah the king, and said unto him, It pertaineth not unto thee, Uzziah, to burn incense unto the Lord, but to the priests the sons of Aaron, that are consecrated to burn incense, go out of the sanctuary. For thou hast trespassed, neither shall it be for thine honor from the Lord God. Superscript 1. Then Uzziah was wroth, and he had a censer in his hand to burn incense. And while he was wroth with the priests, the leprosy brake forth in his forehead before the priests in the house of the Lord, beside the altar of incense. Hebrew rose, as the sun. 18. The priests the sons of Aaron, compare 13. 10, 11 and Numbers 16. 40. Neither shall it be for thine honor, a euphemism covering a threat of danger and disgrace. Superscript 2. And Azariah the chief priest, and all the priests, looked upon him, and, behold, he was leprous in his forehead, and they thrust him out quickly from thence, yea, himself hasted also to go out, because the Lord had smitten him. 20. The Lord had smitten him, so 2 Kings 15. 5. 21-23, equals 2 Kings 15. 5:7. The end of Uzziah. Superscript 2. Superscript 1. And Uzziah the king was a leper unto the day of his death, and dwelt in a several house, being a leper. For he was cut off from the house of the Lord, and Jotham his son was over the king's house, judging the people of the land. Or, Lazar house. 21. A several house, i.e. separate, special, compare Numbers 28. 13, Matthew 25. 15. The same Hebrew word is used in Psalms 88. 5, free, Revised Version, cast off, among the dead. Cut off, the same Hebrew word is translated in the same way in Isaiah 53. 8. Superscript 2. Superscript 2. Now the rest of the acts of Uzziah, first and last, did Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amoz, write. 22. Did Isaiah write? This statement is not in Kings. Uzziah is mentioned in Isaiah 6. 1, and this fact may be all that lies behind the present statement. It is utterly improbable that the reference is to some writing of Isaiah which has not been preserved. Possibly some section of the Midrashic book of the kings of Judah and Israel is meant, presuming that such a work was known to the chronicler actually or by tradition, see Introduction section 5, pages 36. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 So Uzziah slept with his fathers. And they buried him with his fathers in the field of burial which belonged to the kings, for they said, He is a leper, and Jotham his son reigned in his stead. 23. The field of burial, i.e. not actually in the tombs of the kings, lest they should be defiled, but in ground adjoining the royal tombs. Kings has simply, in the city of David. Compare 21. 20, 24. 25, 28. 27. Chapter 27. 1-6, compare 2 Kings 15. 32-35. Jotham succeeds. Superscript 1 Jotham was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Jerusha the daughter of Zadok. 1. He reigned 16 years, the years during which he acted as regent in place of his father, see above 26. 21, are included in the 16. Jotham's independent reign was probably very brief. Superscript 2 And he did that which was right in the eyes of the Lord, according to all that his father Uzziah had done, howbeit he entered not into the temple of the Lord. And the people did yet corruptly. 2. According to all that. Howbeit he entered not into the temple of the Lord, i.e. he imitated Uzziah in all his virtues, but not in his sin against the ritual of the temple, 26. 16 ff. The clause howbeit, etc. is not in Kings, since Kings makes no reference to Uzziah's transgression. Did yet corruptly, in Kings, howbeit the high places were not taken away, the people still sacrificed and burned incense in the high places. Superscript 3 He built the upper gate of the house of the Lord, and on the wall of Ophel he built much. 3. The upper gate, compare the note on 23. 20. And on the wall of Ophel he built much. The statement is made only in Chronicles like similar notices of building activity, etc., a subject of great interest to the chronicler. It may possibly have some basis in fact, compare 26. 9f, 32. 30, 33. 14. Ophel, compare 33. 14, Nehemiah 3. 26, 27. It was a southern spur of the Temple Hill. Bedecker, Palestine, page 31, and Smith, Jerusalem, I. 152 ff. Moreover he built cities in the hill country of Judah, and in the forests he built castles and towers. 4. Castles, compare 17. 12, note. He fought also with the king of the children of Ammon, and prevailed against them. And the children of Ammon gave him the same year 100 talents of silver, and 10,000 measures of wheat, and 10,000 of barley. So much did the children of Ammon render unto him, in the second year also, and in the third. Hebrew cores. 5. The children of Ammon, compare XX. 1 ff, 26. 8. 100 talents of silver, compare 2 Kings 23. 33. Measures, Hebrew korim. A core, equals a mer, Ezekiel XLV. 14, Revised Version, was a dry measure holding about 11 bushels. So Jotham became mighty, because he ordered his ways before the Lord his God. 6, became mighty, the same Hebrew word as in I.1, see note. 7-9, equals 2 Kings 15. 36-38. The summary of Jotham's reign. Now the rest of the acts of Jotham, and all his wars, and his ways, behold, they are written in the book of the kings of Israel and Judah. He was 25 years old when he began to reign, and reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. And Jotham slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the city of David, and Ahaz his son reigned in his stead. 7. All his wars, only a war with Ammon is mentioned above, but according to 2 Kings 15. 37 The Syro-Ephraimite War also began in Jotham's reign. The notices in Kings and Chronicles may be regarded as supplementary. Ammon was a natural ally of the Syrians, and perhaps the wording of verse 5, end, hints that after the third year Ammon was able to refuse to pay tribute. The information of Chronicles is therefore plausible. But it is curious that Chronicles preserves the one incident and Kings the other. The point is highly significant. Not only does it illustrate very forcibly the comparative independence of the chronicler's narrative, which is so marked a feature in these later reigns, but also it adds to the evidence in favor of the view that the chronicler had traditions before him other than those of kings. Clearly he had no motive for suppressing the statement of kings and inventing instead a war with Ammon. We must suppose that he followed some authority independent of kings. The Book of the Kings, etc. Compare 25. 26, and see Introduction. Chapter 28. 1:4 equals 2 Kings 16. 1:4. Ahaz succeeds and practices idolatry. The reign of Ahaz is a specially interesting section of Chronicles, showing in a remarkable degree the freedom with which the older accounts in 2 Kings 16 and Isaiah 7. 1ff have been handled. A tale of a prophet is introduced, verses 9-15. Otherwise only one new point is added, viz. An Edomite and a Philistine invasion, verses 16-18. But all the incidents of the older tradition are altered and given new settings in such a way as may best serve what is plainly the chronicler's main object, namely by heightening the disasters to show the exceeding sinfulness of sin. For details of the changes, see the notes on verses 5-7, 16-21, 23, 24. Superscript 1 Ahaz was 20 years old when he began to reign. And he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem, and he did not that which was right in the eyes of the Lord, like David his father. Superscript 2 But he walked in the ways of the kings of Israel, and made also molten images for the Baalim. 1. Ahaz, the full form of the name is Jehoahaz, the Juaz of an inscription of Tiglath-Pileser 4. 20 years old, as he died 16 years later leaving a son of 25, Hezekiah, 29. 1. Ahaz would have been only 10 years old when Hezekiah was born. The numeral here or in 29. 1 must therefore be incorrect. The Peshitta in this verse reads, 25 years old, which is more suitable and may be right, but the coincidence would be strange if 3 kings in succession ascended the throne at 25 years of age, compare 27. 1 and 29. 1. He did not that which was right. It is not said of Ahaz as of Manasseh, the worst of all the Judean kings, that he did that which was evil. 33. 2. Superscript 3 Moreover he burnt incense in the valley of the son of Hinnom, and burnt his children in the fire, according to the abominations of the heathen, whom the Lord cast out before the children of Israel. 3. The valley of the son of Hinnom, the name in Hebrew Guben Hinnom or Gehinnom is more familiar in the Greek form Gehenna, Matthew v. 22, Revised Version margin. The valley was south and southwest of Jerusalem. The evil reputation of the place perhaps was due originally to some connection with the worship of Molech, Jeremiah 7. 31, 32. Later it appears that the refuse of Jerusalem and the corpses of criminals were deposited in this valley, and as the verse Isaiah 66. 24, They shall go forth, and look upon the carcasses of the men that have transgressed against me, for their worms shall not die, neither shall their fire be quenched. Was associated with this valley, the name Gehenna was eventually used to signify the place of eternal punishment, compare Mark 9. 43. Burnt his children in the fire. There is no doubt that actual sacrifice of the child's life by fire is implied in this formula and in parallel phrases such as, made his son to pass through the fire, 2 Kings 16. 3. Unfortunately the gruesome evidence regarding child sacrifice among the ancients, Greeks and Romans as well as Semites, is far too strong to allow the theory that always or even generally branding or some symbolical dedication by fire was employed. See Barnes on 1 Kings 11. 5. It seems that the horrible custom, which was common with the early Canaanites and Phoenicians, was very rare among the early Israelites and the kindred people of Moab, see Judges 11. 31 and 39, 2 Kings 3. XXVII, and was called forth only by the pressure of extreme need. Evidently in the breakup of the national faith which attended the imminent downfall of the state of Judah, the evil authority of Ahaz and Manasseh made the practice common, see 33. 6. 2 Kings 21. 6. Micah 6. 7. Jeremiah 7. 31. Psalms CVI. 37f. Genesis 22. 1 May 18 be regarded as a magnificent repudiation of the right in the worship of Jehovah, and the practice is expressly forbidden in the law, Leviticus 18. 21. Deuteronomy 18. 10. His children, in Kings, his son, singular, a better reading. It is possible that the sacrifice was intended to avert the danger threatened by the Syro-Ephraimite alliance. And he sacrificed and burnt incense in the high places, and on the hills, and under every green tree. 4. Under every green tree, the Hebrew word here used for green, arayanan, means rather flourishing, the reference being not so much to color as to condition and size. Large fine trees, which are rarer in the east than in the west, are important landmarks, compare 1 Chronicles XXII, Genesis 12. 6. 35. 4. In different ways such trees acquired a sacred or semi-sacred character, Genesis 18. 1, 21. 33. Judges 6. 11. In some cases because they were associated with theophanies, in others perhaps because the flourishing state of the tree was regarded as the sign of the presence of some local deity. No one can imagine how many voices a tree has who has not come up to it from the silence of the great desert. G. Smith, Historical Geography of the Holy Land, page 88, compare the same writer's Early Poetry of Israel, pages 32, 33. 5-7, compare 2 Kings 16. 5-9, Isaiah 7. 1-9. The Syro-Ephraimite War. The chronicler's account of the war conveys a very different impression from the corresponding narrative in 2 Kings. In Kings an invasion by the united forces of Israel and Syria is related. Chronicles records two separate invasions, each resulting in disaster for Ahaz. In Kings the failure of the allies to take Jerusalem is the chief feature in the account, while in Chronicles the damage and loss inflicted on Judah takes the first place. And the magnitude of the disaster is heightened in characteristically midrashic fashion, see the notes below on verses 5, 6. Wherefore the Lord his God delivered him into the hand of the king of Syria, and they smote him, and carried away of his a great multitude of captives, and brought them to Damascus. And he was also delivered into the hand of the king of Israel, who smote him with a great slaughter. 5. The king of Syria, i.e. Rezin, smote him. From 2 Kings it appears that the Syrian king, 1. Helped to shut up Ahaz in Jerusalem, 2. Seized the port of Elath, on the Red Sea which had belonged to Judah. Some of the captives taken to Damascus were presumably brought from Elath. Carried away of his a great multitude of captives, no doubt captives were taken, some probably from Elath. But the great multitude is midrashic exaggeration. Compare the number of slain stated in verse 6. And he was also delivered into the hand of the king of Israel. 2 Kings records but a single invasion, the forces of Syria and Israel being confederate. The chronicler's phrase implies that two separate invasions and disasters befell Ahaz, he was also delivered. For Pekah the son of Remaliah slew in Judah 120,000 in one day, all of them valiant men. Because they had forsaken the Lord, the God of their fathers. 6. 120,000 in one day, i.e. more than a third of the host as reckoned in 26. 13. And Zikri, a mighty man of Ephraim, slew Messiah the king's son, and Azrikam the ruler of the house, and Elkanah that was next to the king. Hebrew 2nd. 7. The ruler of the house, Hebrew Najid. Probably the head of the king's household is meant, his chancellor, but compare Nehemiah 11. 11. The ruler, Najid, of the house of God. Next to the king, compare 1 Samuel 23. 17. 8:15, not in Kings. Israel sends back the Jewish captives. The tale of the intervention of Oded, his appeal, the response of the people and the army to the call of conscience, with the consequent outburst of pity for the unhappy captives, who are first tended and then restored to their kinsfolk in Judah, is something far better than literal history. It is the product of a moral and religious conviction worthy of high admiration. We have, in fact, in these verses a most clear instance of that inculcation of great religious principles which was the primary object of the writer of Chronicles. A modern ethical teacher, desirous of driving home the eternal verities, may clothe them in a story which has no basis whatsoever in actual events but is the pure product of the writer's imagination. His ancient counterpart among the Jews started with a nucleus of historical events, which however he handled freely in whatever fashion might best serve to emphasize the moral or religious lesson he desired to teach. The deep ethical and spiritual value of this example of how to treat the fallen foe hardly requires comment. Israel must forgive, if it would be forgiven. Verse 10, the captives are, not the enemy, but your brethren. Verse 11. And, when conscience is at last awakened, how great is the revulsion, and how nobly do the generous qualities of human nature appear, when the captives, laden not with the chains of bondage, verse 10, but with clothing and with food, are restored to their homes in peace. It is very evident that the writer of this fine story had in mind the no less effective and beautiful narrative of Elisha's dealing with the captured Syrian army, 2 Kings 6. 21-23. And the children of Israel carried away captive of their brethren 200,000, women, sons, and daughters, and took also away much spoil from them, and brought the spoil to Samaria. 8. Of their brethren, compare 11. For, ye shall not fight against your brethren. But a prophet of the Lord was there, whose name was Oded, and he went out to meet the host that came to Samaria, and said unto them, Behold, because the Lord, the God of your fathers, was wroth with Judah, he hath delivered them into your hand. And ye have slain them in a rage which hath reached up unto heaven. 9. A prophet of the Lord was there, nothing further is known of Oded. For similar instances of prophetic activity narrated only in Chronicles c. 15. 1 ff. 16. 7 ff. 24. 20 f. and especially 25. 7 ff. The Lord was wroth. And ye have slain them in a rage which hath reached up unto heaven. Compare Zechariah I. 15. I am very sore displeased with the nations that are at ease, for I was but a little displeased, and they helped forward the affliction. Heaven. There is a tendency in some later books of the Bible to write heaven for God. Compare 32. 20. Prayed and cried to heaven, also Daniel 4. 23, and similarly in the New Testament, Luke 15. 18, 21, John 3. 27, for further references see Grimm and Thayer, Lexicon of the NT.SV Omicron Rho Alpha Nu Ad Fin. From a like feeling of reverence the chronicler is sparing in his use of the name, Jehovah, compare 17. 4. Superscript 1 And now ye purpose to keep under the children of Judah and Jerusalem for bondmen and bondwomen unto you, but are there not even with you trespasses of your own against the Lord your God? Superscript 1 Now hear me therefore, and send back the captives, which ye have taken captive of your brethren, for the fierce wrath of the Lord is upon you. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 Then certain of the heads of the children of Ephraim, Azariah the son of Johanan, Berechiah the son of Meshillemoth, and Jehizkiah the son of Shallum, and Amasa the son of Hadlai, stood up against them that came from the war. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 And said unto them, Ye shall not bring in the captives hither, for ye purpose that which will bring upon us a trespass against the Lord, to add unto our sins and to our trespass, for our trespass is great, and there is fierce wrath against Israel. Superscript 1 So the armed men left the captives and the spoil before the princes and all the congregation. Hebrew guiltinesses. Or, guilt. 10. Keep under, in Nehemiah v. 5, the same Hebrew word is translated, bring into bondage. Compare Ryle's note on Hebrew slavery in Loco. One Hebrew might hold another Hebrew as a slave for a limited period, but in the present passage the case is of one part of the people taking advantage of the fortune of war to reduce to slavery thousands of their fellow countrymen. Superscript 1 And the men which have been expressed by name rose up, and took the captives, and with the spoil clothed all that were naked among them, and arrayed them, and shod them, and gave them to eat and to drink, and anointed them. And carried all the feeble of them upon asses, and brought them to Jericho, the city of palm trees, unto their brethren, then they returned to Samaria. 15. Have been expressed, the phrase is characteristic of the chronicler, compare 31. 19, 1 Chronicles 12. 31, 16. 41, Ezra 8. 20. Took the captives, render, took hold of the captives, i.e. succored them, LXX. Nu tau epsilon lambda beta omicron nu tau omicron, compare Hebrew 2. 16 pi iota lambda alpha mu beta nu epsilon tau alpha iota equals, he taketh hold of. To eat and to drink, compare 2 Kings 6. 23. Anointed them, part of the host's duty, compare Luke 7. 44-46. To Jericho, Jericho perhaps belonged to the northern kingdom. Compare 1 Kings 16. 34, 2 Kings 2. 4. A road led to it from Mount Ephraim past Ein Ed Duck. G. A. Smith, Historical Geography of the Holy Land, pages 266 ff. The city of palm trees, compare Deuteronomy 34. 3. The phrase is an alternative name of Jericho, compare Judges I. 16, 3. 13. Date palms were common in Jericho down to the 7th century of the Christian era. Baedeker, Palestine, pages 128 f. 1621, equals 2 Kings 16. 7-9. Ahaz invokes Assyrian aid. There is an important variation here between Chronicles and Kings. According to Chronicles, verse 21, Ahaz gained nothing by his tribute to the king of Assyria. According to Kings the Assyrian accepted the offering and marched against Syria, capturing Damascus and slaying Rezin. Further in Chronicles it is said that the help of Assyria was invoked, not against the kings of Syria and Israel as in 2 Kings, but against Edomites and Philistines. Some alteration was required in consequence of the insertion in Chronicles of the Midrashic narrative of verses 8-15. According to which Ahaz was delivered from his disaster at the hands of Israel not by the king of Assyria, so Kings, but simply through the awakening of Israel's conscience and the consequent release of the captives and the spoil. If therefore the chronicler was to introduce the story of Ahaz's appeal to Assyria, he could only do so by supplying new enemies for Ahaz to combat. These, however, were appropriately found in the Philistines and Edomites, regarding whom the chronicler seems to have had various traditions, see notes on 21. 8, 16, 26. 6. Superscript 1 At that time did King Ahaz send unto the kings of Assyria to help him. Superscript 1 For again the Edomites had come and smitten Judah, and carried away captives. Many ancient authorities read, King. Hebrew a captivity. 16. The kings, LXX. King, singular. This monarch was Tiglath-Pileser IV, compare 1 Kings 16. 7. Superscript 1 The Philistines also had invaded the cities of the lowland, and of the south of Judah, and had taken Beth-Shemesh, and Aijalon, and Gederoth, and Soko with the towns thereof, and Timnah with the towns thereof. Gimzo also and the towns thereof, and they dwelt there. Hebrew daughters. 18. Had invaded, rather, raided. The lowland, Hebrew Shephelah. Compare I. 15, note. Beth-Shemesh, compare 1 Chronicles 6. 59, 44, Hebrew, note. Aijalon, compare 11. 10. Gederoth, Joshua 15. 41. Soko, compare 11. 7. Timnah, Joshua 15. 10, Judges 14. 1 ff. Gimzo, The modern Jimzu southeast of Lydda, Baedeker, Palestine, page 18. The place is not mentioned elsewhere in the Old Testament. Superscript 1 For the Lord brought Judah low because of Ahaz king of Israel. For he had dealt wantonly in Judah, and trespassed sore against the Lord. Or, cast away restraint. 19, King of Israel, compare 11. 3, note. He had dealt wantonly, margin, cast away restraint. Compare Exodus 32. 25, Authorized Version and Revised Version, where the same Hebrew verb is twice used. Superscript 2 And Tilgath-Pilneser king of Assyria came unto him, and distressed him, but strengthened him not. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 For Ahaz took away a portion out of the house of the Lord, and out of the house of the king and of the princes, and gave it unto the king of Assyria, but it helped him not. Or, against. Or, prevailed not against him. 20. Tilgath-Pilneser, i.e. Tiglath-Pileser 4. Compare 1 Chronicles VIII, note. Came. Him not, Tiglath-Pileser, invoked as an ally, is here represented as having come as an unscrupulous oppressor, accepting the bribe and not fulfilling the task for which he was paid by Ahaz, verse 21. But neither 2 Kings or the Assyrian records relate that Tiglath-Pileser thus came into Judah, and it must be remarked that the Hebrew text in this verse does not inspire confidence. Any interpretation is accordingly rendered uncertain. 22-25, compare 2 Kings 16. 10-18. Apostasy of Ahaz. Superscript 2 And in the time of his distress did he trespass yet more against the Lord, this same king Ahaz. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 For he sacrificed unto the gods of Damascus, which smote him, and he said, Because the gods of the kings of Syria helped them, therefore will I sacrifice to them, that they may help me. But they were the ruin of him, and of all Israel. Or, that he distressed him. Hebrew Darmsek. 23, The gods of Damascus. In 2 Kings the statement is merely that Ahaz made a copy of an altar which he saw at Damascus, and sacrificed upon it. The altar at Damascus was probably the one used by Tiglath-Pileser and therefore an Assyrian rather than a Damascene altar. The use of such an altar was an act of apostasy from Jehovah, for a foreign altar implied a foreign god, compare 2 Kings v. 17. The gods, which smote him. Early passages of the Old Testament show that the Israelites for long believed the gods of other peoples to be no less real than Jehovah. Later, when the teaching of the great prophets had impressed on the people the sense of Jehovah's supreme majesty, the alien deities, though still conceived as real beings holding sway over the nations worshipping them, were felt to be incomparable with Jehovah, hardly deserving therefore the title of God. Still later, in certain circles, all reality whatever was denied to the gods of the heathen, they were nothing at all, compare Isaiah XL. 48, Passim. Almost certainly the last opinion would be the belief of the chronicler and of most Orthodox Jews of his time, so that it is unnecessary to suppose that the present phrase, which smote him, is more than a convenient way of speaking. It does not indicate that the chronicler, or even his source in Kings, believed in the existence of these gods of Damascus. On the other hand the chronicler, and his source, does imply in this verse that Ahaz had a lively belief in the efficacy and reality of the gods of his foes, and therein no doubt he correctly represents the condition of thought in that period. The gods of the kings of Syria helped them. At this time the Syrians of Damascus had been conquered by the Assyrians under Tiglath-Pileser, 2 Kings 16. 9, so that either we must suppose a confusion in the chronicler's mind, or else the statement needs to be corrected by reading, Kings of Assyria, Ashur, for, Kings of Syria, Aram. The reading, Syria, might be due to some writer or scribe, who lived at a time when one empire extended from Babylon to the Mediterranean and included both Syria and Assyria. Such was the case under the Persians and under the successors of Alexander down to the time of the Maccabees. The Romans similarly failed at first to distinguish the ancient empire east of the Euphrates, i.e. Assyria, equals Ashur, from the peoples west of the Euphrates, the Arameans, whom they mistakenly called Syrians, a shortened form of Assyrians, whose chief cities were Antioch, Hamath, and Damascus. This use of Syrian has passed over into English, but the more accurate designation is Aramean, compare Genesis 28. 5. Revised Version. Help them, render, help them. Superscript 2 and has gathered together the vessels of the house of God, and cut in pieces the vessels of the house of God, and shut up the doors of the house of the Lord, and he made him altars in every corner of Jerusalem. 24. Cut in pieces the vessels, presumably in order to smelt them and put the metal to other uses, compare 2 Kings 24. 13, according to 2 Kings 16. 17 has merely cut off the borders, panels, revised version margin, of the bases and removed the laver from off them, and took down the sea from off the brazen oxen that were under it, and put it upon a pavement of stone. In Chronicles something more than this is intended, for the vessels would naturally mean such vessels as are mentioned in 2 Kings 24. 13. Shut up the doors. The chronicler possibly derives his statement from the difficult passage 2 Kings 16. 18, VIII Authorized Version and Revised Version. That passage, however, speaks merely of an alteration carried out by Ahaz on one of the entrances to the temple, but says nothing of a complete closing of the temple. Indeed, it may be gathered from 2 Kings 16. 14:16 that the temple was not closed and that the daily service went on, with the great change that the king's new altar was used instead of the brazen altar. The chronicler, unwilling to suppose so horrible a desecration of the temple as the performance of Ahaz's idolatries within its precincts would involve, placed these rites outside the area of the temple and expressly asserts that the temple was closed. Superscript 2 and in every several city of Judah he made high places to burn incense unto other gods, and provoke to anger the Lord, the God of his fathers. 25, in every several city, compare Jeremiah 2. 28. 26, 27, equals 2 Kings 16. 19, 20. The end of Ahaz. Superscript 2 now the rest of his acts, and all his ways, first and last, behold, they are written in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. Superscript 2 and Ahaz slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the city, even in Jerusalem. For they brought him not into the sepulchres of the kings of Israel, and Hezekiah his son reigned in his stead. 27. They brought him not into the sepulchres of the kings of Israel, an alteration of 2 Kings which says that Ahaz was buried with his fathers. Compare 21. 20, 24. 25, 26. 23. Chapter 29. 1, 2, equals 2 Kings 18. 1, 3. The reign of Hezekiah. The reign of Hezekiah is related in chapters 29. 32, of this section chapters 29, XXX, and 31. Furnish new material with the exception of only 3 verses, 29. 1, 2, XXX. 1. This new material describes first, the reopening and cleansing of the temple and the restoration of worship therein, 29. Secondly, a solemn and magnificent celebration of the Passover, XXX. And thirdly, a crusade against idolatrous shrines and images, followed by a reorganization of the arrangements for the support of the priests and Levites, all ecclesiastical topics dear to the heart of the chronicler. These chapters throughout are in the spirit of the chronicler. The incidents are generally conceived after the fashion of the ideas of his period, the language bears frequent marks of his characteristic style. And altogether there is no adequate reason to suppose that these incidents are historically true, or even are derived by the chronicler from old tradition. They are probably his own free composition. Minor considerations point to the same conclusion, see note on 29. 3 below, and the favorable verdict which in Kings is passed upon Hezekiah may be reckoned a satisfactory motive and a sufficient source for the chronicler's narrative. According to Kings, 2 Kings 18. 3:6, Hezekiah removed the high places, and cut down the Asherah, and brake in pieces the brazen serpent that Moses had made. He trusted in the Lord, the God of Israel. So that after him was none like him among all the kings of Judah, nor among them that were before him. A eulogy sufficiently glowing to warrant the assumption that Hezekiah must also have done all those other things which seem to the chronicler natural for so pious a monarch to do, and which accordingly are here related. Superscript 1 Hezekiah began to reign when he was 25 years old, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Abijah the daughter of Zechariah. Superscript 2 And he did that which was right in the eyes of the Lord, according to all that David his father had done. 1. Hezekiah, Hebrew, Yehizkiah, so usually in the Hebrew text of Chronicles. Hezekiah, Hebrew, Hizkiah, the form of the name in Kings, is conveniently used in the English versions of Chronicles in place of the less familiar Yehizkiah. Abijah, in 2 Kings, Abi, which is probably only a shortened form of the name. 3:11, not in 2 Kings. Hezekiah commands to cleanse the temple. Superscript 3 He in the first year of his reign, in the first month, opened the doors of the house of the Lord, and repaired them. 3. In the first month, i.e. in Nisan, compare XXX. 2, 3. Opened the doors, the reopening was a necessary sequel to the chronicler's assertion, 28. 24, that Ahaz closed the temple. If therefore the supposed closing was unhistorical, see note, 28. 24, the reopening must be equally so. The notion, however, served the chronicler admirably, enabling him to enhance the piety of Hezekiah by a full description of the restoration of the temple services. And he brought in the priests and the Levites, and gathered them together into the broad place on the east. For, into the broad place on the east, the place meant was part of the temple area, the space before the water gate, compare Ezra x. 9, the broad place before the house of God, Revised Version. And said unto them, Hear me, ye Levites, now sanctify yourselves, and sanctify the house of the Lord, the God of your fathers, and carry forth the filthiness out of the holy place. 5, now sanctify yourselves, compare Exodus 19. 10:15. For our fathers have trespassed, and done that which was evil in the sight of the Lord our God, and have forsaken him, and have turned away their faces from the habitation of the Lord, and turned their backs. 6. From the habitation of the Lord, compare 24. 18 They forsook the house of the Lord, see note. Habitation, Hebrew, tabernacle, as in Exodus 25. 9, Al. Also they have shut up the doors of the porch, and put out the lamps, and have not burned incense nor offered burnt offerings in the holy place unto the God of Israel. 7. Contrast 2 Kings 16. 10:16, where Ahaz appears as an innovator in ritual but also as a zealous advocate of worship in the temple. The lamps, compare 13. 11, Exodus 25. 31 ff. Wherefore the wrath of the Lord was upon Judah and Jerusalem, and he hath delivered them to be tossed to and fro, to be in astonishment, and in hissing, as ye see with your eyes. Or, a terror. 8. To be tossed to and fro, better, as margin, to be a terror, or, cause of trembling. The judgment on Israel fills the surrounding nations with trembling for themselves. The rendering of the text, tossed to and fro, is inferior because the Hebrew word describes trembling and not motion from place to place. For, lo, our fathers have fallen by the sword, and our sons and our daughters and our wives are in captivity for this. Superscript 1 Now it is in mine heart to make a covenant with the Lord, the God of Israel, that his fierce anger may turn away from us. 10. A covenant, compare 15. 12. Superscript 1 My sons, be not now negligent, for the Lord hath chosen you to stand before him, to minister unto him, and that ye should be his ministers, and burn incense. 11. To stand before him, Deuteronomy XVIII. 12:19, not in 2 Kings. The cleansing of the temple. With this passage compare 1 Maccabees 4. 36:51, the cleansing of the temple by Judas Maccabeus. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 Then the Levites arose, Mahath the son of Amasai, and Joel the son of Azariah, of the sons of the Kohathites, and of the sons of Merari, Kish the son of Abdi, and Azariah the son of Jehalelel, and of the Gershonites, Joah the son of Zimmah. And Eden the son of Joah, superscript 1 superscript 3 and of the sons of Elizaphan, Shimri and Joel, and of the sons of Asaph, Zechariah and Mattaniah, superscript 1 and of the sons of Heman, Jehuel and Shimi, and of the sons of Jeduthun, Shemaiah and Uzziel. 12. The Levites, the 14 persons mentioned in these 3 verses comprise, a. 2 representatives each of the 3 great branches of Levi, namely, Kohath, Merari, and Gershon. b. 2 representatives of the great Kohathite family of Elizaphan, compare Numbers 3. 30 and 1 Chronicles 15. 8. c. 2 representatives each of the 3 divisions of the singers, Asaph, Heman, and Jeduthun, 1 Chronicles 25. 1. Superscript 1 And they gathered their brethren, and sanctified themselves, and went in, according to the commandment of the king by the words of the Lord, to cleanse the house of the Lord. 15. By the words of the Lord, i.e. the king's command was recognized to be in accordance with the divine will. Read by the word, the plural words is probably only a textual error. Superscript 1 And the priests went in unto the inner part of the house of the Lord, to cleanse it, and brought out all the uncleanness that they found in the temple of the Lord into the court of the house of the Lord. And the Levites took it, to carry it out abroad to the brook Kidron. 16. The priests, the work was so divided between priests and Levites that only the priests went into the house. Unto the inner part of the house, render, within the house. The reference is not to the Holy of Holies specially, but to the whole interior of the house. Uncleanness, compare verse 5, Isaiah XXX. 22. To the brook Kidron. The brook Kidron is the deep valley on the east of Jerusalem separating it from the Mount of Olives, 2 Samuel 15. 23, John 18. 1. It was treated as an unclean spot, compare 15. 16. Superscript 1 Now they began on the 1st day of the 1st month to sanctify, and on the 8th day of the month came they to the porch of the Lord. And they sanctified the house of the Lord in 8 days, and on the 16th day of the 1st month they made an end. 17. To sanctify. And they sanctified, 2 periods of 8 days each were spent in sanctifying, the courts apparently requiring 8 days and the house itself 8 days. Superscript 1 Then they went into Hezekiah the king within the palace, and said, We have cleansed all the house of the Lord, and the altar of burnt offering, with all the vessels thereof, and the table of showbread, with all the vessels thereof. 18. The table of showbread, compare 4. 8, note, 19, 1 Chronicles 28. 16. The tables of showbread. Superscript 1 Moreover all the vessels, which King Ahaz in his reign did cast away when he trespassed, have we prepared and sanctified. And, behold, they are before the altar of the Lord. 19. Cast away, according to 28. 24. Cut in pieces, compare 2 Kings 16. 17. The reference is probably to the bases and the sea. Have we prepared, render, have we set up. Ahaz had taken away the supports both of the laver and of the sea, 2 Kings 16. 17. 20-24, not in 2 Kings. The sevenfold sacrifice for the reconciliation of the people. The ritual of the sin offering is fully given in Leviticus 4. Ahaz had broken the covenant, and Hezekiah's sin offering was intended to atone for the breach. Superscript 2 Then Hezekiah the king arose early, and gathered the princes of the city, and went up to the house of the Lord. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 And they brought 7 bullocks, and 7 rams, and 7 lambs, and 7 he-goats, for a sin offering for the kingdom and for the sanctuary and for Judah. And he commanded the priests the sons of Aaron to offer them on the altar of the Lord. 21. They brought, as the sacrifice was not for an individual but for a whole people. The offering on this occasion consisted of 7 of each of 4 different sacrificial animals, the bullocks, rams, And lambs being used for the burnt offering, verses 22 and 24, and the he-goats for the special sin offering, verse 23. For the kingdom, i.e. for the kingly house. For the sanctuary, i.e. for the temple, compare Leviticus 16. 16, but probably inclusive of the personnel of the temple, i.e. the priests and Levites, since otherwise they would have been passed over in the great sin offering. On the altar of the Lord, not on the altar of Ahaz, 2 Kings 16. 11. Superscript 2 Superscript 2 So they killed the bullocks, and the priests received the blood, and sprinkled it on the altar, and they killed the rams, and sprinkled the blood upon the altar, they killed also the lambs, and sprinkled the blood upon the altar. 22. Received the blood, in basins with which they dashed, not as the text, sprinkled, the blood against the altar. This dashing was different from the sprinkling with the finger. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 And they brought near the he-goats for the sin offering before the king and the congregation. And they laid their hands upon them, Superscript 2 And the priests killed them, and they made a sin offering with their blood upon the altar. To make atonement for all Israel, for the king commanded that the burnt offering and the sin offering should be made for all Israel. 23. Brought near, i.e. to the king and the people. And they laid their hands, they equals the representatives of the people, for whom the sacrifice was to be offered, compare Leviticus 4. 15. 25-30. The Levitical service of music. Superscript 2 And he set the Levites in the house of the Lord with cymbals, with psalteries, and with harps, according to the commandment of David, and of Gad the king's seer, and Nathan the prophet, for the commandment was of the Lord by his prophets. 25. And of Gad, and Nathan, neither of these prophets is elsewhere said to have had a part in inciting David to the organization of the temple music with which the chronicler credits him. Their names are introduced in order to emphasize the value of the musicians of the temple, whose service is thus declared to have arisen through the inspiration of prophets, compare 1 Chronicles 28. 19. Superscript 2 And the Levites stood with the instruments of David, and the priests with the trumpets. 26. With the instruments, LXX. Nu Rogamanu Omicron Iota. Compare 1 Chronicles 23. 5. Superscript 2 And Hezekiah commanded to offer the burnt offering upon the altar. And when the burnt offering began, the song of the Lord began also, and the trumpets, together with the instruments of David king of Israel. Superscript 2 And all the congregation worshipped, and the singers sang, and the trumpeters sounded. All this continued until the burnt offering was finished. 27. And the trumpets, compare 1 Chronicles 15. 24. Note. Together with the instruments of David, render perhaps, even according to the guidance of the instrument of David, i.e. led, or accompanied, by them. Superscript 2 And when they had made an end of offering, the king and all that were present with him bowed themselves and worshipped. 29. Bowed themselves and worshipped, i.e. first bowed down, on their knees, and then completely prostrated themselves. Superscript 3 Moreover Hezekiah the king and the princes commanded the Levites to sing praises unto the Lord with the words of David, and of Asaph the seer. And they sang praises with gladness, and they bowed their heads and worshipped. 30. To sing praises, since, 1, the Hebrew word for psalms means praises, and 2, the words of David and Asaph are specially mentioned in this verse, it is clear that the chronicler by this phrase means, to sing psalms. 31-36, Not in Kings. A great sacrifice of burnt offerings and thank offerings. Superscript 3 Superscript 1 Then Hezekiah answered and said, Now ye have consecrated yourselves unto the Lord, come near and bring sacrifices and thank offerings into the house of the Lord. And the congregation brought in sacrifices and thank offerings, and as many as were of a willing heart brought burnt offerings. Superscript 3 Superscript 2 And the number of the burnt offerings, which the congregation brought, was 60 bullocks, 100 rams, and 200 lambs, all these were for a burnt offering to the Lord. Hebrew filled your hand. 31. Answered and said, i.e. answered the thoughts or expectation of the people as expressed by the sacrifices and the songs, compare Job 3. 2, Revised Version. Ye have consecrated yourselves, Hebrew, filled your hand, compare 13. 9. Exodus 28. 41. Sacrifices and thank offerings. The phrase means simply the special type of sacrifices which were termed thank offerings. The fat of such offerings was burnt on the altar, the breast and right thigh were reserved for the priests, but the remainder belonged to the offerer and was used for a joyous meal, Leviticus 7. 12 ff. The burnt offering was entirely consumed on the altar, no portion being kept by priests or offerer, Leviticus I. 1:13. Hence such sacrifices represented a greater cost and are accordingly said to be given by those who were, of willing heart, i.e. conspicuously pious and generous. Superscript 3 and the consecrated things were 600 oxen and 3,000 sheep. 33. The consecrated things, the term was applied, 1. To gold and other valuables offered in the temple, compare 15. 18. 1 Chronicles 18. 8:11, 2. To those parts of the various sacrifices which were assigned to be eaten by the priests, Leviticus 21. 22. The holy bread, 22. 2, 3, 15, the holy things. Here the reference is more general, i.e. to the thank offerings, verse 35, themselves. Superscript 3. But the priests were too few, so that they could not flay all the burnt offerings, wherefore their brethren the Levites did help them, till the work was ended. And until the priests had sanctified themselves, for the Levites were more upright in heart to sanctify themselves than the priests. 34. The priests, according to Leviticus I. 5f, the task of flaying the sacrifice was to be performed by the offerer. Either this passage marks a later stage in the customary ritual, or perhaps this occasion was regarded by the chronicler as exceptional because the offerings were brought on behalf of the congregation, in general. The verse presents other difficult features. Who were the priests who had not yet sanctified themselves? What is the significance of the evident contrast between the attitude of the priests and that of the Levites, to the disadvantage of the former? It would seem that there were priests who had deliberately or slackly failed to comply with Hezekiah's injunction, verses 4, 5, and were therefore still ritually unclean from the pollution of the previous reign. In general we infer that the Levites had either been less deeply involved in the idolatries of Ahaz or at least were more zealous than the priests for the restoration of the worship of Jehovah alone. Possibly this tradition may truly represent the historical facts, or it may be an inference derived from 2 Kings 16. 16 where the subservience of the high priest Uriah to King Ahaz is mentioned, so Kittle. Less probable is the view of Benzinger that this verse has been added by the chronicler to the midrashic source upon which he is here depending, and that it represents merely the chronicler's personal predilection for the Levites as distinct from the priests. Superscript 3 and also the burnt offerings were in abundance, with the fat of the peace offerings, and with the drink offerings for every burnt offering. So the service of the house of the Lord was set in order. 35. With the fat, compare 7. 7. Leviticus 3. 3, 17. The peace offerings, i.e. the thank offerings, verse 31. Drink offerings, compare Numbers 15. 5, 7, 10. The offering was to be of wine, and the quantity used was to correspond with the size of the animal sacrificed. Was set in order, i.e. was re-established. Superscript 3 and Hezekiah rejoiced, and all the people, because of that which God had prepared for the people, for the thing was done suddenly. 36. That which God had prepared for the people, it was God, not Hezekiah, who had done it all. Suddenly, in the very first year of Hezekiah's reign, verse 3. Chapter 30. 112, not in 2 Kings. Hezekiah invites all Israel to keep the Passover. From verse 2 it appears that this Passover took place in the first year of Hezekiah while the northern kingdom was still standing. The invitation to share in it at Jerusalem which Hezekiah is here, verse 1, said to have sent to North Israel is opposed to all historic probability. The chronicler, however, was little likely to be troubled by that difficulty, even if he had observed it, see note, verse 5. Furthermore, it is a plausible suggestion that the references to Ephraim, Manasseh, etc. in verses 1, 10, 11, 18 really reflect conditions of the chronicler's own circumstances, regarding which see the note on 15. 9. It is therefore a mistake to suggest that the date may be wrong and that the Passover really took place in the 6th year of Hezekiah after the fall of Samaria on the ground that the invitation would then be more credible. Superscript 1 And Hezekiah sent to all Israel and Judah, and wrote letters also to Ephraim and Manasseh, that they should come to the house of the Lord at Jerusalem, to keep the Passover unto the Lord, the God of Israel. Superscript 2 For the king had taken counsel, and his princes, and all the congregation in Jerusalem, to keep the Passover in the 2nd month. 2. In the 2nd month, the law allowed such a postponement, compare Numbers 9. 10, 11. Superscript 3 For they could not keep it at that time, because the priests had not sanctified themselves in sufficient number, neither had the people gathered themselves together to Jerusalem. And the thing was right in the eyes of the king and of all the congregation. 3. At that time, in the 1st month. So they established a decree to make proclamation throughout all Israel, from Beersheba even to Dan, that they should come to keep the Passover unto the Lord, the God of Israel. At Jerusalem, for they had not kept it in great numbers in such sort as it is written. Or, of a long time. 5. To make proclamation, a phrase characteristic of the chronicler. From Beersheba even to Dan, i.e. the extreme points of the undivided kingdom of David and Solomon. The existence of the north kingdom is either ignored or more probably the writer assumed that it had already fallen, Curtis. On the origin of the phrase and the order in Chronicles, Beersheba to Dan not Dan to Beersheba, as in 2 Samuel 24. 2, etc., see Hogg in the Expositor, 1898, pages 411-421. They had not kept it in great numbers in such sort as it is written, the statement applies to Israel, not to Judah. For the first time an attempt is made to draw Israel en masse to a regular Passover at Jerusalem. So the posts went with the letters from the king and his princes throughout all Israel and Judah, and according to the commandment of the king, saying, Ye children of Israel, turn again unto the Lord, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel. That he may return to the remnant that are escaped of you out of the hand of the kings of Assyria. 6. The posts, literally, the runners. The remnant that are escaped of you out of the hand of the kings of Assyria. The phrase applies most naturally to the final downfall of Samaria through Shalmaneser and Sargon, 722-721 BC. But it is possible of course to interpret it of the repeated disasters at the hands of the Assyrians in the time of Tiglath-Pileser some 10 years earlier. And be not ye like your fathers, and like your brethren, which trespassed against the Lord, the God of their fathers, so that he gave them up to desolation, as ye see. Or, to be in astonishment. 7. To desolation, render, as margin, to be in astonishment, compare 29. 8. Same Hebrew word. Now be ye not stiff-necked, as your fathers were. But yield yourselves unto the Lord, and enter into his sanctuary, which he hath sanctified for ever, and serve the Lord your God, that his fierce anger may turn away from you. Hebrew give the hand. 8. Yield yourselves, literally, give the hand, compare 1 Chronicles 29. 24, submitted themselves. Sanctified forever, compare 7. 16. For if ye turn again unto the Lord, your brethren and your children shall find compassion before them that led them captive, and shall come again into this land, for the Lord your God is gracious and merciful. And will not turn away his face from you, if ye return unto him. Superscript 1 So the posts passed from city to city through the country of Ephraim and Manasseh, even unto Zebulun, but they laughed them to scorn, and mocked them. 9. Shall find compassion, compare Psalms CVI. 46, a similar phrase in Hebrew. Superscript 1 Superscript 1 Nevertheless divers of Asher and Manasseh and of Zebulun humbled themselves, and came to Jerusalem. 11. Of Asher, Asher is somewhat strange. The parallel with verse 10 alone suggests that we should read of Ephraim. And this is the more probable if the real significance of the reference is for the chronicler's period, see the headnote, and 15. 9. It is not likely that Judaism at that time could claim many adherents in the old territory of Asher, see Hulsher, Palestina, page 32. Humbled themselves, so 33. 12. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 Also in Judah was the hand of God to give them one heart, to do the commandment of the king and of the princes by the word of the Lord. 12. Also in Judah was the hand of God, i.e. the mighty working of God, which brought some penitents from far parts of Israel, manifested itself in Judah also. The commandment of the king, by the word of the Lord, the king's command was according to God's command in the law. 13:27, not in 2 Kings. Hezekiah's Great Passover. It seems clear that the story of Hezekiah's Passover has been composed by the chronicler on the analogy of Josiah's grand celebration of that feast, see 35. 119, which the present festival even surpasses in some respects, viz. in its scope, for all Israel and strangers, whereas Josiah's was for Judeans only, and in its duration, for 2 weeks, Josiah's for 1. Josiah's Passover was famous because of the account of it in Kings. Doubtless the chronicler felt that a celebration of that feast was incumbent upon a great reforming monarch, and he has therefore credited Hezekiah with observing it. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 And there assembled at Jerusalem much people to keep the feast of unleavened bread in the 2nd month, a very great congregation. 13. The feast of unleavened bread, in the Passover, were united 2 separate feasts, 1, the eating of the lamb on the 14th of Nisan, 2, the eating of unleavened bread from the 14th to the 21st of Nisan. The combined feast was sometimes called the Passover, and sometimes, as here, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, compare Exodus 12. 1:14 and 17:20, and note that the intervening verses, 15, 16, bind the 2 feasts into one celebration. Superscript 1 And they arose and took away the altars that were in Jerusalem, and all the altars for incense took they away, and cast them into the brook Kidron. Or, vessels. 14, the altars, compare 28. 24. Superscript 1 Then they killed the Passover on the 14th day of the 2nd month, and the priests and the Levites were ashamed, and sanctified themselves, and brought burnt offerings into the house of the Lord. Superscript 1 And they stood in their place after their order, according to the law of Moses the man of God, the priests sprinkled the blood, which they received of the hand of the Levites. 15, the 2nd month, compare verses 2, 3. Were ashamed of their former backwardness, compare verse 3, 29. 34. Superscript 1 For there were many in the congregation that had not sanctified themselves, therefore the Levites had the charge of killing the Passovers for every one that was not clean, to sanctify them unto the Lord. 17. Of killing the Passovers, plural rare, equals paschal victims, compare verse 15, 35. 8. Passover offerings. Superscript 1 For a multitude of the people, even many of Ephraim and Manasseh, Issachar and Zebulun, had not cleansed themselves, yet did they eat the Passover otherwise than it is written. For Hezekiah had prayed for them, saying, The good Lord pardon every one. Or, him that setteth his whole heart. 18. Of Ephraim, etc. The list of tribes given here does not agree with the list in verse 11, but in both cases it may be that the chronicler merely wished by his list to designate men of the northern kingdom as opposed to those of the southern. He could not make the distinction by using the term Israel here, for in Chronicles Israel as a rule is not used in opposition to Judah, compare 11. 3. Note. For a somewhat different view, see the head note on verses 1:12 and 15. 9. Otherwise than it is written, i.e. they were allowed to partake of the Passover meal, although not purified according to the regulations of the law. Superscript 1 That setteth his heart to seek God, the Lord, the God of his fathers, though he be not cleansed according to the purification of the sanctuary. 18, 19. The good Lord pardon every one that, etc. In Hebrew verse 18 ends abruptly with the word pardon. Probably the Revised Version is correct in disregarding the Hebrew division. The phrase, the good Lord, is not found elsewhere, and another suggestion is to transpose the adjective and read, verse 18. The Lord pardon the good, verse 19, even every one that, etc. The LXX, however, supports the order of the Hebrew text. Superscript 2 And the Lord hearkened to Hezekiah, and healed the people. 20. Healed the people, by prevention. No plague was allowed to break out among them, although uncleanness in the sanctuary had been threatened with death, Leviticus 15. 31. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 And the children of Israel that were present at Jerusalem kept the feast of unleavened bread 7 days with great gladness, and the Levites and the priests praised the Lord day by day, singing with loud instruments unto the Lord. 21. With loud instruments, literally, with instruments of strength. It is better to read, with all their might, as 1 Chronicles 13. 8. The change in Hebrew amounts only to the dropping of the smallest letter, yod. Superscript 2 Superscript 2 And Hezekiah spake comfortably unto all the Levites that were well skilled in the service of the Lord. So they did eat throughout the feast for the 7 days, offering sacrifices of peace offerings, and making confession to the Lord, the God of their fathers. Or, giving thanks. 22. Spake comfortably, i.e. with kindly and appreciative words. For the phrase compare Isaiah XL. 2. Making confession, or, as margin, giving thanks. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 And the whole congregation took counsel to keep other 7 days, and they kept other 7 days with gladness. 23. Other 7 days, compare 7. 9. Solomon's dedication feast. Superscript 2 For Hezekiah king of Judah did give to the congregation for offerings 1,000 bullocks and 7,000 sheep. And the princes gave to the congregation 1,000 bullocks and 10,000 sheep, and a great number of priests sanctified themselves. 24. Sanctified themselves, compare 29. 34. Superscript 2 And all the congregation of Judah, with the priests and the Levites, and all the congregation that came out of Israel, and the strangers that came out of the land of Israel, and that dwelt in Judah, rejoiced. 25. The strangers, i.e. men of alien descent dwelling in Israel with certain conceded, not inherited, rights, and with most of the obligations of the native Israelite. LXX, Omicron Pyro Omicron Sigma Lambda Upsilon Tau Omicron Iota compare 2. 17, 1 Chronicles 22. 2 For the unfavorable side of a stranger's position. Superscript 2 So there was great joy in Jerusalem, for since the time of Solomon the son of David king of Israel there was not the like in Jerusalem. 26. Since the time of Solomon, for Solomon's great festival, CV 2ff. There was not the like, compare what is said of Josiah's Passover, 35. 18, note. Superscript 2 Then the priests the Levites arose and blessed the people, and their voice was heard, and their prayer came up to his holy habitation, even unto heaven. 27. The priests the Levites, so in 23. 18. But only in these 2 places in Chronicles the phrase is Deuteronomic, and implies that at the stage of ritual development represented in Deuteronomy all Levites were potentially priests. Such was not in any case the view of the chronicler, and perhaps we ought to read the priests and the Levites, both here and in 23. 18. Chapter 31. 1. Compare 2 Kings 18. 4. Destruction of idolatrous symbols. Superscript 1 Now when all this was finished, all Israel that were present went out to the cities of Judah, and brake in pieces the pillars, and hewed down the Asherim, and brake down the high places and the altars out of all Judah and Benjamin. In Ephraim also and Manasseh, until they had destroyed them all. Then all the children of Israel returned, every man to his possession, into their own cities. Or, obelisks. 1. The pillars, the Ashrim, compare 14. 3. Note. In Ephraim also, it is obviously assumed that the northern kingdom had come to an end, compare XXX. 6. 9. 221, not in 2 Kings. Organization of the priests. Tithe. If the temple had been desecrated and closed by Ahaz, it would follow that the organization of its priests and Levites had fallen into confusion. The chronicler therefore makes Hezekiah the restorer of the system inaugurated by David, and treats this edifying topic at some length. Superscript 2 And Hezekiah appointed the courses of the priests and the Levites after their courses, every man according to his service, both the priests and the Levites, for burnt offerings and for peace offerings, to minister, and to give thanks. And to praise in the gates of the camp of the Lord. 2. The courses, compare 1 Chronicles 24. 1 ff. To minister, and to give thanks, and to praise in the gates, better, as LXX, altering the order, to give thanks and to praise and to minister in the gates. To minister in the gates, i.e. to be doorkeepers, compare 1 Chronicles 26. 1. The camp of the Lord, i.e., in the language of Deuteronomy, the place which the Lord chose, Jerusalem or, more exactly, the temple area. Compare 1 Chronicles 9. 18, note. Superscript 3 He appointed also the king's portion of his substance for the burnt offerings, to wit, for the morning and evening burnt offerings, and the burnt offerings for the Sabbaths, and for the new moons, and for the set feasts. As it is written in the law of the Lord. Moreover he commanded the people that dwelt in Jerusalem to give the portion of the priests and the Levites, that they might give themselves to the law of the Lord. Hebrew be strong in. 3. The burnt offerings, compare 8. 12, 13. And as soon as the commandment came abroad, the children of Israel gave in abundance the firstfruits of corn, wine, and oil, and honey, and of all the increase of the field, and the tithe of all things brought they in abundantly. 5. And honey, Hebrew dibhash, is not elsewhere mentioned as subject to tithe, perhaps grape syrup, modern Arabic dibs, is meant here, as in Genesis 43. 11 and Ezekiel 27. 17, according to some commentators. Honey, like leaven, was forbidden for sacrificial use, Leviticus 2. 11. And the children of Israel and Judah, that dwelt in the cities of Judah, they also brought in the tithe of oxen and sheep, and the tithe of dedicated things which were consecrated unto the Lord their God, and laid them by heaps. 6. And the children of Israel, compare 11. 16. The tithe of dedicated things, a strange phrase without parallel. Read probably the dedicated things. In the 3rd month they began to lay the foundation of the heaps, and finished them in the 7th month. And when Hezekiah and the princes came and saw the heaps, they blessed the Lord, and his people Israel. Then Hezekiah questioned with the priests and the Levites concerning the heaps. 7. The 3rd month, the feast of harvest took place at the beginning of this month, and 7 weeks later the feast of ingathering followed. Superscript 1 And Azariah the chief priest, of the house of Zadok, answered him and said, Since the people began to bring the oblations into the house of the Lord, we have eaten and had enough, and have left plenty, for the Lord hath blessed his people. And that which is left is this great store. 10. Azariah the chief priest, not mentioned in connection with Hezekiah's previous arrangements. Of the house of Zadok, compare 1 Chronicles 24. 1-4. Tradition spoke of 2 main families of priests, 1, the descendants of Eleazar the 3rd son of Aaron, whose chief representative in David's day was Zadok, hence they are here called the house of Zadok. 2, the descendants of Ithamar the 4th son of Aaron, represented in David's time by Ahimelech, Saul's victim, or by Abiathar, David's protege. The chronicler prefers to name the descendants of Ithamar after Ahimelech, 1 Chronicles 24. 3, where see note. The oblations, the Hebrew word, terumah, denotes properly what is taken off from a larger mass and so separated from it for sacred purposes. The word is sometimes rendered heave offering, but this is due to a mistaken impression that a rite of elevation was involved. See the full note in Driver, Exodus, page 263. Hath blessed his people, compare Malachi 3:10. And that which is left is this great store. The Hebrew requires some correction. Read as the LXX, kappa alpha tau epsilon lambda pi omicron mu epsilon nu pi tau pi lambda theta omicron tau omicron tau omicron, we leave, have left, this great store and more. 11:13. The offerings mentioned in verses 5-10 were placed in charge of Konania, Shimei, and their subordinates for storage in the temple treasuries. Superscript 1. Then Hezekiah commanded to prepare chambers in the house of the Lord, and they prepared them. 11. Chambers, compare 1 Chronicles 9:26, note. Superscript 1. Superscript 2. And they brought in the oblations and the tithes and the dedicated things faithfully, and over them Konania the Levite was ruler, and Shimei his brother was second. 12. The dedicated things, compare 29:33, note on the consecrated things. Superscript 1. Superscript 3. And Jehiel, and Azaziah, and Nahath, and Asahel, and Jeremoth, and Jozabad, and Eliel, and Ismachiah, and Mahath, and Benaiah, were overseers under the hand of Konania and Shimei his brother, by the appointment of Hezekiah the king. And Azariah the ruler of the house of God. 13. The ruler of the house of God, compare 1 Chronicles 9:11, note. 14:19. Distribution of the stores referred to in verses 11-13 was the duty of Korah and his subordinates. The exact meaning and sequence of these verses is hard to follow, and probably the obscurity is due to faults in the Hebrew text. The simplest view is as follows. Verse 15 states that the distribution was to be made to priestly and Levitical persons resident in the priestly cities, but, verse 16, not to those who were for the time being on duty at the temple. Since these no doubt would receive their share at the temple itself. Then verses 17-19 seem to refer to the manner of the registration of priests and Levites respectively for the purpose of the distribution. But it must be confessed that the precise sense and connection are uncertain, particularly as regards verse 19. Superscript 1. And Korah the son of Imnah the Levite, the porter at the east gate, was over the freewill offerings of God, to distribute the oblations of the Lord, and the most holy things. 14. The most holy things, to this class belonged the showbread, Leviticus 24. 9. The meal offering, Leviticus 2. 2, 3, 6. 14:18, 7:11, Hebrew, the sin offering, Leviticus 6. 25:30, and the trespass offering, Leviticus 7. 1:7. These could be eaten by the priests only and in the holy place only. Superscript 1. And under him were Eden, and Miniamin, and Jeshua, and Shemaiah, Amariah, and Shechaniah, in the cities of the priests, in their set office, to give to their brethren by courses, as well to the great as to the small. Or, trust. 15. In the cities, the priestly cities are given 1 Chronicles 6. 54-60. To the great as to the small, i.e. to old and to young alike. Superscript 1. Beside them that were reckoned by genealogy of males, from 3 years old and upward, even every one that entered into the house of the Lord, as the duty of every day required, for their service in their charges according to their courses. Or, for his daily portion. 16. Beside, i.e. with the exception of. As the duty of every day required, or, as margin, for his daily portion. Superscript 1. And them that were reckoned by genealogy of the priests by their fathers' houses, and the Levites from 20 years old and upward, in their charges by their courses. 17. And them that, render probably, and as for the registration of the priests it was made by their families. Superscript 1. And them that were reckoned by genealogy of all their little ones, their wives, and their sons, and their daughters, through all the congregation, for in their set office they sanctified themselves in holiness. or, even to give to them and, or, trust. 18, and them that, render, and the registration included all their little ones, etc. The connection of the last part of the verse is very obscure. Their set office, or, as margin, their trust, so also above verse 15. They sanctified themselves in holiness, or, they busied themselves with the distribution of the sanctified things. No reliance can be placed on the soundness of the text. Superscript 1 also for the sons of Aaron the priests, which were in the fields of the suburbs of their cities, in every several city, there were men that were expressed by name, to give portions to all the males among the priests, and to all that were reckoned by genealogy among the Levites. Superscript 2 And thus did Hezekiah throughout all Judah, and he wrought that which was good and right and faithful before the Lord his God. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 And in every work that he began in the service of the house of God, and in the law, and in the commandments, to seek his God, he did it with all his heart, and prospered. Hebrew faithfulness. 19. Again a most obscure verse, apparently meaning that the priests had certain special officers, other than Korah and his subordinates, who were charged with superintending the distribution in the outlying districts. Text and interpretation are alike uncertain. Kittel regards verses 17-19 as a late addition. The suburbs, compare 1 Chronicles v. 16, margin, pasture lands, 6. 55, 57, 40, 42, Hebrew. Chapter 32. 1-8, compare 2 Kings 18. 13-16. Sennacherib's threatened invasion. Hezekiah's precautions. The chronicler introduces us somewhat abruptly to the Assyrian crisis. From 2 Kings we learn that Hezekiah renounced the suzerainty of Assyria, 18:7, which his father Ahaz had acknowledged, 2 Kings 16:7. Thereupon Sennacherib invaded Judah, and Hezekiah was obliged to acknowledge with a heavy payment of tribute his dependence on the Assyrian king, 2 Kings 18:13-16. Sennacherib, having discovered the weakness of Judah, next demanded an unconditional surrender, intending to transport the Jews to another country, 2 Kings 18:31-32. This demand Hezekiah resisted, being strengthened thereto by Isaiah. The chronicler does not refer to the earlier invasion or to the tribute, such a humiliation of the pious and devoted king being in his belief unthinkable. That any invasion should have taken place after these things and this faithfulness was sufficiently astonishing. Until the issue showed that the anxiety and distress were only for the greater glory of Israel's God and for the further proof of Hezekiah's trust in him. Superscript 1 After these things, and this faithfulness, Sennacherib king of Assyria came, and entered into Judah, and encamped against the fenced cities, and thought to win them for himself. Superscript 2 And when Hezekiah saw that Sennacherib was come, and that he was purposed to fight against Jerusalem. Hebrew to break them up. Hebrew his face was to fight. 1. After these things, and this faithfulness, the phrase is a hendiatus and stands for, after these faithful dealings. Sennacherib, this king, Sanrib in Hebrew, Sineirib, Urba, in Assyrian, the sigma alpha nu alpha Cairo iota beta omicron of Herod. 2. 141, reigned 705-681 BC. He was the son of Sargon, Isaiah XX. 1, father of Esarhaddon, 2 Kings 19:37, Ezra 4. 3, and grandfather of Ashurbanipal, the well-known sigma alpha rho delta alpha nu pi alpha lambda lambda omicron of Herod. 2. 150, who is commonly identified with Osnapar, compare Ezra 4. 10, under this dynasty Assyria reached the height of its power. The empire included Babylonia, which, however, was frequently in revolt, Assyria proper, Syria as far north as Cilicia, inclusive, and, under Esarhaddon and Ashurbanipal, Egypt. After Ashurbanipal's death, about 626 BC, the Assyrian power was speedily destroyed. The form Sennacherib is derived from the LXX. Through the Vulgate. To win them, literally to make breaches in them. According to 2 Kings 18:13, Sennacherib took these sites. And the Assyrian account on the prism inscription of Sennacherib, which is preserved in the British Museum, states that they were 46 in number. Compare Driver in Hogarth, Authority and Archaeology, pages 104-107. Or Hancock, Latest Light on Bible Lands, pages 153 ff. Superscript 3. He took counsel with his princes and his mighty men to stop the waters of the fountains which were without the city, and they helped him. 3. To stop the waters, compare 2 Kings XX. 20. Hezekiah made the pool and the conduit and brought water into the city, and Isaiah 22. 9-11. At the present day there is an underground tunnel cut through the rock leading from St. Mary's Well down to the lower pool of Siloam, Baedeker, Palestine, pages 25-83. It is rudely constructed and owing to its windings is 586 yards long, though the distance in a straight line is only 368 yards. As therefore the lower pool was probably within the ancient walls, while St. Mary's Well was outside, this tunnel may be Hezekiah's conduit. If the well were stopped, the besiegers would lose the water, which would collect in the pool for the use of the besieged. An inscription in ancient Hebrew characters, the Siloam inscription, discovered in situ, describes briefly the digging of the tunnel, but does not enable us to fix the date of it with certainty. For the original text and an English translation see G.A. Smith, Jerusalem, I. 95 f., or Driver, Notes on Hebrew Text of Samuel, 8. ff. So there was gathered much people together, and they stopped all the fountains, and the brook that flowed through the midst of the land, saying, Why should the kings of Assyria come, and find much water? 4. The brook that flowed, the Hebrew verb means, flow with strong stream, as a flood. We naturally look for such a brook either east of Jerusalem in the valley of Kidron or south in the valley of the son of Hinnom, but no perennial stream runs in either valley now. Possibly, owing to physical changes in the configuration of the country, the waters which fed such a brook in the chronicler's day now lose themselves in the soil. And he took courage, and built up all the wall that was broken down, and raised it up to the towers, and the other wall without, and strengthened Millo in the city of David, and made weapons and shields in abundance. Or, heightened the towers, or, went up upon the towers the Vulgate has, built towers thereon. Or, another. 5. Broken dozen, compare 25. 23, note. Raised it up to the towers, Hebrew via al read and he heightened the towers, i.e. omitting the second al as a tautography. The other wall, in Isaiah 22. 9-11. The preparations to meet the Assyrian attack are described by the prophet who speaks of a ditch, Revised Version, reservoir, made at this time between the two walls. In excavations at Jerusalem, 1894-1897, Dr. Bliss describes a buttressed wall, pages 96 ff. Built without lime, see his frontispiece for an illustration of it, and enclosing the pool of Siloam on the southeast, which, he says, may date back as far as Hezekiah, pages 325 f. Dr. Bliss also, following up a clue given by earlier explorers, found a second wall, running at an angle to the first, enclosing the pool on the west. This second wall was probably due to Herod, but Dr. Bliss suggests that the line it follows may have been defended by a wall as early as Hezekiah's day, page 326. For further discussion see G.A. Smith, Jerusalem, I. 182, 207. Millo, compare 1 Chronicles 11. 8, note. Weapons and shields, properly, darts and shields. These were meant, not for such trained soldiers as Hezekiah could collect, but for the levy en masse with which the king proposed to man the walls. A dart to throw and a shield to protect the thrower as he threw were all that the citizen soldier needed. The Hebrew word, shelah, means dart, missile. The more general rendering, weapons, obscures the precise nature of Hezekiah's preparations. And he set captains of war over the people, and gathered them together to him in the broad place at the gate of the city, and spake comfortably to them, saying, Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid nor dismayed for the king of Assyria. Nor for all the multitude that is with him, for there is a greater with us than with him. Or, there be more. 6. In the broad place at the gate, compare 29. 4. Nehemiah 8. 16. There is nothing here to show which of the two broad places mentioned in Nehemiah is meant, or whether some third place is intended. With him is an arm of flesh. But with us is the Lord our God to help us, and to fight our battles. And the people rested themselves upon the words of Hezekiah king of Judah. 8. An arm of flesh, compare Jeremiah 17. 5. Contrast the frequent phrase, a mighty hand in a stretched out arm, of Jehovah. An arm is an ally or helper. With us is the Lord, compare 15. 2. XX. 17, Isaiah 8. 10. 9:19, compare 2 Kings 18. 17:35. Sennacherib's threatening messages. In this section Chronicles briefly and freely summarizes 2 Kings. After this did Sennacherib king of Assyria send his servants to Jerusalem, now he was before Lachish, and all his power with him, unto Hezekiah king of Judah, and unto all Judah that were at Jerusalem, saying. 9. His servants, 3 of these are specified in 2 Kings by their titles, viz. The Tartan, commander-in-chief, the Rabsaris, perhaps, chief of the princes, and the Rabshakeh, chief of the officers or cupbearers. Now he was before Lachish. The capture of Lachish by Sennacherib and its spoliation are shown on an Assyrian relief now in the British Museum. The king himself besieged Lachish because it was of more importance for the main object of the campaign than Jerusalem. Sennacherib's objective was Egypt, Herodotus 2. 141, and Lachish, Tel Elisai, Baedeker, Palestine, p. 118, lay directly in his path, compare Hancock, Latest Light on Bible Lands, page 151. Superscript 1 Thus saith Sennacherib king of Assyria, whereon do ye trust, that ye abide the siege in Jerusalem? Or, in the stronghold? 10. In Jerusalem, Isaiah promised deliverance in Jerusalem, e.g. in Isaiah 29. 8, XXX. 19. Superscript 1 Doth not Hezekiah persuade you, to give you over to die by famine and by thirst, saying, The Lord our God shall deliver us out of the hand of the king of Assyria? 11. Persuade, or, entice, compare 1 Chronicles 21. 1. Provoked, for the same Hebrew word. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 Hath not the same Hezekiah taken away his high places and his altars, and commanded Judah and Jerusalem, saying, Ye shall worship before one altar, and upon it shall ye burn incense? 12. Hath not the same Hezekiah taken away, besides this appeal to the religious prejudices of the people, Sennacherib's servants employed 2 other arguments, according to 2 Kings, 1. The paucity of Hezekiah's soldiers, 2 Kings 18. 23, and, 2. Possible reliance on Egyptian help, 2 Kings 18. 21, 25. These 2 arguments are passed over by the chronicler doubtless because they seemed inconsistent both with the power and the character of a king so God-fearing as Hezekiah. His high places, compare 2 Kings 18. 4. The high places, Bamoth, were properly sanctuaries of Jehovah, and not necessarily idolatrous in themselves. But since originally all, or almost all, of these Bamoth had been sacred places of the Canaanite gods, old idolatrous symbols, e.g. the Asherah, and old idolatrous ideas and rites persisted in the worship there offered. When finally the Jews restricted sacrificial worship to Jerusalem, the odium attaching to these high places became greater than ever, and hostility towards them came to be regarded as the mark of any pious monarch. Hezekiah removed the Bamoth throughout the country. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 Know ye not what I and my fathers have done unto all the peoples of the lands? Were the gods of the nations of the lands any ways able to deliver their land out of mine hand? Superscript 1 Who was there among all the gods of those nations which my fathers utterly destroyed, that could deliver his people out of mine hand, that your God should be able to deliver you out of mine hand? Superscript 1 Now therefore let not Hezekiah deceive you, nor persuade you on this manner, neither believe ye him, for no God of any nation or kingdom was able to deliver his people out of mine hand. And out of the hand of my fathers, how much less shall your God deliver you out of mine hand? Superscript 1 And his servant spake yet more against the Lord God, and against his servant Hezekiah. Hebrew devoted. Or, gods. 13. The peoples of the lands, in 2 Kings 18. 34 The lands are specified and include Samaria. Superscript 1 He wrote also letters, to rail on the Lord, the God of Israel, and to speak against him, saying, As the gods of the nations of the lands, which have not delivered their people out of mine hand, so shall not the God of Hezekiah deliver his people out of mine hand. Or, a letter. 17. To rail on, or, to defy, the same Hebrew word as in 2 Kings 19. 4, 16, 22, 33, and their rendered reproach. Superscript 1 And they cried with a loud voice in the Jews' language unto the people of Jerusalem that were on the wall, to affright them, and to trouble them, that they might take the city. 18. In the Jews' language, i.e. in Hebrew. From the parallel passage, 2 Kings 18. 26 ff. It is evident that the language of diplomacy at this time in Western Asia was Aramaic, Syrian, 2 Kings. And that, whilst understood by the Jewish leaders and officials, it was not yet intelligible to the common people. In the negotiations the Rabshakeh showed clearly that his object was not to treat with Hezekiah, but to excite a revolt among the Jews against Hezekiah and so gain possession of the city. Superscript 1 And they spake of the God of Jerusalem, as of the gods of the peoples of the earth, which are the work of men's hands. 19. The God of Jerusalem, for this designation compare Psalm XXXV. 21. 20-23, compare 2 Kings 19. 1-4, 14-19, 35-37. Hezekiah and Isaiah pray. The deliverance. This section is a very brief summary of 2 Kings 19. Superscript 2 And Hezekiah the king, and Isaiah the prophet the son of Amoz, prayed because of this, and cried to heaven. 20. And Hezekiah, and Isaiah prayed, according to Kings, Hezekiah prayed, and was answered by God through the medium of a message delivered by Isaiah the prophet, 2 Kings 19. 20-34. Heaven, here used reverently for God, compare 28. 9, Daniel 4. 26, Luke 15. 21. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 And the Lord sent an angel, which cut off all the mighty men of valor, and the leaders and captains, in the camp of the king of Assyria. So he returned with shame of face to his own land. And when he was come into the house of his God, they that came forth of his own bowels slew him there with the sword. Hebrew caused him to fall. 21. All the mighty men, in number 185,000 according to 2 Kings 19. 35 and Isaiah 37. 36. The agency was probably the plague, which is pictured as a destroying angel in 2 Samuel 24. 16. And when he was come, the murder of Sennacherib did not occur till some 20 years after his Judean expedition, circa 701 BC, i.e. not till 681 BC. They that came forth, the chronicler no doubt follows Isaiah 37. 38. Adramelech and Sharezer his sons smote him, but the accuracy of the present text of this passage of Isaiah is doubtful, for in the parallel passage, 2 Kings 19. 37. Cathib, the words his sons are missing. The only notice of Sennacherib's death known to us at present from the inscriptions reads, Sennacherib king of Assyria was slain by his son, singular, in a revolt. No name is given to this son. Driver in Hogarth, Authority and Archaeology, page 109. Superscript 2 Superscript 2 Thus the Lord saved Hezekiah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem from the hand of Sennacherib the king of Assyria, and from the hand of all other, and guided them on every side. 22. Guided them on every side, read, as the LXX, gave them rest on every side, compare XX. 30. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 And many brought gifts unto the Lord to Jerusalem, and precious things to Hezekiah king of Judah, so that he was exalted in the sight of all nations from thenceforth. 23. Brought gifts, compare Psalms 68. 29. Isaiah 18. 7, Haggai 2. 7, 8. 24-33, compare 2 Kings XX, Isaiah 38, 39. Hezekiah's sickness. The ambassadors from Babylon. Hezekiah's death. Superscript 2 In those days Hezekiah was sick even unto death, and he prayed unto the Lord. And he spake unto him, and gave him a sign. Or, wonder. 24. Remark that this single verse epitomizes 2 Kings XX. 1:11. In those days, the phrase is taken over from 2 Kings XX. 1, and it cannot be determined what date is intended, though we may conclude from 2 Kings XX. 6 that it was a time at which the Assyrian danger was not yet past, and that it was about the 14th year of Hezekiah, compare Barnes on 2 Kings XX. 1. He spake, the Hebrew word means, in certain connections, to promise, and the idea of promise is present here, the sense being, God made him a promise and confirmed it by a wonder, compare 2 Kings XX. 5, 6, 8, 11. A sign, rather, a wonder, margin, as in verse 31. Superscript 2 But Hezekiah rendered not again according to the benefit done unto him, for his heart was lifted up, therefore there was wrath upon him, and upon Judah and Jerusalem. 25. His heart was lifted up, compare verse 31, 2 Kings XX. 12:15. Wrath, Hebrew if, a visitation of divine wrath, compare 19. 2, 10, 24. 18, 29. 8. Superscript 2 Notwithstanding Hezekiah humbled himself for the pride of his heart, both he and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, so that the wrath of the Lord came not upon them in the days of Hezekiah. Hebrew the lifting up. 26. Humbled himself, compare 2 Kings XX. 19. Superscript 2 And Hezekiah had exceeding much riches and honor, and he provided him treasuries for silver, and for gold, and for precious stones, and for spices, and for shields, and for all manner of goodly vessels. 27. Riches and honor, compare 2 Kings XX. 13, equals Isaiah 39. 2. Shields, Hebrew maginoth, i.e. small round shields. Perhaps, like Solomon's, 9. 15, 16, they were overlaid with gold or silver. Barnes suggested the reading Migdanoth, precious things, as in verse 23, instead of Maginoth. LXX, Pylanda Omicron Theta Kappa Alpha, i.e. armories, Peshitta, text being doubtful here, shields, or pearls, or precious gifts. Superscript 2 Storehouses also for the increase of corn and wine and oil, and stalls for all manner of beasts, and flocks in folds. 28. Flocks in folds. The folds were enclosures with high stone walls as a defense against robbers and wild beasts. The text is probably faulty, Peshitta omits the clause. Superscript 2 Moreover he provided him cities, and possessions of flocks and herds in abundance, for God had given him very much substance. 29. Cities. The context suggests that these cities were meant chiefly as places of refuge for the flocks and herds in time of war, but again it is probable that the text is corrupt, and that this word should be omitted. Superscript 3 This same Hezekiah also stopped the upper spring of the waters of Gihon, and brought them straight down on the west side of the city of David. And Hezekiah prospered in all his works. 30. Stopped, compare verses 3, 4. Gihon, the upper spring of Gihon is represented today by St. Mary's Well, compare Baedeker, Palestine, pages 25, 83, and note on verse 3 above. On the west side of the city, render, westwards to the city. The direction followed by the tunnel through which Hezekiah brought the waters from the upper spring of Gihon, St. Mary's well outside the city, to the pool of Siloam within the walls is roughly west or southwest, C.G. Smith, Jerusalem, 1. 102 f. Superscript 3 Superscript 1 Howbeit in the business of the ambassadors of the princes of Babylon, who sent unto him to inquire of the wonder that was done in the land, God left him, to try him, that he might know all that was in his heart. Hebrew interpreters. 31. Who sent, read rather, with LXX, who had been sent. To inquire of the wonder, according to 2 Kings XX. 12, Isaiah 39. 1. The ostensible reason of the embassy was to congratulate Hezekiah on his recovery. The real object was to gain over Judah to an alliance against Assyria, from which Babylon was constantly seeking to revolt. To try him, that he might know, etc. The phrase is based on Deuteronomy 8. 2. Superscript 3 Superscript 2 Now the rest of the acts of Hezekiah, and his good deeds, behold, they are written in the vision of Isaiah the prophet the son of Amoz, in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. 32. His good deeds, compare 35. 26. Of Josiah. Nehemiah 13. 14. Of Nehemiah. The vision of Isaiah, in the book of the Kings, the reference is apparently to Isaiah 36. 239. 8 is equal to 2 Kings 18. 17 XX. 21. Superscript 3 Superscript 3 And Hezekiah slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the ascent of the sepulchres of the sons of David, and all Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem did him honor at his death. And Manasseh his son reigned in his stead. 33. In the ascent of the sepulchres of the sons of David, what is implied by the ascent of the sepulchres, the phrase being found only here? Some hold that it means a place outside the royal burying ground, and that, since exclusion from the royal sepulchres was a mark of dishonor otherwise confined to the bodies of wicked kings, 21. 20, 24. 25, 26. 23, 28. 27. The statement could hardly emanate from the chronicler himself but must be derived from some old and presumably trustworthy source, an unsatisfactory view. Certainly the chronicler cannot have understood the phrase to mean anything derogatory to Hezekiah, and there is, in fact, no necessity to interpret it as some place outside the royal sepulchres. On the contrary, it is reasonable to suppose that it means a definite part of this royal cemetery, the lower slopes, ascent, or possibly the higher part. Did him honor, compare 16. 14, 21. 19. Chapter 33. 110, compare 2 Kings 21. 116. Manasseh's reign. His apostasy. Superscript 1 Manasseh was 12 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 55 years in Jerusalem. Superscript 2 And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, after the abominations of the heathen, whom the Lord cast out before the children of Israel. 1. In Jerusalem, the chronicler omits here the name of Manasseh's mother, Hephzibah. Superscript 3 For he built again the high places which Hezekiah his father had broken down, and he reared up altars for the Baalim, and made Ashtaroth, and worshipped all the host of heaven, and served them. 3. The Baalim, i.e. the gods, of Canaan, Baalim being the plural of the word Baal, Lord, i.e. God. See the notes on 17. 3, and 1 Chronicles 8. 33. Ashtaroth, compare 14. 3, note. The host of heaven, see the note on 18. 18, compare 2 Kings 17. 16. Jeremiah 8. 2. And he built altars in the house of the Lord, whereof the Lord said, In Jerusalem shall my name be forever. 4. Shall my name be forever, compare 7. 16. And he built altars for all the host of heaven in the two courts of the house of the Lord. 5. The two courts, compare 4. 9, note. He also made his children to pass through the fire in the valley of the son of Hinnom, and he practiced augury, and used enchantments, and practiced sorcery, and dealt with them that had familiar spirits. And with wizards, he wrought much evil in the sight of the Lord, to provoke him to anger. 6. He also made, in the Hebrew there is stress on the pronoun, he, that wicked one. To pass through the fire, compare 28. 3. Note. In the valley of the son of Hinnom, compare Jeremiah 7. 31, 32. Practiced augury, the precise meaning of the Hebrew word, wunan, is quite uncertain, so that we cannot be sure what form of divination is meant. Augury among the Romans consisted chiefly in observing birds and interpreting the observations made, but auguries were also taken from other natural phenomena. Practiced sorcery, the Hebrew word, kishshef, probably means, to make a magic brew with shredded herbs. With them that had familiar spirits, the Hebrew word, obi, probably means a necromancer who used ventriloquism in the practice of his art. The witch of Endor, 1 Samuel 28, was such a person. LXX here has, pi omicron eta sigma epsilon nu gamma alpha sigma tau rho iota mu theta omicron upsilon, i.e., he appointed ventriloquists. And he set the graven image of the idol, which he had made, in the house of God, of which God said to David and to Solomon his son, in this house, and in Jerusalem, which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel. Will I put my name forever, neither will I any more remove the foot of Israel from off the land which I have appointed for your fathers. If only they will observe to do all that I have commanded them, even all the law and the statutes and the ordinances by the hand of Moses. 7. The graven image of the idol, in 2 Kings 21. 7. Revised version, the graven image of Asherah. For Asherah compare 15. 16. Note. And Manasseh made Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem to err, so that they did evil more than did the nations, whom the Lord destroyed before the children of Israel. 9. And Manasseh made Judah, etc. Compare Jeremiah 15. 4. Where the captivity itself is referred back for its cause to the evil deeds of Manasseh. Superscript 1. And the Lord spake to Manasseh, and to his people, but they gave no heed. 10. The Lord spake, i.e. by prophets, compare 2 Kings 21. 10:15. 11:13, not in 2 Kings. The punishment of Manasseh, and his repentance. It has been urged that the tradition of Manasseh's captivity in Babylon, his restoration to the throne of Judah, and his attempt at reformation, events related only by the chronicler, ought not to be regarded as historically true, but are simply inventions put forward as a possible explanation of the, to the chronicler, strange fact that the wicked king Manasseh reigned for no less than 55 years. The objections to the tradition are not slight, in view of the general character of the chronicler's work. In particular, the story of Manasseh's penitence might easily be an assumption to justify the fact of his long reign, and it is very difficult to correlate it with Jeremiah 15. 4. Where the captivity of the nation is expressly declared to be due to Manasseh's wickedness. The evidence is not decisive, however. And a brief and perhaps half-hearted repentance towards the close of his reign might well be forgotten or deemed negligible. The evidence against the historicity of the tradition of the captivity of Manasseh is much less strong, being chiefly the silence of kings. The facts mentioned in the following note indicate that there is nothing inherently improbable in the tradition, and it is therefore legitimate to accept it as very possibly correct. Although we are not yet able to confirm it from the Assyrian records. Superscript 1 Wherefore the Lord brought upon them the captains of the host of the king of Assyria, which took Manasseh in chains, and bound him with fetters, and carried him to Babylon. Superscript 2 And when he was in distress, he besought the Lord his God, and humbled himself greatly before the God of his fathers. Or, with hooks. 11. Assyria. Manasseh is mentioned in an Assyrian list of kings tributary to Esarhaddon and Ashurbanipal, but no Assyrian inscription at present known speaks of his captivity. We have, however, monumental evidence that there was a great insurrection against Ashurbanipal, the grandson of Sennacherib, in which Western Asia, and perhaps Manasseh, was involved. The subsequent restoration of Manasseh to his kingdom is not incredible, for Necho I of Egypt was first put in fetters and afterward sent back to Egypt. Driver in Hogarth, Authority and Archaeology, pages 114–116. In chains, rather, with hook, as margin, compare 2 Kings 19:28 equals Isaiah 37. 29. Assyrian kings sometimes thrust a hook or ring into the nostrils of their captives and so led them about. The practice is illustrated on many Assyrian reliefs in the British Museum, see Hancock, Latest Light on Bible Lands, page 159. To Babylon, Nineveh, not Babylon, was the capital of Assyria, but as Ashurbanipal at times resided in Babylon, there is nothing improbable in any important prisoner of his being carried thither. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 And he prayed unto him. And he was entreated of him, and heard his supplication, and brought him again to Jerusalem into his kingdom. Then Manasseh knew that the Lord he was God. 13. He prayed unto him. And he was entreated of him. It is very pleasing to notice that, for all the rigidity of the chronicler's theology, he allows that even an heinous sinner may repent, and that, if he does so, he will meet with divine acceptance. 14:17, not in 2 Kings. The later deeds of Manasseh. Superscript 1 Now after this he built an outer wall to the city of David, on the west side of Gihon, in the valley, even to the entering in at the fish gate. And he compassed about Ophel, and raised it up a very great height, and he put valiant captains in all the fenced cities of Judah. Or, captains of the army. 14. An outer wall. Fish gate. This can only mean that outside the existing rampart of the citadel, on the ridge above the present Virgin Spring, i.e. St. Mary's Well, see note, 32. 3. Manasseh constructed another line of fortification which he carried northwards past the Temple Mount, and round its northern slope, G. Smith, Jerusalem, 1. 208. The Fish Gate was in the northern wall, probably corresponding to the modern Damascus Gate, Jerusalem 1. 202. Awful, compare 27. 3. Note. Superscript 1 And he took away the strange gods, and the idol out of the house of the Lord, and all the altars that he had built in the mount of the house of the Lord, and in Jerusalem, and cast them out of the city. 15. He took away the strange gods, compare verse 7. Superscript 1 And he built up the altar of the Lord, and offered thereon sacrifices of peace offerings and of thanksgiving, and commanded Judah to serve the Lord, the God of Israel. According to another reading, prepared. 16. He built up, or he rebuilt, compare 11. 5. Note. Peace offerings, compare 1 Chronicles 16. 1. Note. Commanded Judah, compare verse 9, 2 Kings 21. 11. Superscript 1 Nevertheless the people did sacrifice still in the high places, but only unto the Lord their God. 17. But only, etc. See note on 32. 12. 18:20, compare 2 Kings 21. 17:18. The epilogue to Manasseh's reign. Superscript 1 Now the rest of the acts of Manasseh, and his prayer unto his God, and the words of the seers that spake to him in the name of the Lord, the God of Israel, behold, they are written among the acts of the kings of Israel. 18. His prayer. It was probably upon the ground of this remark that the so-called prayer of Manasses, which in the English editions of the Apocrypha occurs just before 1 Maccabees, was composed. The prayer, referred to by the chronicler is quite certainly not to be associated even remotely with this apocryphal work, which by some is thought to have been written originally in Greek. Though it has also been regarded as a Greek translation from some Hebrew midrashic source. Its date is uncertain. It is given in a collection of hymns appended to the Psalter in the Alexandrine MS.A. of the LXX. Suites edition Volume 3. Page 824, and is also found in the Latin Vulgate, though the translation is not by Jerome. See the edition by Ryle in Charles's Apocrypha, Volume 1. The Acts of the Kings of Israel, see Introduction Section 5, p. Here, since canonical Kings contains no mention whatever of Manasseh's prayer or the words of the seers to him, we see very plainly that this source to which the chronicler so often refers cannot be identical with the canonical Books of Kings. Superscript 1 His prayer also, and how God was entreated of him, and all his sin and his trespass, and the places wherein he built high places, and set up the Asherim and the graven images, before he humbled himself, behold. They are written in the history of Hosea. Or, the seers so the Septuagint. 19. In the history of Hosea, render, in the history of the seers, compare margin and LXX, slightly amending the Hebrew text. To take the Hebrew word, zai, as a proper name is unsuitable, since the same word occurs as a common noun, seers, in the preceding verse. Superscript 2 So Manasseh slept with his fathers, and they buried him in his own house, and Amon his son reigned in his stead. 20. In his own house, i.e. as in 2 Kings, in the garden of his own house. 21-25, equals 2 Kings 21. 19-26. Amon's short reign. Josiah succeeds him. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 Amon was 22 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 2 years in Jerusalem. Superscript 2 Superscript 2 And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, as did Manasseh his father, and Amon sacrificed unto all the graven images which Manasseh his father had made, and served them. 21. In Jerusalem, the chronicler omits here the name of Amon's mother, compare verse 1. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 And he humbled not himself before the Lord, as Manasseh his father had humbled himself, but this same Amon trespassed more and more. Superscript 2 And his servants conspired against him, and put him to death in his own house. Or, became guilty. 23. And he humbled not himself, this verse is not in Kings. Trespassed, render, became guilty, so margin, compare 19. 10, 24. 18, 28. 10, 13. Superscript 2 But the people of the land slew all them that had conspired against King Amon, and the people of the land made Josiah his son king in his stead. 25. Slew, render, smote. The Hebrew word suggests that there was a conflict between the people and the conspirators. Chapter 34. 1, 2, equals 2 Kings 22. 1, 2. Josiah's good reign. Of Josiah only good is recorded in Kings. He did that which was right in the eyes of the Lord, and walked in all the way of David his father, and turned not aside to the right hand or to the left, 2 Kings 22. 2. In the 18th year of his reign he is said to have ordered a repair of the temple in the course of which a discovery was made of a book of the law. In consequence of its injunctions a thorough reformation was carried out by Josiah, a solemn covenant with God being entered into by the king and all the people. And attested first by a crusade against all idolatrous images and symbols throughout the land and then by a grand celebration of the Passover feast, 2 Kings 22. 3:23. 27. Obviously Josiah was a king after the chronicler's own heart. He makes Josiah's reforming energy begin as early as his 8th year, causing some changes in the order of events, see the note on verse 3. On the record of the Passover feast the chronicler has naturally fastened with special pleasure, and he expands the brief allusions to it in Kings into a detailed account occupying 35. 119. His narrative of the death of Josiah differs considerably from that in Kings. Several other minor variations are pointed out in the notes below. Superscript 1 Josiah was 8 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 31 years in Jerusalem. 1. In Jerusalem, here the chronicler omits the name of Josiah's mother, compare 33. 1:21. Superscript 2 And he did that which was right in the eyes of the Lord, and walked in the ways of David his father, and turned not aside to the right hand or to the left. 2. Turned not aside, etc. A commendatory phrase applied to Josiah alone of the kings. 3:7, compare verse 33, 2 Kings 23. 4:20. Josiah destroys the symbols of idolatry. Superscript 3 For in the 8th year of his reign, while he was yet young, he began to seek after the God of David his father, and in the 12th year he began to purge Judah and Jerusalem from the high places, and the Asherim, and the graven images, and the molten images. 3. In the 8th year. And in the 12th, it should be noticed that the order of the events of Josiah's reign given in Chronicles varies from that given in 2 Kings. Thus we have in 2 Chronicles 1. Destruction of idolatrous symbols throughout Jerusalem, Judah and Israel. 34, 3-7. 2. Repair of the temple and finding of the law, 34. 8:28. 3. Renewal of the covenant with Jehovah, 34. 29:33. 4. Great Passover kept, 35. 1:19. 5. Death of Josiah, 35. 20:27. In 2 Kings on the other hand, 2, and 3, precede 1, and the reforming activity of the king is accordingly placed subsequent to the finding of the law in the 18th year of his reign. There can be little doubt that the order in Kings is correct. The chronicler thought it desirable that the piety of the king should be displayed earlier, and he has therefore dated its commencement from the 8th and 12th years. This is preferable to the suggestion that 8th, Bishemona, and 12th, Bishtime, Ezra, may be due to a transcriptional error of 18th, Bishemona, Ezra. While he was yet young, there is no clause corresponding to this in 2 Kings, and the statement is probably due to the motive indicated in the previous note. There is, of course, no reason to question the piety of Josiah in his early years, for though in 2 Kings his reformation is dated in the 18th year of his reign, i.e. when he was 25 years of age, hardly young for a king, the favorable judgment passed on him, 2 Kings 22. 2, is unqualified by any suggestion that he was tardy in turning to Jehovah, and the prophetic activity of Jeremiah is dated from the 13th year of Josiah's reign, Jeremiah 25. 3. In the 12th year he began, the chronicler spreads the cleansing of the land over 6 years, i.e. from the 12th to the 18th, compare verse 8. To purge, Josiah's measures are more fully enumerated and described in 2 Kings 23. Notice e.g. the removal of the Asherah from the temple, verse 6, the destruction of the houses of the Shim, compare Deuteronomy 23. 17, 18, which were in the house of the Lord, verse 7, the deportation of priests from the cities of Judah into Jerusalem, verses 8, 9, and the defiling of Topheth and of Bethel, verses 10, 15, 16. The chronicler not unnaturally prefers to avoid these details and employs the usual general terms here, partly because he has already credited the penitent Manasseh with a reform of this character, 33. 15, partly also because he may have been unwilling to suppose that such flagrant abuses in the temple as are mentioned in Kings had continued to this date. The Asherim, compare 14. 3, note. And they break down the altars of the Baalim in his presence, and the sun images, that were on high above them, he hewed down. And the Asherim, and the graven images, and the molten images, he brake in pieces, and made dust of them, and strowed it upon the graves of them that had sacrificed unto them. 4. The Baalim, compare 33. 3, note. The sun images, see note on 14. 5, and compare 2 Kings 23. 11. And he burnt the bones of the priests upon their altars, and purged Judah and Jerusalem. 5. He burnt the bones of the priests, specially at Bethel, 2 Kings 23. 15, 16. And so did he in the cities of Manasseh and Ephraim and Simeon, even unto Naphtali, in their ruins round about. And he brake down the altars, and beat the Asherim and the graven images into powder, and hewed down all the sun images throughout all the land of Israel, and returned to Jerusalem. Or, as otherwise read, with their axes. The text is probably corrupt. 6. Simeon, here as in 15. 9. Simeon is regarded as belonging to the northern tribes, but its cities were in the south, compare the note on 15. 9, and 1 Chronicles 4. 28 ff. In their ruins, remark the margin, with their axes. The text is probably corrupt. The versions afford no real help. A plausible conjecture is given by Curtis, who would read, he laid waste their houses. 828 equals 2 Kings 22. 320. Repair of the temple. Discovery of the Book of the Law. Now in the 18th year of his reign, when he had purged the land, and the house, he sent Shaphan the son of Azaliah, and Messiah the governor of the city, and Joah the son of Joahaz the recorder, to repair the house of the Lord his God. Or, chronicler. 8. Shaphan, according to 2 Kings he was scribe. See 1 Chronicles 18. 16, note. The governor of the city, render, a ruler of the city, compare 29. 20. The recorder, margin the chronicler, compare 1 Chronicles 18. 15, note. Neither Messiah nor Joah is mentioned in 2 Kings. To repair the house of the Lord, it may be conjectured that the disrepair was not due solely to the abuses of Manasseh's reign, but was connected with the disaster recorded in 33. 11, when an Assyrian army carried off Manasseh to Babylon. Probably the capture of the king was not achieved without the conquest of Jerusalem, and the temple may easily have suffered serious damage at that time. Note that Kings, which does not record the disaster mentioned in Chronicles, uses strong terms regarding the condition of the temple when Josiah's work was put in hand, to repair the breaches of the house, 2 Kings 22. 5. And they came to Hilkiah the high priest, and delivered the money that was brought into the house of God, which the Levites, the keepers of the door, had gathered of the hand of Manasseh and Ephraim, and of all the remnant of Israel. And of all Judah and Benjamin, and of the inhabitants of Jerusalem. Hebrew threshold. Another reading is, and they returned to Jerusalem. 9. And they came, and delivered. The matter is differently stated in 2 Kings, according to which they are sent to Hilkiah with a message to him to sum, i.e. to reckon, the total of the money collected in the temple. The chronicler has in mind the idea which he set forth in 24. 6 ff, namely, that the money was gathered by a body of Levites who went round the country collecting it. The Levites, the keepers of the door, in 2 Kings 12. 9. The keepers of the doors are called priests, compare 2 Kings 25. 18. Of the hand of Manasseh, etc. In 2 Kings simply of the people, i.e. Kings thinks only of the southern kingdom. The chronicler includes the remnant of the northern tribes. But see also the note on 15. 9. And of the inhabitants of Jerusalem, so one reading of the Hebrew, the Kathib, in agreement with the LXX. The margin and they return to Jerusalem follows the other reading, the Superscript 1 and they delivered it into the hand of the workmen that had the oversight of the house of the Lord. And the workmen that wrought in the house of the Lord gave it to amend and repair the house. Or, they gave it to the workmen and see 2 Kings 22. 5. 10. And the workmen that wrought in the house of the Lord gave it. The workmen are distinguished from the carpenters and builders. Verse 11, overseers of some kind are meant. To oversee the work and to do the work may be synonymous phrases here as in 1 Chronicles 23. 4 and 1 Chronicles 23. Verse 24. On the other hand 2 Kings 22. 5 favors the rendering and they, i.e. Shaphan, etc. And Hilkiah, verses 8, 9, delivered it into the hand of the workmen that had the oversight, and they, i.e. these overseers, gave it to the workmen that wrought. Compare the margin. Superscript 1 even to the carpenters and to the builders gave they it, to buy hewn stone, and timber for couplings, and to make beams for the houses which the kings of Judah had destroyed. 11. The houses, compare 1 Chronicles 28. 11. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 and the men did the work faithfully, and the overseers of them were Jahath and Obadiah, the Levites, of the sons of Merari. And Zechariah and Meshullam, of the sons of the Kohathites, to set it forward, and other of the Levites, all that could skill of instruments of music. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 Also they were over the bearers of burdens, and set forward all that did the work in every manner of service, and of the Levites there were scribes, and officers, and porters. Or, to preside over it. 12. The overseers, there is no parallel in 2 Kings for the rest of this verse and for verse 13. The addition is characteristic of the chronicler, exemplifying, 1. His habit of inserting proper names, 2. His interest in the Levites, particularly the musical class. To set it forward, the same Hebrew word is used in 1 Chronicles 23. 4. And is there rendered, to oversee the work. Compare the margin. Could skill is used as a verb also in 2. 7, 8. Skill of instruments equals, play skillfully upon instruments. Superscript 1 And when they brought out the money that was brought into the house of the Lord, Hilkiah the priest found the book of the law of the Lord given by Moses. Hebrew by the hand of. 14. This verse has no parallel in 2 Kings. The book of the law, see the additional note at the end of the chapter, pages ff. Superscript 1 And Hilkiah answered and said to Shaphan the scribe, I have found the book of the law in the house of the Lord. And Hilkiah delivered the book to Shaphan. Superscript 1 And Shaphan carried the book to the king, and moreover brought the king word again, saying, All that was committed to thy servants, they do it. Superscript 1 And they have emptied out the money that was found in the house of the Lord, and have delivered it into the hand of the overseers, and into the hand of the workmen. Or, poured out. 15. Answered and said, for the use of answer, where no question had been asked compare 29. 31, note. Superscript 1 And Shaphan the scribe told the king, saying, Hilkiah the priest hath delivered me a book. And Shaphan read therein before the king. 18. And Shaphan read therein, contrast 2 Kings, and Shaphan read it, implying that he read the whole book, which of course was a simple matter, if it consisted of the nucleus of Deuteronomy, see note, verse 14. The chronicler, however, believing the book to have been the whole Pentateuch, could not suppose that the whole was read to the king, and accordingly he writes therein in place of it. Superscript 1 And it came to pass, when the king had heard the words of the law, that he rent his clothes. 19. Rent his clothes, a sign of grief. Clothes is in the plural because both inner and outer garments are meant. See Ezra 9. 3, with Ryle's note. Superscript 2 And the king commanded Hilkiah, and Ahikam the son of Shaphan, and Abdon the son of Micah, and Shaphan the scribe, and Asaiah the king's servant, saying. In 2 Kings 22. 12, Achbor the son of Micaiah. 20. Ahikam the son of Shaphan, compare Jeremiah 26. 24, XL. 5. Abdon the son of Micah, in 2 Kings, Achbor the son of Micaiah. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 Go ye, inquire of the Lord for me, and for them that are left in Israel and in Judah, concerning the words of the book that is found, for great is the wrath of the Lord that is poured out upon us. Because our fathers have not kept the word of the Lord, to do according unto all that is written in this book. 21. For them that are left in Israel, not in 2 Kings the chronicler likes to mention the remnants of the northern tribes, as in verses 6, 9. That is poured out upon us, in 2 Kings, that is kindled against us, so LXX. Kappa 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 alpha upsilon tau alpha iota. Compare verse 25. Superscript 2 Superscript 2 So Hilkiah, and they whom the king had commanded, went to Huldah the prophetess, the wife of Shallum the son of Tokath, the son of Hazra, keeper of the wardrobe, now she dwelt in Jerusalem in the 2nd quarter winky face. And they spake to her to that effect. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 And she said unto them, Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, tell ye the man that sent you unto me. In 2 Kings 22. 14, Tikvah. In 2 Kings 22. 14, Harhaz. Hebrew Mishnah. 22. Had commanded, these words, which are obviously required, are not in the Hebrew, the verb amar has fallen out of the text by some accident. The prophetess, this title is given to Miriam, Exodus 15. 20, Deborah, Judges 4. 4, Anna, Luke 2. 36. Compare also Nehemiah 6. 14, Revelation 2. 20. Tokath, in 2 Kings Tikvah. Hazra, in 2 Kings Harhaz. Keeper of the wardrobe, literally, keeper of the garments. The Hebrew word for garments, begadim, is applied to a king's robes, 18. 29, to a high priest's vestments, Exodus 28. 2, 4, and to clothes in general. It is therefore not easy to say what office precisely is here referred to. Perhaps the garments here meant were ecclesiastical and not royal. There is ample evidence that ancient temples possessed a store of ceremonial garments for the use not only of the worshippers but also of the images, compare 2 Kings x. 22, and generally the Encyclopaedia Britannica Superscript 1 SV costume, pages 230a, 231b. As early as the VIII dynasty an Egyptian priest is mentioned as master of the wardrobe. In the second quarter, or in the second division. Compare Zephaniah I, 10. The physical configuration of ancient Jerusalem was such that it might naturally be regarded as divided into two districts, the eastern and western, with the valley of the Tyropoeon between. Compare Nehemiah 3. 9, 12, and also Nehemiah 11. 9, with Ryle's note on second over the city, which should probably be rendered over the second part of the city. Superscript 2 Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will bring evil upon this place, and upon the inhabitants thereof, even all the curses that are written in the book which they have read before the king of Judah, superscript 2 Because they have forsaken me, and have burned incense unto other gods, that they might provoke me to anger with all the works of their hands. Therefore is my wrath poured out upon this place, and it shall not be quenched. 24, All the curses, Deuteronomy 27. 1526, 28. 1568. Superscript 2 But unto the king of Judah, who sent you to inquire of the Lord, thus shall ye say to him, Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, as touching the words which thou hast heard, superscript 2 Because thine heart was tender. And thou didst humble thyself before God, when thou heardest his words against this place, and against the inhabitants thereof, and hast humbled thyself before me, and hast rent thy clothes, and wept before me. I also have heard thee, saith the Lord. 26, As touching the words which thou hast heard, because thine heart, read perhaps, inasmuch as thou hast heard my words, and thine heart. There is some slight flaw in the Hebrew text. Superscript 2 Behold, I will gather thee to thy fathers, and thou shalt be gathered to thy grave in peace, neither shall thine eyes see all the evil that I will bring upon this place, and upon the inhabitants thereof. And they brought the king word again. 28. Thou shalt be gathered to thy grave in peace, so also in 2 Kings but in point of fact Josiah met with a violent death, being slain by Necho, king of Egypt, according both to Kings, 2 Kings 23. 29, and Chronicles, 2 Chronicles 35. 23f. From the contradiction between this prediction and the event, we may infer that in the prophecy of Huldah we have an old and reliable tradition, which obviously must have been made before the death of Josiah. That the contradiction was allowed to stand in Kings is not perhaps surprising, but it is remarkable in the chronicler's narrative. Not only does the idea of a genuine prophecy failing to come true run counter to his fixed principles, but, judging from many definite instances as well as from the whole tone of his history, the tradition that a king so pious from the start to the finish of his reign should meet his death in a disastrous battle must have seemed to him well nigh incredible. The fact remains that he has allowed the tradition to stand, but it is certainly surprising. Neither shall thine eyes see, compare the similar promise made to Ahab, 1 Kings 21. 29. 29:33 equals 2 Kings 23. 1:3. The renewal of the covenant with Jehovah. This renewal of the covenant should be compared with the passage describing Hezekiah's great service of atonement for the breach of the covenant, 29. 20 ff. Superscript 2 Then the king sent and gathered together all the elders of Judah and Jerusalem. Superscript 3 And the king went up to the house of the Lord, and all the men of Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and the priests, and the Levites, and all the people, both great and small, and he read in their ears all the words of the book of the covenant that was found in the house of the Lord. 30. The Levites, in 2 Kings, the prophets. Superscript 3 Superscript 1 And the king stood in his place, and made a covenant before the Lord, to walk after the Lord, and to keep his commandments, and his testimonies, and his statutes, with all his heart, and with all his soul, to perform the words of the covenant that were written in this book. Superscript 3 Superscript 2 And he caused all that were found in Jerusalem and Benjamin to stand to it. And the inhabitants of Jerusalem did according to the covenant of God, the God of their fathers. 31. To walk after the Lord, compare Deuteronomy XXII, 13. Superscript 3 Superscript 3 And Josiah took away all the abominations out of all the countries that pertained to the children of Israel, and made all that were found in Israel to serve, even to serve the Lord their God. All his days they departed not from following the Lord, the God of their fathers. 33. And Josiah took away, compare verses 3-7. All that were found in Israel, i.e. the remnant of the northern tribes, compare verse 21. All his days, contrast the evil record of his son Jehoiakim, 36. 5-8. Additional note on verse 14. Hilkiah the priest found the book of the law of the Lord. This remarkable statement has proved to be a fruitful subject of discussion. What precisely is meant by the book of the law, said to have been found by Hilkiah in the temple? It is essential to distinguish between the answer which the chronicler would have given to this question and the conclusions reached by an independent survey of the problem. 1. Undoubtedly the chronicler supposed the book of the law to be the whole Pentateuch, since he believed that the entire law existed as it now is from the time of Moses. The argument against his view is obvious to us at the present time. Beside the practical objection of the impossibility of reading the whole Pentateuchal law twice in succession to different persons on the same day, 2 Kings 22. 8-10, a difficulty which perhaps the chronicler himself perceived and sought to avoid, see note on verse 18, there is the overwhelming testimony of the general evidence that a large part of the Pentateuch in its final form, with which the chronicler was familiar, is of post-exilic date. His Pentateuch was quite certainly not the book found by Hilkiah. 2. It is extremely interesting to observe that the first step towards the judgment of modern criticism was taken at a very early date and by certain of the Christian fathers, Jerome, Procopius of Gaza, Chrysostom, who put forward the view that the book in question was not the whole Pentateuch but only the book of Deuteronomy. For the details the student must be referred to articles in the Zeitschrift für Alttestamentliche Wissenschaft, 1902, pages 170f, 312f, and the Journal of Biblical Literature, 1903, page 50. This view, first developed scientifically by de Wet, gained eventually a very wide acceptance amongst scholars. Stress is laid upon the resemblance between the reforms ascribed to Josiah and the exhortations and injunctions of Deuteronomy, particularly as regards the restriction of sacrificial worship to one sanctuary, i.e. Jerusalem, compare Deuteronomy 12. 10-14. For the evidence the student may consult Chapman, Introduction to the Pentateuch, pages 135-146, especially pages 142-145, in this series, or Driver, Deuteronomy, International Critical Commentaries, pages 44 ff. 3. Further, internal consideration of the book of Deuteronomy has led to the conclusion that it cannot all date from the time of Josiah, and thus it is now generally held that Hilkiah's Book of the Law was not the final form of Deuteronomy, but only the nucleus of that book, probably chapters 5, 26, and 28, or 12, 26, and 28. Or even certain passages from those chapters, see Chapman, Introduction to the Pentateuch, pages 144, 145, or Driver, Deuteronomy, pages LXVFF. 4. Finally, there are grounds for doubting whether any part of Deuteronomy can be dated from the time of Josiah. It is suggested that the Deuteronomic Code is not earlier than Jeremiah but later. Although this view does not yet command general acceptance, it is fair to insist that it rests upon evidence which cannot be so lightly set aside as is occasionally supposed. The student may conveniently refer to remarks by R. H. Kennett in the Encyclopedia of Religion and Ethics, Volume 7, SV Israel page 447, and to the references there given, especially the Journal of Theological Studies, 7. Pages 481 ff. If Deuteronomy be later than the time of Josiah, what then can we suppose this, Book of the Law, Sefer HaTorah, to have been? For there is no reason to question the accuracy of the tradition that some impressive writing was discovered in the temple. The answer will be, in all probability, some scroll of prophetic teaching, in which the abuses of worship, perhaps in Manasseh's reign, and in particular the corruptions of the country, high places, were searchingly denounced and an appeal made for reform. Since at that date the term Torah was applicable to prophetic teaching as well as to legal instruction, such a work would be known as the Book of Torah. It is not a very serious objection that the text here and in Kings reads, the Book of the Law, a Torah, partly because a peculiarity of Hebrew grammar would still allow the translation, a Book of Torah. Partly because the introduction of the definite article into the text would be most natural, so soon as it came to be thought that the phrase referred to Deuteronomy or the Pentateuch. We may summarize as follows: to the chronicler, the Book of the Law signified the whole Pentateuch in its final form. To the compilers or editors of Kings, the chronicler's source, who probably wrote at the Deuteronomic stage of the history, it no doubt meant Deuteronomy. And lastly, according to modern judgment the book actually discovered was either the earliest or essential portions of Deuteronomy or possibly a pre-Deuteronomic prophetic writing demanding the purification of worship in Jerusalem and urging the abolition of the sacrifices and feasts at the local shrines. Chapter 35. 119 equals 1 Esdras I, 122, compare 2 Kings 23. 21-23. Josiah's Passover. Regarding the reference to 1 Esdras I, in the heading above, see the introduction, SV. Greek versions, where the important fact is noted that in 1 Esdras we have an old LXX text, earlier than the so-called LXX of Chronicles, and representing a Hebrew text older than the present Masoretic form. For introduction and notes on the text of 1 Esdras see the edition by S. Cook in Charles's Apocrypha, Volume 1. Superscript 1 And Josiah kept a Passover unto the Lord in Jerusalem, and they killed the Passover on the 14th day of the first month. 1. The first month, the legal month was Nisan, or as it was called in pre-exilic times Abib, compare Exodus 12. Compare also XXX. 2, with note. Superscript 2 And he set the priests in their charges, and encouraged them to the service of the house of the Lord. 2. In their charges, i.e. at their duties. Encouraged them, as Hezekiah had done, compare 29. 5:11, XXX. 22. Superscript 3 And he said unto the Levites that taught all Israel, which were holy unto the Lord, put the holy ark in the house which Solomon the son of David king of Israel did build. There shall no more be a burden upon your shoulders, now serve the Lord your God, and his people Israel. 3. That taught all Israel, compare Nehemiah 8. 7, 9. Put the holy ark in the house. This rather curious remark seems to imply that the ark had been removed from the temple either by Manasseh or by Josiah during the repairing of the house. The Levites are bidden to set it in its place without delay, and to devote themselves to the tasks related in verses 4 ff. And prepare yourselves after your fathers' houses by your courses, according to the writing of David king of Israel, and according to the writing of Solomon his son. 4. The writing of David, compare 1 Chronicles 23. 27, 28. 19:21. And stand in the holy place according to the divisions of the fathers' houses of your brethren the children of the people, and let there be for each a portion of a fathers' house of the Levites. and according to the distribution of each father's house. 5. The children of the people, i.e. the laity. The same phrase is translated in 2 Kings 23. 6. The common people, without any invidious meaning. Let there be for each a portion, of the Levites, each great division of the laity was to be served by a small division of the Levites. And kill the Passover, and sanctify yourselves, and prepare for your brethren, to do according to the word of the Lord by the hand of Moses. 6. Prepare for your brethren, compare verses 12, 13. And Josiah gave to the children of the people, of the flock, lambs and kids, all of them for the Passover offerings, unto all that were present, to the number of 30,000, and 3,000 bullocks, these were of the king's substance. Gave for offerings, and so in verses 8, 9. See chapter 30. 24. 7. Gave, margin gave for offerings, compare XXX. 24, where it is said that Hezekiah did the same at his great Passover. And his princes gave for a freewill offering unto the people, to the priests, and to the Levites. Hilkiah and Zechariah and Jehiel, the rulers of the house of God, gave unto the priests for the Passover offerings 2,600 small cattle, and 300 oxen. Willingly. 8. For a freewill offering, better, as authorized version and margin, willingly. Jehiel, 1 Esdras, sigma eta lambda omicron, suggests a different name, probably Haziel. Rulers of the house of God, compare 1 Chronicles 9. 11, note. Conaniah also, and Shemaiah and Nethanel, his brethren, and Hashabiah and Jeiel and Jozabad, the chiefs of the Levites, gave unto the Levites for the Passover offerings 5,000 small cattle, and 500 oxen. 9. Conaniah. And Shemaiah, compare the Conaniah and Shimei his brother, of 31. 12. And for Jozabad compare the Jozabad, of 31. 13. Different persons, however, must surely be meant, or perhaps the names represent families rather than individuals. Nearly 60 years separate the reigns of Hezekiah and Josiah. Superscript 1. So the service was prepared, and the priests stood in their place, and the Levites by their courses, according to the king's commandment. 10:13. The variations in 1 Esdras I. 10:12 are misunderstandings of the Hebrew, see Cook, Apocrypha. Superscript 1 And they killed the Passover, and the priests sprinkled the blood, which they received of their hand, Superscript 1 Superscript 2 And the Levites flayed them. And they removed the burnt offerings, that they might give them according to the divisions of the fathers' houses of the children of the people, to offer unto the Lord, as it is written in the book of Moses. And so did they with the oxen. 11. Sprinkled, compare 29. 22, note. The Levites flayed, compare 29. 34. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 And they roasted the Passover with fire according to the ordinance, and the holy offerings sawed they in pots, and in cauldrons, and in pans, and carried them quickly to all the children of the people. 13. The ordinance, Exodus 12. 9. And the holy offerings, the bullocks mentioned in verses 7, 8, 9. Possibly these were slain not on the Passover day itself, but on the days which immediately followed. The practice of later times, however, seems to have admitted the sacrifice of oxen as a thank offering along with the Passover lambs, see Mishnah, Pesachim, 6. 3, 4. And it is possible that in the chronicler's time oxen were thus killed and eaten on the Passover day, although they were, as this verse indicates, prepared differently from the Passover lambs. Superscript 1 And afterward they prepared for themselves, and for the priests. Because the priests the sons of Aaron were busied in offering the burnt offerings and the fat until night, therefore the Levites prepared for themselves, and for the priests the sons of Aaron. 14. The fat, compare 7. 7, note, 29. 35. Superscript 1 And the singers the sons of Asaph were in their place, according to the commandment of David, and Asaph, and Heman, and Jeduthun the king's seer. And the porters were at every gate, they needed not to depart from their service, for their brethren the Levites prepared for them. 15. The singers, compare 1 Chronicles 25. 1 ff. Heman, but 1 Esdras has Zacharias, a reading which finds some support in 1 Chronicles 15. 18, 16. 5. Superscript 1 So all the service of the Lord was prepared the same day, to keep the Passover, and to offer burnt offerings upon the altar of the Lord, according to the commandment of King Josiah. Superscript 1 And the children of Israel that were present kept the Passover at that time, and the feast of unleavened bread 7 days. 16. The same day, literally, on that day, i.e. the 14th of Nisan. Superscript 1 And there was no Passover like to that kept in Israel from the days of Samuel the prophet. Neither did any of the kings of Israel keep such a Passover as Josiah kept, and the priests, and the Levites, and all Judah and Israel that were present, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. 18. There was no Passover like to that kept in Israel from the days of Samuel. The statement is simply a reproduction of 2 Kings 23. 22, where we read, There was not kept such a Passover from the days of the judges that judged Israel. But in the 18th year of King Josiah was this Passover kept to the Lord in Jerusalem. Actually the novelty of Josiah's festival was, that it was kept in Jerusalem, whereas previously the Passover had been a household feast observed at any high place throughout the country. And, 2, that it thus marked the inauguration of the system of only one legitimate sanctuary, Jerusalem, which was codified in Deuteronomy. The writer in Kings may have clearly understood that the point lay in the words, in Jerusalem. To the chronicler, the statement meant merely an assertion that this feast was the grandest Passover since the days of the judges. He prefers to write since Samuel, reckoning him the last of the judges. A similar but not identical remark regarding Hezekiah's Passover is made in XXX. 26, Since the time of Solomon there was not the like in Jerusalem. In some points Hezekiah's feast as described in XXX. 1 ff. May be said to have surpassed Josiah's, but it is most unnecessary and indeed pedantic so to magnify this fact as to insist that the sweeping assertion of the present verse about Josiah's Passover cannot be from the same source as XXX. 126. Both passages may well be from the chronicler, so Curtis, page 471, in XXX. 1 ff. He was writing a free description of Hezekiah's feast, and the verse, XXX. 26, quoted above was written by him to impress us duly with its magnificence. In the present verse he was naturally reproducing his source in Kings, and it is most unlikely that he would notice any slight inconsistency with XXX. 26, or that, if he did, he would have been troubled thereby. From the days of Samuel, in 2 Kings 23. 22, from the days of the judges. Superscript 1 In the 18th year of the reign of Josiah was this Passover kept. 19. In the 18th year, comparison of the later Greek version, the so-called LXX. Of this verse with the earlier Greek version, the old LXX, preserved in 1 Esdras reveals that this passage is one of great interest for the history of the text. After verse 19, in the 18th year of the reign of Josiah was this Passover kept, 1 Esdras I, 23, 24 has a remarkable addition as follows, And the works of Josias were upright before his Lord with a heart full of godliness. Moreover the things that came to pass in his days, or, the things concerning him, have been written in times past concerning those that sinned and did wickedly against the Lord above every people and kingdom, and how they grieved him exceedingly, so that the words of the Lord were confirmed against Israel. Then follows verse 25, compare Hebrew verse 20, Now after all these acts of Josias it came to pass that Pharaoh, king of Egypt, etc. Probably some words have been lost at the point where the dots are placed. As it stands, the passage seems to associate the reign of the godly Josiah with wicked and irreligious doings. The inference to be drawn is that this passage was originally part of the Hebrew text, from which the old LXX was translated, but was subsequently excised on account of its apparent aspersion on the character of Josiah. The gap thus created was filled in some Hebrew mizas by the insertion of 2 Kings 23. 24-27, and from such a Hebrew text the later Greek version, the present LXX, was made. In other Hebrew mizas, however, the gap was left unfilled, and from one of these was derived the Hebrew text which has reached us, see Torah, Ezra Studies, pp. 87-89. It is only by the use of the Greek versions that we are now able to perceive that an omission has been made. 2024 equals 1 Esdras I, 25-31, compare 2 Kings 23. 29, 30a. The death of Josiah. The account of Josiah's death is very much fuller in Chronicles than in Kings. The features which are peculiar to the chronicler are, 1. Necho's message to dissuade Josiah from war, 2. Josiah's disguising himself and coming to fight in the valley of Megiddo, 3. The wounding of Josiah by archers. 4. The transfer of the wounded king from a war chariot to another chariot. Thus all the details which represent the meeting at Megiddo as a battle are peculiar to Chronicles. The account given in Kings is simply, King Josiah went to meet him, Necho, and he put him to death at Megiddo when he saw him. And his servants carried him in a chariot dead from Megiddo, and brought him to Jerusalem. The Hebrew expression for went to meet in this passage is the same as in 1 Kings 18. 16, 2 Kings 16. 10. It does not suggest a hostile meeting, though it can be used in a suitable context to describe one. The phrase, when he saw him, suggests an interview rather than a battle. Thus we have two versions of Josiah's death. According to Chronicles he was mortally wounded in battle, according to Kings he sought an interview with Necho and was assassinated by him at the town of Megiddo. These differences may be due to two distinct traditions, but it seems more probable that the chronicler's account is an intentional adaptation of the king's narrative to suit the main principles of his work. We can easily realize that the bald fact of Josiah's death at the hands of Necho presented a distressing moral perplexity to the chronicler's mind. Why, when Josiah had been so diligent in the service of his God, did Jehovah abandon him to death in this fashion? The stress of the problem is reflected in the rather pathetic phrase of verse 20, after all this, came Necho. The same words are used of Hezekiah, 32. 1. After these things and this faithfulness, Sennacherib came, but in his case the sore trial of faith proved to be for the greater glory of the God of Israel. Here the plea of a successful issue to the trouble was not available, and no doubt the story of Josiah's end was too famous to be passed over in silence. It would seem as if the chronicler therefore adapted the narrative so as to make it appear that Josiah made an attack on Necho in defiance of a divine warning, verse 21, and thus deserved his fate. The somewhat similar tale of Ahab's death, 18. 28-34 is equal to 1 Kings 22. 29-37, was in the chronicler's mind, and he appears to have drawn upon it for certain details introduced into his version of Josiah's end, see verses 22-23. Superscript 2. After all this, when Josiah had prepared the temple, Necho king of Egypt went up to fight against Carchemish by Euphrates, and Josiah went out against him. 20. Necho, this was Necho II who reigned 610-594 BC. Flinders Petrie, History of Egypt, 3. 335, according to Herodotus, 2. 159, he conquered the Syrians at Magdalis, and then captured Caditis, Kadesh on the Orontes, or Gaza, an important city of Syria. Herodotus no doubt refers to the same great campaign of Necho which is recorded in Kings and Chronicles. Though it is not at all likely that the victory over the Syrians at Magdalis is to be identified with the encounter of Necho and Josiah at Megiddo. The account of Herodotus is obscure, ambiguous, and defective, but a comparison of 2 Kings with an inscription of Nabonidus king of Babylon, 555-538 BC, sets Necho's action in a clearer light. The campaign, which took place about 608 BC, was directed against the king of Assyria, 2 Kings 23. 29, i.e. against the last king Sinsarishkun, Sarachos, who was at war with Nabopolassar, father of Nebuchadrezzar, king of Babylon, Nabopolassar, hard-pressed, called in to his help the Manda, Scythians, who destroyed Nineveh circa 607 BC, compare Messerschmitt, Die Inschrifter Stil Nabonaides, pages 513. Necho advanced to the Euphrates to secure some of the spoils of the Assyrian overthrow, but the crushing victory of Nebuchadrezzar over Necho at Carchemish, circa 605 BC, finally excluded Egypt from any share. Against Carchemish, compare Jeremiah 46. 2. It was a city situated near the junction of the Habor and Euphrates. In 2 Kings, against the king of Assyria. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 But he sent ambassadors to him, saying, What have I to do with thee, thou king of Judah? I come not against thee this day, but against the house wherewith I have war. And God hath commanded me to make haste, forbear thee from meddling with God, who is with me, that he destroy thee not. Or, hath given command to speed me. 21. Against the house wherewith I have war, in 1 Esdras I. 27 There is a different reading, my war is upon Euphrates. Superscript 2 Superscript 2 Nevertheless Josiah would not turn his face from him, but disguised himself, that he might fight with him, and hearkened not unto the words of Necho, from the mouth of God, and came to fight in the valley of Megiddo. 22. Disguised himself, like Ahab at Ramoth-Gilead, 18. 29, to reduce the risk. The LXX. Reads Caparo Alpha Tau Alpha Iota Theta Eta, was strengthened. The Hebrew text is probably correct, see Torrey, Ezra Studies, page 221. The Valley of Megiddo, compare Judges v. and 19. Zechariah 12. 11, in 1 Esdras I. 29, the plain of Megiddo. The whole, or perhaps only the western part, of the plain of Esdraelon is meant, compare 1 Chronicles XVII, note. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 And the archers shot at King Josiah. And the king said to his servants, Have me away, for I am sore wounded. 23, the archers shot, compare the death of Ahab, 18. 33, 1 Esdras I. 29, the princes came down against King Josias, is an inferior reading due probably to a misreading of the Hebrew. For I am sore wounded, the very words ascribed to Ahab, 18. 33, and further the verb rendered I am wounded is used only in these two passages, a singularly strong witness to the view that the present story has been influenced by that of Ahab's death. Superscript 2 So his servants took him out of the chariot, and put him in the second chariot that he had, and brought him to Jerusalem, and he died, and was buried in the sepulchres of his fathers. And all Judah and Jerusalem mourned for Josiah. 24. The second chariot, war chariots were small, with, apparently, only standing room for their occupants. See the illustrations of Egyptian and Assyrian chariots given in the Encyclopaedia Biblia I. 724-730. This second chariot was probably of a larger kind, suitable for traveling. 25 equals 1 Esdras I. 32, not in 2 Kings. The Lamentations for Josiah. Superscript 2 And Jeremiah lamented for Josiah, and all the singing men and singing women spake of Josiah in their lamentations, unto this day, and they made them an ordinance in Israel, and, behold, they are written in the Lamentations. 25. Lamented, i.e. composed, or uttered, an elegy. The Hebrew word, konan, suggests formal composition, and the actual words of lamentation are often given, as in 2 Samuel I. 17 ff. 3. 33, 34, Ezekiel 27. 33, 32. 2, 16. The elegy in question is not preserved in the book of Jeremiah or elsewhere. Doubtless the chronicler or his source had real grounds for his statement about the popular songs of lament for Josiah, and we may suppose that one of these, rightly or wrongly, was ascribed to Jeremiah. An ordinance, compare 2 Samuel I. 18. In the Lamentations, in some lost work, not in our canonical book of the Lamentations, for the contents of the canonical book lend no support whatever to the view that it is referred to here, see further Encyclopaedia Britannica Superscript 1 Superscript 1, SV. Lamentations, page 128. 26, 27, equals 1 Esdras I, 33, 2 Kings 23. 25, 28. The epilogue to Josiah's reign. Superscript 2. Now the rest of the acts of Josiah, and his good deeds, according to that which is written in the law of the Lord, superscript 2. And his acts, first and last, behold, they are written in the book of the kings of Israel and Judah. 26. According to that which is written, compare the strong terms used in 2 Kings 23. 25. Like unto him was there no king before him, that turned to the Lord with all his heart, according to all the law of Moses. Neither after him arose there any like him. Chapter 36. 1-4, equals 1 Esdras I, 34-38, 2 Kings 23. 30b 34. The reign of Jehoahaz. Superscript 1. Then the people of the land took Jehoahaz the son of Josiah, and made him king in his father's stead in Jerusalem. 1. The people of the land took, compare 26. 1, 33. 25. Jehoahaz, called Shallum in 1 Chronicles 3. 15, Jeremiah 22. 11. He was younger than Jehoiakim, verse 5. Superscript 2. Jehoahaz was 23 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 3 months in Jerusalem. 2. In Jerusalem, his mother's name is here omitted, compare 33. 1, 21, 34. 1. According to 2 Kings 23. 32, compare Ezekiel 19. 3, 4, Jehoahaz did evil. Superscript 3. And the king of Egypt deposed him at Jerusalem, and immersed the land in 100 talents of silver and a talent of gold. 3. Deposed him at Jerusalem, the clause answers to 2 Kings 23. 33. Put him in bands at Riblah in the land of Hamath, that he might not reign in Jerusalem. Perhaps we should read the same words in Chronicles. The Hebrew words for deposed and put in bands are liable to be easily confused. Immersed, authorized version condemned. For immerse in the sense of fine, compare Deuteronomy 22. 19. And for condemn in the same sense see Amos 2. 8. Authorized version, find Revised version. 100 talents of silver and a talent of gold. The land was poorer than in the days when Sennacherib had imposed a fine on Hezekiah of 300 talents of silver and 30 talents of gold, 2 Kings 18. 14. And the king of Egypt made Eliakim his brother king over Judah and Jerusalem, and changed his name to Jehoiakim. And Necho took Joahaz his brother, and carried him to Egypt. 4. Changed his name to Jehoiakim. This name is compounded with the divine name Jehovah. Probably Necho made the new king swear fealty by Jehovah, and then declared his official name to be Jehoiakim, in order that he and his people might have something to remind them of the oath he had taken. Eliakim equals God establishes. Jehoiakim equals Jehovah establishes. The rendering of this verse in 1I, 38 is due to misreadings of the Hebrew. Took Joahaz to Egypt, he died in Egypt, 2 Kings 23. 34, Jeremiah 22. 12. 5-8 equals 1 Esdras I, 39-42, 2 Kings 23. 36-24. 6. The reign of Jehoiakim. Jehoiakim was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem, and he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord his God. 5. And he reigned 11 years, so also in Kings. The statement, however, is lacking in 1 Esdras I, 39, so that it is a highly probable inference that the text of Chronicles has here been harmonized with Kings, compare verse 15, and Introduction section 3, p. In Jerusalem, the chronicler omits his mother's name, compare verse 2, note, and also the statement that he raised the indemnity imposed by Necho by means of a poll tax, 2 Kings 23. 35. He did that which was evil, compare 2 Kings 23. 37. Jeremiah 22. 13:18, 26. 20:23, 36. 132. Against him came up Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon, and bound him in fetters, to carry him to Babylon. 6. Nebuchadnezzar, the correct form of his name is Nebuchadrezzar, so generally in Jeremiah and Ezekiel, in the inscriptions Nabuchodonosor. The name is Assyrian and means, O Nebo, defend the crown, or the boundary, Nebo being a god who was regarded as the son of Marduk, the chief god of Babylon, compare Isaiah 46. 1. Nebuchadrezzar reigned from 604–561 BC. And was succeeded by Evil-Merodach, Amil-Marduk. The only purely historical inscription relating to his reign deals with a campaign in Egypt in 568 BC, compare Jeremiah 43. 11. Came up. It seems probable that Nebuchadrezzar did not in person come up against Jerusalem at the end of Jehoiakim's reign, nor in person carry off any of the sacred vessels. It is likely moreover that Jehoiakim was not carried to Babylon. The result of Jehoiakim's rebellion against Nebuchadrezzar was according to 2 Kings simply that bands of Chaldeans and their allies invaded Judah. Probably Jehoiakim's life and reign came to an end, how we do not know, compare Jeremiah 22. 18, 19, during this petty warfare, and then 3 months later, the main Chaldean army under Nebuchadrezzar having arrived, Jerusalem was taken. And Jehoiakim's son and successor Jehoiakim was carried off with the golden vessels of the house of the Lord to Babylon. The chronicler seems to foreshorten the history at this point. Nebuchadnezzar also carried of the vessels of the house of the Lord to Babylon, and put them in his temple at Babylon. Or, palace. 7. Of the vessels, there is no mention in 2 Kings of the removal of sacred vessels during Jehoiakim's reign. Some were carried off under Jehoiakim, the rest under Zedekiah, 2 Kings 24. 13, 25. 13:17. Compare last note. In his temple, so LXX. 1 Esdras I, 39, Daniel I, 2. Note the margin, in his palace. The Hebrew word, hakel, is a loan word, the original, ikalu, is the ordinary word in Assyrio-Babylonian for palace. Now the rest of the acts of Jehoiakim, and his abominations which he did, and that which was found in him, behold, they are written in the book of the kings of Israel and Judah, and Jehoiakim his son reigned in his stead. Or, against. In 1 Chronicles 3. 16, Jeconiah. In Jeremiah 22. 24, Coniah. 8. That which was found in him, i.e. his sin, in this context, compare 1 Kings 14. 13. Of Israel and Judah, the LXX. But not one Esdras, adds here, and Jehoiakim slept with his fathers, and was buried in the garden of Uzzah with his fathers. 9, 10, equals 1 Esdras I, 43-45, compare 2 Kings 24. 8:17. The reign of Jehoiakim. The account given in 2 Kings contains much that is not given in Chronicles and, in particular, many details of the first captivity of Judah. Jehoiakim was 8 years old when he began to reign. And he reigned 3 months and 10 days in Jerusalem, and he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord. In 2 Kings 24. 8:18. 9. Jehoiakim, called Jeconiah, 1 Chronicles 3. 16, where see note. 8 years, so LXX. B. Of Chronicles and Esdras, B, but the number is probably corrupt for 18, so LXX. A. Of Chronicles and Esdras, A, and Hebrew and LXX. Of 2 Kings 24. 8. It is possible that the words, and 10 days, in the latter part of the verse are a misplaced fragment of an original Ben Shemini, Esra Shana, i.e. 18 years old. In Jerusalem, the chronicler here omits the king's mother's name, compare verse 2, note, though she was a person of some influence, compare 2 Kings 24. 12, Jeremiah 22. 24-26, and perhaps Jeremiah 13. 18, Revised Version. He did that which was evil, compare Jeremiah 22. 24, Ezekiel 19. 5:9. Superscript 1 And at the return of the year King Nebuchadnezzar sent, and brought him to Babylon, with the goodly vessels of the house of the Lord, and made Zedekiah his brother king over Judah and Jerusalem. 10. At the return of the year, compare 2 Samuel 11. 1 is equal to 1 Chronicles XX. 1. At the return of the year, at the time when kings go out to battle. This would be in the spring. Brought him to Babylon, not the king only, but also certain leading men and craftsmen and smiths, in number 30:23, went into captivity, so Jeremiah Lee. 28, compare Jeremiah 24. 1, and 2 Kings 24. 14, where the size of the deportation is magnified into all Jerusalem save the poorest of the land, even 10,000 captives. Zedekiah, a covenant name like Jehoiakim, verse 4, note, it seems to mean righteousness of Jehovah. Compare the significant title in Jeremiah 23. 6, the Lord is our righteousness. Zedekiah's original name was Mattaniah, i.e., gift of Jehovah, 2 Kings 24. 17. His brother, in 2 Kings, more accurately, his father's brother. Compare 1 Chronicles 3. 15, 16, notes. 11:19 equals 1 Esdras I, 46:56, compare 2 Kings 24. 18:25. 21, Jeremiah 37. 139. 8, Lee. 127. Reign of Zedekiah. Destruction of Jerusalem. Superscript 1 Zedekiah was 21 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem. 11. In Jerusalem, the chronicler omits, as usual, his mother's name. She was Hamutal, the daughter of Jeremiah of Libnah, 2 Kings 24. 18, and was mother of Jehoahaz also, 2 Kings 23. 31, Jehoiakim was by a different mother, 2 Kings 23. Verse 36. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord his God. He humbled not himself before Jeremiah the prophet speaking from the mouth of the Lord. 12. Humbled not himself, Jeremiah consistently advised Zedekiah to submit to the Chaldeans. But the king, partly through fear of his princes, partly through elusive hopes, could never bring himself to do so, compare Jeremiah 21. 1:7, 34. 8:22, 37. 1:10, 17, 38. 17:23. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 And he also rebelled against King Nebuchadnezzar, who had made him swear by God, but he stiffened his neck, and hardened his heart from turning unto the Lord, the God of Israel. Hebrew strengthened. 13. Who had made him swear by God, compare Ezekiel 17. 11:19. Superscript 1 Moreover all the chiefs of the priests, and the people, trespassed very greatly after all the abominations of the heathen. And they polluted the house of the Lord which he had hallowed in Jerusalem. 14. Polluted the house, Jeremiah 7. 9:11, 23. 11:14, Ezekiel 8. 5:16. Superscript 1 And the Lord, the God of their fathers, sent to them by his messengers, rising up early and sending, because he had compassion on his people, and on his dwelling place. 15. Rising up early and sending, the words are absent from 1 Esdras I. 50, and are perhaps a late addition to Chronicles derived from Jeremiah, compare Jeremiah 26. 5, see note on verse 5 above. Superscript 1 But they mocked the messengers of God, and despised his words, and scoffed at his prophets, until the wrath of the Lord arose against his people, till there was no remedy. Hebrew healing. 16. Mocked the messengers, Jeremiah was imprisoned, beaten, and threatened with death, Uriah, Jeremiah 26. 20:23, was put to death. Of the fate of Habakkuk, who probably lived during the Chaldean period, Habakkuk I, nothing is known. Superscript 1 Therefore he brought upon them the king of the Chaldeans, who slew their young men with the sword in the house of their sanctuary, and had no compassion upon young man or maiden, old man or ancient, he gave them all into his hand. 17. Chaldeans, their name in Hebrew is Kasdim and in Assyrio-Babylonian Kaldu, the change of s for thel before a dental is not uncommon in the latter language. They were a people originally living south of Babylon on the sea, but Nabopolassar, father of Nebuchadrezzar, conquered Babylon and established a Chaldeo-Babylonian empire. In the house of their sanctuary, compare Ezekiel's vision of the slaughter. Ezekiel 9. 1:11. Superscript 1 And all the vessels of the house of God, great and small, and the treasures of the house of the Lord, and the treasures of the king, and of his princes, all these he brought to Babylon. 18. All the vessels, i.e. all the vessels which remained after the previous spoliation, verse 10. They were perhaps chiefly of brass, compare 2 Kings 25. 13:15. Superscript 1 And they burnt the house of God, and brake down the wall of Jerusalem, and burnt all the palaces thereof with fire, and destroyed all the goodly vessels thereof. 19. Break down the wall, the Hebrew verb here used, nitek, implies a more thorough breaking down than the pra of 25. 23, see note, 26. 6. 20, 21, equals 1 Esdras I, 57, 58. The captivity. Superscript 2 And them that had escaped from the sword carried he away to Babylon, and they were servants to him and his sons until the reign of the kingdom of Persia. 20, to him and his sons, compare Jeremiah 27. 7. There were 3 kings of Babylon after Nebuchadrezzar before Cyrus established Persian rule, viz. Evil-Merodach, Amil-Marduk, 2 Kings 25. 27, Neriglissar, Nergalsar-Ur, and Nabonidus, Nabonidus. The last 2 kings were usurpers. Neriglissar was, it seems, son-in-law to Nebuchadrezzar, Hamel, Babylonia in Hastings' Dictionary of the Bible, 1, 229a, or Sayce in Encyclopaedia Britannica Superscript 1, 3. Pages 105, 106. Whether Nabonidus was connected with the royal house is not known. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 To fulfill the word of the Lord by the mouth of Jeremiah, until the land had enjoyed her Sabbaths, for as long as she lay desolate she kept Sabbath, to fulfill 60 years. 21, by the mouth of Jeremiah, compare Jeremiah 25. 11, 29. 10. Her Sabbaths, i.e. years, occurring every 7th year, when the land was to be allowed a respite from cultivation, compare Leviticus 25. 1:7, 26. 34, 35. 60 years, i.e. 2 whole generations. It is probable that the chronicler intended to suggest that the sabbatical years had been neglected throughout the period, about 490 is equal to 70 times 7 years, during which the kingdom lasted. But, if so, he treats the point somewhat loosely, not troubling about the objection that the reigns of the several God-fearing kings, David, Solomon, Jehoshaphat, would need to be subtracted from this total. And that actually the number of violated sabbatical years would fall considerably below 70. 22, 23, equals Ezra I, 1:3a, 1 Esdras 2. 1:5a. Cyrus decrees the rebuilding of the temple. These verses are obviously inappropriate as the conclusion of Chronicles, and their proper place is as the opening words of the book of Ezra, where also they are given. Their exposition properly belongs to the commentaries on Ezra or Esdras, to which accordingly the reader must be referred for fuller notes. These verses were retained here when the separation of Ezra-Nehemiah from Chronicles was made, see Introduction, either through mere accident, or perhaps to indicate that Chronicles had originally formed one work with Ezra and Nehemiah. But most probably in order to avoid a depressing termination to the book. This last point carries no small weight in view of the fact that in the Hebrew Bible Chronicles is the last book. It is interesting to note that to avoid closing the book of Isaiah with the terrible verse, 66:24, which is actually its conclusion, it was customary to repeat after verse 24 some hopeful words taken from verse 23. Compare also the last verses of 2 Kings. Superscript 2 Now in the first year of Cyrus king of Persia, that the word of the Lord by the mouth of Jeremiah might be accomplished, the Lord stirred up the spirit of Cyrus king of Persia, that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom. And put it also in writing, saying. Hebrew Koresh. 22, Cyrus king of Persia. Cyrus, the Persian, was at first king of a small state in Elam, to the east of Babylonia. In 549 BC he conquered the king of the Medes, and so became founder of the Medo-Persian Empire. In 546 BC, he overthrew the famous Croesus, king of Lydia, and advancing against Babylon entered it after a short and easy campaign in 538 BC, a career of meteoric brilliance. By his first year is meant 537 BC. His first year as ruler of the Babylonian Empire. Stirred up the spirit, compare 1 Chronicles v. 26, Haggai I. 14. Made a proclamation, compare XXX. 5. The phrase is characteristic of the chronicler. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 Thus saith Cyrus king of Persia, all the kingdoms of the earth hath the Lord, the God of heaven, given me, and he hath charged me to build him an house in Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Whosoever there is among you of all his people, the Lord his God be with him, and let him go up. 23. All the kingdoms of the earth, the king of Babylon bore the title of King of the Four Quarters of the World. Cyrus succeeded to this title on his conquest of Babylon. Let him go up, i.e. to Jerusalem, compare Ezra I. 3. Since Chronicles is the last book according to the order of the Hebrew canon, these encouraging words conclude the Hebrew Bible. Index. Abiathar. F. Abib. Abijah. Ff. Abimelech, Ahimelech. Adoram. Adullam, the cave of. Adversary, the sea. Ahab. Ff. Ahaz. Ff. Ahaziah, Jehoahaz. Ff. Aqaba, the Gulf of. Alamoth, set to. Alexander the Great. Algum trees. Aliens in Israel. Altar of incense, the. Altar pillars. Amaziah. Ff. Ambushment. Amen. Amerce. Ammon, Ammonites. F. Ammon, king of Judah. Anachronisms. F. Anathoth. Angel. F. Antonia, the Tower of. Apes. Arabians. Invasion by. F. Aram, equals Syria. Aramaic. Ariel. Ark, the. Ff. Armor-bearer. Asa. Ff. Azaph. Ff. Ascent of the sepulchres, the. Ashdod. Ashrim, Ashira, Asherim, Asheroth. F. Ashtaroth, Ashtoreth. Ashurbanipal. Assyria, Assyrians. F. Assyrian monuments. Athaliah. Ff. Attent, equals attentive. Augury. Azara. F. Azariah, another name for Isaiah. Azariah the prophet. Ff. Baal, Baalim, use and disuse of the. Title. The house of. Altars of. Babylon. Kings of. Baedeker, Palestine, referred to. F. Balsam trees. Bamoth. Bana. Barnes, W.E., referred to. In expositor. In expository times. On kings. In Journal of Theological Studies. Bashan. Bath, a measure for liquids. Bearers. Beauty of holiness. Beersheba to Dan. Begadim. Belial, sons of. Ben-Hadad. Benzinger, I. Referred to. Baraka, valley of. Beth-Dagon. Bethel. Beth-Horon. Beth-Sheen, Beth-Shan. Beth-Shemesh. Bezalel. Bira, Baranioth. Bliss, Dr. Excavations at Jerusalem. F. Boaz. Book of the Law, C. Brasen altar, the. F. Brasen C, the C. Brass. Brook of Egypt. Brother, equals fellow tribesman. Burning for the dead. Burning of the dead. Burnt offerings. Katie Tiz. Cake of raisins. Caleb, Calebi. F. Calebites. FF. F. Canaan. Candlesticks, the golden. Captivity, the. Caravans, halting stations of. Carchemish. Carites, C. Carmel. Castles. Caterpillars. Causeway leading to the temple. Cedars. F. Census, David's. F. F. Chaboras, the river. Chaldees, Chaldeans. Chambers. F. Champions, Philistin. F. Chapiters, equals capitals. Chapman. Introduction to the Pentateuch. Note. Chapmen. Chariot cities. Chariots and horsemen. F. Cherethites, Karites. Cherubim. F. Child sacrifice. Choir. Chronicler, the characteristic treatment of subjects by. FF. Facts omitted by. F. Chronicles, the relation of. To Ezra and Nehemiah, F. Date and authorship of. FF. Contents of. FF. The sources of. FF. The historical value of. FF. The religious value of. FF. Name and position of, in the canon. FF. Text and versions of. F. And see under. Recent literature on. F. Cities, fortified. City of palm trees. Commandments, the 10. Konania. Confection. Congregation. Konia, C. Cook, S. A. On 1 Esdras. F. In Journal of Theological Studies. In Encyclopaedia Britannica. Notes on Old Testament History. In Encyclopaedia Biblica. In Expository Times. In Jewish Quarterly Review. Cornet. Coronation. Corvée. Courts, the Temple. F. Covenant. F. Crete. Crown. Cubit. Curtis, E. L. Chronicles, referred to. F. F. Cush, Cushites. F. FF. Cyprus. Cyrus. Note. Rebuilding of the temple decreed by. F. D, or Deuteronomic narrative. F. D and are easily confused in Hebrew. Damascus, Darmsek. F. Derek. Daughters, inheritance of. David, descent of. Sons of. F. King over Israel. F. The city of. F. Adherents of, in exile. FF. His dealings with the ark. FF. FF. F. Psalm of praise of. FF. Desires to build a temple. FF. Foreign wars of. FF. Officials of. Numbers the people. FF. Prepares for building the temple. Charges of, to Solomon and to the princes. FF. FF. Organizes Levites. FF. Organizes the priests. FF. Organizes the military and civil officials. FF. The blessing of. F. Dibhash. Dibir. Dibir. Demons, Jinn. Duri, Ziri. Dibs. Ditography. Doorkeepers, equals porters. FF. F. FF. Drachma. Drink offerings. Dukes of Edom. E, or Elohistic narrative. Edom. F. Egypt. Elephantine, Jewish temple at. Eliakim, c. Elijah, writing of. Engedi. Ephod. Ephraim. F. Ephraimite mercenaries. Ephraim, Ephraim. Eponymous ancestors. Erman, ancient Egypt. Esarhaddon. Esdraelon, Esdraelon. Ethan. F. Ephanim. Ethiopia, Ethiopians. FF. Eunuch. Euphemisms. Euphrates. FF. Evil Merodach, Emil Marduk. Ezekiel, Jehezkel. Ezian Geber. Familiar spirits. Fasting. Father, equals eponymous ancestor. As a title of honor. Father's houses. Feast of dedication, the. F. Feast of harvest, the, C. Feast of tabernacles, the. F. Feast of unleavened bread, the. Feast of weeks, the. Fir trees. Folds. Foreigners, C. Fortresses. Gad the seer. Gates of the temple. F. F. Gehenna, Gubenhinnom, Guhinnom. Genealogical table of the nations. FF. Genealogies, a prominent feature in Chronicles. The practical purpose of. F. Genealogy, reckoning by. Genesis, stylistic similarity of Chronicles to. Gezer. F. Giant. F. Gibeon. Gihon, the spring of. F. Gilboa, campaign of. F. Gilead. F. Gimerai. Goliath. F. Governor of the city. Governors. Haber. Hadarezer, equals Hadadezer. Hadaram, Aduram, Adoniram. Hagrites. Hamath, entering in of. Equals modern Hama. Hamath Zoba. Ammon. Hanani the seer. Hancock, latest light on Bible lands. Hanok, Enk, equals Enoch. Harps. F. RM. F. HR with Macron H. Havoth Jair. F. Heart, the, considered as the seat of the mind. Heaven. Ebel. He-goats, equals Jinn. Heman. F. Hercules, the temple of, Melkart. Herodotus referred to. Heroes, list of. FF. Hakel. Hezekiah. FF. The Great Passover of. FF. The Prayer of. Idoth. High places. High priests, list of the FF. Hilkiah the priest. FF. Hinnom, the valley of the son of Hiram, c. Hittites. Hivites. Hogarth, authority and archaeology. Hogg. In Encyclopaedia Biblica. In Jewish Quarterly Review. In Expositor. Hulsher, Palestina. Holy of Holies, the Holy Place, the Myrrh. Honey. Hooks, used by Assyrians. Horn, lift up the host of God, the host of heaven, the Hoft, equals hamstrung. House, equals dynasty. House of the forest of Lebanon. Houses of the temple. Zai. Huldah, the prophecy of Huram, artificer. Huram, king. FF. F. Iddo. Idols, c. Incense. Instruments, musical. F. Ionians. Isaiah. F. Israel. Equals layman. Equals the covenant people. F. J, or Javistic narrative. Jachin. Jahaziel, the prophecy of F. Jasher. The book of Javan, equals the Ionians. Jebusites. Jeconiah, Coniah, Jehoiakim. F. Jeduthun. Jehoahaz, c. Jehoahaz, Shallum. F. Jehoiakim, c. Jehoiada. F. Jehoiakim, Eliakim. F. Jehoram. FF. Jehoshaphat. FF. FF. Jehu the prophet. F. Jeremiel, Jeremielites. F. Jeremiah. Jericho. Jeroboam. FF. Jerome, St. Jerusalem. Destruction of FF. Jezreel. Jihad. Joab. F. F. Josh, king of Israel. F. Josh, king of Judah. FF. Joppa, Jaffa. Josephus. Antiquities of the Jews. 19. War of the Jews. Josiah. FF. Celebration of the Passover by FF. Lamentations 4. F. Jotham. F. Josabad. Justice, administration of F. Karnak, the temple of Kassite dynasty, the Chim. Eph. Kidron, the brook. King's friend, a title. Kinnear. Kinship, traced through the mother. Kiriath Jearim. Kiriath Sepher. Kirkpatrick. On 1 Samuel. On Psalms. On 2 Samuel. Kittion. Kittle, R, referred to. Kior. Nops. NN. Kor, Korim. Korah, Korahites. F. Quran, the, referred to. Q. Lachish. F. Lamentations. F. Lavers, the. Law, Book of the. Discovery of the. FF. Leprosy. Levi, sons of. FF. Levites. F. F. The cities of the. FF. Duties of the. F. F. David's organization of the. FF. Families of the. F. Help to cleanse the temple. Levi. Libnah. Libyans. Lots, drawing of. Lowland, c. Lubim. Lydians. Maacah. Maacah, Micaiah. Daughter of Absalom. Compare. Queen Mother. McAllister, R.A.S. The Philistines. Palestine Exploration Fund Quarterly Statement. The Excavation of Gezer. Bible Sidelights from the Mound of Gezer. Makir. Magdalis. Magan, Maginoth. Magog. Manasseh. Ff. The Prayer of. Mersha. Ff. Mabth. Meal Offering. Medes, Madai, the. Megiddo. Megaloth. Mesopotamia. Munim. Micaiah, the Prophecy of. Ff. Michael. F. Midianites, the. Midrash. And note. Midrashic narrative. Characteristics of. In sources of Chronicles. Exemplified in Chronicles. F. Migdanoth. Millo. Mishkan. F. Mishmaetih. Misher. Miraim equals Egypt. Mislagoth. Mizrith. Moab. F. Moabites, invasion by. F. Molech, Malcham, Milcom. Mount Gerizim. Samaritan Temple on. Mount Moriah. Mount Seir. Mount Zion. F. Mulberry trees. Music, the Levitical service of. F. Musical guilds. Musky. Muri. Nabonidus, Nabonide. Nabopolassar. Nabulus. Najid. Nail. Names. Significant. F. Lists of, in Oriental histories. F. Nathan the Prophet. Navy. Nebel. F. Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuchadrezzar. F. Necho 1 and 2. F. Near. Neriglisser, Nergalsur. Nephinim. New Testament, passages of, referred to. Matthew I, 3:6. Matthew I, 7. Matthew v. 22. Matthew v. 39. Matthew 23. 35. Matthew 25. 15. Mark 2. 26. Mark 9. 43. Mark 11. 2, 7. Mark 16. 1. Luke I, 5. Luke I, 7. Luke 2. 36. Luke 3. 31. Luke 7. 44-46. Luke 11. 51. Luke 12. 55. Luke 15. 18, 21. Luke 19. 4. John I, 45. John 3. 27. John 11. 54. John 12. 3, 7. John 18. 1. John 19. 39, 40. Acts 7. 60. Acts 8. 40. Acts 9. 32. Acts 12. 1. Acts 12. 21. Acts 12. 23. Acts 13. 2. Acts 21. 37. Acts 22. 24. Romans I, 1. Romans 11. 2. Galatians I, 15. 2 Thessalonians 2. 11. 1 Timothy 3. 15. Hebrew 2. 16. 1 John I, 9. Revelation 2. 20. Revelation 21, 12-16. Nimrod. Nineveh. Nisan, the first month. Nobles, the numbering of the people, c. Numbers high in Chronicles. FF. F. 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 OB. Obelisk of Shalmaneser II. Oblations, TRMA with Macron H. Obsolete English words. At, after verbs of asking. Grave, verb equals carve. Magnifical. Play, equals dance. Poles, equals heads. Skill, verb. Oded. F. Ohol. Omar, the mosque of. Onan. Onyx. Awful. Ophir. Oracle, the. Ornan. Osorkan. Overseers. P, or priestly, narrative. F. Path. Palace, the. Palmyra. Paphos, the temple of. Parbar. Parvaim. Passover, the. Of Hezekiah. FF. Of Josiah. FF. Pelethites. Pentateuch, the. FF. Perfect heart, A. F. Pestilence. F. Petrie, W. M. Flinders. History of Egypt. Philistines. The original seats of the. War with the. FF. F. Invasion by. F. Phinehas. Phoenician language. Physicians. Pillar. Pillars, Jachin and Boaz. F. Plague. Play on words. Poll tax. Porch of the temple. Porters, C. Posts, equals runners. Precious stones. Priesthood, the double. Priests. F. FF. Courses of. Sons of the. David's organization of the. FF. Princes of the sanctuary. Princes of the tribes of Israel. Prophetess. Psaltery. Psalms 96, CV, CVI. Pool. Punt, put. Rabbah. Ramoth Gilead. Rechabites, the. Recorder, equals chronicler. Rehoboam. FF. Rephaim. F. Valley of. Rhodians. River, that equals the Euphrates. Robertson Smith, W. Old Testament in the Jewish Church. Religion of the Semites. Robinson's Arch. Ruler of the House of God, the. Ryle. Genesis, referred to. F. On Ezra and Nehemiah. F. Prayer of Manasses. Sabbath. Sackcloth. Sacrifice. Consumed by fire from heaven. Daily morning and evening. Sevenfold, made by Hezekiah. Of thank offerings and burnt offerings. F. Of peace offerings. St. Mary's Well. F. Salt. Covenant of. The Valley of. Samaria. Samaritan Schism, the. Samuel. The Descent of. The Seer. Sargon. Satan, equals the adversary. Saul. Genealogy of. F. Defeat, death and burial of. FF. Saws. Scorpion. Scribe. Sea of the temple, the. F. Seer. Sennacherib, threatened invasion by. FF. Sefer HaTorah. Septuagint, the version of Chronicles. F. Shalmaneser. Sharon. The Great Maritime Plain. Sheba. F. Queen of. Ff. Shebhet. Shechem. Shelah. Shla with Macron M. Shemaiah. Shemanith. Set to the. Shephelah. Showbread. F. Shields of gold. Shear, brook of. Shishak, invasion by. Ff. Salome, the lower pool of. Singers, the families of the. Ff. Inna. Sippim. Slings. Smith, G. A. Historical Geography of the Holy Land. F. F. Jerusalem. F. F. In Encyclopedia Biblia. Early Poetry of Israel. Sojourners. F. Solomon. Ff. Ff. Twice crowned. Great sacrifice of. F. Vision of. F. Horses and chariots of. F. Makes preparations for building the temple. Ff. Begins to build the temple. Ff. Brings the ark into the sanctuary. F. Blessing and prayer of. Ff. The night vision of. F. Cities of. Ff. Arrangements of, for the temple worship. F. The fleet of. The greatness of. Ff. Sorcery. Spices. Stir up the spirit. Store cities. Strangers, see. Suburbs. Sun images. Sycamore. Syria, Syrians. Invasion by. Syriac version, the. Syro-Ephraimite War, the. F. Tabali. Tabernacle. F. Tabor. Tadmor. Tamar. Af. Tarshish, equals Tartessus. F. F. Tarsus. Taskwork. Tico. Tel Elamarna letters. Taman. Temple, the. Gates of. F. F. David's preparations for building. Ff. Measurements of. The pattern of. Ff. Solomon prepares to build. Ff. Description of. Ff. Dedication of. Restoration of. Ff. Cleansing of. Ff. Repair of. Ff. Cyrus decrees the rebuilding of. F. Tender-hearted. Tent. Teruah. Teruma. Testimony, the. F. Text of Chronicles, the. Thistle, equals thorn. Threshing floor. F. Thucydides referred to. Tigris. Tilgath-Pilneser, Tiglath-Pileser. Ff. Times, equals changes, opportunities. Tisri, the 7th month. Tithe. F. Titus, arch of. Torah. Tori, c. Ezra studies. F. F. Treasuries, the. Trees, large. Tree worship. Trumpets, silver. Tyre. Tersinai. Uriah. Urim and Thummim. Isaiah. Ff. Valley of Salt, the. Veil of the Temple, the. Ventriloquism. Vessels of gold. F. Vulgate, the. Wardrobe, keeper of the. Wellhausen, J. References to. Wilson's Arch. Wrath. Zadok. F. Zechariah, Martyrdom of Zedekiah the king. F. Zedekiah the prophet. Zemaraim, the battle of ff. Zerah the Ethiopian. F. Zidon, Zidonians. Ziz. Zoba. F. Cambridge, printed by John Clay, M.A. at the University Press. Western Asia. Early Times. Cambridge University Press. Copyright Cambridge University Press. The Environs of Jerusalem. Cambridge University Press. Jerusalem. Ancient. Copyright Cambridge University Press. The Cambridge University Press. The Cambridge Bible for Schools and Colleges. General Editors. A. F. Kirkpatrick, D.D., Dean of Ely. R. St. John Perry, D.D., Fellow of Trinity College. With introductions, notes and maps. Cloth. Extra FCAP. 8 VO. An Introduction to the Pentateuch. By the Reverend A. T. Chapman, M.A. 3s. 6d, net. The Book of Genesis. In the Revised Version. Edited by Herbert E. Ryle, D.D. With 2 maps and 5 plates. 4s, 6d. Net. The Book of Leviticus. In the Revised Version. Edited by A. T. Chapman, M.A., and A. W. Streen, D.D. 3s. Net. The Book of Exodus. In the Revised Version. Edited by the Reverend S. R. Driver, D.D. With 11 illustrations and 4 maps. 3s, 6d. Net. The Book of Numbers. In the Revised Version. Edited by the Reverend A. H. Neal, D.D. With 2 maps. 2s, 6d. Net. The Book of Joshua. Edited by the Reverend G. F. MacLear, D.D. With 2 maps, 2s. Net. The Book of Judges. Edited by the Reverend J. J. Lias, M.A. With map. 2s, net. The Book of Judges. In the Revised Version. Edited by the Reverend G. A. Cook, D.D. With map. 2s, net. The Book of Ruth. In the Revised Version. Edited by the Reverend G. A. Cook, D.D. 1s. Net. The Books of Judges and Ruth. In the Revised Version. As above, in 1 volume, 2s. 6d, net. The First Book of Samuel. Edited by the Very Reverend A. F. Kirkpatrick, D.D. With map. 2s, net. The Second Book of Samuel. Edited by the Very Reverend A. F. Kirkpatrick, D.D. With 2 maps. 2s, net. The First Book of the Kings. In the Authorized Version. Edited by the Reverend J. R. Lumby, D.D. With 3 maps. 2s, net. The Second Book of the Kings. In the Authorized Version. Edited by the Reverend J. R. Lumby, D.D. With 3 maps. 2s, net. The First and Second Books of the Kings. In the Authorized Version. Edited by the Reverend J. R. Lumby, D.D. In 1 volume with 5 maps. 3s, 6d. Net. The First Book of the Kings. In the Revised Version. Edited by the Reverend W. E. Barnes, D.D. With map. 2s. Net. The Second Book of the Kings. In the Revised Version. Edited by the Reverend W. E. Barnes, D.D. With 2 maps. 2s, net. The First and Second Books of the Kings. In the Revised Version. Edited by the Reverend W. E. Barnes, D.D. In 1 volume with 2 maps. 3s, 6d. Net. The First and Second Books of Chronicles. Edited by the Reverend W. E. Barnes, D.D. With 2 maps. 2s, 6d. Net. The Books of Ezra and Nehemiah. Edited by the Right Reverend H. E. Ryle, D.D. With 3 maps. 3s, net. The Book of Esther. In the Revised Version. Edited by the Reverend A. W. Streen, D.D. 1s. 6d, net. The Book of Job. Edited by the Reverend A. B. Davidson, Doctor of Laws, D.D. 3s. Net. The Psalms. Edited by the Very Reverend A. F. Kirkpatrick, D.D. Book I, 141. 2s, net. Books 2 and 3. 4289. 2s, net. Books 4 and v. 9150. 2s, net. The Book of Proverbs. Edited by the Venerable T. T. Brown, B.D. 2s. Net. Ecclesiastes, or, The Preacher. Edited by the Very Reverend E. H. Plumptre, D.D. 3s. Net. The Song of Solomon. Edited by the Reverend Andrew Harper, D.D., Edinburgh. 1s, 6d. Net. Isaiah. Volume 1, Chapters 1 XXXIX. Edited by the Reverend J. Skinner, D.D. With map. 2s, 6d. Net. Isaiah. Volume 2. Chapters 40 XVIII. Edited by the Reverend J. Skinner, D.D. 2s. 6d, net. The Book of Jeremiah together with the Lamentations. In the Revised Version. Edited by the Reverend A. W. Streen, D.D. With map. 3s, net. The Book of Ezekiel. Edited by the Reverend A. B. Davidson, D.D. 3s. Net. The Book of Daniel. Edited by the Reverend S. R. Driver, D.D. With illustrations, 2s. 6d, net. Hosea. Edited by the Reverend T. K. Shane, M.A., D.D. 1s. 6d, net. The Books of Joel and Amos. By the Reverend S. R. Driver, D.D. Adapted to the text of the Revised Version, with a few supplementary notes, by the Reverend H. C. O. Lanchester, M.A. With illustrations. 2s, 6d. Net. Obadiah and Jonah. Edited by the Venerable T. T. Brown, B.D. 1s. 6d, net. Micah. Edited by the Reverend T. K. Shane, M.A., D.D. 1s. Net. Nahum, Habakkuk and Zephaniah. Edited by the Reverend A. B. Davidson, Doctor of Laws, D.D. 1s. 6d, net. Haggai, Zechariah and Malachi. Edited by the Venerable T. T. Brown, B.D. 2s. Net. The New Testament complete. The Gospel according to St. Matthew. Edited by the Reverend A. Carr, M.A. With 2 maps. 2s, net. The Gospel according to St. Mark. Edited by the Reverend A. Plummer, D.D. With 4 maps. 2s, net. The Gospel according to St. Luke. Edited by the Very Reverend F. W. Farrar, D.D. With 4 maps. 3s, net. The Gospel according to St. John. Edited by the Reverend A. Plummer, D.D. With 4 maps. 3s, net. The Acts of the Apostles. Edited by the Reverend J. Rawson Lumby, D.D. With 4 maps. 3s, net. The Epistle to the Romans. Edited by the Right Reverend H. C. G. Mole, D.D. With map. 2s, 6d. Net. The First Epistle to the Corinthians. Edited by the Reverend J. J. Lias, M.A. With 2 maps. 1s, 6d. Net. The Second Epistle to the Corinthians. Edited by the Reverend A. Plummer, D.D. 1s. 6d. Net. The Epistle to the Galatians. Edited by the Reverend A. Lucan Williams, B.D. 1s. 6d. Net. The Epistle to the Ephesians. Edited by the Right Reverend H. C. G. Mole, D.D. 1s. 6d. Net. The Epistle to the Philippians. Edited by the Right Reverend H. C. G. Mole, D.D. 1s. 6d. Net. The Epistles to the Colossians and Philemon. Edited by the Right Reverend H. C. G. Mole, D.D. 1s. 6d. Net. The Epistles to the Thessalonians. Edited by the Reverend G. G. Findley, D.D. With map. 1s, 6d. Net. The Epistles to Timothy and Titus. Edited by the Reverend A. E. Humphreys, M.A. With map. 2s, net. The Epistle to the Hebrews. Edited by the Very Reverend F. W. Farrar, D.D. 2s. 6d, net. The Epistle of St. James. Edited by the Very Reverend E. H. Plumptre, D.D. 1s. Net. The Epistles of St. Peter and St. Jude. Edited by the Very Reverend E. H. Plumptre, D.D. 2s. Net. The Epistles of St. John. Edited by the Reverend A. Plummer, D.D. 2s. Net. The Revelation of St. John the Divine. Edited by the Reverend William Henry Simcox, M.A. 2s. Net. The Book of Psalms. With introduction and notes by the Very Reverend A. F. Kirkpatrick, D.D. Crown 8 VO, cloth, gilt top. SXS, net. The edition of the Psalms prepared by Dr. Kirkpatrick for the Cambridge Bible for Schools having been completed and published in 3 volumes, the whole work is now also published in a single volume. The page is larger than in the separate volumes, and, a thinner paper being used, this edition will be found convenient in size, and it is thought that many readers will prefer it to the separate volumes. The Wisdom of Solomon. In the Revised Version. Edited by the Reverend J. A. F. Gregg, M.A. 2s. 6d, net. The Wisdom of Jesus the Son of Sirach or Ecclesiasticus. In the Revised Version. Edited by the Reverend W. O. E. Osterley, D.D. SXS. Net. The First Book of Maccabees. In the Revised Version. By the Reverend W. Fairweather, M.A. and J. Sutherland Black, Doctor of Laws. With map and illustrations. 2s, 6d. Net. In preparation, completing the series of the books of the Old and New Testaments. Deuteronomy. Edited by the Reverend G. Adam Smith, D.D., Professor of Old Testament Language, Literature and Theology, United Free Church College, Glasgow. The Revised Version for Schools. Edited with introductions, notes and maps. FCAP 8 VO, 1s. 6d, net each. The Book of Judges. Edited by the Reverend H. C. O. Lanchester, M.A. The Book of Joshua. Edited by the Reverend P. J. Boyer, M.A. The First Book of Samuel. Edited by the Reverend W. O. E. Osterley, D.D. The Second Book of Samuel. Edited by the Reverend R. O. Hutchinson, M.A. The First Book of the Kings. Edited by the Reverend H. C. O. Lanchester, M.A. The Second Book of Kings. Edited by the Reverend G. H. Box, M.A. Isaiah IXX. Edited by the Reverend C. H. Thompson, M.A., and the Reverend John Skinner, D.D. Isaiah XLLXVI. Edited by the Reverend W. A. L. Elmsley, M.A., and the Reverend John Skinner, D.D. St. Matthew. Edited by the Reverend A. Carr, M.A. St. Mark. Edited by Sir A. F. Hort, Bart, M.A., and Mary Dyson Hort, Mrs. George Chitty. St. Luke. Edited by the Reverend E. Wilton South, May. St. John. Edited by the Reverend A. Carr, May. The Acts of the Apostles. Edited by the RT Reverend C. West Watson, D.D. The First and Second Epistles to the Corinthians. Edited by the Reverend S. C. Carpenter, M.A. The Epistle to the Galatians and the Epistle to the Romans. Edited by the Reverend H. W. Fulford, M.A. The Epistles to the Ephesians, Philippians, Colossians, and to Philemon. Edited by the Reverend W. K. Lowther Clark, M.A. The Epistles to the Thessalonians, Timothy and Titus. Edited by the Reverend H. W. Fulford, M.A. The General Epistle of James and the Epistle to the Hebrews. Edited by the Reverend A. Carr, M.A. The Epistles of Peter, John and Jude. Edited by the Rev. Claude M. Blagden, M.A. The Revelation of St. John the Divine. Edited by the RT Reverend G. H. S. Walpole. The Smaller Cambridge Bible for Schools. Revised and Enlarged Edition. With introductions, notes and maps. 1s, net each. The Book of Joshua. Edited by J. Sutherland Black, LL.D. The Book of Judges. Edited by J. Sutherland Black, Doctor of Laws. And the Book of Ruth. Edited by the Reverend A. W. Stream, D.D. In one volume. The First Book of Samuel. Edited by the Very Reverend A. F. Kirkpatrick, D.D. The Second Book of Samuel. Edited by the Very Reverend A. F. Kirkpatrick, D.D. The First Book of the Kings. Edited by the Reverend T. H. Hennessy, M.A. The Second Book of the Kings. Edited by the Reverend T. H. Hennessy, M.A. The Books of Ezra and Nehemiah. Edited by the Right Reverend Herbert Edward Ryle, D.D. The Book of Proverbs. Edited by the Reverend J. R. Coates, B.A. The Books of Joel and Amos. Edited by the Reverend J. C. H. Howe, M.A. The Gospel according to St. Matthew. Edited by the Reverend A. Carr, M.A. The Gospel according to St. Mark. Edited by the Reverend G. F. MacLear, D.D. The Gospel according to St. Luke. Edited by the Very Reverend F. W. Farrar, D.D. The Gospel according to St. John. Edited by the Reverend A. Plummer, D.D. The Acts of the Apostles. Edited by the Reverend H. C. O. Lanchester, M.A. The Gospel according to St. Mark. The Greek Text. Edited with introduction and notes for beginners by Sir A. F. Hort, Bart, M.A. With 2 maps. 2s, 6d. Net. The Gospel according to St. Luke. The Greek Text. Edited with introduction and notes for beginners by the Reverend W. F. Burnside, M.A. With 2 maps. 3s, net. In preparation, uniform with the above. The Acts of the Apostles, in Greek for beginners. The Cambridge Greek Testament for schools and colleges. General Editor, R. St. John Perry, D.D. With introductions, notes and maps. Extra FCAP 8VO, cloth. The Gospel according to St. Matthew. Edited by the Reverend Arthur Carr, M.A. 3s. 6d, net. The Gospel according to St. Mark. Edited by the Reverend A. Plummer, D.D. 4s. 6d, net. The Gospel according to St. Luke. Edited by the Very Reverend F. W. Farrar, D.D. 4s. 6d, net. The Gospel according to St. John. Edited by the Reverend A. Plummer, D.D. 4s. 6d, net. The Acts of the Apostles. Edited by the Reverend J. R. Lumby, D.D. 4s. 6d, net. The Epistle to the Romans. Edited by R. St. J. Perry, D.D. 3s. XVIII net. The First Epistle to the Corinthians. Edited by the Reverend J. J. Lias, M.A. Twos. XVIII net. The Second Epistle to the Corinthians. Edited by the Reverend A. Plummer, D.D. Twos. XVIII net. The Epistle to the Galatians. Edited by the Reverend A. Lucan Williams, B.D. Twos. XVIII net. The Epistle to the Ephesians. Edited by the Reverend J. O. F. Murray, D.D. Threes, 6d. net. The Epistle to the Philippians. Edited by the Right Reverend H. C. G. Mole, D.D. Twos. 6d. net. The Epistles to the Colossians and Philemon. Edited by the Reverend A. Lucan Williams, B.D. Twos. 6d. net. The Epistles to the Thessalonians. Edited by the Reverend George G. Findley, D.D. Twos. 6d. net. The Pastoral Epistles. Edited by the Very Reverend J. H. Bernard, D.D. Threes. net. The Epistle to the Hebrews. Edited by the Very Reverend F. W. Farrar, D.D. Threes. net. The General Epistle of St. James. Edited by the Reverend Arthur Carr, M.A. Twos. 6d. net. The First Epistle General of St. Peter. Edited by the Very Reverend G. W. Blenkin, M.A. Threes. 6d. net. The Second Epistle General of St. Peter and the General Epistle of St. Jude. Edited by M. R. James, Doctor of Literature Twos. 6d. net. The Epistles of St. John. Edited by the Reverend A. Plummer, D.D. Threes. 6d. net. The Revelation of St. John the Divine. Edited by the late Reverend William Henry Simcox, M.A. revised by G. A. Simcox, M.A. Fours. 6d. net. The Cambridge Companion to the Bible. Containing the structure, growth, and preservation of the Bible, introductions to the several books, with summaries of contents, history and chronology, antiquities, natural history, glossary of Bible words, index of proper names, index of subjects, concordance, maps, and index of places. Pearl type, 16 mo, from 1s. Net, ruby type, 8VO, from 2s. 6D, nonpareil type, 8VO, from 3s. 6D, long primer type, 8VO, 5s, or without concordance, 4s. 6D. A concise Bible dictionary, based on the Cambridge Companion to the Bible, and containing a Bible atlas consisting of 8 maps, and a complete index. Crown 8VO, 1s. Net. Post-free, 1s. 3D. The Concise Bible Dictionary is based upon the Cambridge Companion to the Bible, the principal materials, which in the companion are presented as a number of articles, written by different scholars, being rearranged in the form of a brief dictionary. The History of the English Bible. By John Brown, D.D. Royal 16 mo. With 10 plates. 1s, net in cloth, 2s. 6d, net in lambskin. The Bible of Today. By the Reverend Alban Blackiston, M.A. Dimmy 8VO, 3s. Net. A Short History of the Hebrews to the Roman Period. By R. L. Otley, D.D. Crown 8VO. With 7 maps. 5s. The Religion of Israel. A Historical Sketch. By R. L. Otley, D.D. 2nd edition. Crown 8VO, 4s. A Short Syntax of New Testament Greek. 2nd edition. By the Reverend H. P. V. Nunn, M.A. Crown 8VO, 2s. 6d, net. The Elements of New Testament Greek. By the same author. 3s, net. Key. 2s, net. Scripture Teaching in Secondary Schools. Papers read at a conference held in Cambridge 10 April 13, 1912. First year. Edited by N. P. Wood, M.A., B.D. With a preface by F. C. Burkett, M.A., F.B.A. Crown 8 VO, 1s. 6d, net. Scripture Teaching in Secondary Schools. A report of a conference held at Oxford 22 April 23, 1913. Second year. Edited by H. Craddock Watson, M.A. Crown 8 VO, 1s. 6d, net. Cambridge University Press. C. F. Clay, Manager. London, Fetter Lane, E.C.